Dragon God Supreme Chapter 2192 to Chapter 2273. I'll remember it in 1 second. Wonderful. Read it for free. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Very good. Well done. Xianxia smiled with satisfaction. There's been no movement from the Dragon Temple recently. It seems like Feng Wuchen is planning to use this opportunity to strengthen the Dragon Temple. Shan Tong hasn't appeared, and so has Mia Hun and Qian Hun. They are also very wary of Feng Wuchen. Su Mia continued. Humph. This Luo Tianran just wants me to beg him and trample on him. So that you can trample me under your feet. Xianxia was very clear about Luo Tianran's intentions. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Elder Ruawu said solemnly. Second Elder's meaning is that he still wants to kill this seat? He doesn't have the guts. Xianxia said coldly. What if it's someone else? Master, we have to be careful. Elder Ruawu frowned. Hearing this, Xianxia seemed to have understood something, and his old face was extremely gloomy. Master, we can use this opportunity to improve our strength, but we still need the power of Senior Xianyu's reincarnation formation. Senior Xianyu has been in the 7 god realms for many years, and the reincarnation spell has controlled countless experts. This power is very large and is enough to strengthen our strength. Senior Xianyu already knows about Luo Tianran's existence, and I'm sure he won't refuse. Third Elder said. Xianxia thought carefully and felt that it made sense. After all, Shuizhan and Mu Xuanshan's strength was getting more and more terrifying, and Xianxia alone was no match for them. Xianxia did not hesitate to send a voice transmission to Xianyu. What? Your father doesn't allow you to go to the Dragon Temple? In a palace of the Guardian tribe, Ming Yang and Ling Tianxiu exclaimed at the same time. Bai Ling nodded slightly and said, I came out this time because I heard that Mu Yanjun was killed. Listening to your tone, it seems that you are in the same situation as me, and are not allowed to go to the Dragon Temple. It seems that this Feng Wuchen is not simple. The 5 ultimate gods that the Spirit Guarding clan sent to the Beast Spirit Mountain all died at the hands of Feng Wuchen. One of them was a 6-star ultimate god. That's enough to prove Feng Wuchen's strength, said Bai Ling solemnly. Mu Yanjun has ancient powers and his combat strength is comparable to a 7-star ultimate god. If he died at the hands of Feng Wuchen even with such strength, I'm afraid we're no match for him in a one-on-one battle, Bai Ling continued. Ming Yang said solemnly, although I feel that Feng Wuchen is not simple, I still don't believe that a 2-star ultimate god like him can be so powerful. This kind of improvement has never happened in the 7 god realms before. To be honest, I don't believe it either because it's too unbelievable. Mu Yanjun's death actually has little to do with us, but he once used ancient powers to help me break through to the 5-star ultimate god realm. I won't let him die in peace, said Bai Ling coldly as a strong killing intent flashed in her eyes. Should we join forces to deal with him? Asked Ling Tianxiu. My father said that if the Holy World's master is unwilling to take action, Mu Xianshan will most likely take action. Moreover, the Sun Moon Temple also wants to deal with Feng Wuchen. The Dragon Temple doesn't need our help at all. My father promised the Holy World's master to capture Ling Xiaoxiao alive, but it's been almost a month and we still haven't caught her. I'm afraid the Holy World's master will be unhappy. The reason I called you here is to ask for your help to follow me to the Beast Spirit Mountain. The Holy World's master is unwilling to take action? No wonder my father is so afraid of the Dragon Temple. Ming Yang frowned as if he had understood something. Should we call Qiao Yunfan and Tong Kuei? Asked Ling Tianxiu. No need, the 2 of them should still be in seclusion. Bai Ling shook her head. What about Tianwan? Ming. Yang looked at Bai Ling and asked. Humph. Since that bitch doesn't want to listen to me, then don't blame me for being ruthless. I don't care about a small organization like the God Slayers. Bai Ling's eyes narrowed as a vicious killing intent flashed through them. Bai Ling, since the Holy World's master likes this, then isn't our chance? Ming Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. Bai Ling smiled evilly and said, that's why I plan to give Tianwan to the Holy World's master. This way, the Holy World's master might be able to help me step into the Overgod realm. That's easy. There are many beauties in the God Palace's students. Ling Tianxiu sneered. The Nether God Realm's Tai fantasy sect also has a female disciple who is very good. Ming Yang smiled evilly. Let's go to the Beast Spirit Mountain first. As long as we capture Ling Xiaoxiao alive, the Holy World's master won't mistreat us. Bai Ling sneered. At this moment, in the great overgod's territory in the deepest part of the Beast Spirit Mountain. Lord Bai Lin, who is that girl? Why can her ancient bloodline make us feel such a strong suppression? A great overgod beast asked curiously on a 100,000-foot tall mountain peak. She's a descendant of the ancient Rakshasa race, a divine beast that was as famous as the dragon gods in ancient times. She's also our king, the Bai Lin flying python said. Now that our king has been born, she'll definitely lead us to break through the 7 deity realms' lightning tribulation and step into the holy world, the Bai Lin flying python continued, its eyes filled with fervor. My lord, I can sense an extremely terrifying power within this young lady's body, the other great overgod said as he looked at Ling Xiaoxiao with fear. That's the power of the ancient Rakshasa race's inheritance. She should be able to enter this place because of the summoning of that power, the Bai Lin flying python said. Bzzz. At this moment, the 100,000-foot tall mountain peak that had been quiet for a few days suddenly shook. An extremely domineering and terrifying power surged out of Ling Xiaoxiao's body. She's about to break through. The Bai Lin flying python stared at Ling Xiaoxiao. The other great overgod beasts all shut their mouths. A dazzling purple light shot from the mountain peak straight into the sky and condensed into a huge purple vortex. The scene was extremely spectacular, and the terrifying airwaves were filled with oppression. The strange phenomenon in the deepest part of the Beast Spirit Mountain attracted the attention of many cultivators. Is this the aura of an ultimate god? Who's so bold to break through in the deepest part? Isn't she afraid of being eaten by the great overgod beasts? What a domineering power. It's a bloodline power. Who's breaking through? It's too scary. Ah! Ling Xiaoxiao suddenly shouted. An even more terrifying energy swept through the area, causing the 100,000-foot tall mountain peak to shake violently and tear apart as countless rocks rolled down. This is the power of inheritance. She's planning to use the power of inheritance to force another breakthrough. The Bai Lin flying python exclaimed. She's only just broken through to become a 1-star ultimate god, and she's already breaking through to become a 2-star ultimate god? If she fails, she'll be doomed eternally. The other great overgod beasts were also stunned. Bzzz. Ling Xiaoxiao's aura surged crazily. The speed of her cultivation improvement was visible to the naked eye. Her cultivation soared crazily and broke through to the 2-star ultimate god realm without any hindrance. 2-star ultimate god. How is this possible? The Bai Lin flying python and the other great overgod beasts were stunned. In their eyes, this was a crazy breakthrough. Moreover, it was a suicidal breakthrough. However, to Ling Xiaoxiao, it was not even worth mentioning. It was as if forcefully breaking through was even easier than eating. It had to be said that the Rakshasa ancestors' power of inheritance was extremely domineering and terrifying. I'll remember it in 1 second. Wonderful. Read for free without pop-up window. The peak of the towering mountain Ling Xiaoxiao was on had completely collapsed. Ling Xiaoxiao floated in the void with her entire body wrapped in a purple halo. She looked like a goddess who had descended. His soul-stirring aura caused everyone to tremble in fear. Ancestor, thank you for your inheritance. Xiaoxiao will definitely revive the Rakshasa clan. I won't let you down, Ling Xiaoxiao said to herself with her eyes closed. It was thanks to the Rakshasa clan's inheritance that Ling Xiaoxiao was able to step into the ultimate god realm in such a short time. After a while, Ling Xiaoxiao slowly opened her eyes and felt the extremely terrifying power. The power of the ancestors' inheritance is really terrifying. This power should be enough to help me step into the Great Lord realm or even an even more terrifying realm. Ling Xiaoxiao was full of confidence in this power. With my current strength, I should be able to help Brother Feng. I can't let Brother Feng bear everything alone. Ling Xiaoxiao's beautiful face showed a sweet smile. With such a domineering bloodline power, her combat power might be directly increased by 1 star, said a fierce beast. It should be more than that. With the divine weapon, her combat power might be able to compete with a 3-star ultimate god, said the jade-scaled flying python. My lord is right. Don't be fooled by her small and delicate body. She gives me a very terrifying feeling. She's definitely not comparable to an ordinary ultimate god. A saint-transforming fierce beast nodded in agreement. Who's there? Ling Xiaoxiao immediately sensed that something was wrong and looked back with vigilance. When she turned back, Ling Xiaoxiao could not help but be shocked. There were dozens of extremely terrifying fierce beasts staring at her. Moreover, they were all Great Lord Realm fierce beasts. There were even a few saint-transforming fierce beasts. Ling Xiaoxiao had never seen these terrifying fierce beasts before. This? Ling Xiaoxiao was instantly stunned and her delicate body could not help but tremble. Miss, don't be afraid. We're here on the king's orders to protect you and wait for the queen to break through, said the jade-scaled flying python hurriedly in a respectful tone. Ling Xiaoxiao was not surprised at all that ferocious beasts could talk. After all, she had met them in the mortal realm. King? Queen? Ling Xiaoxiao was stunned. Yes, the new king who possesses the ancient bloodline of the dragon gods, the jade-scaled flying python said respectfully. Are you talking about Brother Feng? Ling Xiaoxiao's pretty face became more and more shocked, with a bit of sluggishness. Feng Wuchen was actually the king of these terrifying beasts. As a Rakshasa, Ling Xiaoxiao could tell that the jade-scaled flying python was an ancient ferocious beast. Such a terrifying ferocious beast actually called Feng Wuchen king. Yes, the queen was summoned here, and the king was very worried. Only after finding the queen did the king leave with peace of mind, the jade-scaled flying python said respectfully. Since Brother Feng is your king, isn't it too much for us to come to the Beast Spirit Mountain to hunt ferocious beasts? Ling Xiaoxiao said awkwardly. Don't mind it, the queen. This is a world where the strong preys on the weak. Moreover, the ferocious beasts have also hunted many humans, the jade-scaled flying python said respectfully. Can I leave now? Ling Xiaoxiao asked. She still did not dare to believe these ferocious beasts' words. Although Ling Xiaoxiao knew that Feng Wuchen's bloodline could suppress ferocious beasts, Ling Xiaoxiao was not sure if it could suppress ancient ferocious beasts. Of course, the queen can leave at any time, the jade-scaled flying python said. Ling Xiaoxiao quickly flew away. At the same time, she was vigilant of the dozens of terrifying ferocious beasts. It would be a lie to say that she was not afraid. Ling Xiaoxiao flew out of the great Master God's territory and arrived at the Master God's territory. Along the way, no ferocious beasts dared to approach her. They all prostrated on the ground respectfully. After leaving the Master God's territory, Ling Xiaoxiao was completely relieved. They really didn't chase after us. Could it be all true? Is Big Brother Feng really their king? Ling Xiaoxiao patted her chest and said doubtfully. Miss Xiaoxiao, you came out of seclusion? Right at this moment, Yi Jianying's surprised voice sounded. Senior Yi. Hearing Yi Jianying's voice, Ling Xiaoxiao was overjoyed. Yi Jianying came over in a flash. After checking, he was immediately stunned. What? 2-star ultimate god. This? How is this possible? I didn't see wrongly, right? Yi Jianying's eyeballs almost fell out. Yi Jianying simply did not dare to believe it. In less than half a month, Ling Xiaoxiao forcibly advanced an entire major realm. It's all thanks to the ancestors' inheritance power. Ling Xiaoxiao said with a happy smile. She felt very proud. It's really unbelievable. Too unbelievable. Yi Jianying took a deep breath. Senior Yi, have Qingyang and the rest come out of seclusion? Ling Xiaoxiao asked. Yes, they have successfully broken through to the Emperor God realm. They are now hunting ferocious beasts. Let's go and show them your current cultivation. Let's see if they can still be so proud. Yi Jianying laughed excitedly. At this moment, Bai Ling, Ming Yang, and Ling Tianqiu had already arrived at the Beast Spirit Mountain. Greetings to the 3 young masters. At the entrance of the Beast Spirit Mountain, dozens of ultimate god experts respectfully welcomed them. They were from the Sun Moon Temple. The people from the Dragon Temple are still at the Beast Spirit Mountain and are scattered everywhere. Their cultivation levels have all reached the Emperor God realm. The people from the Dark Shadow Palace are also at the Beast Spirit Mountain. Our young master even sensed an overgod expert secretly protecting them. One of the ultimate gods said respectfully. Where is your young master? Shouldn't he come out to greet us when he sees us coming? Doesn't he know who he is? Bai Ling asked coldly, directly ignoring the existence of the Dark Shadow Palace and the over-god expert. Is your young master looking down on us? Ming Yang asked coldly. His sharp gaze swept across the dozens of experts, causing them to tremble in fear. That's not what the young master meant. The young master is secretly observing. One of them hurriedly explained. Doesn't he need to greet us if he is observing? Does he know who we are? Do you want me to summon Tong Kue? Leng Tianqiu shouted angrily. The dozens of experts' expressions were extremely ugly, but they did not dare to do anything. They could not afford to offend them, nor did they dare to. Get your young master to come see me immediately. Otherwise, the Sun Moon Temple will cease to exist. Bai Ling shouted coldly with an arrogant attitude. Yes. I'll go right away. The leader of the ultimate gods was scared out of his wits and immediately left. He did not dare to doubt the power of Bai Ling's words. After a while, Mo Qingshan appeared in a flash. Mo Qingshan greets the three young masters. Mo Qingshan cupped his fists respectfully and bowed. He did not dare to be negligent, but there was no respect in his eyes. Mo Qingshan, you've grown up. You still have to ask someone to invite you. You're just a few years older than us. Otherwise, do you really think your cultivation level is higher than ours? Bai Ling said coldly. I dare not, Mo Qingshan replied respectfully. Kneel. Ming Yang said coldly. Mo Qingshan was struggling in his heart, but he still knelt down. In the face of death, dignity was not important at all. Is there any news about Ling Xiaoxiao? Bai Ling asked overbearingly. Not yet. Mo Qingshan shook his head. Trash. Leng Tianqiu cursed angrily and sent Mo Qingshan flying with a kick. I'll remember it in 1 second. Wonderful, no pop-up window free reading. Young master. Seeing Mo Qingshan being kicked away, the dozens of Sun Moon Temple elites were furious, but they did not dare to say anything. After all, the forces behind Bai Ling were so terrifying. Young masters, the most important thing now is to hide as much as possible. We can't alert the enemy, or else. Mo Qingshan said respectfully without any change in his expression. Smack, Bai Ling appeared in a flash and slapped Mo Qingshan's face. She used so much force that Mo Qingshan's face swelled up, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Mo Qingshan was furious. He clenched his fists, but soon loosened them. The Sun Moon Temple could not win at all. Once they attacked, it would be equivalent to sending the Sun Moon Temple to their graves. Do I need you to teach me? Do you have the right? Don't you know your place? Bai Ling asked coldly as she stared at Mo Qingshan. I know my mistake, Mo Qingshan said as he knelt down again. Mo Qingshan could only endure. No matter how humiliating it was, he could only endure. Humph. If there's a next time, I'll make sure you don't even have a corpse left. Do you understand? Bai Ling said coldly. Understood. Mo Qingshan nodded. Young master, they've gone too far. A godly venerable said angrily through voice transmission. Endure it. Mo Qingshan said through voice transmission. Xianfeng, find that Lord-level elite. The rest of you, follow me into the Beast Spirit Mountain. Mo Qingshan, find the people from the Dragon Temple, Bai Ling ordered and led the way into the Beast Spirit Mountain. Young master, I've sensed him. Should we kill him? Xuanfeng's respectful voice came. Capture him first, Bai Ling said through voice transmission. Zhao Shenying and the three elders sensed Bai Ling and the others as soon as they entered the Beast Spirit Mountain. The people from the Spirit Guardian tribe will not let this go easily. Zhao Shenying frowned. And the people from the Sun Moon Temple. Palace Master, send a message to Yi Jianying, the Grand Elder said solemnly. In the Beast Spirit Mountain, Lu Qingyang and the others were envious of Ling Xiaoxiao's cultivation. They had no idea that danger was approaching them. Who's there? Yi Jianying's expression suddenly changed as he berated. His expression became extremely solemn. So it's Reverend Sword Shadow. Nice to meet you. A cold voice rang out. Then, another voice appeared out of thin air. 7-star sovereign. Yi Jianying's face changed yet again. Swish, in the blink of an eye, before Yi Jianying could react, that person had already arrived in front of him. His speed was extremely terrifying. The claw grabbed Yi Jianying's throat and lifted him up. The terrifying strength made Yi Jianying unable to break free. Before a 7-star sovereign, Yi Jianying was completely powerless to resist. You are from the spirit guardian race. Yi Jianying said with difficulty. You guessed right. However, the young master said that he won't kill you for now. You should feel lucky, the man said with a cold smile. Then, he disappeared with Yi Jianying and sent a message to Bai Ling. After that, Mo Qingshan led Bai Ling and the others to a small team from the Dragon God Palace. Spirit Guardian Race? Sun Moon God Hall? Chaos God frowned. Everyone, be careful. The Crimson Emperor said gravely. Swish. Swish. 6 to 7 godly venerable experts attacked. In a flash, they trapped the Crimson Emperor and the others. What are you trying to do? The Crimson Emperor asked coldly. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Bai Ling sneered, however, if you want them to live, go, and call Ling Xiaoxiao over. If she doesn't come back within 15 minutes, collect their corpses. I won't wait for her if she's late. Ming Yang sneered. As expected, they are here for Xiaoxiao. The Crimson Emperor's expression was extremely gloomy. Ming Yang sneered, if Ling Xiaoxiao doesn't come, all of you will die. We will find you one by one. Where is Feng Wuchen? Mo Qingshan asked coldly. Slap. Leng Tianqiu slapped him and said coldly, Mo Qingshan, it's not your turn to speak here. If you don't want to die, shut your mouth obediently. Bastard. You are going too far. A 6-star godly venerable from Sun Moon God Hall could not take it anymore and cursed angrily. Chi. But the moment he finished speaking, Bai Ling waved her hand. Her arm was like a sharp divine weapon, directly cutting off that person's head. Killing a 6-star godly venerable at will, it could be seen how savage Bai Ling's methods were. Li Hu. The Sun Moon God Hall powerhouse turned pale with fright. Who else wants to try? Bai Ling swept her cold gaze over the Sun Moon God Hall godly venerable powerhouse. All of you, don't be impudent. Mo Qingshan shouted angrily at the Sun Moon God Hall people. Why aren't you going? Ming Yang said coldly to the Crimson Emperor. The Crimson Emperor did not say anything and immediately flew away. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Yi Jianying. However, what shocked the Crimson Emperor was that Yi Jianying was actually trapped by a 7-star chief god. After finding Ling Xiaoxiao, the Crimson Emperor told her what happened. At a time like this, Ling Xiaoxiao and the rest could not abandon the trapped person. Time was of the essence, Ling Xiaoxiao and the rest rushed over without hesitation. Senior Yi has already been trapped by a powerhouse. Leng Mucheng, go back and report to the Alliance Master immediately, the Crimson Emperor ordered. Okay. Leng Mucheng left quickly. In less than an incense stick's worth of time, Ling Xiaoxiao and dozens of Dragon God Hall people had already rushed over. As for the others, they did not know at all, so there was no need to let them take the risk. Senior Yi. Seeing Yi Jianying trapped, Ling Xiaoxiao and the rest's expressions became extremely ugly. Didn't I tell you not to come over? Yi Jianying gritted his teeth and scolded. Senior Yi, how can we watch you throw away your lives? Zhang Junlan said. What do you want? Ling Xiaoxiao asked coldly, her beautiful face as cold as ice. You are Ling Xiaoxiao? You are indeed a great beauty. Leng Tianqiu stared at Ling Xiaoxiao unscrupulously, swallowing his saliva. The other beauty is not bad either. This one belongs to us. Ming Yang stared straight at Ling Xiaoxiao and Miao Qingqing, wishing he could immediately turn into a beast and pounce on them. Scram! Lu Qingyan shouted angrily, his body full of killing intent. Stinking brat, you are just a mere 1-star god emperor. I can crush you with one hand. Little beauty, come, follow this young master. If you serve this young master well, I will not treat you unfairly. Ming Yang excitedly smiled and licked his lips. Ling Xiaoxiao, come with us obediently. Otherwise, they will all die. Bai Ling sneered, extremely arrogant. Let them go, and I will go with you, Ling Xiaoxiao said. Xiaoxiao, don't. Lu Qingyang shouted. Xiaoxiao, you will not be able to come back once you go. How are we going to explain this to Big Brother Feng? Lin Yu said anxiously. Do I have a choice? If I don't go, you will all die. Ling Xiaoxiao knew very well that they were completely powerless to resist. The enemy's strength was too terrifying. Take them away, Bai Ling said coldly. Little beauty, why aren't you coming over? Don't force me to attack, Ming Yang said coldly to Miao Qingqing. Then you can try. Lu Qingyang stood in front of Miao Qingqing. You are courting death. Ming Yang's eyes narrowed, flashing with murderous intent. Let them go, or I will die here. Ling Xiaoxiao immediately took out a divine sword and placed it against her neck. You. Ming Yang was furious, but he quickly calmed down. He sneered and said, I have plenty of opportunities. Let them go, Bai Ling ordered. After Yi Jianying, Pantheon, and the others were released, Ling Xiaoxiao was trapped by Bai Ling and could not move. Just as Ling Xiaoxiao was trapped, Ming Yang suddenly attacked and grabbed Miao Qingqing in a flash. Miao Qingqing did not react at all. She panicked and shouted, Brother Lu. Qingqing. Lu Qingyang was shocked. He wanted to stop her, but it was too late. Despicable. Zhang Junlan gritted his teeth and cursed. Bastard. Ling Xiaoxiao cursed angrily. She wanted nothing more than to tear Bai Ling and the others into pieces. Bai Ling sneered and did not say anything. Preposterous. You shameless villain, I'll kill you. Yi Jianying was furious. Terrifying power and killing intent erupted as he was about to charge out. Swish, boom, pft. Just as Yi Jianying attacked, the seven-star sovereign flashed over and slammed his palm on Yi Jianying's chest. The terrifying power sent Yi Jianying flying and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Senior Yi. Crimson Emperor was shocked. Do you want to die? The young master is already very merciful for not killing you, the seven-star sovereign said coldly. Let go of me. Let go of me. Miao Qingqing struggled desperately, but it was useless. I've never failed to get what I want. You're called Qingqing, right? Accompany me tonight. Ming Yang said with a naughty smile. Me too. I haven't seen such a beauty in a long time. Ling Tianqu was excited. Bastard. Give Qingqing back to me. Lu Qingyang was so angry that he lost his mind and charged forward crazily. Qingyang, stop. Bai Duyan shouted, but he could not stop Lu Qingyang in time. Boom, pft, a godly venerable expert suddenly waved his hand. The terrifying power caused Lu Qingyang to spit out blood and fly backward, seriously injured. Brother Lu. Miao Qingqing shouted in panic. Qingyang. Yi Tianwei hurriedly rushed out and gave Lu Qingyang a healing pill. Bastard. Yi Tianqing cursed. Brat, don't worry, this young master will help you entertain her, haha. Ming Yang laughed excitedly. Let's go. Bai Ling led Ling Xiaoxiao away, and Ming Yang and the others followed closely behind. Zhao Shenying and the three elders only appeared after Bai Ling and the others had left. Don't worry, everyone. I've already sent someone to the Dragon God Temple to report to Lord Feng, Zhao Shenying hurriedly said. Yi Jianying said anxiously, their speed is too slow. I'll make a trip back personally. I hope I can make it in time. After saying that, Yi Jianying ignored his injuries and immediately left. Bastard. The Crimson Emperor and the others were furious and sullen. They all clenched their fists so tightly that their nails dug into their flesh. In the end, it was because they were too weak. Otherwise, how could they have watched as Ling Xiaoxiao and Miao Qingqing were taken away? Old man understands how you feel, but the opponents are too strong, and there are even 7-star overgods. If you fight, you'll only die for nothing. Otherwise, Miss Xiaoxiao wouldn't have been forced to go with them, Zhao Shenying said solemnly. We'll go help too. Lu Qingyang gritted his teeth and said angrily. He couldn't calm down at all. You won't be able to help even if you go. Instead, you'll be a burden to them. It's better for you to stay on the Beast Spirit Mountain and continue cultivating, Zhao Shenying advised. The Crimson Emperor patted Lu Qingyang's shoulder and said, Palace Master Zhao is right. They're from the Spirit Guardian race and the Sun Moon Temple. With our strength, we can't help at all. We can only trust the Alliance Master and the others. Lu Qingyang clenched his fists tightly. He was very unwilling. His beloved had been captured, but he couldn't do anything about it. That feeling of powerlessness was more painful than 10,000 swords piercing his heart. It made Lu Qingyang feel very uncomfortable. I'll never forgive him, Lu Qingyang said fiercely in his heart. Lu Qingyang took out a God Emperor-level heaven-defying divine pearl. A terrifying cold light flashed in his eyes, and he swallowed the heaven-defying divine pearl in one gulp. Lu Qingyang only wanted to raise his cultivation as fast as possible. Faster! 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 Leng Mucheng sprinted all the way back to the Dragon God Temple as fast as he could. He was burning with anxiety. Leng Mucheng, you don't have to go back. Go back to the Beast Spirit Mountain. I'm worried that Lu Qingyang will do something stupid. You must stop him. Yi Jianying's voice sounded. Okay. Leng Mucheng immediately turned back. With Yi Jianying going back, it was even faster. 10 minutes later, Yi Jianying had already returned to the Dragon God Temple. Feng Wuchen! Feng Wuchen! Yi Jianying shouted and flashed into the main hall. Yi Jianying, what happened? Long Tianqiu asked with a frown. Seeing Yi Jianying in such a hurry, he guessed that something might have happened. Ling Xiaoxiao and Miao Qingqing were captured by the Guardian Spirit race. Where is Feng Wuchen? Hurry up and tell Feng Wuchen. It'll be too late if we're late. We can't let them leave the Master God world. Yi Jianying said anxiously. What? Xiaoxiao was captured? Ling Xian, Ling Muyun, and the others' faces changed drastically. They stood up abruptly. Long Er was seriously injured. He has been in seclusion for a few days and hasn't come out yet. Long Tianqiu said with a frown. Yi Jianying, immediately enter the teleportation formation and head to the Divine Tower. Let the Divine Tower send people to intercept him first. I'll go check on Chen Er. Feng Jingxiong quickly said and disappeared. Yi Jianying immediately headed to the Divine Tower. After Yi Jianying reported everything, Emperor Extermination immediately ordered Guardian Yang to bring people over. In Feng Wuchen's palace, Feng Jingxiong appeared in a flash but did not see anything. Chen Er? Chen Er? Are you there? Feng Jingxiong asked anxiously. Unfortunately, no one answered. Feng Wuchen did not answer and Feng Jingxiong became even more anxious. Chen Er, Xiaoxiao and Qingqing were captured by the Guardian Spirit race. Yi Jianying is seriously injured. If you can hear me, quickly come out of seclusion. I hope the Divine Tower can intercept them. Feng Jingxiong said anxiously and left the palace. In the Divine Ring, Feng Wuchen, who was cultivating, could actually hear Feng Jingxiong's words. However, it was a crucial moment for him to break through to the 3-star ultimate God realm. Knowing that Ling Xiaoxiao and Miao Qingqing were in trouble, Feng Wuchen suddenly opened his eyes and decided to give up on breaking through. Xiaoxiao. Master, don't stop. Otherwise, you will suffer a backlash. Don't be distracted. Break through to the 3-star ultimate God realm first. The Divine Ring has 5 times the time. You only need 10 hours to break through. Only 2 hours have passed in the outside world. You should be able to make it in time. The Divine Tower will definitely send people over. Divine Eyes immediately said. If he suffered a backlash early, the consequences would be unimaginable. He would definitely be seriously injured. In the worst case, his cultivation level might drop. On one side was his loved ones. On the other side was the key to breaking through to the 3-star ultimate God realm. Feng Wuchen was in a dilemma. Master, don't hesitate anymore. Don't waste this opportunity. Break through first. Divine Eyes said again. Master, quickly. Long Xinjian said anxiously. Bastard. Feng Wuchen gritted his teeth and cursed. He was furious but there was nothing he could do. He could only focus his mind again. Remember in a second. Wonderful, no pop-up window free reading, Master God Realm Teleportation Gate. Protector Yang was the first to appear, followed by the experts from the Divine Pagoda. The teleportation gate was filled with people. We didn't see anyone from the Spirit Guardian race along the way. Are we late? Protector Yang frowned. We rushed over immediately. It's impossible that we can't make it, a great master said. Have you seen anyone from the Spirit Guardian race? Protector Yang asked the cultivators at the teleportation gate. Protector Shen Pagoda Yang. No. What's the Spirit Guardian race? The crowd shook their heads. They either didn't see or didn't know what the Spirit Guardian race was. They had never heard of it. Protector Yang frowned again and said, the three of you go to the God-slaying realm immediately. If they return to the God-slaying realm, you might be able to catch up. Yes. The three great masters immediately entered the teleportation gate. The three of you go to the Sun Moon Temple, Protector Yang ordered again. The three great masters immediately went to the heavenly God realm. Swish. Yi Jianying flew over with Dolua's help. They didn't see anyone from the Spirit Guardian race along the way. Protector Yang, how is it? Did you see anyone? Yi Jianying asked anxiously. Protector Yang shook his head and said, no. If the other party has a 7-star master god, they might have returned to the god-slaying realm. I've already sent people to chase after them. Yi Jianying, your injuries are serious. You stay here and heal up. Dolua, you guys stay too, Protector Yang said solemnly. He then entered the teleportation gate. Not long after Protector Yang entered the teleportation gate, Huang Yan also brought over a dozen experts. After asking, they immediately headed to the god-slaying realm. Even a 7-star ultimate god wouldn't be so fast, right? Moreover, there are so many ultimate gods. Yi Jianying said anxiously. After all, he was responsible for the safety of Ling Xiaoxiao and the others. Now that something happened, how could Yi Jianying not be anxious? Could it be the Spirit Guardian race's secret technique? Or they guessed that we would stop them, so they didn't go back and hid in the Master God realm? Or they went to the Sun Moon Temple? Yi Jianying was anxious. He paced back and forth, unable to calm down. Yi Jianying, it's useless for you to be anxious now. Focus on recuperating, Dolua advised. How can I not be anxious? What if something happened? Wouldn't I be letting down Feng Wuchen and Lu Qingyang? How am I supposed to face them? Yi Jianying's face was filled with self-blame, but there was nothing he could do. Dolua was speechless. He could understand, but he thought to himself, the consequences of angering Lord Feng are very frightening. Protector Yang and the others chased him all the way to the Guardian Spirit race's territory. She is in the spiritual Guardian race. I can sense the aura of an ancient bloodline that is completely different from the spiritual Guardian race's bloodline. Protector Yang frowned and said. He was already extremely sure that Ling Xiaoxiao was in the spiritual Guardian race. However, there is no aura of the other young lady. Protector Yang was puzzled. Weren't they captured together? Why is there only Miss Xiaoxiao's aura? Is he not in the Spirit Guardian race? Huang Yan asked doubtfully. Guardian Yang, I've already informed Dolua. Are we going to barge in now? One of the soul gods asked. He seemed to be a little worried. After all, this was the Spirit Guard tribe. We're already here. How can we not barge in? Protector Yang shouted angrily. He took the lead and barged into the spiritual Guardian race's majestic palace. Huang Yun and the others followed behind. With Protector Yang in the lead, dozens of experts appeared in midair above the spiritual Guardian race's palace. Who are you? How dare you barge into the spiritual Guardian race? An angry shout rang out from within the spiritual Guardian race. Following that, a large group of clansmen flashed out. Everyone, back off. An intimidating voice rang out, and the clansmen retreated. In the majestic palace's plaza, a man appeared in a flash. It was the 7-star overgod, Xian Feng, who had appeared at the Beast Spirit Mountain earlier. I didn't expect you to come so quickly. Xian Feng smiled coldly. Protector Yang, Huang Yun, do you know the consequences of barging into the spiritual Guardian race? Xian Feng asked with a cold smile. Hand her over, Protector Yang said coldly. He did not waste any more words. I was the one who captured her. If you want her back, it'll depend on your abilities. Bai Ling's disdainful laughter rang out. She then walked out of the palace. I'm curious. Don't you know the situation of the Godly Tower? How dare you stand up for the Godly Dragon Palace at a time like this? You must be tired of living. Bai Ling said with disdain. Cut the crap. Hand her over, Huang Yin said coldly. Bai Ling said with disdain, I've said it. I was the one who captured her. Come and get her back if you can. You don't even have the right to enter the spiritual guardian race. How dare you behave so atrociously here? Do you really think the spiritual guardian race is a pushover? Bai Yunqi's intimidating voice rang throughout the palace. An incomparably terrifying aura swept out. It was breathtaking. A shadow appeared. Bai Yunqi appeared outside the palace. Forget about you. Even if Mia Hun is here, he won't be able to save you. Bai Yunqi said coldly. His murderous aura spread out. Those who barge into the spiritual guardian race, die. An old but authoritative voice rang out. 3 elders appeared in a flash. They were the elders of the spiritual guardian race. Protector Yang, Huang Yun, are you challenging the spiritual guardian race? I can kill you as easily as squashing an ant, Bai Yunqi said coldly. Bai Yunqi, then kill for me to see. Yi Jianying's furious roar resounded as he flew over like a bolt of lightning. Yi Jianying. Bai Yunqi frowned. Bai Yunqi. Hand her over or it'll be too late for regrets. Don't say I didn't warn you. Yi Jianying shouted at Bai Yunqi. Protector Yang, Huang Yun, and the other experts were stunned. Was Yi Jianying crazy? How dare he speak to Bai Yunqi with such an attitude? Did he not know that Bai Yunqi was in the divine transformation realm? Even if Mia Hun was here, he might not be able to do anything to Bai Yunqi. Patriarch, this Yi Jianying is just a piece of trash. Do you want me to kill him? Xian Feng said when he saw Bai Yunqi's expression. Shut up. Bai Yunqi said coldly. What was going on? Bai Yunqi did not dare to refute. Protector Yang, Huang Yun, and the others looked at Yi Jianying in shock. What kind of power did Yi Jianying have to be able to stun Bai Yunqi with just a few words? Bai Yunqi, if you want to protect your spiritual guardian race, let her go now. Yi Jianying shouted angrily. Bai Yunqi's face was extremely ugly. However, he was not afraid at all. Yi Jianying, I'm afraid you can't threaten the spiritual guardian race because Ling Xiaoxiao has caught the eye of the Lord of the Holy World. What? Hearing those words, not only Yi Jianying, even Protector Yang and Huang Yun's expressions changed drastically. The Lord of the Holy World had caught the eye of Ling Xiaoxiao. Even if Yi Jianying's master came, it would be useless. Yi Jianying, on account of your master, I won't kill you today. Get lost. Bai Yunqi said coldly. Master? Protector Yang, Huang Yun, and the others were shocked again. Yi Jianying actually had a master. I'll remember it in 1 second. Wonderful, no pop-up window free reading. Yi Jianying dared to be so arrogant in the spiritual guardian race because he had a master. Moreover, Bai Yunqi was very wary of this master, which showed how terrifying Yi Jianying's master was. He's actually an expert from the holy world. Yi Jianying's expression became extremely ugly. Even if Bai Yunqi was wary of his master, the experts from the holy world would not be. On the contrary, it was Yi Jianying's master who was wary of the experts from the holy world. If that was the case, they might not be able to save Ling Xiaoxiao today. Yi Jianying, I'll make it clear. If you insist on taking action, don't blame me for being merciless. I'm not afraid to tell you that even if your master comes, he won't be able to save Ling Xiaoxiao. Bai Yunqi swore. In his eyes, no one in the 7 god worlds was a match for Luo Tianran. Yi Jianying fell silent, not knowing whether to retreat or enter. Father is very wary of Yi Jianying's master. Is he really that powerful? Bai Ling frowned. Yi Jianying, no matter how strong your master is, he won't be able to defeat the experts from the holy world. Think carefully. Bai Yunqi sneered. He was not bluffing. Yi Jianying, who is your master? Protector Yang asked curiously. Dong Huang Wuji. Yi Jianying said. What? Dong Huang Wuji? the invincible sword saint of the seven god worlds. Protector Yang and Huang Yin exclaimed in shock, looking at Yi Jianying in disbelief. No wonder your attainments in the sword Dao are so high. So you're senior Donghuang's disciple? Huang Yin said enviously. A few hundred years ago, the invincible sword saint was known by everyone in the seven god worlds. Donghuang Wuji relied on his profound understanding of the sword Dao to sweep through all the major forces in the seven god worlds, including the spiritual guardian race and the other seven mysterious forces. The battle between Donghuang Wuji and Zhu Sha shocked the seven god worlds the most. With the shadowless reincarnation sword, Donghuang Wuji crushed the great master god Zhu Sha and became famous in the seven god worlds. This was also the reason why Bai Yunqi was wary of Donghuang Wuji. Even though Bai Yunqi had stepped into the Holy Realm, he was still extremely wary of Donghuang Wuji. Several hundred years ago, Donghuang Wuji had already shocked the seven god realms. Who knew how powerful Donghuang Wuji was now? I'm afraid he's on par with Xianxia. Yi Jianying, is your master Senior Donghuang still alive? If my guess is correct, Senior Donghuang should have already fallen several hundred years ago, Huang Yin said in shock. He's still alive. Yi Jianying nodded but didn't say much. No wonder Bai Yunqi is so afraid of you. Protector Yang nodded. Huang Yin frowned, but they probably can't defeat the experts of the saints' world. Swish, at this moment, a figure flashed over. Protector Yang, we've just received news from the Sun Moon Divine Hall. The other two young masters are from the Nether Clan and the Shadow Sift Divine Hall. Miss Miaoqingqing has already been brought back to the Nether Clan, and Overgod arrived in a flash and reported respectfully to Protector Yang. Nether race? Protector Yang frowned deeply. One spirit guardian race was already a headache for him. Now, there was another Nether race. Leader Huang Yin, can you send someone to the Nether Clan to stall them? Feng Wuchen should be here soon, Yi Jianying said solemnly. All right. Huang Yin nodded and immediately sent a message to the headquarters. What? Why aren't you leaving? If I change my mind, none of you will be able to leave, Bai Yunqi said coldly. Ling Xiaoxiao was already in his hands. Luo Tianran would definitely like her. At that time, even if Donghuang Wuji, Mia Hun, or Shui Zhan attacked, Bai Yunqi wouldn't be afraid. Bai Yunqi believed that as long as he sent Ling Xiaoxiao out, the spirit guardian race would definitely be valued by Luo Tianran. At that time, Bai Yunqi might even become stronger. Father, don't waste your breath on them. Since they're not leaving, then all of them should stay. Since Yi Jianying is from the Dragon God Temple, we can capture him to threaten Feng Wuchen, Bai Ling said coldly. Shut up. Bai Yunqi scolded in a low voice. Young master, Donghuang Wuji's strength is beyond your imagination. Unless someone from the holy world is here, it's best not to attack Yi Jianying. If Donghuang Wuji attacks, you won't even know how you died, the Great Elder explained in a low voice. Great Elder, is Donghuang Wuji really that terrifying? Bai Ling asked in shock. She was so scared that cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Yes, very terrifying. Zhu Sha was defeated by Donghuang Wuji in the past. Yi Jianying was his only direct disciple. Not many people in the seven god worlds know about this. However, those who know about it don't dare to provoke him. Otherwise, do you really think that no one would go against Yi Jianying when he challenged the major forces? The Great Elder nodded. Zhu Sha was defeated? Bai Ling was shocked again. Her heart was beating wildly. Whoosh! At this moment, two sonic booms sounded. Killing intent filled the air. The two people were the Godslayer, Jiuyo, and Tian Sha. Bai Ling. Where's Wan? Jiuyo's furious roar echoed throughout the spirit guardian race. Tian Wan was Jiuyo's most beloved disciple. She was also his only disciple. Bai Ling shrugged and sneered, where's Wan? You are her master. If you don't know, how would I know? Wan and the others just returned from the Dragon God Temple. Do you think Tian Xian and the others would lie? Jiuyo shouted angrily. Tian Wan and the others had been in seclusion in the Dragon God Temple for half a year. Half a year was almost 3 years in the outside world. They had all stepped into the ultimate God realm. However, when they returned to the God-slaying realm, they ran into Bai Ling. Bai Ling immediately ordered people to capture Tianwan and severely injure Xian and the others. If it weren't for the fact that she was worried that someone would come after them, Xian and the others might have already become corpses. Hand her over. Xianxia shouted angrily. Tianwan? Yi Jianning's expression became uglier. He naturally knew that Tianwan and the others were in seclusion in the Dragon God Temple. Yi Jianning? Guardian Yang? Baron Cloud's chief disciple? Why are you here? Xianxia asked in surprise. Bai Ling captured Ling Xiaoxiao, Yi Jianning said gloomily. Captured Ling Xiaoxiao? Xianxia was stunned. He then couldn't help but laugh. Haha. Good. Very good. Well done. Xianxia's laughter not only stunned Yi Jianning and the others, but even Bai Yunqi and the others were stunned. What was wrong with Xianxia? Was he crazy? Why was Xianxia so happy that Ling Xiaoxiao had been captured? Bai Yunqi asked gloomily. What are you laughing at? I don't care about a mirror over God. Xianxia, what do you mean? Yi Jianning asked gloomily. Don't misunderstand, Xianxia hurriedly said, the spirit guardian tribe shouldn't have touched Ling Xiaoxiao. The consequences are very serious. Ling Xiaoxiao was Feng Wuchen's reverse scale. Whoever touched her would have serious consequences. Bai Yunqi, don't blame old man for not reminding you. If you release Ling Xiaoxiao now, you might be able to protect your spirit guardian tribe, Nine Gloom said with a cold smile. His anger from before had also disappeared. Others didn't know how terrifying Feng Wuchen's background was, but Xianxia and Nine Gloom knew very well. Don't forget that Xianxia had accompanied Feng Wuchen to the primordial ruins. I want to know what the consequences are, Bai Yunqi said disdainfully. You will find out soon. An extremely cold voice sounded as if it came from the depths of hell. Feng Wuchen. Guest Elder. Lord Feng. The bone-chilling voice made Yi Jianning and the others overjoyed. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen's voice appeared silently. His face was extremely cold. Everyone could see that Feng Wuchen was furious. Feng Wuchen, Miss Qingqing was captured by Nether Sun and brought back to the Nether race. Huang Yun has already sent people to the Nether race. Yi Jianning said hurriedly with a guilty expression. I know. Don't worry, it's over. Feng Wuchen patted Yi Jianning's shoulder so that Yi Jianning didn't need to blame himself. In the next second, Yi Jianning's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed, this is the art of oblivion. Yi Jianning felt his injuries recover at a terrifying speed. This was the first time he had experienced such a terrifying recovery speed. Lord Feng's cultivation has improved again. Huang Yan was also shocked. Feng Wuchen's terrifying speed of improvement was beyond his imagination. Feng Wuchen. Bai Yunqi's expression darkened. Feng Wuchen stared at Bai Yunqi with a bone-chilling gaze and said, Bai Yunqi, do you think that I, Feng Wuchen, won't dare to touch you with the support of a holy world expert? Do you think that you can defeat me, Feng Wuchen, with the support of a holy world expert? Who gave you the guts to touch my fiancé? Feng Wuchen's every word was filled with boundless killing intent. The moment he learned that Ling Xiaoxiao had been captured, Feng Wuchen had already decided to destroy the spiritual guardian race. What? You're speaking as if you have the ability to deal with a holy world expert? Humph, you overestimate yourself. Bai Yunqi said disdainfully. If my fiancé loses a single hair, there's no need for the spiritual guardian race to exist. Feng Wuchen said coldly. He was very domineering. Who's Bai Ling? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. His face was expressionless, but his eyes were filled with boundless killing intent. I am. I'm not afraid to tell you that I was the one who kidnapped Ling Xiaoxiao, Bai Ling said arrogantly. There was a look of disdain in her eyes, as if saying, what can you do to me? Which hand did it? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. His cold gaze was as if he was staring at a dead man. Just this hand. What's wrong? Are you not happy? I heard that you killed Mu Yanjun. I would like to see what you're capable of. Bai Ling sneered and raised her right hand. However, as soon as Bai Ling finished speaking, her expression changed drastically as an intense pain spread through her entire body. This was because Bai Ling's raised right hand had been sliced off in an instant. Blood gushed out from the wound. My hand. My arm. Bai Ling's eyes were bloodshot with rage as she stared at her arm that had fallen to the ground. Ling Bai Yunqi was shocked. What kind of speed was this? What kind of movement technique was that? As a saint-level powerhouse, he didn't even notice it. Do you think you have the right to see what I'm capable of? Feng Wuchen replied coldly, his face full of disdain. You. Bai Ling was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Feng Wuchen's meaning was clear. He was saying that she didn't have the right. Bai Yunqi was furious. Feng Wuchen. How dare you cut off my son's arm? I won't let you off. Boom. Bai Yunqi shot up into the sky in anger. His aura was vast and boundless as a terrifying power erupted. Bai Yunqi arrived in an instant and threw a terrifying punch at Feng Wuchen. Looking at the terrifying momentum, if Feng Wuchen was hit, he would definitely turn into a bloody mist. However, just as Bai Yunqi's terrifying punch was half an inch away from Feng Wuchen, it suddenly stopped and couldn't go any further. Even the terrifying chi couldn't hurt Feng Wuchen at all. Tian too. Bai Yunqi's face twisted. Bai Yunqi, you're wrong. You're very wrong. You shouldn't have captured Master's fiancé. Tian Tu shook his head. What do you mean? Bai Yunqi roared. Cutting off his arm is just the beginning. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Then, he activated his Chaos Divine Power and took out his divine weapon. 3-star Ultimate God. Huang Yun and the others were shocked. Their eyes almost popped out. It seems like he has already refined Mu Yanjin's ancient power. Bai Ling's face darkened. Buzz. A terrifying power erupted. Feng Wuchen's combat power instantly soared to the level of a 6-star ultimate god. Grand Elder, stop Feng Wuchen! Bai Yunqi shouted. He had already guessed that Feng Wuchen was going to kill Bai Ling. Bai Ling dared to capture Ling Xiaoxiao. How could Feng Wuchen simply cut off one of his arms? Feng Wuchen activated the power of time and grabbed at the air. Instantly, Bai Yunqi was trapped, unable to move. That's right, unable to move. Time was completely frozen, an intense fear welled up in Bai Ling's heart. Unfortunately, Bai Ling could not move or speak. His thoughts and consciousness had completely stopped. Let's see who dares to stop me. Tian Tu said coldly. An extremely terrifying aura pressed down, scaring the Guardian clan members out of their wits. The 3 Grand Elders and the higher-ups were so shocked by the terrifying aura that they could not move. Feng Wuchen grabbed at the air. Bai Ling flew into the air and was tightly grabbed by Feng Wuchen. The power of time instantly dissipated. Feng Wuchen, stop. Stop. Bai Ling screamed in panic. Mu Yanjin died because he provoked me. You are no exception. I will take your ancient power. Feng Wuchen said coldly. He planned to forcibly devour the ancient power in Bai Ling's body. How do you know I have ancient power? Bai Ling was shocked. No one else knew about this. Do you think I won't know just because you sealed it? Feng Wuchen said coldly. Feng Wuchen, stop. Bai Yunqi was shocked and screamed crazily. Stop? Shouldn't you have known this would happen? The moment Bai Ling grabbed my fiancé, it meant that he was prepared to be killed by me. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Feng Wuchen. How dare you devour my ancient power? The holy world will not forgive you. Bai Ling screamed crazily. I, Feng Wuchen, will never be threatened by others. You have no right to threaten me. Feng Wuchen said coldly. In Feng Wuchen's eyes, Bai Ling was already a dead man. After he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen began to devour the ancient power that was sealed in Bai Ling's body. Bai Ling screamed. The pain was as if his soul was being forcibly extracted by someone else. Young master. Everyone in the spiritual guardian tribe was terrified. Grand Elder, get Mu Xianshan and the others to come and help. Bai Yunqi screamed anxiously. Bai Yunqi, don't you think the elites of the holy world are very powerful? I will give you the chance now. Get him here. I want to see how powerful the elites of the holy world are. Feng Wuchen said coldly. What? Protector Yang and the others' expressions changed drastically when they heard Feng Wuchen's words. All right. Since you want to die, I will grant you your wish. Bai Yunqi was desperate. With his strength, he could not defeat Tian Tuesday. The only one who could save Bai Ling now was Luo Tianran. Holy World Master! Come and save me! The Ling Xiaoxiao that you want is in the spiritual guardian tribe. Bai Yunqi shouted into the void. Feng Wuchen, you're courting death. Don't blame me. If my son dies, all of you will die with him. Bai Yunqi roared crazily. He could only wait for Luo Tianran to save his son. Then I hope he comes quickly. Your son won't be able to hold on for long. Feng Wuchen said coldly. There was no fear on his cold face. Bai Ling's screams of despair had already disappeared. She had become very weak. Feng Wuchen had already devoured more than half of the ancient power sealed in Bai Ling's body. Feng Wuchen! Stop! Bai Yunqi roared crazily as he saw Bai Ling's aura getting weaker and weaker. Didn't you call for help? I'm not afraid. What are you afraid of? Feng Wuchen said coldly. Bai Yunqi said ferociously, I will turn your bones into ashes and let everyone in the Dragon God Palace die a horrible death. Feng Wuchen ignored Bai Yunqi's threat. Protector Yang, isn't it inappropriate for Lord Feng to do this? Huang Yan asked through voice transmission. He was obviously worried. After all, that was an expert from the Holy World. To be honest, I don't know. I can't see through Lord Feng anymore. However, Lord Feng wouldn't joke around with his life. Protector Yang replied. Don't worry. Nothing will happen. Xianxia chuckled when he saw Protector Yang and Huang Yan's worry. Xianxia and Nine Nether are god slayers. They shouldn't have much interaction with Lord Feng. Why do they trust Lord Feng so much? Could it be that Shan Tong can fight against an expert from the Holy World? Huang Yan was very curious. Swish swish swish. At this moment, Mu Xianshan, Tong Tian, and the others appeared. Feng Wuchen. Tian too. Mu Xianshan and the others' faces turned gloomy. Especially Mu Xianshan. Monstrous killing intent burst out. Saint Soul Palace Master, save my son. Bai Yunqi shouted. Netherworld Clan's Patriarch, Profound Saint Gates Patriarch, Deity Clan's Patriarch, hurry up and take action. The Lord of the Holy World is about to arrive. Bai Yunqi shouted once again. Do it. Qiu Dingfeng shouted. His killing intent soared to the sky as he unleashed his full strength. Tian Tu said disdainfully, What? Do you think you have the strength to contend with the god of bloody war? Blood Slaughter and Kuang Tu appeared in a flash, greeting him like lightning. Feng Wuchen, hand over your life. Mu Xianshan roared and rushed towards Feng Wuchen like a bolt of lightning. He was unstoppable and did not care about Bai Ling's life. He only wanted to kill Feng Wuchen to avenge Mu Yanjun. Mu Xuanshan's figure flickered as he arrived in front of Feng Wuchen in the blink of an eye. However, Feng Wuchen acted as if he didn't see it, and his expression didn't change at all. Suddenly, a figure appeared out of thin air. It was Hun Tuesday. Mu Xianshan, have you forgotten that you still have me? Hun Tu sneered as he threw out a punch with terrifying energy. Emperor of the Underworld, your son has captured my friend. Qi Tu has already gone to the Underworld race. Aren't you worried? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. What? Bastard. Emperor of the Underworld's expression changed as he left in a flash. Qi Tu was a divine transformation realm expert. In the entire Underworld race, only Emperor of the Underworld was a divine transformation realm expert. If Qi Tu started a massacre, the Underworld race would be destroyed. Boom. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, the battle between the divine transformation realm experts immediately started. The destructive energy swept out unscrupulously, causing the space of the Slaughter God world to collapse and shake violently. The battle between the divine transformation realm experts frightened the entire Spirit Guardian race. The power of a divine transformation realm expert is too terrifying. Protector Yang's face was pale as he swallowed his saliva in fear. Shui War God's strength is even more terrifying. He is not at a disadvantage even when fighting against two. Huang Yan said in shock. Although it was not the first time he had seen a battle between divine transformation realm experts, he was still shocked. Only Xianxia was not shocked at all. He had seen a truly terrifying expert with his own eyes. They were many times more terrifying than a divine transformation realm expert. Yunqi, your son is about to die. Is that person from the holy world not coming? Feng Wuchen said coldly. Father, quick, save me. Bai Ling said weakly. Her voice could not be heard at all. At this moment, Bai Ling realized how terrifying Feng Wuchen was. She was already regretting it in her heart. Because even if he had the support of a holy world expert, it would still depend on how fast he would come. Ling Bai Yunqi roared crazily. Luo Tianran. What are you waiting for? If my son dies, you and I are irreconcilable enemies. Luo Tianran's indifference to Mu Yanjin's death had already made Mu Xianxia and the others bitterly disappointed. Now that Bai Ling was in danger, if Luo Tianran did not help, they would not be willing to submit. Irreconcilable enemies? Do you have the right to be irreconcilable enemies with me? Luo Tianran's cold voice rang out in the void as an unparalleled power swept out. Pft. 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 The terrifying pressure swept down, and all the members of the spiritual guardian race spat out blood at the same time. Protector Yang and Huang Yun were no exception. Only saint-becoming experts could barely withstand it. Feng Wuchen was not injured because of Han Tu's pressure, but his face was extremely pale. The moment they heard that, Bai Yunqi and the others trembled in fear. It was as if their souls had left their bodies. The fear had been deeply engraved in the depths of their souls. The battle came to an abrupt end. He's here. Tian Tu and the others frowned. Their expressions were very serious. As expected of a holy world expert. This pressure is so strong that we can't even move. Huang Tu was shocked. He's Luo Tianran? He's indeed terrifying. Han Tu gritted his teeth. He could not muster up any strength. The power I gave you can't even deal with a mere blood war god. What right do you have to be irreconcilable enemies with me? Are you worthy? Luo Tianran's proud figure appeared in the void. There was no turbulence as if he had always been there. Feng Wuchen and the others looked at Luo Tianran. Without the power I gave you, you probably wouldn't have broken through to saint becoming. It's fine if you're not grateful, but you want to betray me? You're just saint becoming experts. I can have as many as I want, Luo Tianran said coldly. Before he finished speaking, Luo Tianran had already appeared in front of Bai Yunqi. My lord. I understand. Bai Yunqi knelt down in the void in fear. But before he could finish speaking, he had already turned into dust. In front of a holy world expert, saint-becoming experts were ants. Luo Tianran's move scared Mu Xianxia and the others so much that they knelt down immediately. They were terrified to the extreme. His terrifying divine ability had intimidated everyone present. The entire place was dead silent. I can make you, and I can also destroy you. I can let them step into saint becoming, and I can also turn you back into a 9-star Lord God, Luo Tianran said coldly. The moment he finished speaking, a miraculous scene happened. The cultivation of Mu Xianxia and the others instantly dropped from saint becoming to a 9-star Lord God. It was even weaker than their original cultivation. Mu Xianxia, your son was killed, and I didn't avenge you. Are you unhappy? Luo Tianran looked at Mu Xianxia and asked coldly. Mu Xianxia did hold a grudge against Luo Tianran for not doing anything when Mu Yanjin was killed. However, Mu Xianxia did not dare to say anything. After all, Luo Tianran was an expert of the holy world. I dare not. I just don't understand. Mu Xianxia trembled in fear. What don't you understand? Luo Tianran asked coldly. Master said that we can do whatever we want. But why didn't you do anything when something happened to Mu Yanjin? Mu Xianxia mustered up his courage and asked. Luo Tianran waved his hand, and an even more magical scene appeared. Mu Xianxia and the other three's cultivation instantly became divine transformation realm, and their aura was even more terrifying than before. It instantly surpassed Shui Zhanshan and the rest. Mu Xianxia and the other three were shocked. Their expressions froze on the spot, and they could not say a word. Tian Tu and the rest were the same. They were all dumbfounded. How is this possible? Han Tu could not help but exclaim. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Their cultivation has surpassed ours in an instant. Huang Tu was shocked, and his heart was beating wildly. What a terrifying divine ability. Looks like his words are true. He can have as many divine transformation realm experts as he wants. Tian Tu was shocked. Who could do such a terrifying divine ability? This was simply a cheat among cheats. If you want to take revenge on Feng Wuchen, you can do so at any time. Do you understand now? Luo Tianran asked coldly. I understand. I understand. Mu Xianshan and the other three cowed out excitedly. Luo Tianran's meaning was clear. He could take revenge at any time. It was just a matter of whether he wanted to or not. If Mu Xianshan and the rest still did not understand, then they were really hopelessly stupid. His cold gaze swept towards Feng Wuchen, and Luo Tianran said coldly, Feng Wuchen, I could have killed you the moment I came to the seven-god world. Do you know why I haven't done so yet? Feng Wuchen shrugged and threw the dying Bai Ling away. He smiled and said, I'd like to hear the details. The ancient power in Bai Ling's body had been completely devoured by Feng Wuchen. Bai Ling only had half a breath left. If he was not treated in time, he would die. Because you're not qualified to die in my hands. In my eyes, you're nothing more than an ant. Luo Tianran said arrogantly. Not only Feng Wuchen, but all the cultivators in the seven god realms were ants in his eyes. Feng Wuchen agreed with Luo Tianran's words. After all, strength was everything. Tian Tu, do it. Save Xiaoxiao. There is no need for the spiritual guardian race to exist, Feng Wuchen said coldly. Yes. Tian Tu answered without hesitation. The woman that I like is mine. Luo Tianran said domineeringly. Mu Xianshan and the other three immediately understood and attacked. But just as Mu Xianshan and the others were about to strike, a chuckle rang out from the palace of the spirit guardian race. Miss Xiaoxiao, are there any Rakshasa girls as beautiful as you? If there are, you can't be stingy. I'm not married yet. Senior Shan Tong, there are many beautiful ladies in the Rakshasa race. I'm just afraid that you won't like them. A man brought Ling Xiaoxiao out of the palace. The two of them were chatting and laughing. Shan Tong. Mu Xianshan and the others were shocked. Senior Shan Tong. Tian Tu and the others were shocked. It's Senior Shan Tong. Huang Yun and Guardian Yang widened their eyes. The man who brought Ling Xiaoxiao out was Shan Tong. The moment they saw Shan Tong, everyone from the spiritual guardian race was terrified and retreated in fear. Luo Tianran glanced at it and a smile appeared on his face. Brother Feng, you heard it. Your future wife has promised me. Shan Tong looked at Feng Wuchen and smiled. 2-star ultimate god. Feng Wuchen smiled when he saw Ling Xiaoxiao walking out unscathed. Senior Shan Tong. Tian Sha immediately went down, followed by 9 Nether. Tian Sha, it's you. Shan Tong smiled happily and then said to a member of the spiritual guardian race, go and prepare some good wine and dishes. Treat my sister-in-law well. Yes, yes, yes. The clan member nodded in fear and immediately went to prepare. More than 10 members of the spiritual guardian race quickly prepared a table of good wine and dishes. Brother Feng, come down quickly. Ling Xiaoxiao waved at Feng Wuchen and shouted. Okay. Feng Wuchen smiled gently and went down. Guardian Yang and Huang Yin looked at each other and went down as well. Although they did not know what Shan Tong wanted to do, they were relieved when they saw that Shan Tong was not afraid. Luo Tianran had been watching and was not anxious at all. He had never taken Shan Tong seriously and wanted to see what Shan Tong wanted to do. Sit down. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and signaled Guardian Yang, Huang Yun and the others to sit down. Come, Brother Feng, let me have a drink with you. Shan Tong raised his glass and smiled happily. Shan Tong actually set up a table to drink in front of Luo Tianran and did not even look at him. How arrogant was he? After clinking their glasses, Feng Wuchen asked with a smile, when did you come? Brother Feng, it was Senior Shan Tong who took me to the Spiritual Guardian Clan's prison, Ling Xiaoxiao said with a smile. Took you to the prison? Feng Wuchen was stunned. Xianxia spat out a mouthful of wine and his expression stiffened. Brother Feng, don't misunderstand. Sister didn't suffer at all. She just broke through to 2-star ultimate god and I just helped her consolidate her realm. Shan Tong hurriedly explained. Shan Tong knew that something happened to Ling Xiaoxiao at the first moment, so he came to the spiritual guardian clan early. I see. Feng Wuchen nodded and was secretly grateful to Shan Tong. By the way, brother Feng, Qing Qing was taken to the underworld clan, Ling Xiaoxiao said quickly. Sure too is already there. Qing Qing will be fine. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. I met Tian Wan'er on the way here. Wan'er was taken away by Ling Tianqiu, Ling Xiaoxiao said again, her face full of worry. Nine Nether gritted her teeth and said angrily, no wonder I couldn't sense Wan'er's aura. She was captured by the Shadow Luo Divine Palace. Quang Tu, go to the Shadow Luo Divine Palace and rescue Tian Wan'er. Kill whoever stops you, Feng Wuchen ordered. Yes. Quang Tu said respectfully and immediately disappeared. You're courting death. Lung Emosia said fiercely. Boom. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Just as Lung Emosia was about to return to the Shadow Luo Divine Palace, a terrifying force suddenly attacked them, causing them to vomit blood. Shan Tong only waved his hand and severely injured Mu Xianshan and the other three. Tian Tu, do it. Don't leave anyone alive. Feng Wuchen said. Yes. Tian Tu and the other two immediately attacked and started a crazy massacre of the spiritual guardian clan. Lord of the Holy World, save us. The elder of the spiritual guardian clan cried for help in horror. The clansmen also cried out in fear. Feng Wuchen and the others drank and ate while Tian Tu and the other two slaughtered crazily. They directly ignored Luo Tianran, a holy world expert. To Huang Yun and Protector Yang, this was definitely the most frightening food and wine they had ever eaten in their lives. Shan Tong, I warned you before. Unfortunately, you are very stupid. Luo Tianran shook his head slightly. Are you very smart? Shan Tong asked coldly. Remember in a second. Wonderful, no pop-up window free reading. At least I won't try to break a rock with an egg. In Luo Tianran's opinion, Shan Tong and the others were a joke. Oh? Is that so? Shan Tong disagreed. Lord of the Holy World, do it. Shan Tong is too arrogant. Tong Tian gritted his teeth and said angrily. Although he said that, his fear of Shan Tong grew stronger. After all, the four of them had just improved their strength and surpassed God of Bloody War, but they were severely injured by Shan Tong with a wave of his hand. This kind of terrifying strength was absolutely not something they could compare to. However, when Tong Tian said that, his soul almost flew out of his body. Do I need you to teach me what to do? Luo Tianran glanced at them coldly, and they immediately shut up. Because the four of them did not even have the right to speak. Luo Tianran glanced at Shan Tong again and said coldly, Shan Tong, I've already warned you in the Space Divine World, but you didn't listen. Space Divine World? Feng Wuchen looked up at Shan Tong. Shan Tong shuddered and quickly leaned toward Ling Xiaoxiao. He said softly, Sister-in-law, you have to help me suppress Brother Feng. Shan Tong was an ancient expert after all. Ling Xiaoxiao found it strange that Shan Tong was so afraid of Feng Wuchen. Ling Xiaoxiao's autumn eyes turned slightly. No one knew what she was thinking. Senior Shan Tong, I'm on Brother Feng's side. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled. Why did you go to the Space Divine World? Feng Wuchen asked. To hide from the people of the Holy World. Shan Tong smiled awkwardly. If Feng Wuchen knew that he went to the Space Divine World to pick up girls, the consequences would be severe. I see. Feng Wuchen nodded. Senior Shan Tong, you have a woman's fragrance on you. Why did you go to the Space Divine World? Ling Xiaoxiao asked softly with a smile. Shan Tong's expression changed when he heard that. He immediately said softly, Sister-in-law, lower your voice. Am I that kind of person? I just happened to save a woman. After that, Shan Tong glanced at Feng Wuchen. I see. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled faintly. Obviously, she didn't believe Shan Tong's nonsense. It was over. His reputation had been destroyed in a single day. As they chatted in low voices, they had no choice but to ignore Luo Tianran. At this moment, Luo Tianran's complexion could be said to be extremely ugly. He did not expect Shan Tong to not place him in her eyes to such an extent. She did not even consider him to exist. However, Luo Tianran did not make a move. Swish, at this time a person flashed over. Wanner. Nine Nether was overjoyed and immediately stood up. Master. Tian Wanner cried tears of joy. Wanner, how is it? Are you all right? Nine Nether asked anxiously. This was his most beloved disciple. Wanner is fine. It's all thanks to Senior Quangtu's timely arrival. Tian Wanner shook her head. The person who came back was Quang Tuesday, she's also a beauty. Luo Tianran was delighted. Lord Feng. Madam Feng. Thank you for saving my life. Tian Wanner immediately clasped her fists and bowed to Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao. Madam Feng, Ling Xiaoxiao's face blushed as she revealed a smile. It's good that you're fine. Hurry up and eat something. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Quang Tu, what did you do to my Shadow Luo temple? Lung Emosia asked angrily, his killing intent soaring to the sky. Quang Tu glanced at Lung Emosia and sneered, nothing much. It's just that whoever stops me, I'll kill them. Not many people died. Oh right, your son's hands were crippled by me. You. Good. 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 I will never forgive you. Lung Emosia's eyes were red. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Quang Tu shrugged and sneered, I'll wait for you. Swish, another person flashed over. It was Chi Tu, and he brought Miao Qingqing back. However, Miao Qingqing's face was red and swollen. Apparently, she had been slapped. She's also a beauty. Those two little bastards dared to take her for themselves? The moment he saw Miao Qingqing, Luo Tianran's eyes lit up, but he quickly recovered. Qingqing. Ling Xiaoxiao quickly got up and went over. Big brother Feng, Xiaoxiao. Miao Qingqing smiled. Qingqing, are you okay? Feng Wuchen asked. Big brother Feng, I'm fine. Fortunately, Senior Chi Tu came. Otherwise, I might have been. Speaking of this, Miao Qingqing's tears flowed down. The slap mark on her face was obviously because she resisted. Feng Wuchen's face was gloomy, and he asked, Qingqing, who hit you? Master, it was the Emperor of the Underworld's son, Ming Yang. Chi Tu said respectfully, I've already crippled Ming Yang's hands and feet. I was going to kill him, but the Nether Emperor came back and injured him. That's why I brought Miss Qingqing back. Then kill him next time. There will be plenty of chances. Feng Wuchen said coldly, and his eyes flashed with ruthless killing intent. Those who dared to touch Feng Wuchen's people should be prepared to suffer Feng Wuchen's wrath. At this time, the spiritual guardian race was dead silent. No one was left alive, and blood flowed like a river. The spiritual guardian race was destroyed. Shan Tong waved his hand, and the tens of thousands of corpses of the spiritual guardian race disappeared into thin air. Protector Yang and the others saw this, and they were shocked beyond words. This ancient expert was also very terrifying. Shan Tong, make your move. Let's see if you have the ability to be arrogant in front of me. Luo Tianran said coldly. Hearing Luo Tianran's words, Mu Xianshan and the others laughed. They couldn't wait for Luo Tianran to make his move. They believed that as long as Luo Tianran made his move, Shan Tong would instantly turn into ashes. Shan Tong glanced at Luo Tianran and said, Are you sure you want to fight? Why? Are you afraid? Aren't you very arrogant? You should be very confident in your own strength. Luo Tianran said disdainfully. You might not understand what I mean. Using the power of the holy world has exceeded the limits of the 7 god worlds. You want to destroy the 7 god worlds? Don't you know the consequences? Shan Tong asked coldly. Hearing this, Luo Tianran couldn't help but laugh and said disdainfully, Shan Tong, aren't you overestimating your own strength? To deal with you, I don't need to use power that exceeds the limits of the 7 god worlds. Moreover, you don't deserve it, and you don't have the qualifications. Is that so? Shan Tong smiled. Senior Shan Tong, I see that you are not worried or panicked at all. Can you beat him? Ling Xiaoxiao couldn't help but ask. Ling Xiaoxiao's question was the same as what Protector Yang and the others were thinking. After all, Luo Tianran was an expert of the holy world. I haven't fought him, so I don't know. Shan Tong shook his head. Shan Tong's answer made Huang Yun and the others nervous. If Shan Tong couldn't win, wouldn't they all die? But Shan Tong's next words made them dumbfounded. I don't know how long he can last. Shan Tong shook his head slightly. Was Shan Tong sure he wasn't wrong? Was he sure he wasn't talking about himself? What is this Shan Tong's cultivation level? Feng Wuchen was shocked. Everyone was curious, but they would know soon. I'll remember it in 1 second. Wonderful, no pop-up window free reading, Main God Palace. Boyd Mia appeared in a flash and said respectfully, Lord Main God, Shan Tong has appeared. The battle is about to begin. I thought I would need to sow discord secretly. Looks like there's no need for that now. Zhu Sha smiled coldly. Lord, Shan Tong doesn't seem to be afraid of Luo Tianran. Boyd Mia said respectfully. What does Shan Tong's fear have to do with us? All you need to know is that Shan Tong and Feng Wuchen will die today. Everything is over. Zhu Sha sneered. How could Zhu Sha not know how terrifying the power of the holy world was? Lord, I think Luo Tianran won't let you go. Widow Rua said solemnly. This was what she was most worried about. She thought she could rest easy after inviting the experts of the holy world. She did not expect to invite an even more terrifying enemy. Zhu Sha's old face turned gloomy. If Luo Tianran wanted to kill him, Zhu Sha could not resist at all. Even if he had his master's support, this was the seven-god world, not the holy world. Luo Tianran won't kill me personally, but he will definitely send someone else. If someone else wants to kill me, they're dreaming. Zhu Sha said coldly. His old eyes narrowed into a straight line. Spiritual Guardian Race Palace. Shan Tong drank a cup of wine and floated into the void. With a wave of his hand, a golden energy shield covered the entire palace. The battle between Shan Tong and Luo Tianran would definitely be devastating. This energy shield was naturally to protect Feng Wuchen and the others. Luo Tianran glanced at the golden energy shield and sneered, as expected of an ancient expert. This barrier is not simple. Shan Tong did not answer. He touched his chin with his right hand and muttered, this trash is from the holy world after all. His power is definitely not weak. The dragon ancestor also warned me not to use too much power to avoid alarming the experts of the holy world. If I fight with him, the seven-god world will definitely not be able to withstand this power. Yeah, let's make another barrier. That trash shouldn't be able to break it. At most, it'll shake a few times, and the people of the holy world shouldn't be able to sense it. In terms of power, let's use 20%. No, that won't do. 20% of the ancient power is something that this trash probably can't handle. I can't make it too exaggerated. 10%, then. If you really can't do it, I'll withdraw some more power. Shan Tong muttered for a while and finally made her decision. However, what Shan Tong didn't know was that while he was muttering, Luo Tianran's expression had already turned extremely cold. The moment Shan Tong made her decision, Luo Tianran had already made his move. Luo Tianran's speed was extremely terrifying. In the blink of an eye, he arrived and blasted a fist towards Shan Tong. The terrifying punch caused the entire space of the seven divine realms to collapse and tremble violently. It was clear how terrifying the attack was. The torrential power scared Protector Yang and the others silly. They had never seen such a terrifying power before. So fast. What kind of power was this? The entire seven god realms is shaken. Tian Tu was extremely terrified, and his entire body was trembling. Can Senior Shan Tong block it? Huang Tu's heart was in his throat. Feng Wuchen's expression was solemn. He didn't know Shan Tong's true strength, but at this moment, he was also a little worried. Obviously, he didn't quite believe what Shan Tong had just said. However, just as they were worried, the next scene made Feng Wuchen and the others dumbfounded. Boom, buzz. Buzz, just as Shan Tong made his decision, Luo Tianran had already appeared in a flash with terrifying speed. His fist landed on Shan Tong's chest. There was an earth-shattering explosion, and extremely terrifying energy ripples swept out unscrupulously. The space of the murder god world shook violently. Mu Xianshan and the other three retreated in fear. No one dared to stay behind. Shan Tong, I've already said that you will regret it. You are too. Luo Tianran sneered disdainfully. However, the sneer quickly disappeared. This was because Luo Tianran's punch couldn't even shake Shan Tong in the slightest. Shocking. Incomparably shocking. Feng Wuchen and the others were dumbfounded. They didn't move at all. Mu Xianshan and the other three who were far away had their eyeballs popping out. They were dumbfounded. This. Luo Tianran was also dumbfounded. After a long time, he couldn't say a word. What are you doing? You didn't even say anything when you attacked. This is called a sneak attack. Do you know what a sneak attack is? A dignified trash of the holy world actually sneaked an attack on me. What do you mean by this? Are you looking down on me? After being punched in the chest, Shan Tong immediately flew into a rage and scolded loudly. Holy world trash, did Shan Tong use the wrong word? Luo Tianran was speechless as he looked at Shan Tong in confusion. Such a terrifying punch, even if it wasn't his full strength, it was definitely not something that a holy transformation could withstand. Even if Xianyu were here, this punch would definitely turn Xianyu into ashes. However, such a terrifying punch, Shan Tong was actually unscathed under the circumstances where he was defenseless. That's right, he was unscathed. Just how strong was Shan Tong? He was an expert of the holy world. Feng. Brother Feng, am I seeing things? Ling Xiaoxiao asked in a daze. She was completely dumbfounded. Senior Shan Tong didn't seem to have used his power, right? He blocked the power of an expert of the holy world just like that? Miao Qingqing said in a daze. This was too unbelievable. Tian Tu said in horror. Not only that, Luo Tianran's power instantly dissipated. That's the power of the holy world. Senior Shan Tong is actually unscathed. Huang Yan's heart was in turmoil. The shock was indescribable. When did Shan Tong become so strong? Feng Wuchen himself couldn't believe it. Nai Nether, Tian Sha, and the others were speechless. At this moment, they finally understood that they were overthinking everything. Shan Tong's "I don't know how long he can last" was true. Despicable, despicable. How dare you sneak attack me? Go back and try again. Tell me before you attack, Shan Tong scolded angrily. When Shan Tong said this, Feng Wuchen and the others were so angry that they almost vomited blood. Shan Tong actually asked Luo Tianran to go back and try again. The dumbfounded Luo Tianran's face instantly darkened. Monstrous killing intent erupted, and veins popped out on his face. Looks like I've underestimated you. No wonder you're so arrogant. No wonder you dare to return to the 7 divine realms. No wonder you dare to ignore me, Luo Tianran said coldly. Cut the crap. Go back and try again. Your sneak attack doesn't count. Shan Tong said impatiently. Shan Tong, that was only 30% of my power. Don't think you can be so arrogant in front of me just because you're a little capable, Luo Tianran said coldly. Alright, I'm ready. Just shout and I'll attack, Shan Tong shouted, ignoring Luo Tianran's words. Luo Tianran was furious. How was this a battle? This was simply a game to be played. And it was a very serious one. You're courting death. Luo Tianran roared furiously, and an even more terrifying power erupted. Wait a minute, Shan Tong suddenly shouted. What? Are you scared? Luo Tianran sneered, but he would never let Shan Tong go. Shan Tong frowned slightly and said, You're looking down on me. What? What did Shan Tong say? Look down on him, what the hell? The furious Luo Tianran was stunned. For a moment, he did not understand what Shan Tong meant. Not only Luo Tianran, but even Feng Wuchen and the rest were stunned. What did Shan Tong mean by saying that? Why did Luo Tianran look down on Shan Tong for no reason? What did he say? What does he mean? Mu Xianshan was confused and looked at Shan Tong blankly. I don't know. Tong Tian and the rest shook their heads blankly. In the eyes of the crowd, the conversation between Shan Tong and Luo Tianran was completely irrelevant. Shan Tong, what do you mean? Luo Tianran shouted ferociously. He felt that Shan Tong was humiliating him from the beginning. You're just an ancient expert. Are you worthy of me looking down on you? Are you worthy? Luo Tianran shouted angrily. His killing intent multiplied instantly. You're not worthy, and you don't have the qualification. Shan Tong nodded seriously. After a pause, Shan Tong continued, of course, I'm not talking about this. I'm talking about strength. I'm an ancient expert, aren't I? I'm an existence that shook the 7 god worlds. You only used this little strength. Isn't that looking down on me? How did I offend you? How did I offend you? Did I kill your entire family? Did I do anything to your woman? Why are you doing this to me? No matter what, I'm still your elder, right? This is a matter of etiquette. Didn't your parents and master teach you? You have to explain everything clearly to me today. Do you understand? After Shan Tong said that, Feng Wuchen and the rest were stunned again. All of them froze on the spot. It was as if they were immobilized. This? What's wrong with Senior Shan Tong? Why is he speaking incoherently? No. I don't know. His brain seems to have a problem, but it also seems to be fine. Why do I feel like he's condemning him? It also feels like a father lecturing his child. Yes, yes, yes. I have the same feeling. Isn't Senior Shan Tong too arrogant? He doesn't even put Luo Tianran in his eyes. Is he trying to anger Luo Tianran? Ling Xiaoxiao and the rest were so confused that they felt like even 10 heads were not enough. Is Shan Tong crazy? Is this a battle or a bickering? Could it be that he's afraid and wants to stall for time? What's the use of stalling? Who was he counting on to save him? I think he's probably scared silly. On the contrary, Mu Xianshan and the other 3 were extremely pleased with themselves. Ah. However, after Luo Tianran heard those words, he immediately exploded with rage. Buzz. Monstrous and terrifying energy gushed out like a primordial explosion. A soul-stirring aura soared into the sky. Resplendent green light covered the entire dark space. The entire 7 god realms fell into panic and despair. Even though they knew that it was the strength of the experts of the holy world, none of the major forces of the 7 deities world dared to head over. That kind of strength had already exceeded their imagination. Even if they were to watch the battle from afar, they would not be able to withstand it. At this moment, even Mu Xianshan and the others were watching the battle from afar. Furthermore, they had also formed their energy barriers. However, all the cultivators in the 7 deity realms were looking in the direction of the Guardian clan. Even though they were separated by different realms, they knew the source of the terrifying power. Do you know the consequences of angering me? Luo Tianran angrily roared at Shan Tong. His killing intent soared to the heavens. It was so sinister that it was terrifying. He looked like he wanted to eat someone. What are you doing? Why are you shouting so loudly? Are you trying to scare me? I'm going deaf. Be careful of retribution. Shan Tong shouted angrily. Boom. Luo Tianran roared angrily. Immediately, he stepped into the void. With a strong and ear-piercing boom, his body turned into a green lightning bolt and shot out. His aura was like a rainbow, unstoppable. Just looking at it was enough to make one's liver and gallbladder crack. Buzz. Shan Tong activated his ancient power. Resplendent golden light burst out, extremely dazzling. Go to hell. The moment Shan Tong activated his power, Luo Tianran had already appeared in a flash. With a roar, he directly punched at Shan Tong with a destructive force. Looking at the terrifying attack, Feng Wuchen and the others held their breaths. They stared at Shan Tong without blinking, as if they were worried that Shan Tong would not be able to withstand it. The corner of Shan Tong's mouth rose slightly. Not to be outdone, he countered with a punch. It was a very simple punch, but it contained thousands of Dao. Humph. How dare you take 70% of my strength head-on? You overestimate yourself. Luo Tianran said disdainfully. Boom. Buzz. When the two fists collided, it was as if Mars had collided with Earth. An earth-shattering explosion resounded throughout the entire 7 divine realms. Countless practitioners felt a piercing pain in their eardrums, and they were temporarily deafened by the explosion. Unparalleled destructive energy ripples swept out with an unstoppable force. The moment it swept down, the towering mountains in the surroundings were turned into ashes at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the spiritual guardian clan, which was protected by a barrier, was trembling violently at this moment. It was even more terrifying than a nuclear explosion. What kind of power is this? It's too terrifying. I wonder how Senior Xiantong is doing. Can Senior Xiantong withstand such a terrifying power? It was not that they looked down on Xiantong, but the power that Luo Tianran erupted with was too terrifying. It was beyond everyone's imagination. Brother Feng, do you think Senior Xiantong can withstand it? Ling Xiaoxiao asked worriedly, her jade-like hands clenched in front of her chest. This power is too terrifying. It has covered their aura. I don't know, Feng Wuchen said, shaking his head. Luo Tianran's power had exceeded everyone's imagination. No one knew if Xiantong could withstand it. It's over. Mu Xianshan said with fear and excitement. It's over. He's just a small ancient expert. Does he really think he's a big shot? He actually dares to go against the Lord of the Holy World. It's like hitting a rock with an egg. Qiu Dingfeng said with disdain. Leng Emosia sneered. Once Xiantong dies, I can kill him personally. However, before Leng Emosia could finish his words, his face suddenly changed and his expression stiffened. What? At the center of the terrifying explosion, Luo Tianran's exclamation suddenly rang out. What's going on? What's with the exclamation? What happened to the Lord of the Holy World? Could it be that Xiantong is not dead yet? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. His strength is only stronger than us divine transformation realm experts. It's impossible for him to be a match for the Lord. Mu Xianshan and the other three instantly panicked. What's going on? Feng Wuchen and the rest were also worried. That's Luo Tianran's voice. Could it be that Senior Xiantong really blocked it? Tianshan knew that something was wrong. Pairs of worried and shocked eyes stared at the center of the explosion. As time passed, the terrifying energy ripples gradually dissipated. The dazzling light also disappeared. An extremely shocking scene appeared before everyone's eyes. At this moment, it was as if time had stopped. The entire space was dead silent. This is impossible. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Above the void, Luo Tianran was shocked and shook his head in a daze. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor. How is this possible? Whether it was Feng Wuchen or Mu Xianshan, they couldn't help but exclaim when they saw the scene in the sky. Their faces were filled with disbelief and shock. Your strength. Luo Tianran was dumbfounded and in disbelief. Why are you looking at me like that? Are you looking down on me? I asked you the same question just now, and you haven't answered me. Tell me, why are you looking down on me? Xiantong asked angrily. The scene was very unpleasant to the eyes. Facing Luo Tianran's terrifying punch, Xiantong only used a finger to block it. Furthermore, it was a finger from the side. His action was so cool that it could blow the sky. Xiantong wanted to use his fist to meet it head-on, but he realized that it was too powerful, so he changed his fist to a finger. That's right, Xiantong did use a finger to block Luo Tianran's punch. That punch contained 70% of Luo Tianran's strength, not to mention 70%, even 10% of his strength was enough to kill anyone in the 7 god worlds. But now, it was blocked by Xiantong's finger. It was no wonder Luo Tianran had such a dumbfounded expression. He must be dumbfounded. One finger? Is old man seeing things? Master is an expert of the holy world, how can this be? How could single pupil block it with just 1 finger? I don't believe it, I don't believe it, I must be seeing things. This Mu Xianshan and the other three were stunned for a moment before exploding. They couldn't believe their eyes. This isn't a dream, right? Or an illusion? How can Senior Shan Tong have such terrifying strength? Tian Tu was dumbfounded. He was so scared that he was in a vegetative state. Big brother Feng, you. Pinch me and see if I'm dreaming. It feels too unreal. Miao Qingqing was dumbfounded. One finger, just one finger. Huang Yin was trembling and his teeth were chattering. Senior Shan Tong said that he looked down on him. Was he referring to his strength? Ling Xiaoxiao's eyes widened and her mouth was agape to express her shock. Even Feng Wuchen was dumbfounded. It was too shocking, it was so shocking that it made one's scalp tingle. Why aren't you talking? Are you mute? Dan Tong asked in bewilderment. He didn't use much strength. He couldn't have beaten Luo Tianran into a mute, right? Shan Tong withdrew his finger and waved his hand in front of Luo Tianran, but Luo Tianran didn't react at all. Pa! Shan Tong casually slapped him across the face. Feng Wuchen and the others could hear it clearly. Shan Tong's slap almost caused the hearts of Mu Xianshan and the others to jump out. They felt as though they had lost control of their bowels. Comfortable. How delightful. With a slap, Shan Tong roared excitedly. Luo Tianran was also awakened by this slap. His face instantly became extremely ferocious, and a terrifying murderous aura erupted once again. Haha. Come, give me another slap. The excited Dan Tong roared and raised his hand to slap her. But as soon as she raised her hand, Shan Tong was stunned. She stared at Luo Tianran in confusion. After a while, she asked, are you, in pain? Single. Tong. Luo Tianran roared word by word. He was so angry that his internal organs were churning. Pa. Shan Tong slapped Luo Tianran again. With a loud slap, Luo Tianran's body swayed. Why are you wailing like a ghost? You gave me a scare. Shan Tong roared, ignoring Luo Tianran's towering rage. Shan Tong's slap had shocked everyone once again. Because of this slap, Shan Tong had infuriated Luo Tianran. At this moment, Luo Tianran was so angry that he almost vomited blood. How was this a battle? Did it look like a battle at all? Ah. Buzz buzz. Luo Tianran was completely enraged. He roared towards the sky, and his eyes flashed with scarlet. He unleashed the full power of the holy world. Bright green light shot into the sky, forming a green vortex that was hundreds of thousands of feet wide. The 7 god worlds fell into a frenzy. Run! Run! Mu Xianshan screamed in horror and retreated in fear. At the same time, in the great main shrine, Zhu Sha and the others were puzzled. This battle didn't take so long, right? Why did Luo Tianran unleash such terrifying power? Is it so difficult to deal with Shan Tong? Zhu Sha was puzzled. My lord, maybe Luo Tianran purposely unleashed this terrifying power to intimidate Shan Tong. Bai Xiaotian guessed. Although they were far away from the god-slaying world, they were still frightened by this terrifying power. Zhu Sha frowned deeply and did not say a word. Old man knew that this Shan Tong fruit was not simple. It is indeed a great surprise. In a mysterious place, Mia Hun smiled faintly. Luo Tianran is someone from the holy world after all. His strength is definitely not something a cultivator from the 7 god worlds can contend with. Even if Shan Tong is an ancient expert, he is only from the 7 god worlds. Qian Hun's face was filled with disbelief. Shan Tong is a special ancient expert. He is the oldest ancient expert, at least 100,000 years ago. Mia Hun smiled faintly. What? An ancient expert from 100,000 years ago? Qian Hun was stunned. He did not expect Shan Tong to have such a terrifying background. Mia Hun nodded slightly and said, Shan Tong's ancient strength is extraordinary. He should be someone who survived from the most ancient era. Then, is Shan Tong's strength comparable to the experts of the holy world? Qian Hun looked at Mia Hun and asked. Old man is not sure. I can't see through Shan Tong's cultivation, but after this battle, there will be no peace in the 7 god worlds. Mia Hun shook his head. No peace? Xianxia was shocked and asked doubtfully, Senior Miahun, what do you mean? The laws of heaven and earth of the seven god worlds will suppress any power that is not inferior to the seven god worlds. Once the laws of heaven and earth of the seven god worlds are triggered, the holy world will definitely be alarmed. Do you think the holy world will just stand by and watch? Miahun sighed and smiled. Since there are laws of heaven and earth, does the holy world want to suppress us? Xianxia frowned and asked. Not suppress, but destroy, only protect the heaven devil race. Miahun said solemnly, although the laws of heaven and earth of the seven god worlds are terrifying, if the holy world intervenes, they may not be able to suppress it. The heaven devil race will not allow the dragon gods to awaken. So, no matter how we resist, we will die? Xianxia was dumbfounded. He did not dare to think further. Not necessarily. Feng Wuchen is a variable. After all, he is the first descendant to awaken the bloodline of the ancient dragon gods after 100,000 years. This person's potential is terrifying. Although he has not yet matured, once he matures, he may be able to break through the restrictions of the laws of heaven and earth of the seven god worlds. Miahun smiled faintly. But he can't defeat the experts of the holy world. If Feng Wuchen flies, he will be like a lamb in a tiger's den. Xianxia was confused. That may not be the case. Miahun smiled mysteriously and did not continue. I'll remember it in 1 second. Wonderful, no pop-up window free reading. Has Xianxia's strength reached such a level? He can actually stand up to experts from the saints' world. No wonder I can't harm him at all. Far away in the void, Xianyu stared coldly at Xianxia, his expression extremely ugly. Xianyu didn't take Xianxia seriously and thought he could defeat him. But now, he was just a joke in Xianxia's eyes. If Xianxia wanted to kill him, he only needed to lift a finger. Ah! Luo Tianran was completely enraged. He had lost control and released all his power. He's a monster. That terrifying power wasn't even his full strength. Kuang Tu said in horror. His face was as pale as paper. Can the seven god worlds withstand such a terrifying power? Is he trying to destroy the seven god worlds? Huang Yan said in a panic. Cold sweat had already formed on his forehead. Tian Wan'er took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in her heart. Senior Xianxia won't let him destroy the seven god worlds. Don't worry. Xianxia has already set up a powerful barrier. The power didn't break through the barrier at all. Luo Tianran didn't seem to notice it at all, Feng Wuchen said. What? It didn't break through the barrier? Tian Tu and the others were shocked. They didn't know about the barrier either. Feng Wuchen's words meant that Xianxia's power was stronger than Luo Tianran's full strength. Senior Xianxia, how strong is he? Ling Xiaoxiao looked at Xianxia in a daze. She felt that she couldn't imagine it even if she had 1,000 brains. No one knew how powerful Single Eye was. Seeing Luo Tianran lose control of himself, Xianxia grinned and said, Are you angry? Angry? Are you blind? Can't you see? Xianxia, I'll tear you to pieces and burn your bones to ashes. Otherwise, I won't be able to appease my hatred. Luo Tianran roared. His murderous aura spread to every corner of the seven god worlds. Hey! I say, are you a dog? You only know how to shout here and there. You don't care if people can take it or not. You've gone deaf, scolded Xianxia. Hand over your life. Luo Tianran roared madly as he blasted a palm towards Xianxia. Swish. Buzz. A gigantic green palm print appeared out of thin air. Its power was so terrifying that it paled in comparison to the divine transformation technique. In front of this palm, Xianxia was simply an ant. The size of the palm print made one feel fear just by looking at it. It gave off a feeling of powerlessness. This kid's strength seems to be stronger than I thought. Xianxia thought to himself. Looking at the terrifyingly huge palm print smashing over, Xianxia's expression didn't change at all. Precursor Xianxia, do you want to confront them head-on? At this moment, Yitu was panic-stricken, shivering hard. Tian Tu said in shock, Isn't that nonsense? If we don't take it head-on, the seven god realms will definitely be destroyed once this palm strikes down. It's too scary. The power of the Holy Realm is too terrifying. The heaven demon was extremely terrified. He felt as if he was facing death. However, just as everyone was in a state of panic, the next scene directly scared them out of their wits. The terrifying and huge palm print pressed down, and Shan Tong pointed out a finger. Swish. Chi. Rumble. A golden light pillar as thick as an arm burst out and completely crushed the huge palm print. The palm print instantly exploded, and the terrifying golden light flashed past Luo Tianran's side. How is this possible? Luo Tianran was shocked again. His expression was blank, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Just a casual point of his finger had such terrifying power. How terrifying was that? Precursor Shan Tong's strength has completely surpassed Luo Tianran's. Seeing this extremely shocking scene, Tian Tu and the rest were stunned again. Too strong. Too strong. Luo Tianran is no match for Precursor Shan Tong at all. Huang Tu shouted in fear and ecstasy. At this moment, they were completely sure that Shan Tong had the terrifying strength to crush Luo Tianran. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Mu Xianshan and the rest shook their heads in horror like machines. A casual finger can crush Lord's palm print. It must be fake, it must be an illusion. Tong Tian shouted as if he had lost his soul. Deep in his heart, he had already begun to despair. Once Luo Tianran was defeated, they could imagine what would happen to them. With Feng Wuchen's temper, he would definitely not spare them. What awaited them would be a bloodbath. Luo Tianran, why are you so hateful? You've been looking down on me from the beginning to the end. Shan Tong shouted angrily, looking as if his anger had reached the heavens. Sword, come. Luo Tianran roared. A sacred sword swept across the sky, and the sword intent almost broke through the space of the 7 divine worlds. The moment the sacred sword appeared, Luo Tianran's aura surged again. Shan Tong, it seems that I have underestimated you. But don't think that I only have this little ability. Today, I will kill you with my sword. Luo Tianran shouted angrily. The terrifying power of the Holy Realm was injected into the sacred sword. Luo Tianran formed a seal with one hand. In the next moment, a green array appeared under Shan Tong's feet. The array was surrounded by energy sacred swords. Sacred art. 9 mysterious annihilation slash. Luo Tianran roared. Holding the sacred sword with both hands, he slashed down at Shan Tong. With the sacred sword in his hand, Luo Tianran was like a god descending from the heavens, majestic and domineering. Buzz buzz. Hundreds of thousands of feet long green sword light flew out like a crescent moon. It had the power to shatter the firmament. Go to hell. Luo Tianran roared. Kuang Lang. The terrifying sword light slashed down, and Shan Tong actually used a single hand to block it, forcibly withstanding this terrifying sword attack. What? Luo Tianran's face changed drastically. How is this possible? Mu Xianshan and the other 3 were in complete despair. That was a sacred art supported by a sacred sword. Shan Tong actually blocked it with one hand. Wasn't this too crazy? Senior Shan Tong is not on the same level as Luo Tianran. Nine Nether shook his head in a daze. The shock that Nine Nether had experienced in his life was not as terrifying as today. Shan Tong really hit it well. Feng Wuchen grinned. Is Single-Eyed really just an ancient expert? Yi Jianying asked in a daze. Above the void, Luo Tianran's terrifying sword was unable to shake Shan Tong in the slightest. Luo Tianran, is this all you have? I already said that you have always looked down on me. Shouldn't you give me an explanation now? Shan Tong asked with a smile, revealing 2 white teeth. You. Who are you? Luo Tianran finally realized something and roared. If Shan Tong was just an ancient expert, it was impossible for him to have the power to contend with the experts of the holy world. I am an ancient expert. Didn't you always know? Didn't the people of the 7 god worlds know? Shan Tong shrugged and smiled. No, you are not. You are definitely not. A mere ancient expert would never have such power. Luo Tianran roared. I'm really an ancient expert. There's nothing you can do if you don't believe me. In the void, Shan Tong shrugged helplessly. You're not. You're not. Luo Tianran roared. Alright, if you say so, then so be it. People from the holy world are really hard to please. They don't believe the truth, but they believe lies. Shan Tong shook his head helplessly again. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Buzz buzz. The furious Luo Tianran waved his holy sword wildly. Terrifying sword rays shot out, piercing through heaven and earth. It was extremely overbearing. Sigh, you're really hopeless. Shan Tong sighed when he saw Luo Tianran attacking again. Anyone who wasn't a fool could tell that Shan Tong's strength was far above Luo Tianran's. Luo Tianran didn't know when to back down and still attacked. Luo Tianran, I thought you would stop here and I wouldn't be calculated with you. After all, you're from the holy world and I don't want to disrupt the order of the 7 god worlds. But do you really think I care about this? Shan Tong said coldly. His current coldness was completely different from when he was pretending to be a fool. Buzz buzz. An ancient power was activated. The 7 god worlds shook instantly and the sky rolled. Luo Tianran's dozens of terrifying sword rays were forcefully shattered by Shan Tong's aura. They turned into light rain and dissipated. At this moment, it was as if a sleeping dragon had suddenly opened its eyes. It was as if a peerless god of war had suddenly awakened. At this moment, the sky quieted down and the wind disappeared. It was as if the 7 god worlds had collapsed and only endless darkness was left. Everything in the 7 god worlds seemed to have frozen at this moment. Is this Shan Tong's ancient power? Feng Wuchen was extremely shocked. When Shan Tong said that he wanted to tell Feng Wuchen about his ancient power, Feng Wuchen didn't care at all. He really didn't expect Shan Tong's ancient power to be so terrifying. What a terrifying power. Although I don't know what level he's at, I feel that he's dozens of times stronger than Luo Tianran. Tian Tu stared at Shan Tong with bulging eyes. There was no fear at this moment. Instead, there was endless worship. Ling Xiaoxiao, Tian Sha, and the others were the same, their blood boiling. Master, can I part ways with you? Yi Jianying asked in a trembling voice. He really wanted to kneel down and acknowledge Shan Tong as his master. In the distance, Mu Xianshan and the others were completely petrified. There was nothing but despair. He's too scary. He's not from the 7 divine realms at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such terrifying power. Xianyu was scared out of his wits. Just the aura of Shan Tong alone was enough to make him breathless. Old man has misjudged again. Shan Tong's strength is not something that old man can imagine. Soul Destroyer shook his head and smiled bitterly. Is he really that terrifying? Qian Hun was completely flabbergasted. It was as if every corner of the 7 god realms was filled with the terrifying aura of a single-eyed monster. Mia Hun smiled bitterly. Shan Tong's existence is beyond our imagination. I'm afraid that the laws of heaven and earth of the 7 divine realms can't do anything to him. But why has he been hiding in the 7 divine realms for 100,000 years? What? Hibernate? Qian Hun was shocked. He looked at Mia Hun in shock, as if he had sensed something unusual. With such terrifying strength, who would be willing to hide in the 7 divine realms? If it wasn't for something serious, he would have killed his way to the holy world. In the Nether tribe's palace, the severely injured Emperor of the Dead was terrified. He knew that this terrifying ancient power came from Shan Tong. Shan Tong is so terrifying. The Emperor of the Dead was trembling. At this moment, Ming Yang was filled with regret. Once Luo Tianran was defeated, Feng Wuchen would definitely not let the matter of him capturing Miao Qingqing go. Ming Yang didn't dare to imagine what would happen to him. Father, save me, save me. The more Ming Yang thought about it, the more terrified he was. Pass down the order. Activate the formation and seal the mountain. No one is allowed to step out of the Nether tribe. No one is allowed to provoke Feng Wuchen. The Emperor of the Dead roared. Yes, 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 seal the mountain. Seal the mountain quickly. Ming Yang nodded in horror. He was completely out of his wits. In the alchemist Divine Pagoda's palace, Di Mia, Mia Yuan, and the other upper echelons were filled with fear. Senior Xiantong is so fearless. Fortunately, we are all on Lord Feng's side. Otherwise, there would be no divine tower in the future, Dimia said with a trembling voice. He was extremely excited because of his decision. An ancient expert suppressing an expert of the holy world. This is unheard of. Miayuan shouted excitedly. In the main hall of the great divine palace, Zhu Sha, Bai Xiaotian, and the others were petrified. They didn't expect Xiantong's strength to be so terrifying that he could easily crush an expert of the holy world. This is Xiantong's power? Su Miao was dumbfounded. His face was pale. Once Luo Tianran is defeated, Feng Wuchen will definitely target our great divine palace. My lord, what should we do? Hui Tian was panicking. His mind was blank. Zhu Sha's face was gloomy. He didn't say anything because he didn't know what to do. After all, it would take 3 years to prepare to receive the holy world again. An extremely heavy and strange atmosphere spread in the main hall. In the sky above the guardian tribe, Luo Tianran's face was full of fear. He was sweating profusely. Your cultivation base has already. Luo Tianran was so frightened that he couldn't speak. As an expert of the holy world, Luo Tianran knew better than anyone how terrifying Xiantong's cultivation base was. It was ridiculous that he didn't take Xiantong seriously. Luo Tianran didn't know that he was just a joke in Xiantong's eyes. He was a clown. Boom! Xiantong punched out through the air. A terrifying might that seemed capable of shattering the dome of the heavens gushed forth. That punch was absolutely stunning, transcendent, the quintessence of fist arts. No! No! Luo Tianran screamed in panic. He tried his best to resist. He took out the sacred armor and used all his defensive means. But Luo Tianran knew that all these defensive means were not worth mentioning in front of Xiantong. As expected, Xiantong's punch seemed ordinary, but it contained thousands of daos. It enveloped everything. It was like a star pouring down. It was extremely domineering. Wherever the terrifying power passed, Luo Tianran's defense was like tofu. It instantly turned to ashes, including the sacred sword and sacred armor. Everything turned to ashes. Seeing this, Feng Wuchen and the others all held their breaths. That spectacular scene was like falling into a small world among thousands of worlds. And Xiantong was the master of the big world. Puff! Luo Tianran spat out a mouthful of blood. His whole body was covered in blood. But at this moment, the power disappeared. To be precise, Xiantong stopped. Thank you for showing mercy, my lord. Luo Tianran knelt in fear. Xiantong didn't say anything. He looked at Feng Wuchen below. Luo Tianran's identity was special. Xiantong didn't dare to act on his own. Sensing Xiantong's gaze, Feng Wuchen knew what Xiantong meant. He then nodded. Xiantong flicked his finger and Luo Tianran turned to ashes. What Luo Tianran didn't know was that Xiantong didn't intend to let him go. Instead, he was waiting for Feng Wuchen's decision. If Luo Tianran knew that he would die in Xiantong's hands, he wouldn't have provoked him. Unfortunately, it was too late. Luo Tianran couldn't be blamed for underestimating Xiantong. Disappeared. Is my lord dead? Lord has been killed. He's been killed. Run. Run. Mu Xianshan and the other 3 reacted immediately. Their souls were almost shattered from fear as they ran away. Do you think you can run? Tian Tu said coldly. His terrifying killing intent had already locked onto Mu Xianshan and the other 3. Let them go. Feng Wuchen quickly stopped them. Why did you let them go? Tian Sha and the others looked at Feng Wuchen in confusion. Don't worry. They are already scared out of their wits. Let them panic for a while. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Tian Tu and the others knew what Feng Wuchen meant because they didn't need to interfere in the following matters. Moreover, Xiantong had said that unless there was a special situation, they wouldn't interfere. Brother Feng, Luo Tianran is Zhu Sha's senior brother. If you let me kill him, aren't you giving them a chance? Zhu Sha's master will definitely notice it and send people down. Xiantong said solemnly. Even if you don't kill him, he will run back to the holy world to report it. Since killing him will attract the experts of the holy world, why keep him alive? Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. That's true. Shan Tong nodded slightly. Senior Shan Tong, if the holy world sends stronger experts, can you win? Tian Wan'er asked worriedly. The seven god world is suppressed by the law of heaven and earth. Unless the people who come are extremely terrifying, they will die here once they are suppressed by the law of heaven and earth. Shan Tong smiled faintly. Law of heaven and earth? Feng Wuchen was surprised because this was the first time he heard of it. Tian Tu and the others clearly didn't know what the laws of heaven and earth were. Seeing everyone's doubts, Shan Tong explained, the laws of heaven and earth are the power that protects the balance of the realms. However, the heaven realm and the mortal realm don't have it because when the realms were divided, the heaven realm and the mortal realm became the forgotten lands. Only the seven divine realms, the space and time divine realm and the sacred world have the power of the laws of heaven and earth. With Luo Tianran's power, he has already triggered the laws of heaven and earth in the seven divine realms. It's just that my barrier has isolated his power. I see. Feng Wuchen and the others nodded. I cast down the barrier because I didn't want the experts of the saints' world to notice. Now that Luo Tianran has been killed, it'll only alarm his master at most. They won't spread such a humiliating matter, and they won't send anyone else in the near future, Shan Tong continued with a smile. Indeed, how embarrassing would it be if news of an expert from the holy world being killed in the seven god realms spread out? Zhu Sha's master could not afford to lose face like this. Brother Feng, someone will come looking for you after a while. His bloodline power will be of great help to you. Shan Tong smiled faintly and disappeared. Tian Tu and the others also left. Bloodline power? Feng Wuchen did not pay much attention to it. Lord Feng, how should we deal with the spiritual guardian race? Huang Yan asked respectfully. The spiritual guardian race is considered an ancient inheritance, so there must be a lot of treasures. I only want the precious treasures of heaven and earth. As for the rest, you can do as you see fit. Wan'er has helped the Dragon God Palace so much, such a majestic palace should be given to her. Wouldn't it be a waste to destroy it? Feng Wuchen chuckled. Give it to me? Tian Wan'er's eyes almost popped out. She was shocked beyond words. Hurry up and thank Lord Feng, Nine Nether whispered. Such a majestic palace was much more majestic than the Godslayer's palace. It would be strange if Nine Nether was not moved. Most importantly, Mu Xianshan and the others knew that the spiritual guardian race belonged to Feng Wuchen. With this layer of relationship, the other factions would definitely not dare to invade. Thank you, Lord Feng. Tian Wan'er quickly cupped her fists and thanked him. Huang Yan, I'll have to trouble you to travel more during this period. I need a large amount of precious treasures of heaven and earth, Feng Wuchen said. Don't worry, Lord Feng. I'll personally send them to the Dragon God Palace in 3 days, Huang Yan said respectfully. After leaving the spiritual guardian race, Feng Wuchen brought Ling Xiaoxiao and Miao Qingqing to the Beast Spirit Mountain in the Master God world. Main God Palace Hall. Zhu Sha's old face was filled with fear and shock. The hall was dead silent. This was because they could no longer sense Luo Tianran's aura. This meant that Luo Tianran had been killed. My lord, Luo Tianran, he was killed. Bai Xiaotian only recovered after a long while. That power just now was too terrifying. Rua Wuwei broke out in cold sweat. He was terrified. Shan Tong won't come here directly, right? Hui Tian was worried and terrified. Once Shan Tong came, none of them would be able to stop him. How can Shan Tong be so powerful? Isn't he an ancient expert? Zhu Sha was puzzled. My lord, I also think it's impossible. Shan Tong can't have such terrifying power. Luo Tianran is from the holy world. Even if he's not an expert in the holy world, he's definitely not someone the seven god world's cultivators can contend with, Bai Xiaotian said with a frown. No, Shan Tong's identity is definitely not simple, Zhu Sha said with certainty. My lord, are you saying that he's also from the holy world? Sumia asked in shock. His heart was in turmoil. It's hard to say. Zhu Sha shook his head slightly. My lord, if Shan Tong is really an expert from the holy world, he must know that Luo Tianran is your man. We're not his match. Hui Tian panicked. Mu Xianshan and the rest are still alive. This means that Shan Tong won't make a move easily. Luo Tianran's death is a good thing. I don't care who Shan Tong is, master must have sensed Luo Tianran's death. Zhu Sha sneered. My lord, are you saying that your master will send more people? Sumia asked with joy. Zhu Sha sneered, that's right. He will even send a message to me. Luo Tianran's death was his own fault. I only have an explanation for master. Hearing this, the upper echelons of the main hall were relieved. After all, Shan Tong's strength was too terrifying. Even Luo Tianran was killed, let alone them. Buzz buzz. At this moment, the main hall suddenly shook violently. My lord, the ancient formation is moving. Sumia exclaimed. It's here. Zhu Sha was overjoyed. He didn't expect it to be so fast. He immediately left. At the mountain behind the palace, a huge golden formation suddenly flashed with a bright golden light. It was filled with a terrifying aura. It was extremely majestic. This ancient formation was the formation that could guide people from the holy world. Zhu Sha and the rest came in a flash and knelt at the edge of the formation respectfully. The golden formation pointed and an illusory old man appeared. He gave off an ancient and desolate aura. Master? Seeing this figure, Zhu Sha was shocked. Zhu Sha never thought that Luo Tianran's death would alarm his master and that he would appear personally. Master? Rua Wujian, Bai Xiaotian, and the others trembled in fear. The illusory old man in front of them was actually Zhu Sha's master, and they had never seen him before. Disciple pays his respects to master. Zhu Sha knelt down excitedly. His master had personally come to the seven god realms, and it could be said that Zhu Sha was extremely flattered. Zhu Sha, it's been many years since we last met. Your cultivation has improved quite a lot, reaching sainthood. You're not far from ascending to the saint's world, the black-robed old man smiled indifferently. I've let you down, master. I've only broken through to the saint transformation realm in the past half a year. I'm afraid it'll be a long time before I ascend. Zhu Sha smiled bitterly. Jing Yan is not here. It seems that many things have happened in the seven divine realms. A cold glint flashed across the old man's eyes. Master is right. Many things have indeed happened in the seven god realms. Zhu Sha then explained the situation of the seven god realms in detail. Who killed your senior brother Luo Tianran? The old man asked. He did not doubt Zhu Sha at all. He also knew that Zhu Sha and the others did not have the ability to kill Luo Tianran. Senior brother was killed by Shan Tong. I'm guessing that this person is not as simple as an ancient powerhouse. Zhu Sha said respectfully. My lord, when Luo Tianran arrived at the seven divine realms, he refused to cooperate with Lord Great Master God at all. Not only that, he even bullied us and threatened to kill Lord Great Master God. Originally, we could have eliminated the descendants of the dragon gods, but because he didn't make a move, we missed the opportunity, Void Mia reported respectfully. Mu Xianshan and the others have received Luo Tianran's help. Their cultivation bases are now above Lord Great Master Gods. Coupled with Shan Tong, it will be very difficult for us to deal with them. Bai Xiaotian added. The old man nodded and did not doubt Bai Xiaotian's words. They did not have the guts to lie. Moreover, as Luo Tianran's master, he knew him the best. How did this Shan Tong kill Luo Tianran? Luo Tianran's strength is enough to trigger the laws of heaven and earth in the seven god realms. Logically speaking, it's impossible for him to kill Luo Tianran, the old man said with a frown. He couldn't understand this point. Master, their battle did not touch the laws of heaven and earth at all. I find it very strange too. That's why I feel that Shan Tong's identity is not simple. Zhu Sha frowned. He didn't touch the laws of the world, nor did he disturb the saint's world. He must have used a barrier to isolate the power. Looks like this Shan Tong really isn't simple, the old man guessed. When I was still in the seven god realms, I had never heard of this person's existence. Furthermore, he is so powerful. I'm afraid that he isn't from the seven god realms. The old man continued to guess. That's right, master, Miahan is still alive. Xianxia added. Oh? He's still alive? The old man was rather surprised. Xianxia said solemnly, he is indeed alive, and he has also stepped into the sacred realm. His strength is close to that of Xianyu, but it is a pity that he is standing on the side of the dragon gods. Miahan is someone I respect very much. Since he's on the wrong side, he can't blame us, the old man said coldly. The coldness in his eyes grew more and more terrifying. With that, the old man waved his hand and a few jade bottles flew into Xianxia's hand. He said, these are the low-grade pills of the holy world and some natural treasures of the holy world. They should be enough to help you increase your cultivation. Go into seclusion during this period of time. I will arrange for people to descend to the seven deities world and investigate Shan Tong's identity. Yes. Master. Xianxia was extremely excited. With the low-grade pills and natural treasures of the holy world, their cultivation would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. It would not be a problem for them to surpass Miahan and Xianyu. The next people who descend will definitely listen to your arrangements. Back then, I was not strong enough to cast spells, but it's different today. This token will allow them to listen to your orders. Destroy the descendants of the dragon gods and cut off the origin power of the dragon gods. Then, ascend to the holy world. The heavenly devil tribe will definitely reward you handsomely. The old man threw a blood-red token and disappeared. The ancient formation also stopped abruptly as if it had never appeared. Farewell, master. Xianxia knelt down respectfully and picked up the token. What? This is the Devil Fiend token. Looking at the blood-red token, Xianxia was frightened out of his wits. The Devil Fiend token. Rua Wutsu, by Xiaotian, and the others' expressions changed drastically. Is master planning to? Xianxia was shocked and terrified. He did not dare to think further. Quick, Void Mia, Hui Tian, pass down the order to prepare. Xianxia immediately ordered. After Feng Wuchen, Ling Xiaoxiao, and Miao Qingqing returned to the Beast Spirit Mountain, they continued to train and improve their cultivation base. The Dragon God Temple was ultimately too weak. Now that Luo Tianran was gone, and the major forces of the seven deity worlds were intimidated by Shan Tong's power, it was the best time to strengthen the Dragon God Temple. Brother Feng, our bloodlines have awakened. I heard from the ancestors that the origin power has been restored. When will the others awaken their bloodlines? Ling Xiaoxiao asked as they entered the Beast Spirit Mountain. It has already begun. Within half a year, Father Long and your father's ancient bloodline will awaken. Luo Tianran is dead, so we must improve our cultivation base as soon as possible because there will be more terrifying enemies in the future. I'm afraid the seven deity worlds will not be peaceful for long, Feng Wuchen said. Lord Feng, my instincts told me that a great calamity is about to befall the seven deity worlds. I don't know if I'm right, Miao Qingqing said solemnly. Feng Wuchen glanced at Miao Qingqing and said, that's why we must improve our cultivation base as soon as possible. Shan Tong and the others can't protect us forever. To be honest, I also think that the seven deity worlds will be in chaos soon. It's even more terrifying than the current situation, Yi Jianing said solemnly. Qingqing. Qingqing. That's great. That's great. Lu Qingyang's ecstatic shout came from afar as he rushed over. Brother Lu. Miao Qingqing also rushed over and threw herself into Lu Qingyang's arms. I was so worried. It's good that you're fine. It's good that you're fine. Lu Qingyang laughed happily, his eyes red. Phew, I'm finally relieved. Seeing that Feng Wuchen and the others had returned, Zhang Junlan heaved a sigh of relief. Alliance Master, are you all okay? Yi Tianqing hurriedly asked. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, we're fine. Alliance Master, what was that power just now? It was too scary. Yi Tianwei asked curiously. Thinking back to the terrifying power just now, they still had lingering fears. Don't ask so many questions. Hurry up and cultivate, Yi Jianing scolded. No one is allowed to leave the Beast Spirit Mountain before breaking through to the Supreme God level. Do you understand? Feng Wuchen shouted. Understood. Everyone shouted respectfully. Buzz buzz. At that moment, a monstrous power descended upon the seven deity worlds. The terrifying power instantly covered the entire seven deity worlds. The sudden appearance of the terrifying power shocked countless cultivators in the seven deity worlds. The war had just ended. Was it going to start again? It can't be that fast, right? Yi Jianing was scared out of his wits. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly and said, "This aura is, who is Feng Wuchen?" A calm voice resounded throughout the seven deity worlds. I'll remember it in 1 second. Wonderful, no pop-up window free reading. This little rooster's temper hasn't changed at all. Don't provoke Brother Feng, or you'll become a dead rooster. Shan Tong sneered, his eyes flashing with mockery. Shan Tong was really worried that Feng Hunshan's bad temper would provoke Feng Wuchen, so he immediately sent a voice transmission, "Little rooster, you'd better be respectful in front of Brother Feng. Even I don't dare to offend him. You should know what I mean. I'm not killing you because you're still useful." Shan Tong's voice transmission shocked Feng Hunshan. Shan Tong was such a terrifying expert, but he didn't dare to offend Feng Wuchen, even if Feng Wuchen was a descendant of the ancient dragon gods. Shan Tong wouldn't be so afraid of him. Understood, Feng Hunshan replied respectfully. I'll remind you one more time. You must give him your ancient bloodline. Shan Tong's commanding tone was heard. Yes. Feng Hunshan didn't dare to disobey Shan Tong. Feng Hunshan still remembered the battle in the space divine world, so he didn't dare to be arrogant in front of Shan Tong. Otherwise, the ancient Phoenix clan wouldn't exist anymore. Who's looking for Lord Feng? Such a terrifying aura, he should be in the Sage Realm. Looking for Lord Feng? Isn't he going to the Dragon God Palace? Who doesn't know that Lord Feng is in the Dragon God Palace? This is the aura of the Space Divine World. This person is an expert from the Space Divine World. Are they going to fight? Cultivators from various worlds and the seven divine worlds were discussing, especially when they learned that this person was from the Space Divine World. The Phoenix Hun Mountain of the ancient Phoenix in the Space Divine World. Miahun was shocked. He's looking for Feng Wuchen? Do they know each other? Qianhun was confused. In his memory, Feng Wuchen had never been to the Space Divine World. Is a war going to start? Mo Qingxian, the sect master of Tai Fantasy sect, frowned. Phoenix Hun Mountain. Why is he looking for Feng Wuchen? Do they have a grudge? Zhu Sha was also confused. What's going on? What are the experts from the Space and Time Divine World doing here? Lei Tianyan of the Divine Monkey race said with a serious expression. Almost at the same time, all the major forces of the seven god realms learned of the identity of the person who had come, and all of them were making all kinds of guesses. In the Beast Spirit Mountain, Feng Wuchen and the other cultivators looked in the direction of the sound. Why are the experts from the Space God World looking for you? Do you know him? Yi Jianing looked at Feng Wuchen and asked. Ling Xiaoxiao and Lu Qingyang also looked at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen knew him? Feng Wuchen had been to the Space and Time Divine World? How would I know someone from the Space God Realm? Feng Wuchen shook his head. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen immediately reacted and said in astonishment, Is Shan Tong talking about this person? Brother Feng, I think so. Ling Xiaoxiao also remembered Shan Tong's words. You guys stay here, I'll go take a look. Feng Wuchen said and immediately teleported away. Feng Wuchen didn't know who the other party was, but he was sure that the other party was a sage transformation expert. How would Shan Tong know someone from the Space God World? Wasn't this person afraid of causing a war by barging into the seven god realms? Brother Feng, someone will come looking for you after a while. His bloodline power will be of great help to you. Shan Tong's words appeared in Feng Wuchen's mind. Originally, he didn't care about it, but now that the other party was a sage transformation expert, his bloodline power must be very terrifying. Moreover, Feng Wuchen felt that the terrifying aura of the Phoenix Spirit Mountain was somewhat familiar. Whoosh! Feng Wuchen teleported over and sized up the middle-aged man, who was a saint-becoming expert. The Phoenix Spirit Mountain didn't conceal his aura, and the Emperor's aura was terrifying. Of course, the Phoenix Spirit Mountain's actions were equivalent to provoking the sage transformation expert of the Seven God World. You are Feng Wuchen? The Phoenix Spirit Mountain glanced at Feng Wuchen and asked. I am. Feng Wuchen nodded and asked, may I know why you are looking for me? The Phoenix Spirit Mountain didn't suspect anything. After all, no one was stupid enough to pretend to be Feng Wuchen, and no one dared to play tricks in front of him. I am the patriarch of the ancient Phoenix clan in the space god world, Phoenix Spirit Mountain. Greetings to Lord Feng. The Phoenix Spirit Mountain cupped his fists respectfully and immediately retracted his terrifying aura. Ancient Phoenix clan? Feng Wuchen was stunned. No wonder he felt that the Phoenix Spirit Mountain's aura was familiar. It turned out that he was from the ancient Phoenix clan. It seems like Shan Tong has done a lot in the space god world. Feng Wuchen thought. Otherwise, why would such a terrifying expert be so respectful to a junior like him? Did Shan Tong ask you to come? Feng Wuchen asked. Yes. The Phoenix Spirit Mountain replied respectfully. Then, he bent his hand and condensed a strand of ancient blood essence. Please accept it, Lord Feng. The Phoenix Spirit Mountain respectfully handed over the blood essence. Feng Wuchen glanced at it and said indifferently, I won't accept things from others for no reason. The Phoenix Spirit Mountain came to the Seven God world just to give Feng Wuchen the blood essence. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Feng Wuchen didn't believe it. Lord Feng, please accept it. The Phoenix Spirit Mountain spoke again, and his expression was a little anxious. If Zhu Sha and the others saw the scene, their jaws would drop. Who was the Phoenix Spirit Mountain? The strongest expert in the space god world. Even Xianxia wouldn't dare to say that you could defeat him. However, such a terrifying expert was actually giving Feng Wuchen an ancient blood essence. This made Feng Wuchen curious. What did Shan Tong do? Feng Wuchen asked straightforwardly. Lord Shan Tong didn't do anything. He just went to the space god world to take a look. The Phoenix Spirit Mountain replied. Feng Wuchen stared at the Phoenix Spirit Mountain in disbelief and said, take a look? Sensing Feng Wuchen's questioning gaze, the Phoenix Spirit Mountain broke out in cold sweat. Then, he smiled bitterly and said, Lord Shan Tong swept through all the major forces in the space god world, and no one was his match. Even I was defeated in a single move. Now, the space god world has submitted to Lord Feng. What? Swept through the space god world? Submit to me? Feng Wuchen's expression changed drastically, and he couldn't react for a moment. Yes, if Lord Feng doesn't accept this blood essence, I'm afraid Lord Shan Tong won't spare the ancient Phoenix clan. The Phoenix Spirit Mountain said worriedly, and he no longer had the attitude of an emperor. Ever since he lost to Shan Tong, the Phoenix Spirit Mountain rushed to the Seven God world as soon as he recovered. Why did Shan Tong ask the Phoenix Spirit Mountain to give me the ancient blood essence? Is there any benefit to me? Or is it purely to raise my cultivation? Feng Wuchen was puzzled. He looked at the blood essence in the Phoenix Spirit Mountain's hand and accepted it in the end. Feng Wuchen was in a hurry to break through his cultivation, and the ancient blood essence was undoubtedly the best choice. Many thanks. Feng Wuchen expressed his gratitude. Lord Feng is too polite. If you need anything in the future, you can summon me anytime. The space god world will listen to Lord Feng's orders at all times. I will take my leave. The Phoenix Spirit Mountain heaved a sigh of relief and disappeared in a flash. Why did Shan Tong sweep through the space god world? Is he avoiding the war? Or is there another purpose? Feng Wuchen guessed. Memorize in 1 second. Wonderful, no pop-up window free reading. Shan Tong, what's going on? Feng Wuchen asked telepathically. Brother Feng, don't be angry. This is the dragon ancestor's will. Shan Tong laughed bitterly. Ancestor? Feng Wuchen was stunned. Brother Feng's ancient bloodline has been completely awakened. This means that the origin power of the ancient dragon gods has been revived. However, the origin power has disappeared for 100,000 years. It's impossible to revive it in a short period of time. Shan Tong said. Does this have anything to do with the ancient Phoenix clan's bloodline? Feng Wuchen couldn't guess what it had to do with the Phoenix clan's bloodline. The stronger the bloodline, the faster the origin power will be revived. With the help of the ancient Phoenix clan's bloodline, Brother Feng's dragon god's bloodline will become even stronger. In this way, Brother Feng might be able to nurture the origin power first. In addition, the other two dragon gods' ancestors must have sensed the revival of the origin power. Therefore, the three dragon gods' geniuses must have sensed it as well. Brother Feng, you should know very well what this means. That's why the dragon ancestor is anxious to revive the origin power and waited 100,000 years for Brother Feng. If his 100,000 years of dormancy fail, the dragon gods will definitely be destroyed. The dragon ancestor is unwilling to accept this. Shan Tong said. After hearing this, Feng Wuchen remembered that the dragon gods still had three geniuses who betrayed them. Moreover, after 100,000 years, their cultivation was definitely stronger than Long Shihan's. This was also what Long Shihan was most worried about. If not for his fear, why would Long Shihan stay in the ancient ruins all this time? If he had such strength, Long Shihan would have killed his way to the sacred world long ago. The revival of the dragon god's origin power was definitely not because of Long Shihan, and even more so because of the other two ancestors. If it was them, why would they wait 100,000 years? They wouldn't stoop so low as to come to the seven god realms to deal with me, right? Feng Wuchen understood the meaning behind Shan Tong's words. Feng Wuchen wasn't worried that the three terrifying ancient dragon gods would come to the seven god worlds to kill him. If they really came, they wouldn't be qualified to be called geniuses, let alone experts of the holy world. That's not necessarily the case. With their cultivation, they can't afford to embarrass themselves by coming to the seven deities realm. Even if they wanted to, it wouldn't be that easy. Those two ancestors aren't just for show. Brother Feng, this is a good opportunity. The ancient bloodline of the Phoenix Spirit Mountain can help you strengthen the bloodline of the dragon gods. It's enough to help you improve your cultivation. Is what the Phoenix Spirit Mountain said true? Has the Space Divine World already submitted to me? Feng Wuchen asked through sound transmission. Brother Feng, don't blame me for not informing you. You'll definitely need them in the future. I'm doing this for your own good. Single-Eyed transmitted his voice with a smile. Feng Wuchen didn't say much. He then went to the Beast Spirit Mountain in a flash. Bai Ling's ancient power and the bloodline of the Phoenix Spirit Mountain were enough to raise Feng Wuchen's cultivation by a large margin. After returning to the Beast Spirit Mountain, Lu Qingyang and the others were engaged in a life-and-death battle with ferocious beasts. Feng Wuchen found a secluded cave to cultivate. 7 days later, at the Divine Tower of the Alchemist. The Emperor of the Underworld brought Ming Yang to the Divine Tower in person. He even gifted 3 extremely precious saint weapons to the Divine Tower. He just wanted to see Mia Hun. The Emperor of the Underworld wanted to see Mia Hun and even gifted him 3 saint weapons. Even a fool could guess that he was here to beg for mercy. Mia Hun, the owner of the Divine Tower, please accept the 3 saint weapons. The Emperor of the Underworld smiled politely. He didn't put on airs at all. Ming Yang, who was beside him, was frightened and flustered. He was the leader of the Underworld tribe and a saint-level expert. He was usually high and mighty. Why would he lower his head to Mia Hun, Mia Yuan, and the others looked at each other. They had also guessed the Emperor of the Underworld's intention. Luo Tianran was killed and the Emperor of the Underworld had offended Feng Wuchen. It would be strange if he wasn't afraid now. Imperial Nether Tribe leader, what do you mean? Mia Hun pretended to be ignorant and asked. The Emperor of the Underworld hurriedly cupped his fists and said, I have a request. I hope to see Mia Hun. Imperial Nether Tribe leader, I'm really sorry. I don't know where Master is. But I'm sure that he's in the 7 god worlds. The Underworld tribe is so powerful. Why would he need to come to us? Mia Hun smiled faintly. To be honest, this old man is filled with regret right now. I have misjudged Lord Wind. My son even went so far as to lay his hands on someone from the Divine Dragon Hall. Right now, the only one who can save our Netherworld race is Lord Soul Destroyer. Please put in a few good words for us, Lord Soul Destroyer Pagoda Master. The Emperor of the Underworld lowered his head completely and begged bitterly. Mia Yuan sneered and said, haven't you always looked down on the guest elders? Didn't you say that you weren't afraid? Put in a good word for me? Humph, I'm afraid I'm not qualified. Great Elder Mia Yuan, you must be joking. It's my fault for being blind. You must help me. Otherwise, the underworld tribe's 10,000 years of hard work will be ruined in my hands. The emperor of the underworld smiled bitterly and helplessly. You bastard, kneel down. The emperor of the underworld then scolded his son. Mingyang knelt down without saying a word. The underworld tribe had sealed the mountain for 7 days. However, Shan Tong and Feng Wuchen hadn't come to settle the score. This made them even more terrified. In addition, they had already fallen out with Xu Sha. In the end, they had no choice but to come to the divine pagoda to beg for mercy. Imperial Nether tribe leader, we can't help you with this matter. Please go back and take the 3 divine weapons with you. Mia Hun asked him to leave. Mia Hun, are you really not going to help me? The emperor of the underworld's face turned ugly. He had already given a lot of face by lowering himself to beg for mercy. He didn't expect Mia Hun to reject him. I'm not qualified to help you because you've offended Lord Feng. You can go now. Mia Hun shook his head. Father, what should I do? Feng Wuchen won't let me go. Ming Yang was desperate. He regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. If Ming Yang had known that Shan Tong was so terrifying, he wouldn't have dared to touch the people of Dragon Temple. Mia Hun, the underworld tribe has a good relationship with you. Now that we've come to the divine pagoda to beg you, are you really going to watch the underworld tribe be destroyed? The emperor of the underworld shouted and clenched his fists. Did you think this way when you were dealing with Lord Feng? Mia Jian said disdainfully. Sai, if you knew this would happen, why did you do it? Don't you think it's too late to beg old man now? Mia Hun's sigh resounded in the hall. Mia Hun, you really don't want to help? The emperor of the underworld's old face turned ferocious. Do you think old man is a match for Shan Tong? Or do you think Shan Tong will give face to old man? Old man and Feng Wuchen have only met once. You can go now. Mia Hun's emotionless voice resounded. You. The emperor of the underworld was furious. He said ferociously, good. Very good. If you don't help the underworld tribe survive this disaster, even if the underworld tribe is destroyed, I'll make your divine pagoda restless. Go. The underworld tribe is not strong enough to shake the divine pagoda of the alchemist pagoda. The Saint Soul Temple and the mystic Saint Gate don't dare to help you now. Mia Hun's arrogant voice resounded. I'll remember it in 1 second. Interesting. Read it for free, Mia Hun was not bluffing. Even if the Emperor of the Dead's cultivation base was stronger than before, Mia Hun was still confident. The Nether tribe can't even protect themselves, yet they dare to threaten our divine pagoda. Emperor of the Dead, you seem to have forgotten that Lord Feng is the divine pagoda's guest elder, Mia Yuansen said coldly. Mia Jian sneered, I'd like to see how the Nether tribe is going to wreak havoc on us. Master, the Phoenix Spirit Mountain has appeared in the 7 God worlds. Does this mean that the war is about to begin? Emperor Mia asked respectfully. After all, the war was over. Who could say for sure that the Space God world would not suddenly attack? What should not come will not come, but what should come will come. Cultivate in seclusion. The 7 God worlds are about to face a great disaster, Mia Hun's voice rang out. Great disaster? Emperor Mia and the others were shocked. If Mia Hun said it was a great disaster, then it must be a great disaster. Emperor Mia and the others could not imagine what would happen if Mia Hun said such a thing. The first thing that came to their mind was the Space God world attacking the 7 God worlds. However, they did not know that the Space God world had already been defeated by Shan Tong and had now submitted to Feng Wuchen. In the Nether tribe's palace, the Emperor of the Dead was furious. Father, what should we do? What should we do now? Ming Yang was scared out of his wits. He did not look like a young lord at all. Why are you panicking? If the Nether tribe can survive this, they will not spare the divine pagoda. The Emperor of the Dead glared at Ming Yang and roared. Clan leader, don't be angry. The Nether tribe has a way out. Luo Tianran was sent here by the Holy World through Xu Sha. If we fail this time, there will be other experts from the Holy World. Why don't we go to the Great Main Shrine? Great Elder Nether Skeleton said slowly. He was rather calm. Clan leader, Great Elder is right. Now that the spiritual guardian tribe is destroyed and the Nether Devil Palace is in danger, the other major forces can't even protect themselves. We can only rely on Xianxia, Guardian Qing agreed. The Underworld clan and Xianxia have already shed all pretense of cordiality. Do you think it will be useful for me to plead for leniency? The Emperor of the Underworld said gloomily. Just going to the Divine Pagoda was already embarrassing enough, let alone going to the great main Divine Palace. Nether clan head, how do you know it's useless if you don't try? Bai Xiaotian's laughter suddenly rang out in the Nether clan's main hall. Bai Xiaotian. Everyone from the Netherworld clan was shocked. The Underworld Emperor asked gloomily, Bai Xiaotian, what do you mean? Are you laughing at me? You are not qualified. If you dare to say another word, I will kill you. You should know that my current strength is above the Candle Fiends. Underworld clan leader, you've misunderstood. This protector didn't mean that. Bai Xiaotian appeared out of thin air in the main hall of the Underworld clan's palace. He didn't feel threatened at all. Glaring at Bai Xiaotian with a vicious gaze, the Emperor of the Dead asked coldly, is that so? Then what do you mean? Bai Xiaotian smiled faintly. The Nether tribe's patriarch was apprehensive of Luo Tianran's strength, so he had no choice but to submit. Lord Great Master God understands this very well, so he sent this protector to invite the Nether tribe to form an alliance. Alliance? The higher-ups of the Netherworld race were overjoyed. Wasn't this the result they wanted to see, especially Ming Yang? It was as if he had seen a life-saving straw, sweeping away the despair and fear from before. Alliance? Why would Xianxia be so kind? Could it be that there was another conspiracy? The Emperor of the Dead didn't believe it, but there was no way out now. They could only form an alliance. If they rejected the alliance, the Nether tribe would have no way out. I'm glad that Lord Great Master God understands. Since Lord Great Master God has chosen to believe me, I will agree to the alliance. The Emperor of the Dead wasn't stupid. He knew that Bai Xiaotian was giving him a way out, and he even came to form an alliance with the Nether tribe. He wouldn't reject it. This alliance would undoubtedly solve the Nether tribe's predicament. The Nether tribe's patriarch is indeed a straightforward person. The Saint Soul Palace Master and the rest have also agreed to the alliance. It's a pity that the Spirit Guardian tribe and the Nether Devil Palace have been destroyed. Bai Xiaotian smiled faintly. This sentence was actually a reminder to the Emperor of the Dead. Now that Luo Tianran was dead, the only way to save them was to form an alliance with the Great Master God Palace. The Emperor of the Dead and the rest weren't stupid. In fact, they were very smart. Xianxia definitely knew about Shan Tong's terrifying strength, but he still dared to form an alliance with them. This meant that Xianxia was strong enough to contend with Shan Tong. Miahun, there's always a way out. This time, I'd like to see how long you can be arrogant. The Emperor of the Dead said coldly. Every word was filled with monstrous killing intent. Nether tribe's patriarch, 3 days later, please come to the Great Master God Palace for a banquet. The Great Master God will host a banquet for all of you. Bai Xiaotian smiled faintly. Great. 3 days later, I'll definitely be there. The Emperor of the Dead instantly regained his kingly demeanor. Goodbye. Bai Xiaotian cupped his fists and disappeared in a flash. As soon as Bai Xiaotian left, the Nether skeleton frowned and said, Xianxia won't be so kind as to form an alliance with us. However, forming an alliance is the only way to help the Nether tribe get through this crisis. The Great Master is still farsighted. At this time, Xianxia still dares to go against Shan Tong. With such confidence, it seems like he has already received news from the Holy World. The Emperor of the Dead sneered. Luo Tianran is too arrogant and conceited. His death is nothing compared to Xianxia. The Nether skeleton shook his head slightly. After a pause, the Nether skeleton continued, Nether tribe's patriarch, Xianxia is vicious and cunning. We have to be careful of him. Since he sent Bai Xiaotian to form an alliance with us, it means that we are still useful. At least, the Nether tribe is not weak. The Great Master is right. This seat knows what to do. The Emperor of the Dead sneered. Protector Qing, send people to watch the Divine Tower. Once there's a chance, take action. With your cultivation, Miahun and the other old men are no match for you. Since Miahun doesn't give this seat face, this seat can only be merciless. Kill if you can. The Emperor of the Dead said coldly. Yes. Patriarch. Protector Qing accepted the order respectfully. Since the Saint Soul Temple has agreed to the alliance, just in case, you should go to the Saint Soul Temple. Mu Xianshan will definitely agree. The Emperor of the Dead said. Yes. Protector Qing said respectfully. Yang go into seclusion immediately. I asked someone to buy the 3 times space from the headquarters. It's enough for you to improve your cultivation. The Emperor of the Dead said. Yes. Father. Ming Yang had regained his confidence. The Great Master Temple. My lord, the immortal soul array is ready. Sumia reported respectfully. Very good. Now we just need to wait for Master to cast the array. No matter how strong Shan Tong is, the 7 divine worlds are still my 7 divine worlds. Zhu Sha sneered. Buzz buzz. At this moment, the ancient array at the back mountain of the Great Master Temple vibrated violently again. Several terrifying auras spread throughout the entire temple. The experts of the holy world are here. Zhu Sha was overjoyed. He immediately moved forward, followed by Ruo Wuwu and the others. In the huge golden array at the back mountain, 3 middle-aged men appeared out of thin air. They were from the holy world. The 3 middle-aged men's auras were scarier than Luo Tianran's, and they were all from the Heavenly Devil clan. As expected of the holy world, any one of them could easily crush all the cultivators in the 7 god worlds. In a mysterious place in the 7 god worlds, Shan Tong suddenly opened his eyes. They sent people here so quickly? These 3 people are much stronger than that trash Luo Tianran. This is bad, I have to report this to the dragon ancestor. Shan Tong thought and immediately headed to the heavenly world. While heading to the heavenly world, Shan Tong also transmitted a message to Feng Wuchen, telling him to be careful. Feng Wuchen was in seclusion at the moment. Even if he received the message, he didn't care as he was fully focused on his cultivation. Master actually sent 3 people here. Zhu Shao looked at the 3 people in shock. Ruo Wujian and Bai Xiaotian were stunned. Their faces were filled with shock and fear. They were petrified on the spot. Greetings, Lord. The moment they saw Zhu Sha, the 3 men immediately came out from the array and knelt down respectfully. Please get up, please get up. Zhu Sha hurried forward to help them up. He was extremely flattered. The 3 of them were many times better than Luo Tianran, they were obedient and stronger than Luo Tianran. What Zhu Sha needed were experts like this. Reporting, Lord, the 3 of us are here to assist Lord. We will obey Lord's orders. The man in the lead said respectfully. The 3 of them weren't disciples of Zhu Sha's master. They were just ordinary members of the Heavenly Devil clan. In the Heavenly Devil clan, they were just outer members. Good, good, good. Zhu Sha said excitedly and invited the 3 of them to the main hall. Men, prepare the banquet. I want to entertain the 3 experts of the holy world. Zhu Sha announced loudly. He seemed to be very happy. A sumptuous banquet was quickly prepared and Zhu Sha personally served. Bai Xiaotian and the others happily toasted with him. They were very polite and enthusiastic. Although the 3 of them came from the holy world, they were just small clansmen. When had they ever received such treatment? This time, it was their turn to be flattered. During the toasts, the 3 of them introduced themselves. They were Zhu Qing, Zhu Mufeng, and Zhu Su. And the strongest one was Zhu Su. My lord, we were ordered to come to the 7 god realms this time. The first thing we need to do is investigate Shan Tong's background. Lord Zhuing Kuei still needs time to cast his spell. During this time, you can go into seclusion and cultivate. Zhu Su said respectfully. Zhuing Kuei was Zhu Sha's master. Alright, I'll follow master's arrangements. Zhu Sha smiled without hesitation. Sir, I'm afraid that Shan Tong has already sensed our arrival. So, no matter who it is, we shouldn't do anything for now. We need to wait for the best opportunity. Although we're from the holy world, once the laws of the 7 divine worlds are activated, we won't be able to do anything, said Zhu Mufeng respectfully. Zhu Sha nodded slightly and said, Zhu Mufeng is right. Those who wish to achieve great things cannot be rushed. Is there any way to avoid the power of the laws of heaven and earth of the 7 god worlds? Bai Xiaotian couldn't help but ask. Zhu Su shook his head and said, this is the power of the laws of heaven and earth. With our cultivation, we can't do anything unless Lord Zhu Yin Kuei comes personally. However, the stronger the experts in the holy world, if they want to come to the 7 god realms, they will be suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth of the holy world. Our cultivation is weaker, so we can barely come here with the help of an ancient formation. Order is very important when the worlds are divided. If the order is disrupted, the worlds will fall into chaos. So, the worlds must be restrained by the laws of heaven and earth. Zhu Sha frowned. My lord is right. As for whether there's a way to avoid it, we don't know. We already have a way to deal with Shan Tong, so my lord need not worry. We just need to investigate his background. Zhu Su said. Let's not talk about this. Come, let's continue drinking. Zhu Sha smiled happily. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Mu Xianxia, the emperor of the underworld, and the others arrived as promised. Greetings, Lord Great Master God. Mu Xianxia and the others cupped their fists and bowed politely. Even if their cultivation had surpassed Zhu Sha's, as an alliance, and Zhu Sha took the initiative to invite them, they had to be polite. Hee, there's no need to be so courteous. Please take a seat. Zhu Sha smiled happily, as if he had really let bygones be bygones. After sitting down, Mu Xianxia was the first to ask with a smile, My lord, is there any good news for you to invite us here? Zhu Sha smiled and said, the first thing I want to tell you is that Shan Tong won't make a move easily because he's worried about alerting the people of the holy world. You don't have to worry. How can my lord be so sure? The emperor of the underworld asked with a frown. Shan Tong's identity is not simple. He's definitely not an ancient expert. Zhu Sha shook his head. My lord, are you saying that Shan Tong is also from the holy world? Mu Xianxia asked in astonishment. Zhu Sha pondered for a moment and said, maybe not. It's just a guess for now. The second thing, you might have already guessed it. My master has already sent people to the 7 divine worlds. I need your cooperation. Before we find out Shan Tong's background, don't do anything. Just focus on cultivating and don't ruin my plan. Zhu Sha said solemnly. Oh? He's already sent people? That's great. Mu Xianxia and the others were overjoyed, and they finally felt relieved. That's right. If you want to live, you have to listen to my orders. This time, the experts of the holy world will not be the same as Luo Tianran. Zhu Sha smiled faintly, and the threat in his words couldn't be more obvious. Mu Xianxia and the others' expressions turned ugly, but they didn't say anything. After all, Zhu Sha had the support of the experts of the holy world. Everyone, I know that you feel uncomfortable, but forming an alliance with us is the only way out. My lord can't bear to see you all get killed one by one, especially the Shadow Silk Divine Palace and the underworld race. Your sons touched Feng Wuchen's people. You all saw what happened to Bai Ling, right? Bai Xiaotian smiled faintly, and there was a hint of mockery in his words. Bai Xiaotian, what do you mean? Lung Moxie was instantly enraged. Mu Xianxia said coldly, are you threatening us? No, it's not a threat. You all don't have the qualifications to be threatened by my lord. My lord is giving you a chance, so you must cherish it. After all, if Shan Tong can kill you all, so can my lord. He's giving you a chance because he thinks highly of you. Shouldn't you be grateful? Bai Xiaotian sneered. That's right, the experts of the holy world had already arrived. If Zhu Sha wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. You. Mu Xianxia and the others' faces were incomparably gloomy, but they couldn't refute. Protector's intention is my intention. If you all are unwilling, I will not force you. But don't come and beg me in the future. Zhu Sha said coldly, and there was no concealment in his threat. Mu Xianxia and the others fell silent, and their fists were clenched tightly. Although they were extremely unwilling, they loosened their fists in the end. A wise man submits to circumstances. In the future, you all will feel fortunate and honored because of today's decision. Zhu Sha smiled proudly. Clang. In the main hall of the Holy Soul Shrine, Mu Xianshan smashed his teacup onto the ground, shattering it into pieces. Preposterous. Preposterous. Zhu Sha, that old bastard. He doesn't even put us in his eyes. Mu Xianshan's face was contorted in anger. Zhu Sha has the help of the experts of the holy world. Of course he won't put us in his eyes. At most, he'll just use us. Emperor of the Underworld said. But other than forming an alliance with Zhu Sha, do we have any other choice? Zhu Sha, that old bastard, must be certain that we won't reject him. Lung Mo Xie gritted his teeth and said angrily. Tong Tian sighed and said, everyone, Zhu Sha wants to form an alliance with us. Even if he's just using us, it can be considered as helping us get through this crisis. With the help of the experts of the holy world, we can all survive. But if it's us, we may not necessarily form an alliance with him. Mu Xianshan and the others fell silent after hearing Tong Tian's words. Either form an alliance or wait for death. Previously, they had submitted to Luo Tianran and went against Zhu Sha without any scruples. Now that they had no other choice, they had to form an alliance with Zhu Sha. It was already embarrassing for them. Now that they were being stepped on by Zhu Sha, how could they stand it? As the overlord of the 7 god worlds, how could Zhu Sha have such a good temper? Zhu Sha didn't kill them and instead proposed an alliance. First, he could humiliate them, and second, he could order them around. This was more satisfying than killing them. Zhu Sha could suppress them in the past, and he could still suppress them now. To put it bluntly, Zhu Sha wanted them to know that he could step on them anytime and anywhere. Everyone, just bear with it. Once the experts of the holy world kill Shan Tong and the others, they will lead the 7 god worlds. By then, how can Zhu Sha be our match? The protector of the Holy Soul Shrine said. Protector is right. Let's bear with it for the time being and treat it as seclusion. Qiu Dingfeng nodded slightly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Feng Wuchen had been in seclusion in the holy world for more than 2 months. He had already finished refining Bai Ling's ancient power and the ancient blood essence of the Phoenix Spirit Mountain. Feng Wuchen's cultivation base soared by 4 stars and reached the 7-star ultimate god realm. With Feng Wuchen's current cultivation, he would be invincible even if he encountered a 9-star ultimate god. In half a month's time in the outside world, Feng Wuchen had soared by 4 stars. What kind of terrifying speed was this? Congratulations on breaking through to the 7-star ultimate god realm, Master. The Divine Eye, Dragon God Sword, and the other weapon souls said. 7-star ultimate god. Not bad. Just as I expected. Feng Wuchen said with a satisfied smile as he stretched his body. His whole body crackled like firecrackers, and he felt extremely comfortable. His cultivation had broken through to the 7-star ultimate god realm, and his indestructible golden body had also improved greatly. His physical strength had become even more terrifying. However, the advancement of the indestructible golden body had always been a mystery. He had not reached the next level at all. It was like a bottomless pit. I wonder how Qingyang and the others are doing. With the help of the heaven-defying divine pearl, they should have stepped into the ultimate god realm in half a month, Feng Wuchen muttered to himself. After checking his ancient bloodline, Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. It had indeed become much stronger. The bloodline power is comparable to the ancient power. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. This was undoubtedly an unexpected gain. Although the bloodline power had become much stronger, Feng Wuchen still could not feel the origin energy. Bai Ling's ancient power is the supreme divine power. But why did he seal this power? Was he afraid that it would be stolen by others? Feng Wuchen wondered. However, he did not think too much about it. After all, it was already his now. The primal chaos divine power, Armageddon divine power, eternal divine power, divine punishment divine power, void destruction divine power, and supreme divine power were all in Feng Wuchen's body. However, there were still 4 more ancient powers that had yet to be found. With a thought, Feng Wuchen left the divine ring. The Holy Realm sent 3 people this time. Their cultivation level is higher than Luo Tianran's. It seems like they are determined to kill Shan Tong. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. As soon as Feng Wuchen left the divine ring, the azure flying python's respectful voice sounded in his ears. "King, I have something to report. Please come here. Due to the contract, we can't leave." "What's the matter?" Feng Wuchen asked through voice transmission. "It's about the divine fire." The azure flying python replied through voice transmission. "About the divine fire?" Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. He immediately replied through voice transmission, "Okay, I'll be there in a moment." Although Feng Wuchen had concealed his aura, this was the beast spirit mountain. The fierce beasts were very sensitive to the scent of humans. Therefore, the azure flying python smelled Feng Wuchen the moment Feng Wuchen left the divine ring. "Yi Jianying, how are Qingyang and the others? Have they broken through to the ultimate god realm?" Feng Wuchen immediately asked through voice transmission after leaving the divine ring. "They are still in seclusion in the underground cavern. They should be able to step into the ultimate god realm after they come out. They have swallowed 3 heaven-defying divine beads in a row this time. Their cultivation level has increased too quickly. They need a lot of time to consolidate their cultivation level," Yi Jianying replied through voice transmission. "Then let them continue to stay in the Beast Spirit Mountain. They can return to the Dragon Temple after they have consolidated their cultivation level," Feng Wuchen replied through voice transmission. He then flew to the deepest part of the Beast Spirit Mountain. "Xiaoxiao has come out of seclusion. She's a 4-star ultimate god." Feng Wuchen grinned. He had already sensed Ling Xiaoxiao's aura. When Feng Wuchen arrived, he just happened to see Ling Xiaoxiao violently beating up a 5-star ultimate god ferocious beast. There were dozens of other ultimate god ferocious beasts lying on the ground and unable to get up. Feng Wuchen looked at the dozens of severely injured ferocious beasts and then watched Ling Xiaoxiao violently beating up the ferocious beast. He smiled and said, "Xiaoxiao's current strength is not a problem for her to deal with a 6-star ultimate god ferocious beast. If she goes all out, she can even fight a 6-star ultimate god ferocious beast. The bloodline of the ancient Rakshasa clan is not much worse than that of the dragon gods." Rumble. Buzz. The ferocious kick forcibly knocked the huge ferocious beast down from the air. With a loud explosion, the ground shook and the ferocious beast was seriously injured and fainted. "Done." Ling Xiaoxiao clapped her hands and smiled. Her beautiful eyes then looked at Feng Wuchen. "Brother Feng, you're out of seclusion? Wow, a 7-star ultimate god." Ling Xiaoxiao flashed over. Touching Ling Xiaoxiao's head, Feng Wuchen smiled and said, "Xiaoxiao is also not bad. You can still increase your cultivation by 2 stars in such a short time without taking the heaven-defying divine pearl. If you take a heaven-defying divine pearl, your cultivation will instantly surpass mine. Compared to Brother Feng, this is nothing." Ling Xiaoxiao smiled and said, "Your realm has been consolidated. When you go back, take the ultimate god divine pearl to increase your cultivation. Let's go." Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and took Ling Xiaoxiao's hand to fly to the deepest part. "Brother Feng, where are we going?" Ling Xiaoxiao asked. "The place where you cultivated last time." Feng Wuchen chuckled. "The place where I cultivated last time?" Ling Xiaoxiao was stunned. The dozens of terrifying ferocious beasts instantly appeared in her mind. Remember in 1 second. Wonderful, no pop-up window free reading, in the deepest part of the Beast Soul Mountain. "Big Brother Feng, when I left last time, they said that you are their king. Is that true?" Ling Xiaoxiao looked at Feng Wuchen and asked. "Greetings, king." However, when they stepped into the territory of the great master god ferocious beasts and Ling Xiaoxiao's voice fell, the respectful voices of dozens of ferocious beasts could be heard. "It's true." Ling Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes widened to the extreme. Needless to say, the shock in her heart was needless to say. Feng Wuchen smiled slightly and did not say anything. After a while, they arrived at the deepest part of the Beast Soul Mountain. Dozens of ferocious beasts were already respectfully lying on the ground, waiting for Feng Wuchen. "Can you all transform into human form?" Feng Wuchen asked. "The court clansmen can transform into human form, but because of Guyu, we can't." The jade-scaled flying python said respectfully with a helpless expression. "Transform into human form. As long as you don't do anything evil, you can go wherever you want. You don't have to care about Guyu." Feng Wuchen said indifferently, ignoring the existence of Guyu. Feng Wuchen was the descendant of the dragon gods. Since the core beasts of the Beast Soul Mountain had already acknowledged him as their king, how could Feng Wuchen allow them to be bound by Guyu? Yes. The dozens of ferocious beasts transformed into human form without hesitation. The dozens of ferocious beasts, including the sacred transformation realm ferocious beasts, were all in the form of middle-aged men. Tell me about the divine fire. Feng Wuchen said. My king, there is a ferocious beast sealed in the profound god world's heaven abyss. It is an ancient ferocious beast. A few days ago, it sensed the aura of the divine fire and is currently in heaven abyss. The jade-scaled flying python said respectfully. Heaven abyss? Feng Wuchen frowned slightly as he stared at the jade-scaled flying python and asked, what is that place? The jade-scaled flying python said respectfully, profound god world's forbidden ground. Forbidden ground? Is there anything special about it? Xianxia asked. Nothing special. It is a forbidden ground because our clansmen are sealed there. The jade-scaled flying python said respectfully. News from a few days ago? I don't think so. Feng Wuchen stared at the jade-chelan flying python. His ancient bloodline suddenly erupted. Hearing this, the azure-scaled flying python couldn't help but shiver, and it started to panic. The dozens of people were frightened. Feng Wuchen said coldly, I think you want to use me to save it, right? Do you think I can't tell what you're thinking? If I'm not mistaken, the sealed murderer is your former king, right? Use them? Xianxia frowned slightly. Her impression of the dozens of people in front of her instantly fell to the bottom. The dozens of people were panicking at this moment, and no one dared to say a word. First, you want to use me to save someone. Whether or not you can save him, at least there is hope. Second, I am just a descendant of the dragon gods. Because of my ancient bloodline, you can't do anything to me, so you are respectful to me and worship me as your king. However, because you are strong, you don't sincerely submit to me. Therefore, the trip to heaven abyss will be dangerous. Moreover, Shantong won't suspect you, right? Feng Wuchen asked coldly, staring at the jade-scaled flying python coldly. In fact, Feng Wuchen didn't say one thing. The jade-scaled flying python and the others wanted Feng Wuchen dead. Because only when the ancient dragon gods were completely destroyed, would they not be suppressed by the bloodline of the dragon gods and obtain true freedom. What? You want to harm Brother Feng? Xiaoxia's face turned cold. The jade-scaled flying python broke out in cold sweat and became more and more panicked. In the end, the dozens of people all knelt down. King, I know my mistake. The jade-scaled flying python was terrified. It had never expected that Feng Wuchen would be able to see through its thoughts. Actually, you already know of my existence because I have a certain understanding of ferocious beasts. When I awakened my ancient bloodline, you already sensed it, Feng Wuchen said coldly. When I first stepped here, even Lord-level ferocious beasts didn't dare to approach me. How could you not know? After that, I even asked Qianhun. I already knew that your king was sealed by the divine fire. So, when you said that the ferocious beasts were sealed, I guessed your goal, Feng Wuchen said coldly. The jade-scaled flying python was speechless. Feng Wuchen said coldly, you have disappointed me. I don't like people using me. Brother Feng, they are too despicable. Let's go, Xiaoxiao said angrily. We know our mistake. We shouldn't have plotted against you, king. Please give us another chance, king. The jade-scaled flying python hurriedly begged. He was filled with regret. Chance? Feng Wuchen said disdainfully, do you still have the right to talk to me about a chance? You're lucky that Brother Feng didn't kill you. Brother Feng, let's go. Xiaoxiao said coldly. She pulled Feng Wuchen with her and was about to leave. King. King. Don't go. Please give us another chance, king. For so many years, we ferocious beasts have been unable to improve our strength. That's because the sealed ancient ferocious beasts are our lifeline, the jade-scaled flying python hurriedly knelt and begged. What does that have to do with me? Feng Wuchen said coldly. King, as long as you are willing to help, we can hand over our ancient power, the jade-scaled flying python hurriedly said. Ancient power? Feng Wuchen was slightly surprised. That's right. The Beast Soul Mountain has always sealed a type of ancient power. We ferocious beasts know nothing about array formations. Nobody can break the seal. If King is willing to help, we will immediately bring King over, the jade-scaled flying python hurriedly said. Heaven Abyss's danger is probably not enough for me to help, Feng Wuchen said coldly. Rest assured, King. There won't be any danger, absolutely no danger, the jade-scaled flying python immediately guaranteed. Big brother Feng, we must obtain the ancient power and divine fire. But whether or not we can save that ferocious beast, you have the final say, Ling Xiaoxiao hurriedly said in a low voice. Feng Wuchen glanced at Ling Xiaoxiao in astonishment. He did not think that Ling Xiaoxiao still had such a shrewd and cunning side. Sensing Feng Wuchen's gaze, Ling Xiaoxiao guessed what he meant. Her pretty face immediately turned red as she hurriedly said, that's the way to deal with them. Who asked them to want to harm Big Brother Feng? Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and did not say anything. Bring me to have a look, Feng Wuchen said to the jade-scaled flying python. King, this way please. The jade-scaled flying python respectfully made an inviting gesture. The dozens of ferocious beast experts all heaved a sigh of relief. Even if their cultivation was terrifying, once they were suppressed by Feng Wuchen's bloodline power, they were no different from kindergartners. After a while, the jade-scaled flying python brought Feng Wuchen to the edge of the deepest abyss. In front of them was a huge and bottomless abyss. King, the ancient power is sealed under the abyss, the jade-scaled flying python said respectfully. You can't sense anything. Don't tell me you still want to harm Big Brother Feng? Ling Xiaoxiao asked coldly as she stared at the jade-scaled flying python warily. Your subordinate will not dare to deceive you again. This is an ancient seal. We cannot break it, the jade-scaled flying python hurriedly said. King, if you don't believe me, we can go down first. The jade-scaled flying python jumped into the abyss without hesitation. The other dozens of people followed suit. Brother Feng, are we going down? Ling Xiaoxiao asked. She was still worried as they were not familiar with this place. Don't worry, they are suppressed by the bloodline of the dragon gods. They can't threaten us. Let's go down and take a look. Feng Wuchen was not worried at all. He pulled Ling Xiaoxiao's hand and jumped into the abyss. The abyss was indeed not simple. Even Feng Wuchen could not sense the slightest fluctuation of aura. After some time, when Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao landed at the bottom of the abyss, it was already bright. It was not because there were electric lights at the bottom of the abyss, but because of the beast fire. At the bottom of the abyss was a huge crypt. It was deep and eerie. King, this way please. The seal is in the depths of the crypt. The flying python said respectfully. It led the way into the crypt, and the other ferocious beasts in human form followed. Brother Feng, I still can't sense the fluctuation of aura. Ling Xiaoxiao frowned. She was getting more and more worried. I can't sense it either. Let's go in and take a look. Feng Wuchen nodded and followed. The deepest part of the crypt was like an underground mausoleum. It was huge, but it was not an underground palace. It was just a huge cave. The flying python flicked its finger, and dozens of beast fire flew in all directions. The dark crypt was lit up instantly. King, this is where the seal is, but I can't sense any aura. This must be the cultivation place of an ancient expert. The flying python said respectfully. It flashed to the center of the crypt. Buzz buzz. As it spoke, the flying python hit the floor of the cave with its palm. The peaceful cave suddenly shook violently. An extremely ancient and terrifying aura rolled out, and a bright green light appeared. The aura of a seal. Ling Xiaoxiao believed it this time. It is indeed a seal, and it is very scary. Feng Wuchen frowned. He had never seen such a terrifying seal. It was no exaggeration to say that even if the jade-scaled flying python and the others joined forces, they would not be able to break the seal by force. Not long after, an enormous ceiling formation diagram appeared in the enormous underground space. Dense and profound runes intersected with each other. As the ceiling array appeared, a cauldron appeared out of thin air in the center of the array. A strand of dark red energy floated above the mouth of the cauldron. It was the power of the ancient times. Ancient power. Feng Wuchen could tell at a glance, and his expression stiffened on the spot. Ling Xiaoxiao said in shock, "Big brother Feng, this ancient and terrifying aura is very similar to your time god aura." "That's right, it is indeed the power of time. I can feel that the power of time in my body is extremely restless." Feng Wuchen was both surprised and happy. The power of time was already terrifying enough, let alone the power of time. The jade-scaled flying python had not lied. There was indeed a seal here, and there was indeed an ancient power. Unfortunately, the ancient seal was extremely terrifying. "Master, I'm afraid you can't do anything about such a terrifying seal," Long Xinjian said telepathically. "This ancient aura is very unusual. Master, you must be careful. I feel that this is one of the most ancient sealing arrays." The divine eye said. "I have the same feeling, and it is very strong. This seal is not simple." The blood seether said telepathically. The divine eye and the blood seether were both ancient divine artifacts and sacred artifacts. They were very familiar with the ancient aura. "King, this ancient seal is very scary. The ancient power is right in front of you, but as long as the seal is not broken, you can only see it, but not touch it. If you don't break the seal by force, you won't be in any danger even if you stand inside the seal. But once you attack, a terrifying devouring power will appear," the jade-scaled flying python said respectfully. "This seal is indeed powerful." Feng Wuchen nodded and walked over. "Big brother Feng, you must be careful," Ling Xiaoxiao reminded. Feng Wuchen came to the edge of the seal, placed his hand on the seal, and slowly closed his eyes to investigate. He wouldn't have known if he didn't look, but when he did, he jumped in fright. Feng Wuchen's eyes widened in shock. "Big brother Feng, what's wrong?" Ling Xiaoxiao asked as she looked at Feng Wuchen nervously. "King, how is this seal?" the jade-scaled flying python asked. "This ancient sealing formation actually has a boundary and a restriction. The illusory array is ever-changing, and there are also countless array formations that switch between each other. It's like a maze, and there's no way to know where the path is," Feng Wuchen said in shock. With a simple investigation, Feng Wuchen felt as if he had fallen into a dark space, and could not tell north from south. The terror of the ancient seal was beyond Feng Wuchen's imagination. Even though Feng Wuchen was quite accomplished in the field of array formations, he felt helpless in the face of this ancient seal. "This?" The jade-scaled flying python and the rest were stunned. "Big brother Feng, even you can't break it?" Ling Xiaoxiao asked in disbelief. "I've never seen such a terrifying sealing formation. The power contained within it is too terrifying. Even Shan Tong would not be able to shake the power of this sealing formation." Feng Wuchen shook his head. The ancient power was right in front of him, but he could not break the seal. The feeling was as uncomfortable as being refused entry. "Even Senior Shan Tong can't shake it?" Ling Xiaoxiao was stunned. She could no longer imagine how terrifying the power of the seal was. Since the seal is in the 7 divine realms, the master who set it up must have hoped that the cultivators of the 7 divine realms or the fated ones would obtain it. "It's impossible to break it by force, but there should be other ways," Feng Wuchen said solemnly, and then looked around. "Go and see if there's anything suspicious." "The seal might have a mechanism to break it," Feng Wuchen said. This was the only way. The jade-scaled flying python and dozens of people immediately spread out to search. However, to Feng Wuchen's disappointment, they were surrounded by mountain rock walls. There was no sign of any mechanism at all. "King, I didn't find anything." "I didn't find anything either. I've looked at every corner here. There's no mechanism." The dozens of people returned with the same result. They found nothing. Without any discovery and without breaking the seal, Feng Wuchen was at his wit's end. "Big brother Feng, could it be related to that cauldron?" Ling Xiaoxiao guessed. There was nothing suspicious in the entire huge cavern. There was only the seal and the cauldron that could be seen but not touched. This cauldron is an ancient divine weapon used to suppress the divine power of time. Moreover, it's isolated by the seal. "Even if it's related to the cauldron, we can't do anything about it," Feng Wuchen said, shaking his head. There's no mechanism, and we can't break it. Do we need to find something to open it? Someone shook his head helplessly. Big Brother Feng, there are words on it. Ling Xiaoxiao suddenly said. I'll remember it in 1 second. Wonderful, no pop-up window free reading. Flower in the mirror, moon in the water. Feng Wuchen quickly looked up at the top of the crypt and saw the bold and powerful words. Flower in the mirror, moon in the water, illusory and ethereal, Feng Wuchen whispered. Flower in the mirror, moon in the water? The jade scaled. Flying Python frowned and asked, King, what do these words mean? It means illusion, Ling Xiaoxiao said. Illusion? Could it be that this ceiling formation is fake? Someone cried out in alarm. How is that possible? How can such a terrifying seal be an illusion? Could it be an illusion formation? The jade-scaled flying python was shocked. The ceiling formation can't be fake. Feng Wuchen shook his head. Then what does this sentence mean? Could it be that the ancient power is fake? The jade-scaled flying python asked. Flower in the mirror, moon in the water. It means that the cauldron in the formation is an illusion. There's another possibility, which is that everything in front of us is an illusion, including the abyss outside. However, this possibility is too small, Ling Xiaoxiao explained. I see. The jade-scaled flying python nodded. The ceiling formation and the ancient power's aura are real, but the cauldron's aura can be fake because the cauldron is used to suppress the ancient power. This so-called suppression can also not be a suppression, Ling Xiaoxiao added. How can the aura of a sacred artifact be wrong? Someone asked, puzzled. Didn't Brother Feng just say it? The illusion formation in the ceiling formation is ever-changing, Ling Xiaoxiao said exasperatedly. Feng Wuchen flashed above the formation and looked down. The huge green formation was like a lake, and the cauldron represented the flower and the moon. This meant that it was an illusion. If the cauldron is fake, then where is the real cauldron? There's nothing suspicious about this crypt. Feng Wuchen frowned. King, could the real cauldron be above the crypt? If the moon in the water is an illusion, then wouldn't the corresponding one be real? The jade-scaled flying python asked. If you can think of it, many people can think of it. Do you think the person who set up the formation is so stupid? Feng Wuchen said coldly. Then, he flashed down. Xiaoxiao, what do you think? Feng Wuchen looked at Ling Xiaoxiao and asked. Brother Feng, if it weren't for the terrifying power of the seal formation, I would suspect that these 6 words were used to mislead us. Since these words are true, and we are not in the illusion formation now, plus we have searched every corner here and found nothing suspicious, there is only one possibility, Ling Xiaoxiao said seriously. Let's hear it, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. The jade-scaled flying python and the others also turned to look at Ling Xiaoxiao. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled and said, other than the saying of the flower in the mirror and the moon in the water, there is another saying, the mirror in the mirror. Mirror in a mirror? Could there be a ceiling formation within a ceiling formation? The jade-scaled flying python did not understand. The mirror in the mirror is also an illusion, but the mirror in the mirror is not necessarily fake, Ling Xiaoxiao said. Xiaoxiao is really smart. Feng Wuchen grinned. In this aspect, Feng Wuchen was ashamed of his inferiority. Brother Feng, this is only a guess. Xiaoxiao doesn't know the specifics, Ling Xiaoxiao shook her head and said. The jade-scaled flying python and the others were confused. They did not know what Ling Xiaoxiao was talking about. My lord, what does the mirror in the mirror mean? King's wife said that it is not necessarily fake. Where is the mirror in the mirror? One of them asked the jade-scaled flying python. I don't know. The jade-scaled flying python shook his head. He himself did not know what it meant. King, Madam said that the mirror in the mirror is not necessarily fake. Does that mean it is underground? A saint transformation beast guessed. No. Ling Xiaoxiao shook her head. At this time, Feng Wuchen began to walk around the edge of the ceiling formation. His gaze was fixed on the cauldron in the ceiling formation. Madam, what is King doing? The jade-scaled flying python asked in a low voice. He is looking for the mirror in the mirror. Ling Xiaoxiao chuckled. The mirror in the mirror? Everyone was stunned. Feng Wuchen walked half a circle before stopping. As if he had discovered something, a smile appeared on his face. Brother Feng, did you find it? Ling Xiaoxiao happily flashed over. Found it. It is here. Xiaoxiao is really smart. You were right. Feng Wuchen praised. You found it? The jade-scaled flying python and the others were shocked. They all flashed over. I have been looking at the cauldron in the ceiling formation. I couldn't see anything just now, but I saw 2 cauldrons here. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Then, he took a step back and motioned for Ling Xiaoxiao to stand over and take a look. Ling Xiaoxiao looked over and really found 2 overlapping shadows of cauldrons. Moreover, they were emitting a faint halo. That's great. Big brother Feng, we found it. Ling Xiaoxiao was overjoyed when she saw it. This is all thanks to Xiaoxia's intelligence. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to find it. Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Madam, isn't the mirror in the mirror looking down from above? Isn't the ceiling formation pointing at the mirror? Someone asked doubtfully. Ling Xiaoxiao said, no matter how you look at it, this ceiling formation is a mirror. It is just that the visual angle is different and the size is different. The reason why you don't look at it from above is because Brother Feng has already seen it. Madam, let me have a look too. The azure-scaled flying python said anxiously. He had never seen such a miraculous thing. The azure-scaled flying python could not help but be shocked. They would not be able to find the way to break the formation even if they were given 1,000 years. The way to break the formation is hidden so deeply. As expected of the king's madam, she is so smart. This is amazing. The person who set up the formation can hide the way to break the formation in a sentence. Although the meaning is easy to understand, I am afraid that in the entire 7 divine realms, only the king's madam can find it. Yes, yes. Madam is so smart. Dozens of people praised and even looked at Ling Xiaoxiao with admiration. After a while, Feng Wuchen pointed a finger and a golden energy burst out and directly hit the cauldron. Buzz buzz. In the ceiling formation, the cauldron shook violently and burst into a bright light. The terrifying aura of a divine weapon swept out wildly and soon filled every corner of the underground space. This is the real aura of an ancient divine weapon. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Has the seal been broken? The azure-scaled flying python asked. How can it be so easy? Feng Wuchen shook his head. As expected. The moment Feng Wuchen finished speaking, a large ray of light shot out in all directions from the ceiling formation and instantly condensed into identical cauldrons. This is. Looking at the thousands of cauldrons floating around them, the azure-scaled flying python and the others were stunned. There are so many ancient divine weapons, a saint-transforming beast exclaimed in shock. Only one of them is real. If we find the real cauldron, we can break the seal, Ling Xiaoxiao said with a smile. There are so many of them, and their auras are exactly the same. How do we find them? How do we know which one is real? The azure-scaled flying python asked in confusion. For Brother Feng, it is a piece of cake. Brother Feng is the strongest alchemist in the 7 divine realms. Ling Xiaoxiao said with a smile. I remember it in 1 second. Wonderful. Read it for free. The most powerful alchemist? The azure-scaled flying python and the others were shocked again as they stared at Feng Wuchen with their eyes wide open. Ling Xiaoxiao was right. Although Feng Wuchen was only an ultimate god alchemist, his attainments in the field of alchemy were on par with Mia Hun. Feng Wuchen glanced at the cauldrons in all directions, then shouted. Come. Whoosh, among the thousands of cauldrons, one cauldron suddenly flew toward Feng Wuchen. It was obvious that it was a real ancient sacred artifact. King, is this a real cauldron? The azure-scaled flying python asked. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the thousands of cauldrons disappeared, leaving only the cauldron in front of Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen did not need to answer. This cauldron is the key to breaking the seal, Feng Wuchen said lightly, then waved his hand, and the cauldron flew to the center of the seal. The mouth of the cauldron pressed against the mouth of the cauldron. Pung, a dull sound was heard. The moment the 2 cauldrons touched, a dazzling light burst out of the cauldron, covering the entire crypt space, and an extremely terrifying power surged out crazily. The power to break the seal is hidden in the cauldron. Feng Wuchen was shocked. Buzz buzz. Crack. The moment the terrifying power erupted, the crypt shook violently, and the huge beast spirit mountain also shook. Then, with a cracking sound, the huge seal was forcibly broken. Almost instantly, the crypt space returned to normal. The huge green magic formation disappeared, leaving only a cauldron with a wisp of dark red energy suspended above the mouth of the cauldron. The terrifying divine power of time spread out. The seal is broken. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. We couldn't break the seal for thousands of years, but King broke it in 2 hours. The azure-scaled flying python and the others were stunned and shocked. Big brother Feng, quickly devour the time divine power. Ling Xiaoxiao hurriedly said, afraid that the time divine power would run away. The godly power of time has been sealed for too long and is now in a state of deep sleep. It can't run away, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Then, with a wave of his hand, the world-purifying soul flame immediately enveloped the godly power of time. He made a grabbing motion in the air and absorbed the world-cleansing alien soul fire and the time divine power into his body. Very good. I've obtained the divine power of time. Now, I only have 3 ancient powers left, Feng Wuchen said excitedly. Obtaining the godly power of time meant that Feng Wuchen's cultivation could be further refined. Congratulations, Your Majesty, for obtaining the divine power of time. The flying python and the others recovered from their shock and hurriedly cupped their fists to congratulate him. On account of the time divine power, I promise you that I will make a trip to the profound God world's heaven abyss. However, I cannot guarantee that I will be able to rescue your people, Feng Wuchen said as he looked at the jade-scaled heaven flying python. This? The jade-scaled flying python was stunned. You don't have the right to negotiate with me, Feng Wuchen said coldly. Yes. The jade-scaled flying python lowered its head helplessly and secretly regretted its previous actions. Xiao, let's go, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile and strode away. Looking at the dejected jade-scaled flying python, Ling Xiao said, actually, you don't have to do this. Even if Brother Feng's bloodline could suppress you, Brother Feng wouldn't do it. That's because Brother Feng doesn't care about it. You must have forgotten Brother Feng's identity. You really shouldn't have thought of harming Brother Feng. Ling Xiaoxiao's words were like a knife that ruthlessly pierced the jade-scaled flying python's heart. That's right. As a descendant of the ancient dragon gods, why would Feng Wuchen care about them? If they didn't have the intention to harm Feng Wuchen, they would definitely have a meteoric rise in the future. It was a pity that they had missed the opportunity. They only had one chance. They might not even have it. All this was just because the jade-scaled flying python thought too highly of itself. How could a mere primordial ferocious beast be mentioned in the same breath as the primordial dragon gods? Xiao, the ancient power sealed in your body is very scary. You must be careful when you cultivate to avoid a backlash, Feng Wuchen reminded after leaving the abyss. Brother Feng, don't worry. Xiao will be careful. Ling Xiao nodded. After leaving the territory of the great master god, Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiao headed straight for the underground cavern. Rain or shine, all kinds of beasts avoided them. Feng Wuchen planned to refine the time divine power before heading to the profound god world's heaven abyss. Ling Xiao returned to the dragon god palace first. After all, Lu Qingyang and the rest were still in seclusion. 7 days later, Feng Wuchen exited the divine ring. At this time, Lu Qingyang and the rest had left the Beast Spirit Mountain. The death trial was over. After refining the time divine power, Feng Wuchen's cultivation level stepped into the peak 8-star ultimate god realm. In order to obtain the divine fire as soon as possible, Feng Wuchen planned to head directly to the profound god world. Lord Feng, long time no see. However, at this time, Feng Wuchen heard a familiar voice. Su Yuan? Feng Wuchen looked over in surprise and asked, indeed, long time no see. It seems that you haven't been doing well. Why are you here? Why are you looking for me? Feng Wuchen did not suspect that Su Yuan was following or monitoring him. Lord Feng's father told me. I have left the main god palace, Su Yuan said respectfully. I see. Feng Wuchen nodded. Lord Feng, the divine world's heavenly tribulation has changed. It means that someone is ascending. However, the power of the divine world's heavenly tribulation has recovered. I'm afraid that the person will not be able to succeed. Moreover, I can't weaken the power of the divine world's heavenly tribulation, Su Yuan said respectfully. This is bad. Feng Wuchen's face changed when he heard that. There were still many people in the Heaven Realm's Dragon God Alliance who had not passed the heavenly tribulation, including Ying Hun and Tian Ming. They were still in the Heaven Realm. Passing the heavenly tribulation at this time was undoubtedly suicide. Is there any way? Feng Wuchen asked with a frown. I'm no longer a member of the main God Palace. At most, I can help Lord Feng return to the Heaven Realm. I can't change the power of the divine world's heavenly tribulation because the great Master God is personally involved, Su Yuan said respectfully. Send me back to the Heaven Realm immediately. Feng Wuchen said without hesitation. Since he could not change the power of the heavenly tribulation, Feng Wuchen could only go back personally. Su Yuan formed a seal with both hands, and a pitch-black crack appeared in the void. Many thanks. If you're interested, you can stay in the Dragon God Palace. Feng Wuchen immediately went in. Many thanks, Lord Feng. Su Yuan thanked him gratefully. In comparison, the people in the Heaven Realm's Dragon God Alliance were more important than the divine fire. Brother Feng has left the divine world? The moment Feng Wuchen disappeared, Shan Tong sensed it immediately. At the same time, in the main God Palace, Endless War also sensed it. The corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile, and he disappeared in a flash. When Endless War appeared again, he was already in the main God Palace. Lord Great Master God, Feng Wuchen went to the Forgotten Land. Su Yuan let him go back, Endless War reported respectfully. Since he's gone back, then he can forget about ever coming back. Zhu Sha sneered, and a fierce cold light flashed in his old eyes. What do you mean, Great Overlord? Everlasting War looked at Zhu Sha carefully. He did not understand what Zhu Sha meant. Seal the God world and trap him in the Forgotten Land. Since he wants to go back to save people, teach him a lesson. Now is not the time to kill him, Zhu Sha sneered, not taking Feng Wuchen seriously at all. He had been like this from the beginning. Yes, Great Overlord. My lord. Everlasting War respectfully accepted the order and immediately disappeared. When Endless War reappeared, he was already beside Su Yuan. Feng Wuchen has gone to the Forgotten Land, right? Endless War smiled. Endless War. Su Yuan's expression changed drastically, filled with fear. Since he is gone, he can forget about coming back, Endless War sneered. He then waved his hand and the black crack disappeared instantly. Oh no. Su Yuan's expression changed again. Unfortunately, he could not stop it in time. Endless War had already entered the Great Overgod realm and was even more terrifying than before. Su Yuan, since you have already left the main God Palace, I will not make things difficult for you. Not only that, I have to thank you, Endless War smiled. Thank me? Su Yuan was confused. However, he was shocked in the next moment and cried out, You are using me? I am not using you. I just know that you will definitely look for Feng Wuchen, Endless War said with a smile. Endless War knew that there were still people in the heaven world who had not ascended yet. That was why he did not attack Su Yuan. Otherwise, Su Yuan would have died many times over. You have been spying on me. Su Yuan's face darkened. He had already realized that he had fallen into Everlasting War's trap. Furthermore, he had fallen into Everlasting War's trap. Boom. Pfft. Endless War waved his hand and a terrifying power instantly caused Su Yuan to spit out blood as he was sent flying. With just a wave of his hand, Su Yuan was severely injured. Spying? You are not qualified for me to spy on you, Endless War said in disdain. Then, he pointed his finger. Swish, buzz buzz, a terrifying beam of light shot out as fast as lightning. Su Yuan could not dodge it and it pierced through his shoulder mercilessly. I've already ordered all the Master Gods to seal off the 7 divine realms. Feng Wuchen can forget about coming back, Endless War sneered. Despicable. Su Yuan scolded. Are those your last words? Everlasting War laughed coldly. Then, he shot out fiercely and sent a merciless palm strike towards Lin Fan. Meanwhile, the moment Feng Wuchen returned to the heaven realm, he had already sensed the aura of the person undergoing the tribulation. It was none other than someone from the Dragon God Alliance, Tianming. This is bad. Brother Tianming's aura. Can't you suppress your power anymore? Feng Wuchen was anxious. Rumble. The space of the heaven realm was covered with dark clouds, strong winds blew, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. An extremely terrifying power of the heavenly tribulation was brewing in the vast sea of thunderclouds. It was breathtaking, causing all the cultivators in the heaven realm to feel fear. How did the power of the heavenly tribulation become so terrifying? This heavenly tribulation is more than 10 times stronger than Xiaoxiao and the rest when they ascended. There's no way they can overcome this tribulation. Tianming can only throw his life away. How can this be? How can this be? We can't suppress our powers any longer. If the heavenly tribulation continues to be this terrifying, won't we all die? Who can still ascend? The people of the Dragon God Alliance were in a state of panic. Faced with such a situation, they could not control it at all. After all, the power of the heavenly tribulation had already exceeded their imagination. Even Ling Xiaoxiao or Feng Wuchen might not be able to withstand such a terrifying power of the heavenly tribulation, let alone them. Grandpa Shadow, tell me, is Father unable to withstand this power of the heavenly tribulation? Father will die from the tribulation, won't he? Ling asked as she wept sadly. Shadow did not know how to answer. No. Father. Don't leave me. Ling cried out in grief. The people of the Dragon God Alliance looked worried. Even though Tianming was powerful, they knew that Tianming was powerless against the power of the heavenly tribulation. The heavens want me dead. Looking at such a terrifying power of the heavenly tribulation, Tianming smiled wryly. No matter how unwilling he was, there was nothing he could do at this moment. His eyes were filled with despair. At this moment, Tianming was already prepared to face the tribulation. He was in an absolute peak state, but in the face of the power of the heavenly tribulation, he paled in comparison. He was too insignificant. Tianming, was this a life given by the heavens? Could it be that he could take it back whenever he wanted? Ling Father has let you down. Tianming shed tears of indignation. Rumble. Buzz, buzz, a terrifying thunderbolt of 100,000 feet in size struck down with monstrous might. The extent of its terror could be seen with the naked eye. There was no need to describe it at all. In that instant, the entire heavenly realm collapsed. The terrifying moment scared countless cultivators in the heavenly realm out of their wits. How was this a tribulation? This was simply courting death. Seeing this terrifying heavenly tribulation descending, Tianming was stunned. This was a tribulation, this was not a tribulation, this was destruction. No. Ling screamed at the top of her lungs, struggling to rush out. Ling Inghan tried his best to stop her. Grandpa Ing, let go of me, let go of me. Father, no. Ling screamed in grief and despair. Above the void, the powerless and desperate Tianming suddenly burst into laughter. I've risked everything in exchange for today's cultivation and stepped into the peak of the heavenly realm. You actually want to kill me with a tribulation? What a joke. The heavens are blind today, and the heavenly Tao is unfair. I can't accept this. So what if it's a tribulation dozens of times stronger? Why should I be afraid? Tianming roared crazily. He was already prepared to fight to the death. All the power in his body erupted, turning into a terrifying energy that soared into the sky. Tianming planned to perish together with the tribulation. No. Father. Ling screamed in grief. The people of the Dragon God Alliance were filled with sympathy and indignation. Their eyes were wet, but they were powerless. They could only watch helplessly. Hall Master Hun, take care of Ling for me. Tianming's despairing voice reached Hun's ears. Sigh. Hun sighed helplessly. He seemed to have aged dozens of years in an instant. His old face was pale and haggard. Tianming activated his full strength. Before he even got close to the terrifying tribulation, He could already feel the intense pressure and dangerous aura. At this moment, Tianming realized just how terrifying this tribulation's power was. Ah! Tianming roared crazily and charged toward the tribulation. Rumble! Buzz, buzz, at the moment of collision, there was an explosion. The sound of the explosion reverberated throughout the heavenly realm. At this moment, everyone closed their eyes in despair and grief. They all knew that Tianming had been reduced to ashes. It was impossible for anyone to survive such a terrifying tribulation's power. Father! Ling Er's eyes were red from crying. However, what they did not know was that at the moment of the explosion, the 100,000-foot-long tribulation was directly shattered. Tianming's eyes widened. He clearly saw him shatter the 100,000-feet-long heavenly tribulation energy with a single punch. But was that possible? Absolutely impossible. Impossible. That's impossible. I can't go against such a terrifying heavenly tribulation energy at all, let alone shatter it. Tianming shook his head in a daze. He knew very well how terrifying the heavenly tribulation was. It was absolutely impossible that he could shatter it with a single punch. Big brother Tianming is still the Tianming I know. You're indeed a man who'd rather die than submit. Just as Tianming was. Extremely shocked and puzzled, Feng Wuchen's laughter rang out behind him. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Tianming shuddered all over. Only then did he realize that there was someone behind him. Alliance Chief? Tianming turned around instantly. The moment he saw Feng Wuchen, his face was filled with excitement and agitation. It's really you, Alliance Chief. Am I seeing things? There's always a way out, haha. Tianming was extremely excited. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, of course it's me. Luckily, I made it back in time. The 100,000-feet-long heavenly tribulation energy was blocked by Feng Wuchen for Tianming. If he hadn't made it in time, Tianming would have died without a doubt. What's going on? Did the heavenly tribulation energy disappear so quickly? The thunderclouds are also gone. No, Tianming's aura is still there. Did he succeed in transcending the tribulation? That's impossible. There's no way he could have withstood such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. Why is Tianming smiling? What's going on? Hey, everyone, look. That's the Alliance Chief. He's back. It's really the Alliance Chief. Just as everyone was puzzled, someone finally saw Feng Wuchen's figure. The Dragon God Alliance was instantly in an uproar. Welcome, Alliance Chief. Everyone in the Dragon God Alliance roared madly. Their momentum was vast and earth-shattering. Uncle Feng. Ling Er shouted joyfully, waving her hands continuously. Thank goodness the Alliance Master is here at this critical moment. That's great. Ying Han was finally relieved. Everyone was also relieved. He's back. Mingyu stared at the man in the sky in shock. The young master is back. The Dragon Clan and the other major forces cheered with ecstasy. Perhaps it was because they were afraid of Feng Wuchen's power, or perhaps it was because of other reasons, but the heavenly tribulation had already disappeared. However, the immortal realm didn't have the slightest intention of acknowledging it. There was no movement at all. Alliance Master, it looks like something has happened in the immortal realm, Tianming guessed without even asking. Otherwise, why would Feng Wuchen personally return? The God world has been sealed. Not only can you not ascend, even I can't return. Feng Wuchen shook his head. He could no longer sense the aura of the God world. What? Even the Alliance Master couldn't return? What the hell is going on? Tianming turned pale with fright. It seems that Su Yuan has been used by someone, Feng Wuchen said to himself. The first person that came to mind was Zhang Wuji. It's fine. You can leave first, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile, not caring at all. Nothing? Tianming absolutely didn't believe it. His intuition told him that something big must have happened in the God world. However, since Feng Wuchen didn't say anything, Tianming didn't want to ask. Greetings, Alliance Master. Many experts of the Dragon God Alliance knelt respectfully to welcome him. Everyone was extremely excited. It was like an ordinary person seeing a god. Everyone, please rise. No need for formalities, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Looking at the familiar dragon god palace, he was in a good mood and very happy. Disciple greets master. Tianlan bowed with joy and respect. After glancing at Tianlan, Feng Wuchen nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, peak of the 9th tier of the divine transformation realm, a divine grade alchemist. Very good. Uncle Feng. Thank you, Uncle Feng, for saving Daddy. Ling Er rushed up like an excited kitten. Wow, Ling Er has grown so tall. Feng Wuchen happily picked Ling Er up, making her laugh. Uncle Feng hasn't been back for a long time, Ling Er said with a smile. Didn't I come back to see Ling Er? Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Feng Wuchen was especially fond of Ling Er. Ling Er, don't be rude. Come down quickly, Tian Ming immediately scolded. Big brother Tian Ming, it's fine, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Alliance Master, we can't suppress our power anymore. The power of the heavenly tribulation is so terrifying that we can't survive it at all. If it weren't for you today, Tian Ming would have been reduced to ashes, an elder of the spiritual beast clan said with concern. Yes, young master. We have been suppressing it as much as possible and have been waiting for news from you, a junior of the dragon clan also said with concern. Alliance Master, what happened in the realm of the gods? Celestial Master Su Xian asked solemnly. It wasn't hard to guess that such an extreme change had something to do with the realm of the gods. The Blacksmith Guild Master Bai Hun frowned and said, we can at most suppress it for another month or so. When Bai Hun said that, many experts of the Alliance revealed worried expressions. The atmosphere instantly became tense. After all, no one could withstand such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. Moreover, they didn't take the initiative to undergo the tribulation, but the heavenly tribulation itself. Feng Wuchen couldn't possibly help so many experts who were about to ascend to the realm of the gods, right? I know, and I can understand your feelings. Everyone, don't worry. I will solve the problem of the realm of the gods as soon as possible. Please wait for a while more, Feng Wuchen promised. Feng Wuchen couldn't even return to the realm of the gods. How could he solve this problem? Among those present, only Tian Ming knew that Feng Wuchen couldn't return to the realm of the gods. However, Tian Ming didn't dare to say it out loud for fear of causing panic. With the Alliance Master's words, we can rest assured. Everyone's worried faces finally revealed smiles. After the experts of the various forces left one after another, Feng Wuchen told everyone about the realm of the gods in the main hall of the Dragon Temple. I'm afraid something even more terrifying will happen in the 7th realm of the gods. The Dragon Temple is facing an unprecedentedly strong enemy, Feng Wuchen said solemnly. Something has indeed happened in the realm of the gods. No wonder there has been no news from the Alliance Master. Ying Hun nodded to show that he understood. Bai Hun frowned and said, I didn't expect to alarm the experts of the sacred world. This is troublesome. Alliance Master, how did you know I was undergoing the tribulation? Tian Ming asked. I don't know who's undergoing the tribulation. I only know that someone in the heaven realm is undergoing the tribulation. If Su Yuan didn't tell me, I wouldn't know at all. It's all thanks to Su Yuan that I was able to make it back in time. However, I'm afraid Su Yuan is already dead. He's been used by someone, Feng Wuchen said with a frown. The moment he couldn't sense the aura of the realm of the gods, Feng Wuchen guessed it. This? Everyone couldn't help but blame themselves. Alliance Master, now that you can't return to the realm of the gods, how are you going to solve the tribulation? Su Xian asked with a frown. I can't go back, but I didn't say there's no way to go back. Feng Wuchen grinned and said, they don't want me to go back. When the time comes, they'll probably come begging me to go back. Begging the Alliance Master to go back? Everyone was stunned when they heard that. They didn't understand what Feng Wuchen meant. That's right. They'll be here soon if they beg me to go back. Feng Wuchen smiled. Although they couldn't understand what Feng Wuchen meant, they firmly believed in Feng Wuchen's words. Because Feng Wuchen was the Alliance Master, however, how could Feng Wuchen be sure that Zhu Sha and the others would beg him to return? Who was Zhu Sha? He was the overlord of the 7 divine realms, and it was his idea to keep Feng Wuchen in the Forgotten Land forever. Why would he beg Feng Wuchen to return? It was simply nonsense. Of course, it was impossible for Xianxia to keep Feng Wuchen in the heaven realm forever. Because Feng Wuchen had the power of time and space, it was easy for him to return to the seven divine realms. Master Ing Hun, has anything happened in the heaven realm recently? Feng Wuchen looked at Ing Hun and asked without the slightest hint of worry. It seemed that Feng Wuchen really did have a way. Ing Hun said respectfully, Alliance Master, apart from the matter of those abandoned cultivators in the space divine realm, nothing major has happened so far. However, there are many rising forces. This is a good thing. It can make the heaven realm stronger. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. It is indeed a good thing, but I'm afraid that they have other plans. The younger generation of the Demon Phoenix clan is rising, and the major forces that were defeated back then are gradually reviving. Ing Hun was slightly worried. Tian Ming said seriously, they are undoubtedly waiting for us to pass the tribulation before making their move. They also know that the power of the tribulation is terrifying. Whoever passes the tribulation will die. No one can touch the heaven realm that I conquered. If they know their place, I can't be bothered to destroy them. However, if they attack us, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Feng Wuchen said domineeringly. Feng Wuchen didn't care about their strength at all. Even if the powerhouses of the Dragon God Alliance ascended to the divine realm, Feng Wuchen could easily take back the weak Dragon God Alliance when these rising forces swallowed it. Moreover, Feng Wuchen's things couldn't be taken casually because the consequences were very serious. Long Qing, pass down the order. Have everyone who is about to ascend come to the Dragon God Palace, Feng Wuchen said to Long Qing. Young master, are you going to help us withstand the heavenly tribulation? Long Qing asked in astonishment. Of course not. 3 days later, you will ascend to the seven divine realms, Feng Wuchen said with a smile, looking very confident. What? Ascending to the seven divine realms in 3 days? Ing Hun, Tian Ming, and the others turned pale with fright as they stared at Feng Wuchen with widened eyes. Young master, are you joking? Long Qing asked in disbelief. I'm not joking. Hurry up and go. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Was it really that easy to transcend the tribulation? One had to know that there were a lot of people who had ascended. What method did Feng Wuchen have? Shan Tong, can you hear me? Feng Wuchen asked. Brother Feng, you don't seem to be in the seven divine realms. Where did you go? Shan Tong's puzzled voice came. I'm in the heaven realm. I have something interesting for you to do. Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice and told Shan Tong the method. Don't worry, Brother Feng. I'll take care of it. Haha, I'm looking forward to it. Shan Tong agreed readily. In the Great Main God Palace. Great Main God, why don't you send someone to kill Feng Wuchen? That way, you can lure Shan Tong out. The Forgotten Land is not suppressed by the power of the natural order. Won't you be able to eliminate them together? Wu Ji asked in confusion. Shan Tong is not as simple as you think. Zhu Su and the other two have been secretly monitoring him. They can't see through Shan Tong, and they can't find any information about him. Feng Wuchen is trapped in the Forgotten Land, and Shan Tong hasn't done anything. This means that he doesn't care. Now is not the time to make a move on Feng Wuchen. Zhu Sha shook his head. Sir, the three of them can't defeat Shan Tong? Didn't you say that you have a way to deal with Shan Tong? Mystic God Emperor asked doubtfully. Zhu Sha glanced at Mystic God Emperor coldly. The latter shuddered in fear. Clearly, he was dissatisfied with Mystic God Emperor's doubts. Zhu Sha said coldly, no matter how strong Shan Tong is, he can't be much stronger than Luo Tianran. It's impossible for him to deal with Zhu Su and the other two. The three of them are much stronger than Luo Tianran. They're not even on the same level. Zhu Sha was confident in the strength of Zhu Su and the other two. You guys don't seem to understand the situation. It's not that Zhu Su and the others can't defeat Shan Tong. They just want to check on Shan Tong's background. If they want to kill Shan Tong, it'll be a piece of cake. I don't want to hear anyone questioning the three lords in the future. Do you understand? Sumie glanced at the seven main gods coldly. Understood. The seven main gods nodded. They were breaking out in cold sweat. Lord Main God, something's happened. Just then, Guardian Dongfang Yunshan's panicked voice rang in Wuji's ears. What? After hearing this, Wuji's expression changed drastically. Wuji, what's wrong? Hui Tian asked with a frown. Wuji hurriedly reported, Lord Main God, something big has happened. The ferocious beasts of the Beast Spirit Mountain have come out in full force. The jade-scaled flying python has ignored Guyu and is leading millions of powerful ferocious beasts to massacre us humans. What? Millions? Zhu Sha and the others' expressions changed drastically. What's going on? Why are the ferocious beasts of the Beast Spirit Mountain suddenly causing trouble? Rua Wujian asked with a frown. I don't know either. Wuji shook his head. Buzz buzz. At this moment, the main god palace suddenly shook violently. Waves of extremely terrifying aura descended from the sky. In the blink of an eye, it spread across the entire 7 god worlds. The terrifying murderous aura caused countless cultivators of the 7 god worlds to feel endless fear. In the void of the 7 god worlds, tens of thousands of pitch-black cracks tore open. A large number of experts from the spacetime divine world appeared one after another. There were so many of them that almost all the top experts of the spacetime divine world had gathered. There were millions of them, and they were only the top experts. For a moment, countless cultivators of the 7 god worlds fell into panic. They thought that the war had been forgotten, but it had only just begun. It's the aura of the Phoenix Spirit Mountain. Zhu Sha stood up abruptly. Lord Great Master God, it's the experts of the spacetime divine world. There are so many of them. Bai Xiaotian exclaimed in shock. He looked terrified as he sensed countless terrifying auras. So many experts from the spacetime divine world have appeared. Is the war about to start? Su Miao was shocked. The Beast Spirit Mountain is crazily slaughtering humans. Is it a coincidence that the spacetime divine world chose to attack at this time? Zhu Sha's face was extremely gloomy. Feng Wuchen. Get out here right now. The furious roar of the Phoenix Spirit Mountain echoed throughout the 7 god worlds. Feng Wuchen. Get out here right now. The terrifying beasts led by the jade-scaled flying python roared madly. Millions of ferocious beasts and experts of the spacetime divine world instantly scattered across the 7 god worlds. They roared madly, Feng Wuchen. Get out here right now. Countless cultivators of the 7 god worlds were confused. What was going on? Why were the Beast Spirit Mountain and the spacetime divine world looking for Feng Wuchen? It was as if there was a great hatred between them. Why are the beasts of the Beast Spirit Mountain and the experts of the space and time divine world looking for Lord Feng? What did Lord Feng do? Why are they so angry that even the space and time divine world are alarmed? Is Lord Feng trying to start a war with the space and time divine world? We can't start a war. Once the war started, the people would definitely be plunged into misery and suffering, and blood would flow like rivers. It's best if we hand over Lord Feng. That's right. Hand over Feng Wuchen. Countless forces in the 7 god realms didn't know what was going on, but from the ferocious beasts on the Beast Spirit Mountain and the furious roars of the experts from the space and time divine world, they could tell that they hated Feng Wuchen to the core. If they wanted to avoid a war, they had to hand him over. What did that brat Feng Wuchen do? The millions of beasts of the Beast Spirit Mountain ignored the ancient covenant and started a massacre. It must be the Phoenix Spirit Mountain's idea. Otherwise, why would the jade-scaled flying python dare to act so presumptuously? Zhu Sha's face was extremely gloomy. My lord is right. The Beast Spirit Mountain and the Phoenix Spirit Mountain have some connections. Rua Wujia nodded. The Phoenix Spirit Mountain came to the 7 god worlds not long ago to look for Feng Wuchen, but they left soon after. Something must have happened. Bai Xiaotian frowned and guessed. My lord, this may not be a bad thing. The fact that the Phoenix Spirit Mountain is so angry shows that Feng Wuchen has caused a lot of trouble. However, he is courting death by angering so many forces of the 7 god worlds. Will Feng Wuchen still have a place to stand? When the time comes, even if Shan Tong wants to help him, it won't be easy. Su Mia sneered. Zhu Sha's face was gloomy as he said solemnly, I'm afraid it's not as simple as you think. They're here. Bai Xiaotian said in a low voice. Hundreds of figures appeared in the sky above the great main shrine, each of them exuding a terrifying aura. The Phoenix Spirit Mountain was leading the group. They were the top experts of the space and time divine world, and their cultivation was at the great main god and saint transformation realm. Xianxia and the great main shrine's upper echelons appeared one after another. Phoenix Spirit Mountain. Xianxia stared at the leading Phoenix Spirit Mountain. Feng Hunshan's face was extremely gloomy. His terrifying killing intent and monstrous aura were not concealed at all. It was as if he did not care about Xianxia and the others at all. Even a fool could tell that the Phoenix Spirit Mountain was furious. Xianxia, I will only say this once. Hand over Feng Wuchen. Otherwise, the space and time divine world will fight to the death with your 7 divine worlds. Even if it means the destruction of the space and time divine world, I will not hesitate to do so. Feng Hunshan shouted angrily. His voice was infused with space and time divine power, so that all the cultivators in the 7 god worlds could hear him. Xianxia replied coldly, if you want to look for Feng Wuchen, I won't stop you. You can look for him anywhere in the 7 god realms. Even if you kill him, I won't stop you. I don't want to listen to your nonsense. The 7 god realms are under your control. If you can't hand over Feng Wuchen, do you think I'll believe you? Feng Hunshan said coldly. Feng Hunshan, Feng Wuchen is not in the 7 god realms, Zhan Wuji said. You are not qualified to talk to me. If you dare to say another word, I will kill you, Feng Hunshan shouted angrily. His terrifying aura directly injured Zhan Wuji. Zhan Wuji was scared out of his wits. He did not dare to say another word. Feng Hunshan dared to injure Zhan Wuji in front of Xianxia. It was obvious how terrifying his anger was. It was obvious that he was prepared to fight to the death. Feng Hunshan's viciousness was intimidating. What did Feng Wuchen do to make such a terrifying expert so angry? Xianxia, you better not challenge my bottom line. Otherwise, I don't mind fighting you to the death. Once we fight, you know what it means. No matter how strong you are, will there be anyone in the 7 god realms who will support you? Don't force me to take action just because of Feng Wuchen. Feng Hunshan threatened. Xianxia's face darkened. Feng Hunshan did not give him any face at all. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. At this moment, the jade-scaled flying python in human form and dozens of terrifying beasts flashed over. Every beast was filled with bloodthirsty killing intent. Xianxia, where is Feng Wuchen? Hand him over. Feng Wuchen swallowed my son's blood essence and soul. I will tear Feng Wuchen into pieces. The jade-scaled flying python roared angrily. Its terrifying killing intent locked onto Xianxia. What? Hearing the jade-scaled flying python's roar, the great main shrine cultivators were shocked. No wonder the jade-scaled flying python dared to ignore Guyu and lead millions of beasts to slaughter humans. Feng Wuchen had really offended the jade-scaled flying python. Feng Wuchen, that little bastard. Relying on Shan Tong's support, he dares to be so arrogant. He even wants us to clean up his mess. Sumie gritted his teeth and said angrily. My lord, send someone to capture Feng Wuchen and hand him over to them. Hui Tian said angrily. At this moment, he really wanted to grind Feng Wuchen into ashes. That's right. Since they want Feng Wuchen, let's give him to them. It would be best if they could help us kill Feng Wuchen, Sumie agreed. Xianxia, answer me. If you don't hand over Feng Wuchen, I will kill all the humans of the 7 god worlds. The jade-scaled flying python roared crazily. Feng Wuchen is in the heaven realm of the Forgotten Land. Go and find him yourselves, Xianxia said gloomily. Forgotten Land? Xianxia, who do you think I am? I think you don't want to hand him over, right? This is my bottom line. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Feng Hunshan said coldly. His terrifying killing intent instantly multiplied. All forces of the space divine world, heed my order. Destroy the 7 god worlds at all costs and avenge my son. Feng Hunshan's crazy roar resounded in every corner of the 7 god worlds. Hearing Feng Hunshan's order, countless cultivators of the 7 god worlds turned green. This was definitely different from the previous battles. This time, it was a battle to the death. Either the seven god worlds or the space divine world would die. Feng Hunshan, do you really think I'm afraid of the space divine world? Zhu Sha said coldly. He looked like he was ready to fight. Then let's see. Feng Hunshan did not want to waste any more time and charged toward Zhu Sha. Lord Great Master God, please hand Feng Wuchen over to them. Otherwise, the seven god worlds will be plunged into an abyss of suffering and blood will flow like a river. Lord Great Master God, please hand Feng Wuchen over to them. Lord Great Master God, you are the overlord of the seven god worlds. You can't ignore our lives. That's right. This matter was caused by Feng Wuchen alone. Let him bear the consequences. At this moment, a large number of cultivators flew over from all directions. They were obviously from the various forces of the seven god worlds. They all opened their mouths to plead. Kill without mercy. Feng Hunshan roared furiously. Hundreds of terrifying experts and dozens of ferocious beasts unleashed their terrifying power. They were ready to fight with their lives on the line. Lord Great Master God, please give the order. There's no need to start a war, Ruo Wu said helplessly. Zhan Wuji, make a trip to the heaven realm and bring Feng Wuchen back. Zhu Sha had no choice but to lower his head when the various forces of the seven god worlds came to plead with him. Even if he was not afraid of Feng Hunshan, he had to take care of the various forces of the seven god worlds. Otherwise, Zhu Sha would not be able to stay on the overlord position for long if he did not have anyone to support him. I'll remember it in 1 second. Wonderful, no pop-up window free reading. Seeing Zhu Sha's order, Feng Hunshan raised his hand and signaled for everyone to stop. If you don't see Feng Wuchen within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, kill him. Feng Hunshan used his spacetime divine power to give the order. The entire seven god worlds could hear it clearly. Humph. Your threats are useless against me. Zhu Sha glanced at Feng Hunshan coldly. If they fought to the death, who knew? Who would die? Why would Zhu Sha be afraid? Moreover, there were 3 experts from the holy world in the seven god worlds. Eliminating the experts from the spacetime divine world was a piece of cake. If Feng Hunshan wanted to fight, Zhu Sha would not be afraid. However, since the major forces of the seven god worlds did not wish for war, Zhu Sha could only give up. After all, Feng Hunshan and the jade-scaled flying python were only here for Feng Wuchen. Cut the crap. Hurry up. The jade-scaled flying python roared. Go. Zhu Sha glanced at Everlasting War coldly. Feng Wuchen is in the heaven realm now. He can't return to the seven god worlds. He must know that we are the ones who set him up. If we look for him now, he might not be willing to come back. Everlasting War laughed bitterly. However, Zhu Sha had given the order and Everlasting War did not dare to disobey. Everlasting War was a great master god now. He was confident that he could capture Feng Wuchen by force. Everlasting War did not dare to say anything. He immediately tore open the void and headed to the heaven realm. He was really afraid that Feng Hunshan would kill him. Not many people dared to provoke the furious Feng Hunshan. Don't hurt Feng Wuchen. Otherwise, I will not let you off. I will tear Feng Wuchen to shreds with my own hands and invite him out. The jade-scaled flying python roared. Its ferocious gaze was frightening. The moment the jade-scaled flying heavens python spoke, the faces of Zhu Sha and the others darkened once again. Asking them to invite Feng Wuchen back was like slapping them in the face. Everlasting War was even more depressed. However, there was nothing he could do. In the sky of the heaven realm, a pitch-black crack tore open and Zhan Wuji emerged from it. Where is Feng Wuchen? Zhan Wuji roared furiously. His deafening voice resounded throughout the heaven domain. An extremely terrifying pressure shook all the cultivators in the heaven domain. This terrifying pressure was absolutely not something that any of them could contend against. I am the master god of the seven deities realm, Feng Wuchen. Hurry up and come see me. Everlasting War bellowed. Feng Wuchen did not respond. Inside Dragon God Temple's magnificent palace, Feng Wuchen was happily drinking with the Alliance's experts. It was as if he hadn't heard Everlasting War's voice. Alliance Master, how strong is this Master God? Seeing Feng Wuchen's nonchalant attitude, Ying Han asked curiously. Stronger than me, Feng Wuchen answered indifferently. Young master, you're right. Someone from the celestial world is here, but it doesn't seem like they're here to beg you, Long Qing said with a faint smile. If he doesn't beg me, I won't return. Let's continue drinking and eating. Ignore him. Feng Wuchen shrugged. Feng Wuchen did not respond. Everlasting War's old face instantly darkened. Although Everlasting War was already a great master god, he could not sense Feng Wuchen's aura at all. This stinking brat. Everlasting War gritted his teeth. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Feng Wuchen. Return to the celestial world immediately. Otherwise, I'll kill everyone in the heaven domain. Everlasting War bellowed. A terrifying killing intent enveloped the entire heaven domain. If you dare harm a single hair on anyone, I'll make sure you regret being alive, Feng Wuchen replied coldly. Hearing Feng Wuchen's voice, Everlasting War already knew the exact location. He immediately dashed over. When Everlasting War reappeared, he was already above Dragon God Temple. His terrifying aura made everyone in Dragon God Temple breathless. They felt powerless. Ying Hun and the other experts who were about to ascend all revealed terrified expressions. Feng Wuchen, return to the 7 deity realms immediately. Everlasting War said coldly. It was a completely commanding tone. No. Feng Wuchen refused coldly. Humph. It's not up to you now. Everlasting War said coldly. He planned to forcefully bring Feng Wuchen back to the 7 deity realms. Then you can try. Feng Wuchen did not even look at Everlasting War. Long Qing and the others were terrified. They did not know where Feng Wuchen found the courage to be so arrogant in front of such a terrifying expert. Just as he was about to attack, Everlasting War recalled the jade-scaled flying python's words. He could not harm Feng Wuchen. He had to ask him to return. Feng Wuchen, what do you want? What will it take for you to return to the deity realm? Everlasting War asked, resisting the urge to slap Feng Wuchen to death. Tian Ming, Long Qing, and the others were stunned when they heard Everlasting War's words. Such a terrifying expert had actually bowed his head. Since you don't want me to return to the 7 deity realms, why did you ask me to return? Was your brain kicked by a donkey? You want me to return with such an attitude? What do you take me, Feng Wuchen, for? Who do you think you are? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. Everlasting War's face twitched violently, but he did not dare to do anything to Feng Wuchen. Everlasting War. Why aren't you moving? Are you tired of living? The jade-scaled flying python's furious roar rang in his ears. Lord Feng, what will it take for you to return to the deity realm with me? Everlasting War asked with a smile. That smile was uglier than crying. Tian Ming and the others were dumbfounded by what they saw. If you want me to return, I can. My people have to go as well, Feng Wuchen said with a cold smile. His meaning was clear. I'm afraid I can't make the decision, Everlasting War said in a low voice. He really could not make the decision now. If you can't make the decision, then go back and call someone who can. I won't be sending you off, Feng Wuchen said coldly. Agree. Zhu Sha's cold voice rang out. All right, I agree. The deity realm's heavenly tribulation will weaken immediately, Everlasting War agreed immediately. He then waved his hand and personally weakened the heavenly tribulation. Lord Feng, the deity realm's heavenly tribulation has weakened, Everlasting War said. Shadow Spirit Pavilion Master, Big Brother Tian Ming, Tian Kuei, prepare to ascend immediately, Feng Wuchen ordered. Yes. Alliance Master. Long Qing and the others were overjoyed. They flashed into the void and released a terrifying power to trigger the heavenly tribulation. Boom. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, terrifying heavenly lightning struck one after another. The sound of thunder echoed throughout the heaven realm. Long Qing and the others resisted with all their might. The space of the heaven realm shook violently. The heavenly tribulation was extremely weak. It could not even withstand a single blow. Everyone from Dragon God Temple ascended successfully. Lord Feng, can you follow me back to the deity realm now? Everlasting War asked with a smile. There's no hurry. Feng Wuchen smiled. Feng Wuchen. You promised me just now. How dare you trick me? Everlasting War was enraged. Did I trick you? I did promise you to return, but I didn't promise you to return immediately. Besides, so what if I trick you? Feng Wuchen shrugged and looked at Everlasting War like he was looking at an idiot. Slap, Feng Wuchen sent a slap across space, stunning Everlasting War. Not only did I trick you, I even slapped you. What's wrong? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. Everyone from Dragon God Temple was stunned. Zhang Wuji stared at Feng Wuchen in a daze. He could not believe that Feng Wuchen had really slapped him, who would dare to slap the leader of the 7 overgods of the 7 deities worlds. Now, he was slapped by a junior in front of everyone. Feng Wuchen had really slapped Zhang Wuji. Towering rage surged out as the terrifying aura of a 1-star overgod surged out. Zhang Wuji instantly went berserk. His eyes were bloodshot as his killing intent soared. Slap, but at this moment, Feng Wuchen slapped Zhang Wuji again, causing him to be dumbfounded. What? You want to kill me? Who gave you the guts? Zhu Sha, or an expert of the sacred world? Feng Wuchen said coldly. Slap, Feng Wuchen slapped Zhang Wuji again. The dumbfounded Zhang Wuji couldn't dodge in time. Feng Wu. Dust. Zhang Wuji went berserk as he roared. I dare you to roar one more time. You should have the attitude of a beggar. Not only did you not, but you even dare to order me around. What kind of person do you take me, Feng Wuchen, for? Who do you think you are? You can waste some more time. I don't care. But I don't know if you can live for more than an incense's time. Feng Wuchen said coldly, ignoring Zhang Wuji's towering rage. Feng Wuchen's cold words woke Zhang Wuji up. His anger was extinguished instantly. Lord Feng, please. Zhang Wuji gestured politely, not daring to show any more anger. Zhang Wuji knew very well that Feng Wuchen was doing this on purpose. He was trying to nitpick. Slap, Feng Wuchen slapped Zhang Wuji again. Zhang Wuji's face was red and swollen. Apologize. Feng Wuchen said coldly as the slap landed. After slapping him a few times, he wanted him to apologize. What kind of logic was this? Everlasting War was so angry that he almost vomited 3 liters of blood. This was simply too much. I'm sorry, Lord Feng. Everlasting War suppressed his anger and apologized sincerely. Wouldn't it have been better if you had done this earlier? Feng Wuchen sneered. If it wasn't for the fact that Feng Wuchen was certain that he could defeat Everlasting War, he definitely wouldn't have dared to do this. Lord Feng, please return to the 7 divine realms, Endless War said politely. A smile appeared on his swollen face. The members of the Dragon God Alliance were already dumbfounded by what they were seeing. Everyone, cultivate well and strive to ascend to the divinity world as soon as possible. Qing Lu, I'll leave Ling in your care. Feng Wuchen smiled at the crowd and then flew up into the sky. Don't worry, Alliance Lord, Qing Lu said respectfully. Farewell, Alliance Master. Everyone from the Dragon God Alliance knelt down in excitement and exhilaration. Who else in the heaven realm could make the leader of the 7 master gods of the 7 god realms beg to return, and even slap him a few times in public without daring to retaliate? It was only after Feng Wuchen disappeared into the crack that Mingyu came out of the palace. He's already gone further and further. I'm destined to never be able to catch up to him. We're not from the same world, Mingyu muttered in a low voice. Her beautiful eyes were filled with complicated emotions. It's not that we're from different worlds, but that the Alliance Lord is a monster. Cultivate well. The next time we ascend, it'll be our turn. Zhueyu had come to Mingyu's side at some point. He seemed to be able to see Mingyu's sad mood. Monster, huh? Mingyu smiled. At the same time, Feng Wuchen had arrived at the 7 divine realms with Endless War. This great Buddha wasn't easy to invite. Feng Wuchen, it seems that I don't need to do anything. Someone else will kill you for me. Zhu Sha sneered when he saw Feng Wuchen's indifferent expression. Oh? Is that so? Feng Wuchen didn't think much of it. Feng Wuchen, I have to say that your guts aren't ordinary. Not only did you make an enemy out of us, you even provoked the Beast Spirit Mountain and the Space Divine Realm. Bai Xiaotian sneered gloatingly. What does that have to do with you? Feng Wuchen replied coldly. Humph. You're still so stubborn even when you're about to die. Void Mia said disdainfully. It's hard to say if you'll survive today. What does that have to do with you? Feng Wuchen glanced at Void Mia disdainfully. Of course it has nothing to do with me. I'm just watching the show. Void Mia shrugged and sneered. Feng Wuchen sneered. Then open your dog eyes and watch carefully. Phoenix Spirit Mountain, Jade-Scaled Flying Python, the person you want is here. Take him and scram, Xianxia said coldly. Pass down the order. All vicious beasts are to retreat to the Beast Spirit Mountain, the Jade-Scaled Flying Python shouted. Its voice resounded throughout the 7 divine realms. The Jade-Scaled Flying Python looked at Feng Wuchen respectfully and left with dozens of terrifying vicious beasts. That's right. It was time to leave. But didn't it say that it wanted to tear Feng Wuchen into pieces? Feng Wuchen came, but the Jade-Scaled Flying Python left. What was going on? The smiles on Void Mia and the others' faces froze in an instant. They felt as if they had been slapped in the face. Xiaoxia's old face also darkened. Even he didn't know what was going on. Humph. Xiaoxia, you win. Let's go. Pass down the order. Everyone is to return to the Space Divine Realm. Phoenix Spirit Mountain snorted coldly. Phoenix Spirit Mountain and the hundreds of experts left. Phoenix Spirit Mountain. What do you mean by this? Xiaoxia asked darkly. Phoenix Spirit Mountain didn't answer. The hundreds of experts had already left. What was going on? What did this have to do with Xiaoxia? Xiaoxia couldn't wait for Feng Wuchen to die. What did Phoenix Spirit Mountain mean by that? Everything happened too suddenly. Xiaoxia and the others couldn't react in time. Previously, they said that they would force them to hand over Feng Wuchen at all costs to avenge their son. But now that Feng Wuchen was here, they ran away as if they had seen a ghost. What was going on? Was it nice? Why aren't you smiling? Weren't you smiling happily just now? Feng Wuchen looked at Void Mia and the others and asked with a smile. Feng Wuchen's words were like a sharp knife that pierced Void Mia's heart. Void Mia and the others were red in the face and clenched their fists. They were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. They couldn't wait to eat Feng Wuchen alive. Xiaoxia's old face turned green and white. A strong sense of humiliation welled up in his heart. Could it be that Shan Tong is secretly threatening them? Bai Xiaotian gritted his teeth. He couldn't wait to kill Feng Wuchen, but he didn't dare to act rashly. Impossible. How would Shan Tong dare to come to the Great Main Shrine? Hui Tian said angrily. We've been fooled. Widow Rua said darkly. This old woman is smart. You've been fooled. Feng Wuchen smiled slightly. You. What did you say? How dare you call me an old woman? Widow Rua was furious. She was so angry that her whole body trembled. You're already so old. It's not too much to call you an old woman. Do you want me to call you a granny? You don't look like one. Feng Wuchen spread his hands and sneered. Preposterous. You're courting death. Widow Rua was furious. The terrifying aura of a 7-star lord exploded. TSK TSK, 7-star chief god, I'm so scared. This old hag is bullying me. Feng Wuchen clutched his heart with a look of horror on his face. But changing the topic, Feng Wuchen sneered and said, the dignified Great Main Divine Hall Second Elder, a 7-star chief god, planning to bully me, a godly venerable junior? If you suppress your cultivation to 9-star godly venerable, I guarantee you'll be looking for your teeth on the ground. Although I don't hit women, you're an old hag. Feng Wuchen calling her an old hag really angered Rua Wuming until she almost vomited blood. What a sharp tongue, Feng Wuchen. This elder can still crush you to death even if I suppress my cultivation to 9-star godly venerable level. Rua Wuming shouted angrily. Xiaoxia's old brows furrowed slightly. How could he not tell that Feng Wuchen was deliberately provoking Rua Wuming? Xiaoxia originally wanted to stop him, but Rua Wuming had already said it. As the Great Main Divine Hall's second elder, it was not good to take it back. After all, Feng Wuchen was not an ordinary person. Sure, no one is allowed to interfere. Whoever interferes is a grandson, Feng Wuchen said, with a cold smile. Hui Tian said disdainfully, Feng Wuchen, do you really think you're amazing just because you stepped into the godly venerable realm? Still want to challenge the power of a 9-star godly venerable? Overestimating yourself. If he wants to court death, we're also very happy. Void Mia said with a cold smile, feeling that he could regain his face very soon. Endless War and the other 6 chief gods were all full of disdain and gloating. Feng Wuchen glanced at Void Mia and the rest and said with a cold smile, don't be happy too early, lest you get slapped in the face by me again. That must feel pretty good, right? Otherwise, why would you be so anxious? Void Mia's face instantly darkened. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, humph. Just showing off. Let's see how long you can be smug. At least you can still see me smug on the day you die. Feng Wuchen shrugged. Stinking brat, hand over your life. Ruo Wuming roared crazily. At this moment, her cultivation was already suppressed to the level of a 9-star godly venerable, but her aura was still terrifying. It was definitely the first time that the people of the Great Main Divine Hall had seen Ruo Wu so angry. He did not have the demeanor of an elder at all. Boom! Ruo Wugu took the initiative to attack. With a loud boom, his body turned into a purple lightning bolt and shot out. His aura was like a rainbow. This is a completely crazy old female cat. Feng Wuchen's face was full of shock. Rua's old bones trembled and she was so angry that her 5 viscera and 6 bowels were roiling. She discovered that bickering with Feng Wuchen could anger someone to death. Divine Art. Great Void Underworld Palm. Ruo Wuku roared. Her first move was extremely ruthless. It could be seen that she was truly angry. The massive purple palm print, which was tens of thousands of feet long, smashed toward Feng Wuchen with unstoppable force. Buzz. Feng Wuchen did not dare to be careless. He immediately activated his divine energy, and a domineering aura instantly erupted. After all, Ruo Wuku was a great lord expert. Even if he suppressed his cultivation, he would still be terrifying. What? 8-star ultimate god? How is this possible? Didn't Feng Wuchen just step into the ultimate god realm? When he killed Mu Yanjun, he was only a 2-star ultimate god. Even if he has the heaven-defying divine pearl, it's impossible to have such a terrifying increase, right? What's going on with his cultivation? His aura is still increasing. His combat strength has already reached the level of a 9-star ultimate god. No wonder he dared to ask the second elder to suppress his cultivation to the level of a 9-star ultimate god. The moment Feng Wuchen unleashed his power, the faces of everyone in the Great Lord Divine Hall changed. They were extremely shocked. Sumia, Hui Tian, and the others were all stunned as if they had seen a ghost. At this moment, even Zhu Sha felt threatened. It was a threat from Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen's growth was too fast. It was completely beyond their imagination. With Feng Wuchen's current terrifying growth speed, it was entirely possible for him to surpass them in a few years and trample all of them under his feet. At this moment, Feng Wuchen was only activating his divine energy. Relying on his powerful physical strength, his combat strength had reached the level of a 9-star ultimate god. Feng Wuchen did not use his divine weapon or ancient power at all. Don't say that you're a crazy old cat now. Even if you're a crazy tigress, I'll still beat you until you're looking for your teeth on the ground. Feng Wuchen shouted as his hands quickly formed a seal. Divine technique. Descent of the Ice Dragon. Feng Wuchen suddenly shouted. Above the 9th heaven, an earth-shattering dragon's roar resounded through the world. The monstrous aura swept out like an avalanche. Roar. With a roar, a huge ice dragon tens of thousands of feet long descended from the sky. The terrifying pressure was almost tangible. Rumble. Buzz. The terrifying ice dragon collided with the energy palm and exploded upon impact. The bright light illuminated the dim void. The storm of death ravaged the space as the void shook violently. The fierce head-on collision forced Ruo Wuxuang to retreat. He was unable to compete with Feng Wuchen. How is this possible? Ruo Wuxuang's face was full of disbelief. Although her cultivation was suppressed at the level of a 9-star ultimate god, her strength was definitely at the level of a peak 9-star ultimate god. It was even possible that she was half a step into the overgod realm. However, such terrifying strength was actually no match for Feng Wuchen. Old cat, your divine technique isn't that good. As the second elder, you've cultivated such rubbish? Don't you have anything that's worth showing? Feng Wuchen sneered. Rubbish, that was an ancient divine technique. Why did it become rubbish when it came out of Feng Wuchen's mouth? Shameless boasting! Ruo Wushuang shouted angrily. Her hands formed a seal again and an even more terrifying power condensed. Divine technique. Just as Ruo Wushuang was about to attack, she was interrupted by Feng Wuchen. Don't use your divine technique. Take out your holy technique. Otherwise, I'm really worried that I'll kill you with one palm. If you don't have a holy technique, then forget it. Feng Wuchen sneered. When he said the word kill, Feng Wuchen even emphasized it, deliberately provoking Ruo Wushuang. Ah! Ruo Wushuang was completely mad. She roared crazily. Her old face was ferocious and murderous. She had completely lost the demeanor of the second elder. She was a living example of an angry tigress. Holy technique. Yin-yang heaven and earth seal. Ruo Wushuang roared angrily. A huge purple energy seal instantly condensed above her head, exuding an extremely terrifying power. If that thing came crashing down, it would definitely be an existence that could destroy the world. Such a terrifying old cat. Don't tell me you're still a virgin? That's true. Who would dare to have such a terrifying old cat? Feng Wuchen said casually. Pfft. But as soon as Feng Wuchen said that, Ruo Wushuang, who was already furious, spat out a mouthful of blood. Needless to say, Feng Wuchen could really infuriate someone to death. Second elder. Everyone in the great main temple was extremely worried. Zhu Shao's old face twitched violently. But now, he could only watch the battle. He could not interfere. TSK, so this is the second elder of the great main temple? I haven't even made a move, and you're already vomiting blood and begging for mercy? Can't even withstand a single blow when used on you? Feng Wuchen sneered. Holy technique. Divine cat punching fist. Feng Wuchen roared fiercely. His body turned into golden lightning and shot out. Book labyrinth wonderful, no pop-up window free reading, what the hell, divine cat punch. Or was it a saint art? Feng Wuchen was clearly humiliating Ruo Wu in front of everyone in the great main divine palace. He was simply looking down on the great main divine palace. Sumia and the others were so angry that their teeth itched. They wished they could rush up and slap Feng Wuchen to death, but they couldn't interfere. Boom. Pooh. In the blink of an eye, Feng Wuchen's fist landed. With a loud explosion, Ruo Wuming spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying like a cannonball. Even if he were a 7-star Great Lord, he would not be able to withstand Feng Wuchen's domineering power with his current 9-star ultimate god cultivation. This junior's strength is actually so tyrannical. If he takes out his divine artifact and saint artifact, and uses his ancient power, no one below the sovereign god realm will be his match. Ruo Wushui was shocked. To be able to injure Ruo Wu with a single punch, one could see how tyrannical Feng Wuchen's strength was. The second elder of the great main divine hall could not suppress a junior. This was a great humiliation to Ruo Wu. Overflowing anger surged out. Being humiliated by Feng Wuchen was one thing, but now she couldn't even suppress a junior. Wasn't this the same as saying that she, the second elder, was useless? If he didn't have a widow, how could he accept it? Ruo Wuku waved his hand and summoned his saint weapon. His battle prowess skyrocketed. His already terrifying aura became even more terrifying. With the power of the saint artifact, Ruo Wujian's battle prowess was already half a step away from becoming an overgod. Oh? You've even taken out your divine weapon? Feng Wuchen sneered, his expression unchanged. As soon as his words fell, Feng Wuchen took out a divine artifact with a single thought. Activating the World Annihilation God Force and the third stage Sovereign Physique's power, his momentum skyrocketed, and his battle prowess soared. In the blink of an eye, Feng Wuchen's combat strength soared to the peak 9-star ultimate god realm. Feng Wuchen, a peak 9-star ultimate god. The difference in power between him and someone who's half a step into the over-god realm is like heaven and earth, Boyd Mia sneered disdainfully. I told you not to speak, otherwise you will be slapped in the face. Feng Wuchen coldly glanced at Boyd Mia. With a thought, the dragon god sword appeared out of thin air. Feng Wuchen's aura instantly increased by several times, and a terrifying sword chi swept out. The moment the holy sword appeared, Feng Wuchen's battle prowess soared once again, surpassing Ruo Wujian's. A half-step lord. Hui Tian's eyes widened in utter shock. Ancient power. Boyd Mia's face turned green and white, looking extremely unsightly. Can't laugh anymore? Weren't you laughing happily just now? Feng Wuchen coldly glanced at Su Mia, his contempt obvious. Stinking brat. Boyd Mia gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. As expected of a descendant of the ancient dragon gods, your strength is indeed not simple. I'm afraid your true strength is more than this, right? Zhu Sha said gloomily, his old eyes narrowing. As a member of the Heavenly Fiend clan, Zhu Sha could naturally see that Feng Wuchen's ancient bloodline was extremely powerful. Moreover, it was in a fully awakened state. You're much smarter than them. Feng Wuchen smiled slightly. Boom, on the other side, Ruo Wujian was already charging over in anger, still in a tough stance. The intense roar was deafening. Old woman, can your old bones withstand it? Feng Wuchen grinned coldly. A monster sword essence soared into the sky, his eyes flashing fiercely. Die. Ruo Wujian roared, waving her hand across the air, and a terrifying energy slash shot out. That's all you've got? Feng Wuchen said disdainfully. With a gentle wave of the dragon god sword, he split Ruo Wujian's energy slash into two like cutting tofu. Swish, in the next second, Ruo Wujian appeared behind Feng Wuchen in a flash, and a deafening sound wave burst out. Not good. Feng Wuchen's face changed drastically, but it was too late. The sudden sound wave attack caused Feng Wuchen's eardrums to be in extreme pain, as though they were about to explode. He felt dizzy, and his mind was in a mess. Divine art. Death Nirvana palm. Ruo Wujian roared and immediately blasted out a palm. Boom, pfff, the terrifying palm hit Feng Wuchen's chest, and the terrifying force caused Feng Wuchen to spit out blood. His body turned into a black lightning bolt, and he flew out, piercing through a few towering mountains. Ruo Wujian's palm was merciless, and she had severely injured Feng Wuchen. Old witch, you actually played dirty. Feng Wuchen was furious, and his killing intent exploded. Fortunately, Feng Wuchen had the Death Nirvana art, and his injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. What a miraculous art, to be able to recover so quickly from such serious injuries. Zhu Sha frowned, and a trace of greed flashed in his old eyes. Second Elder, don't give him a chance, kill him. Su Mia shouted. Divine art. Heaven Dipper blazing sun slash. Ruo Wujian roared, and a terrifying force gathered on her arm, and then she swept it out. Swish, buzz, buzz, the huge purple energy slash, which was hundreds of thousands of feet long, flew out like a crescent moon. Wherever it passed, the void collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The ferocious attack gave people a feeling that it was unbeatable. Divine art. Chaotic Ghost Shadow Sword. Feng Wuchen roared, and his monstrous power surged crazily, as though it was going to break through the space of the seven god worlds. Then, he swept out his sword, and a huge golden sword light, which was hundreds of thousands of feet long, shot out. At that moment, the dark void was covered by the golden light, as though it had entered another world. Rumble. Puff, in the blink of an eye, the two terrifying forces collided fiercely, and the explosion was like Mars crashing into Earth. Ruo Wujian's old face changed, and she spat out a mouthful of blood as she was sent flying. Second Elder. Su Mia, Hui Tian, and the others were shocked. Feng Wuchen's divine art is very domineering. Bai Xiaotian frowned, and his heart was filled with shock. Where did this kid get such a terrifying ancient divine art? Could it be that Shan Tong taught it to him? The third elder was also shocked. Who would dare to believe that Feng Wuchen could injure Ruo Wujian? This was simply a one-sided slaughter. Swish, at the same time, Feng Wuchen's overbearing sword light rushed out of the energy ripples, and rushed towards Ruo Wujian. How is this possible? Ruo Wujian's old face changed, and she couldn't believe it. They were both divine arts, and their combat strength was almost the same, but the power of Feng Wuqian's divine art completely crushed Ruo Wujian. Unparalleled sword aura. While Ruo Wujian was still in shock, Feng Wuqian shouted coldly, and his figure suddenly disappeared. Swish! Swish! Swish, swish! 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 In the blink of an eye, dozens of golden sword shadows flashed, and Ruo Wujian's entire body was covered in sword wounds, and her clothes were dyed red with blood. Feng Wuqian's speed was very frightening, and when combined with teleportation, his attacks were impossible to guard against. Get lost! Ruo Wujian roared. She could no longer bear the humiliation brought by Feng Wuqian, and she stopped suppressing her cultivation. The terrifying power of a 7-star sovereign erupted, but the destructive force was enough to severely injure Feng Wuqian. Teleportation was forcefully broken. This old witch is shameless. Feng Wuqian's face changed drastically. He had said that he would suppress his cultivation to the level of a 9-star ultimate god, but Ruo Wujian had unleashed the power of a 7-star ultimate god. This was untrustworthy and shameless, that was right. Ruo Wujian was shameless. Brat, give me your life! Ruo Wujian roared. Her eyes were red and filled with killing intent. She had already lost her mind. Old witch! You suppressed a 9-star ultimate god, but you're not my match. Now you're using your full strength out of anger. Don't you have any shame? Feng Wuqian scolded. No one would be able to withstand being severely injured by such a terrifying force. It's your honor that I've lowered myself to fight you. Otherwise, do you really think you're qualified to challenge me? Don't you understand that when a lion fights a rabbit, it uses its full strength? Ruo Wujian shouted angrily. Bah! You're shameless to such an extent, and you're saying it in such a dignified manner. You're the only one in the entire 7 deity realms. You're a disgrace to the 7 deity realms. Feng Wuqian shouted angrily. Insulting the second elder, you're guilty. Void Mia sneered. Second elder, kill him. Hui Tian and the experts from the Great Main Divine Palace shouted. Angrily. Ruo Wujian's speed was terrifying and not inferior to teleportation. After all, she was a 7-star ultimate god. In the blink of an eye, Ruo Wujian appeared in front of Feng Wuqian like a ghost and slammed her palm toward Feng Wuqian's head. Her method was ruthless. Without a doubt, this palm was meant to kill Feng Wuqian. Master, be careful. Long Xinjian shouted. Get out of the way. Divine Eye shouted. It's too late. Feng Wuqian's pale face was gloomy. Feng Wuqian was seriously injured and could not dodge Ruo Wujian's attack. He could not withstand such a terrifying force. A 7-star ultimate god's force was not something an ordinary person could withstand. It was a miracle that Feng Wuqian was still alive. Ignorant junior. Die. Ruo Wujian shouted angrily. Old witch. You're bullying my brother Feng like this. Are you not putting me, Shan Tong, in your eyes? Are you challenging me? Or are you insulting me? Shan Tong's cold voice suddenly sounded. Shan Tong. Ruo Wu Widow's old face changed greatly. He was so scared that he immediately gave up attacking and wanted to retreat. Shan Tong is here. Void Mia, Hui Tian, and the others exclaimed. Second elder, retreat quickly. Zhu Sha hurriedly shouted, his old face turning ashen. However, just as Ruo Wukong was about to explosively retreat, a gigantic hand slammed down from the sky without any warning. It was as if that hand was right there. What? Ruo Wuwu's old face changed dramatically. He found that he couldn't run away at all, and he couldn't even move his body. Boom. Pooh. The giant hand was like swatting a fly. The terrifying power shook Ruo Wuwu until he spat out a mouthful of blood. He turned into a black bolt of lightning and shot down into the mountain range below, stirring up thousands of feet of dust and causing the earth to tremble. Second elder. Everyone in the Great Main Shrine shouted worriedly. Return to heaven. Hurry up and save the second elder. Zhu Sha immediately ordered. Shan Tong's palm seemed simple, but it contained a myriad of great daos. If he didn't die, he would be crippled. In front of Shan Tong, not to mention a 7-star great master god, even a saint-becoming expert could be killed with a single palm. Brother Feng, are you alright? Shan Tong appeared in a flash and asked with a smile. I'm fine. Feng Wuchen was slightly angry. He was surprised that Shan Tong was so ruthless to a woman. Shan Tong had helped Feng Wuchen out of danger many times. For this, Feng Wuchen was very grateful in his heart. After a while, Hui Tian returned with the severely injured and unconscious second elder. All the old bones in his body were shattered. Who was the one who said that no one is allowed to interfere? Whoever interferes is a coward, Bai Xiaotian said gloomily. He glared at Shan Tong fiercely, clearly pointing at Shan Tong as a coward. Brother Feng did say that, but that old witch went back on her words first. Why should I abide by it? Shan Tong said sarcastically, glancing at Bai Xiaotian with disdain. Shan Tong said casually, I said, you can't blame me. That old witch went back on her words. She lowered her cultivation and was no match for my brother Feng. She actually used her full strength. Shameless, she even took advantage of me. I really can't stand such a despicable act. It's fine if she went against others, but this old witch just had to attack my brother Feng. How can I just stand by and watch? Besides, I did interfere. What's wrong with that? You're not even a saint-becoming expert. How can you speak nonsense? Who do you think you are? I did interfere. What can you do to me? Do you have the right to talk to me? Shan Tong's words were like knives stabbing into Bai Xiaotian's heart. The latter was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. However, he couldn't refute her. Slap. Shan Tong slapped across the air, causing Bai Xiaotian to be dizzy and spit out a mouthful of blood. Did I give you face? Why don't you show me that face again? Not only did I interfere, I even slapped you. What's wrong with that? If you say another word, I'll slap you until your mother can't recognize you. Shan Tong said tyrannically. This slap could be said to have beaten Bai Xiaotian until he completely lost his temper. The experts of the Great Main Divine Palace were all trembling in fear as they looked at the domineering Shan Tong. Shan Tong. Zhu Sha gritted his teeth, wishing he could turn Shan Tong into ashes. You shut up too. Who do you think you are? A loser? I did interfere today. What's wrong with that? Didn't the experts of the Holy World come? Didn't you want them to deal with me? Why don't you try asking them to deal with me? Shan Tong's words were domineering, ignoring Zhu Sha's anger. His words were filled with an unquestionable tone. Zhu Sha was so angry that his face turned red. His killing intent soared to the sky. It was obvious that he couldn't take it anymore. Shan Tong, don't be too arrogant. Do you really think that no one can stop you? Seeing Zhu Sha's anger, the third elder immediately jumped out and shouted. I am arrogant. What's wrong with that? What can a piece of trash like you do to me? Do you believe that I will slap you if you continue to spout nonsense? Shan Tong sneered and raised his hand, about to slap Zhu Sha. But the moment Shan Tong raised his hand, the third elder was so frightened that he retreated. Feng Wuchen watched with a smile on his face. Shan Tong knew that the 3 experts of the Holy World had come, but he still dared to be so arrogant and ignore Zhu Sha and the others. It was clear that he was quite confident. I can't watch any longer. This smell makes me want to vomit. Even a dog's kennel smells 1,000 times worse than this. Brother Feng, let's go. We'll tell the cultivators of the 7 deities world how shameless this old witch of the Great Main Divine Palace is. How she bullies the weak. Shan Tong said sarcastically, not putting Zhu Sha and the others in his eyes. Shan Tong's words were indeed true. A dog that bullied others and went back on his word was really unbearable. With the help of the art of oblivion, Feng Wuchen's injuries had already healed. Did I allow you to leave? Zhu Sha said coldly. You don't want us to leave? Shan Tong exchanged a glance with Feng Wuchen and chuckled, if you don't want to leave, then leave. But don't regret it. You're the one who will regret this. Bai Xiaotian roared. Slap. As soon as Bai Xiaotian finished his words, a slap came at him. It was so fast that Bai Xiaotian could not react at all. He then spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying through a palace. Although Shan Tong's slap did not kill Bai Xiaotian, his entire face was smashed into pieces. I already reminded you just now, but you just had to talk too much, Shan Tong said coldly. Bai Xiaotian was aggrieved. He had a stomach full of anger, but he had nowhere to vent it. Now, his face was smashed by Shan Tong's slap. If you talk too much, I promise I'll turn you into ashes, Shan Tong said coldly. This time, Bai Xiaotian was completely frightened. He covered his mouth in horror and endured the pain. Feng Wuchen was really envious. With such powerful strength, one could be so domineering. Who else wants to try? Shan Tong glanced at the people in the great main shrine coldly. No one dared to speak. They did not even have the courage to look at Shan Tong. Their hearts were filled with fear. Shan Tong, the great main shrine is not a place for you to behave atrociously, Zhu Sha shouted angrily. His surging aura burst out like a dragon emerging from the sea. The terrifying power of the sage transformation realm surged wildly, causing the entire seven god worlds to tremble violently. The terrifying and destructive aura swept across without restraint. It was like a demon beast that had been sleeping for 10,000 years had awakened. Zhu Sha's cultivation has increased by so much, and this is not the power of his bloodline. Could it be that he has been hiding his strength all this time? Feng Wuchen was secretly shocked. No, this is not hiding his strength. Bai Xiaotian and Su Mia's cultivation has increased by so much in such a short time. I'm afraid it's something from the holy world. But why didn't that old witch Ruo Wu's cultivation improve? Feng Wuchen frowned and gasped. At the same time, Zhu Sha's terrifying aura had alarmed all the experts in the seven god worlds. All of them were trembling in fear. This aura is Zhu Sha. Mu Xianshan was shocked and his expression was a little dazed. What's going on? How could Zhu Sha's aura have increased by so much? He has already surpassed us. Emperor of the Underworld was shocked. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It's only with Luo Tianran's help that we have today's cultivation. It's impossible for Zhu Sha to surpass us in such a short period of time. Qiu Dingfeng's face was also filled with disbelief. In a mysterious place, Annihilation Soul and Thousand Souls opened their eyes. Zhu Sha's strength is getting more and more terrifying. I'm afraid he's already at the pinnacle of the god world. If he takes another step forward, he'll be able to ascend. Miahun frowned. This aura has already surpassed that of Xianyu. What is the reason for Zhu Sha to have such a huge increase in strength in such a short period of time? Even a great sovereign-level medicinal pill shouldn't be possible, right? Thousand Souls was puzzled. Someone from the saint's world has already come. It's probably a treasure from the saint's world, Miahun guessed. Although it was just a guess, it was close to the truth. The terrifying increase in Zhu Sha's cultivation had indeed shocked all the top experts of the seven god realms. The reason why Zhu Sha could increase his cultivation in such a short amount of time was indeed because of the treasures of the saint's world. If he wanted to, he could use the heavenly resources of the saint's world to ascend at any time. Your cultivation has increased by quite a bit. Compared to that trash called Xianyu, you're much stronger. But in front of me, you're still trash, Shan Tong said coldly. Luo Tianran couldn't even last one move in front of Shan Tong, let alone Zhu Sha. I'm indeed no match for you because you're not from the seven god realms, Zhu Sha said coldly. Shan Tong brought Feng Wuchen to the plaza of the great shrine and ordered, prepare a table of food and wine, immediately. Yes. One of the god emperors didn't dare to disobey and immediately went to prepare. You're right, I'm not from the seven god realms. Shan Tong shrugged and smiled. Soon, a table of food and wine was prepared. Shan Tong poured a cup of wine for Feng Wuchen and the two of them clinked glasses as if it was their own backyard. Brother Feng, the last time you drank like this was at the Spirit Guardian clan, right? Shan Tong smiled happily. You know that 3 experts from the saint's world have come and you still dare to drink here without restraint. I don't think there's anyone in the 7 god realms who has the guts other than you. Aren't you afraid? Feng Wuchen looked at Shan Tong and asked. Who in the saint's world isn't afraid? Shan Tong chuckled. It was impossible to tell what he was afraid of. Seeing the two of them chatting happily, Xianxia and the others' faces became darker than the bottom of a pot. "Shan Tong, who are you?" Xianxia suppressed his anger and asked. "Didn't you ask the 3 experts from the Saints' World to investigate? Why don't you just ask them?" Shan Tong shrugged and smiled. Hearing Shan Tong's words, Feng Wuchen finally understood what was going on. The 3 experts from the Saints' World had come, but they hadn't made a move yet. The various large organizations were also biding their time. Their main goal was to find out Shan Tong's identity. "Shan Tong, we know you're not an ordinary expert from the ancient times. I'm not afraid to tell you that the Saints' World has already set their eyes on you. Even if you don't say anything, they'll find out who you are sooner or later." A cold voice rang out and a person appeared silently beside the table. It was Zhu Su. "We suspect that you're a survivor of the ancient war." Another person appeared out of nowhere. It was Zhu Qing. Very few people survived the ancient war. Aside from some remnants of the ancient dragon gods, there are also remnants of a few other organizations. Another cold voice rang out. It was Zhu Mufeng. The 3 of them were all experts from the Saints' World. They were all from the Heaven Demon clan. Their bloodline is the same as Zhu Sha's. Looks like they're also from the Heaven Demon clan, Feng Wuchen thought. He studied the 3 of them without changing his expression. "You're not experts from the Saints' World? You can find out with a simple investigation. Why do you need to ask me?" Shan Tong said casually. He drank his cup gracefully. "When I first met Shan Tong, he said he was a 9-star overgod. Later on, I discovered that he's even more terrifying than a saint transformation expert. He can even kill experts from the Saints' World in a single move. Is he still hiding his cultivation?" Seeing how fearless Shan Tong was, Feng Wuchen became more and more curious about Shan Tong's strength. Feng Wuchen did not believe that Shan Tong was afraid of the 3 experts from the Saints' World. If he was afraid, why would he drink so recklessly in the plaza of the Great Main Shrine? Was he trying to fool a 3-year-old child? "Shan Tong, according to the results of our investigation, you're most likely from the ancient Sovereign Spirit clan." Zhu Su stared at Shan Tong coldly. "Sovereign Spirit clan?" Feng Wuchen looked at Shan Tong in surprise. Feng Wuchen had learned from the Chaos Blood Demon that Shan Tong's clan had been annihilated by the Heaven Demon clan. However, he did not know what clan Shan Tong was from. "Oh? You juniors from the Saints' World are quite capable. You even know about the Sovereign Spirit clan." Shan Tong smiled in surprise. "Humph. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. Back then, the Sovereign Spirit clan was completely wiped out by our Heavenly Demon clan. Even their children were not spared. Even pregnant women were humiliated. No one would dare to admit such a shameful thing," Zhu Qing sneered. When Zhu Qing said that, he stared at Shan Tong coldly, hoping to find a conclusion from Shan Tong's expression. However, to Zhu Qing's disappointment, Shan Tong's expression did not change at all. The most painful thing was the annihilation of one's entire clan. After all of one's loved ones were killed. If it were anyone else, thinking about the annihilation of their clan, they would more or less feel emotional. However, Shan Tong did not change at all. "Great Master God, what is the Sovereign Spirit clan?" Sumia asked softly. "I don't know much about the ancient times, but I've never heard of the Sovereign Spirit clan." Zhu Sha shook his head. Shan Tong's expression did not change at all. Even his eyes did not change. Is he not from the Sovereign Spirit clan? Or is he hiding more deeply? Feng Wuchen thought. "Are you done?" Shan Tong glanced at Zhu Qing. "You're not from the Sovereign Spirit clan?" Zhu Su asked with a frown. "I say, are you done yet? Would you believe me if I said I was? Would you believe me if I said I wasn't? Aren't you annoying?" "You're like flies," Shan Tong said impatiently. "Other than you, an ancient powerhouse, is there anyone else?" Zhu Su asked coldly. Shan Tong looked at Zhu Su with an amused expression and asked with a sneer, "Who are you to me? Why should I tell you? What's in it for me? You have to tell me even if you don't want to. It's not up to you today." Zhu Mufeng threatened as if he could kill Shan Tong at any time. "I won't tell you." What can you do to me? Shan Tong looked like a hooligan. Sir, should we kill him? Zhu Su looked at Zhu Sha and asked respectfully. In Zhu Su's opinion, he could not get anything valuable out of Shan Tong. Moreover, Feng Wuchen was here, so he might as well get rid of him so that they could return to the holy world. Kill me? Are you worthy? Shan Tong was so angry that he laughed. He glanced at Zhu Su and the other two with disdain. Feng Wuchen glanced at the arrogant and fearless Shan Tong. He had some thoughts in his mind, and his lips curled into a smile. Shan Tong, don't think that you're strong just because you killed Luo Tianran. Luo Tianran is just an ant in our eyes, Zhu Qing said coldly. Is that so? Why don't you try to kill me? Shan Tong provocatively crooked his finger and crossed his legs. He looked as arrogant as he could, as if he wanted to tell others that his family owned a mine. Zhu Su frowned and stared coldly at Shan Tong. He did not know where Shan Tong's confidence came from. Why is Shan Tong so confident? Could it be that there were really other ancient experts? There are 3 experts from the saints' world here, but he doesn't fear them at all. He's definitely not bluffing, thought Zhu Sha. He could not see through Shan Tong at all. See through single pupil? Speaking of which, Candle Fiend was only a junior with a single pupil. How could a junior like him see through an ancient expert who had lived for 100,000 years? Bullshit. Too arrogant. Lord Great Master God, give the order. Void Mia was already at the end of his patience. If it weren't for the fact that he was too weak, he would have attacked long ago. Hurry up. If you want to do it, then do it quickly. If not, then arrange a place for me and Brother Feng to rest. Shan Tong said impatiently. Shan Tong was probably the only person in the entire 7 god worlds who dared to be so arrogant in front of the experts from the saints' world. Lord, we don't know if there are other ancient experts for now. Moreover, we have searched everywhere in the 7 god worlds, but we couldn't find any ancient experts. Why don't you let me try? Zhu Su asked. All right. Zhu Sha replied without hesitation. He also wanted to confirm this matter. Whoosh. Zhu Su attacked without hesitation. He arrived in front of Shan Tong in a flash. His right hand curled into a claw and grabbed at Shan Tong's neck. His speed was as fast as lightning, and a terrifying aura instantly shattered the table. At the same time, Zhu Su controlled a force with his left hand to trap Feng Wuchen. With a gentle wave of his hand, he pushed Feng Wuchen back. The series of actions were done in one go. It was perfect and happened in a flash. Feng Wuchen only reacted when he felt an irresistible force. It was obvious how terrifying Zhu Su's speed was. At the same time, Zhu Mufeng had already flashed out and reached for Feng Wuchen. However, just as Zhu Su's claw was about to touch Shan Tong's figure disappeared into thin air. In the next second, Shan Tong had already intercepted the trapped Feng Wuchen. So fast. I suddenly attacked and seized the initiative, but he still managed to dodge. This person's cultivation is not simple. Zhu Su frowned. He actually managed to dodge. He even managed to save Feng Wuchen before I did. Zhu Mufeng was shocked. The moment Zhu Su attacked, Zhu Mufeng also attacked. At that moment, Shan Tong did not move at all. But in an instant, not only did Shan Tong dodge Zhu Su, but he also saved Feng Wuchen. What kind of terrifying speed was this? This is teleportation. Feng Wuchen was shocked. He had never known that Shan Tong could teleport. Feng Wuchen was very familiar with teleportation. He could tell at a glance. Other than Zhu Su and the other 2, the others did not react at all. They did not even know what had happened. Whoosh! Just as Shan Tong saved Feng Wuchen, Zhu Qing attacked. His figure suddenly appeared on Shan Tong's left side. He bent his claw and grabbed at Feng Wuchen fiercely. However, in the blink of an eye, Shan Tong and Feng Wuchen disappeared. Zhu Qing immediately rushed over to where Shan Tong and Feng Wuchen were originally. Before Zhu Qing could react, Shan Tong and Feng Wuchen had already reappeared at their original positions. It was as if they had never disappeared. Holy technique! Sacred martial universe! Zhu Qing suddenly shouted loudly. His hands rapidly formed a seal, and a terrifying power violently surged out. Zhu Qing, stop. Don't touch the laws of heaven and earth. Zhu Su quickly stopped him. Damn it. Zhu Qing, who was about to attack, had no choice but to withdraw his power. His face was full of resentment. So you're afraid of touching the laws of heaven and earth too? Shan Tong sneered. Heavenly devil phantom. Zhu Su shouted coldly. He immediately used his movement technique. His figure appeared and disappeared mysteriously like a ghost. His speed was several times faster than before. In an instant, Zhu Su had already arrived before Shan Tong. He threw a punch without any fancy moves. Shan Tong grinned and punched back. Boom. Buzz buzz. The two fists collided. There was an earth-shattering explosion. The force of the collision instantly caused the void of the seven divine worlds to collapse. The space shook violently, scaring countless cultivators out of their wits. When their fists collided, the strength of the two could be said to be evenly matched. Zhu Su frowned slightly. He said coldly, Shan Tong, looks like I've underestimated your strength. My punch was enough to heavily injure Luo Tianran, but you blocked it easily. You killed Luo Tianran without alarming the holy world or touching the laws of heaven and earth. It looks like you used a barrier to isolate the power. What? You think the laws of heaven and earth of the seven divine worlds can suppress me? Shan Tong asked with a cold smile. I'll remember it in 1 second. Wonderful, no pop-up window free reading. As soon as Shan Tong said that, Zhu Su and the other two's expressions changed slightly. The laws of heaven and earth can't suppress him? Zhu Sha frowned in disbelief. Even Feng Wuchen looked at Shan Tong in shock. He did not know if Shan Tong was telling the truth. If the laws of heaven and earth could not suppress Shan Tong, wouldn't he be invincible? No matter how many experts came from the holy world, wouldn't they all die in Shan Tong's hands? Great Master God, Shan Tong isn't lying, right? How can the laws of heaven and earth not suppress him? Sumia started to panic. After all, Shan Tong had always been very strong. Now, Zhu Su and the other two were still unable to capture Shan Tong. Looking at the shocked three, Shan Tong grinned and said, Don't panic, I'm just joking. The laws of heaven and earth are so scary, how can they not suppress me? You. Zhu Su and the other two were furious. They did not expect Shan Tong to be in the mood to joke at this time. He was clearly making fun of them. Attack. Let's see his strength. Zhu Su said angrily. The three attacked together and rushed toward Shan Tong. Brother Feng, back off first. Shan Tong said calmly without any fear. Looks like you're not afraid of them. Feng Wuchen smiled and retreated far away. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. The three attacked at the same time and engaged in an intense battle with Shan Tong. The space of the seven divine worlds exploded continuously, and waves of destructive energy rippled. Their speed was terrifying. Even Zhu Sha could not see their figures. He could only hear the deafening explosions and feel the terrifying power beyond his imagination. Shan Tong is fighting 1 against 3? Miahun's face was full of shock. So strong, he's not at a disadvantage at all. What's this Shan Tong's cultivation? Who is he? Qian Hun was surprised and curious. On the peak of a mountain, Xianxia slowly opened his eyes and said solemnly, Shan Tong really brings one surprise after another. Looks like I'd better cultivate honestly and wait for my ascension. In the sky above the Holy Soul Shrine, Emperor of the Underworld, Lung Moxi, Qiu Dingfeng, and Tong Tian gathered. Is a single pupil really that strong? The Underworld Emperor was trembling all over, and his pale face was filled with terror. Don't tell me the 3 experts of the Saints' world can't defeat him? Tong Tian panicked. The power of the laws of heaven and earth has yet to come into contact with them. This means that they have yet to unleash their full strength. Under the circumstances where they have yet to break through the limits of the 7 god worlds, we cannot jump to conclusions. Mu Xianshan shook his head. Mu Xianshan's words were not without reason. With Shan Tong and Zhu Su's strength, once they unleashed it, they could trigger the laws of the universe at any time. Now that he did not feel the power of the laws of heaven and earth, it meant that they had not used their full strength. In the current battle, his strength was at most slightly stronger than that of a saint. How is this possible? Even with the three of them joining hands, they are still unable to suppress Xianxia? Xianxia's eyeballs were about to fall out of their sockets. Isn't this too scary? Hui Tian was dumbfounded, and his body trembled uncontrollably. No wonder he's so arrogant. The heavily injured by Xiao Tian gritted his teeth and said angrily. He hated Xianxia to the bone and wished for nothing more than to pull out Xianxia's tendons and skin him alive before burning his bones and scattering his ashes. Zhu Xiao's old face was gloomy and extremely ugly. Obviously, he had not expected Xianxia to be able to take on 3 opponents at once. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. The battle was unusually intense. As time passed, Xianxia and Zhu Su's strength became more and more terrifying. A strange scene appeared in the collapsing space of the 7 god worlds. A large number of lightning dragons appeared, and an extremely terrifying aura spread out. Feng Wuchen looked at the strange scene in the void. It was a scene he had never seen before. Not only Feng Wuchen, but all the cultivators in the 7 god worlds had never seen it before. Many people did not know what was going on, but the top experts in the 7 god worlds knew. Because it was the laws of heaven and earth. This is bad. The power of the laws of heaven and earth has appeared. Zhu Qing's face changed drastically. Why are you panicking? Continue fighting. Xianxia sneered. Our strength has not been suppressed yet, and the laws of heaven and earth have not been fully triggered. Zhu Su, quickly set up a barrier. Zhu Mufeng shouted. Saint Soul Barrier. Zhu Su shouted. With a wave of his hand, a green illusory net spread out rapidly, covering the entire 7 god worlds in the blink of an eye. Buzz buzz. The barrier sealed the 7 god worlds. Zhu Su and the other 2 unleashed a terrifying power that surpassed the 7 god worlds in an instant. The space trembled even more violently, and countless cultivators shook along with it. Xianxia, come on, show us your strength. Zhu Su shouted. His terrifying power had already surpassed Luo Tianran's. Aren't you very arrogant? Facing the power of the 3 of us, what can you do? Zhu Qing sneered. He spoke as if his power could crush Xianxia at any time. Boom boom boom. The 3 of them launched a fierce and merciless attack. Their speed was extremely fast, and a series of explosions were heard, forcing Xianxia to retreat continuously. Every time Zhu Su and the other 2 launched a ferocious attack, Xianxia would be knocked back dozens of meters. Kill Xianxia. Very good. Looks like Xianxia has reached his limit. This is the best chance to kill him. My 3 lords, kill Xianxia. Xianxia and the other experts of the Great Main Divine Palace shouted excitedly. Feng Wuchen, do you see that? Your backer is not going to make it. Xianxia sneered proudly. Feng Wuchen glanced at him coldly and did not speak. He did not bother to respond. Humph. What are you being arrogant for? Let's see if you can still be arrogant when Xianxia dies. Hui Tian narrowed his eyes and shouted fiercely. This was the first time that Xianxia had been suppressed by his opponent. They could not help but see hope. Xianxia, your arrogance ends here. Zhu Qing sneered in a mocking manner. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Why aren't you arrogant now? You can't even block a punch from me? You can't be so weak, right? Zhu Mufeng sneered. Xianxia, it looks like you have reached your limit. Zhu Su said coldly. They had only wanted to test Xianxia's strength. However, now that they saw that they could crush Xianxia, the 3 of them wanted to kill him. Boom. Zhu Su threw a punch across the air. The ferocious power sent Xianxia flying thousands of meters away. Xianxia, I'll give you one last chance. Who are you? Are there any other ancient experts in the 7 god worlds? Zhu Su asked coldly. The 3 of them stopped attacking. Why did you stop? Continue attacking. Don't waste time. Hurry up, I still want to drink with Brother Feng later. Xianxia looked at the 3 of them strangely. You. Zhu Qing was so angry that the veins on his face bulged. What about me? Do you think you have defeated me? Xianxia sneered. There was no panic or worry on his face. Instead, there was a mocking sneer. That's right. Xianxia's eyes were filled with sarcasm and disdain. Shame on you. You are courting death. Zhu Su said fiercely. I'll remember it in 1 second. Wonderful, no pop-up window free reading. Oh? Is that so? Shan Tong's lips curled into a mocking sneer as a hint of viciousness flashed across his dark eyes. Let's show you 70% of our strength. Zhu Qing shouted as his strength surged once again, shaking the barrier. The three of them launched a fierce and merciless attack once again like demonic beasts. Shan Tong was no longer defending himself. Boom. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, intense hand-to-hand combat began. Shan Tong was still fighting against the three of them alone. Facing the fierce attacks of the three, Shan Tong chose to face them head-on. Every clash shook the 7 god worlds. But this time, Shan Tong was not as weak as before. Even when Zhu Su and the other two used 70% of their strength, they could not push Shan Tong back. Seeing this, Sumia and the others were dumbfounded. Shan Tong really did not use his full strength. He can still fight against the three of them with ease. He's really not simple. Zhu Sha frowned as his old face turned uglier. He can still fight against the three of them? How is this possible? Ruo Wu's heart almost jumped out of his chest. How can Shan Tong be so strong? Bai Xiaoyan's mouth was wide open. His shock was self-evident. Even the three of us can't suppress Shan Tong? What kind of person is he? Mu Xianshan and the others were horrified. Even though they were in the sacred soul shrine, they could still recognize Shan Tong from his aura. Indeed, Shan Tong was not at a disadvantage against the three of them. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. He's just an ancient expert from the 7 god worlds. It's impossible for him to be so strong. Zhu Qing shouted as he fought. His strength and speed are not inferior to us. His attacks are strange and overbearing. Zhu Su also began to panic. If you can't fight, use your full strength. Zhu Mufeng shouted. If I use my full strength, the barrier won't be able to withstand it. Shan Tong sneered. There was no pressure on his face. Instead, he was calm. Also, your attacks just now did not affect me at all. I only wanted to test your strength. Do you really think you can defeat me? Dan Tong ridiculed. To be honest, I, Shan Tong, really don't take you guys seriously. You guys are all trying to take advantage of me. Do you really think that I'm a pushover? Shan Tong said disdainfully. Indeed, if Shan Tong was not powerful enough, he would not have dared to behave so atrociously in the main divine hall, much less act so arrogantly before the three experts from the saints' world. To put it bluntly, Zhu Su and the other two were nothing in Shan Tong's eyes. They were not even qualified to challenge Shan Tong. Bastard! The three of them were furious, and their killing intent erupted. I'll show you what true strength is. Shan Tong sneered. The moment he finished speaking, Shan Tong's figure suddenly disappeared without any warning. It disappeared. Zhu Qing's expression changed. So fast. I can't sense his aura. Zhu Su frowned deeply. Instantly, he felt a pressure as heavy as Mount Tai. What kind of movement technique is this? Zhu Mufeng was both shocked and terrified. Boom boom boom. In the blink of an eye, without the three of them noticing, Shan Tong's attack had already greeted them. The domineering and accurate power sent the three of them flying. Oh no! The three of them are no match for Shan Tong. How can this be? They can't even see Shan Tong's attack. It's over. The three saints are no match for Shan Tong. Seeing Zhu Su and the other two being sent flying, the upper echelons of the main divine hall panicked. This was not the result they wanted at all. Who is this Shan Tong? Why is he in the 7 divine worlds? Zhu Sha finally could not sit still. His old face was filled with panic. He originally thought that the three experts from the saints' world could easily defeat or even kill Shan Tong. However, the result was the opposite. Shan Tong's teleportation technique has actually reached such a level. Even I wouldn't dare to say that I'm so proficient in it. Feng Wuchen was secretly shocked. Boom boom boom. Before the three of them could even come to a stop, Shan Tong's attack had already arrived. With another 3 explosions, the 3 of them were sent flying again. Xianxia's speed was extremely terrifying. It was impossible to see him at all. He was so fast that they could not even detect his aura when he attacked. B*****. What kind of damned movement technique is this? Zhu Qing gritted his teeth and roared. This is the dragon god's teleportation technique. As an expert from the saints' world, don't you even know the abhijna of the dragon gods? Feng Wuchen sneered. Saint Vitality Protection. Zhu Su suddenly roared and condensed an energy barrier. Zhu Qing and Zhu Mufeng also condensed energy barriers. Can these trashy barriers block my attack? Shan Tong appeared above Zhu Qing in a flash. What? Zhu Qing's expression changed drastically. He looked up abruptly. Boom. Crack. Shang Tong's fist slammed down. The incomparably tyrannical power actually forcefully shattered the protective shield. How is this possible? Zhu Qing was dumbfounded. How terrifying was this power? Boom boom. Crack crack. In 2 flashes, Zhu Su and Zhu Mufeng's energy barriers shattered instantly. They could not even withstand a single blow. Zhu Xia and the others were speechless at this moment. It was as if they had been immobilized. They could not move at all. They were petrified. 70% of your power isn't that impressive. Shan Tong sneered coldly. Shan Tong. Zhu Qing was furious. He roared at the sky. Mufeng. Zhu Su glanced at Zhu Mufeng. The latter immediately understood and disappeared in a flash. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. He did not know what they were trying to do. What is Lord Zhu Mufeng doing? Why did he retreat? Su Miao was puzzled. Shouldn't they fight to the death at this critical moment? Zhu Qing, give it your all. Zhu Su shouted. Buzz buzz. The 2 of them madly pushed their Saint Vitality. Their aura soared. The space of the 7 god worlds shook violently. The barrier shattered instantly. The terrifying power of the 2 of them had increased exponentially. Buzz buzz. Boom boom boom. The barrier shattered. Lightning dragons flashed in the void. An extremely terrifying aura spread wildly. At that moment, it was as if the heavens were punishing them. The space of the 7 god worlds froze. An unimaginable suppressive force poured down. Oh no! They're going to trigger the laws of heaven and earth. Feng Wuchen's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly shouted, Shan Tong, watch out. The power of the laws of heaven and earth. Zhu Xia and the others looked at the void in horror. Everyone could feel the terrifying suppressive force. It was an irresistible force. It was indescribable. It was as if it could destroy everything in the world. Hurry up! Zhu Su shouted. The 2 of them immediately launched a frenzied attack. Shan Tong. Give it your all. Or die. You choose. Zhu Qing shouted angrily. They actively triggered the laws of heaven and earth in order to suppress Shan Tong's cultivation. Before the suppressive force completely descended, they attacked with all their might. In this way, they could force Shan Tong into a desperate situation. Either he used his power to resist the attacks of the 2 of them and be suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth, or he would die under their attacks. Don't worry, the law of heaven and earth has no effect on us. Zhu Xia suppressed the fear in his heart and gestured for everyone to calm down. My lord is right. The law of heaven and earth's power only targets those who have surpassed the limits of the 7 god worlds. Bai Xiaotian sneered as he stared at Shan Tong, waiting to see how he would die. My lords have purposely triggered the law of heaven and earth to force Shan Tong to attack. Even if Shan Tong did not attack, my lord's power would be enough to kill him. Su Miao sneered proudly. That's right. Shan Tong is dead for sure this time. Hui Tian's face was full of excitement, looking like he had won the lottery, extremely happy. Shan Tong. Are you still not going to attack? Seeing Shan Tong's indifference, the sneer on Zhu Su's face became more intense. In his eyes, Shan Tong was already a dead man. Stop talking nonsense with him. He will definitely die today. Zhu Qing sneered as if he could already see Shan Tong's tragic end. However, the moment they finished speaking, they saw a smile on Shan Tong's face. That's right, it was a smile. It was definitely not an illusion. How could he smile when he was about to die? Was he scared out of his wits? Is Shan Tong that confident? Feng Wuchen frowned as he stared at Shan Tong. He did not know if Shan Tong was really that confident. Zhu Su and Zhu Qing did not think too much about it. Since Shan Tong did not intend to attack, they would just kill him. However, what happened next would definitely be unforgettable in their lives. When their attacks were half a meter away from Shan Tong's figure disappeared into thin air. Yes, he disappeared into thin air. I see, Feng Wuchen understood the moment Shan Tong disappeared and a smile appeared on his face. How is this possible? Zhu Sha was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Bai Xiaotian and Sunye's smiles froze instantly. Zhu Su and Zhu Qing's attacks missed and both of them turned pale with fright. However, before they could think, the irresistible law of heaven and earth had mercilessly suppressed them. Ah! Faced with the merciless suppression of the terrifying law of heaven and earth, Zhu Su and Zhu Qing suddenly screamed in agony. Obviously, they were suffering unimaginable pain. Zhu Sha and the others watched in horror as Zhu Su and Zhu Qing's bodies were crushed by the power of the laws of heaven and earth. What kind of terrifying power was this? Even a holy world expert wouldn't be able to last more than 3 seconds. Seeing this scene, Zhu Sha and the others were scared out of their wits. The terrifying laws of heaven and earth left as quickly as they came. After Zhu Su and Zhu Qing's bodies were crushed, their power was greatly reduced and the power of the worldly laws disappeared. Zhu Su. Zhu Qing. Zhu Mufeng snapped out of his daze and rushed out. Zhu Su and Zhu Qing were only left with their soul bodies. They had lost their consciousness and were extremely weak. Their soul bodies could dissipate at any moment. Stupid to this extent. What should I say about you? Shan Tong's mocking laughter resounded. No one knew when Shan Tong had appeared out of thin air again. Shan Tong. Zhu Mufeng roared as he glared at Shan Tong, his body trembling with rage. However, he didn't dare to attack. The three of them were no match for Shan Tong even when they joined forces, let alone him. The laws of heaven and earth of the 7 divine realms are really powerful, Shan Tong said in a mocking tone. Brother Feng, should we deal with them? Shan Tong asked as he looked at the calm Feng Wuchen in the distance. Let's go, Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Hearing Feng Wuchen's answer, Shan Tong secretly heaved a sigh of relief. In fact, Feng Wuchen also knew that this was a critical period. Shan Tong's actions had already alarmed the holy world. Moreover, he had killed Luo Tianran. If he killed 3 more people, the consequences would be unimaginable. The first time, Luo Tianran came. The second time, 3 holy world experts came. What about the third time? Shan Tong couldn't keep suppressing the holy world experts. Feng Wuchen was very clear about the pros and cons of this. Therefore, now was not the time to kill them. After Feng Wuchen and Shan Tong left, Zhu Sha and the others still hadn't recovered from their shock. Their faces were filled with fear. Sir, their injuries are very serious. The 7 divine realms can't treat them. Shan Tong's existence is very likely related to a powerful ancient family. This subordinate must immediately return to the holy world to report to Lord Zhuing Kuei. I'm afraid this matter will have to be reported to the Heaven Devil race, Zhu Mufeng said respectfully. His eyes were filled with anger and unwillingness. As a member of the Heaven Devil race and an expert of the holy world, he couldn't even deal with an ancient expert. This was an insult to the Heaven Devil race. Okay. Zhu Sha nodded in a daze. This was the first time he felt breathless. This feeling came from fear. Back at the Dragon God Temple, Feng Wuchen was very calm. Brother Feng, ask whatever you want to know, Shan Tong said indifferently, seeing through Feng Wuchen's thoughts. I can tell that you're not an ordinary ancient expert. I also know that you helped me because you were afraid of Long Hun. Who are you? I don't want people of unknown origin around me, Feng Wuchen said solemnly. Sovereign Spirit Clan. I'm the youngest young master of the Sovereign Spirit Clan, Shan Tong said seriously. At this moment, there was a touch of sadness in his eyes. Feng Wuchen looked at Shan Tong and didn't interrupt. He knew that Shan Tong still had something to say. Although 100,000 years have passed, the destruction of the Sovereign Spirit clan is still vivid in my mind. The strength of the Heaven Devil race is beyond imagination. I was about the same age as you back then, but I endured the pain of countless corpses and seas of blood. I endured the pain of the destruction of my clan and the death of my family. I saw the entire ancient battlefield clearly, Shan Tong said sadly. Thinking about the pain back then, even if he was an indomitable expert, his eyes were moist at this moment. I saw my family die tragically at the hands of the Heaven Devil race, but I couldn't do anything. I saw the almost invincible Sovereign Spirit clan being destroyed. I was powerless. I only felt deep fear. Recalling what happened back then, Shan Tong seemed to have returned to the ancient battlefield. Countless experts killed mercilessly. Blood flowed like rivers. It could be said that it was a war of destruction. The Sovereign Spirit clan belonged to the royal clan in the ancient times, just like the royal clan of the empire. They were on equal footing with the dragon gods and the Heaven Devil race. They were the three major clans in the ancient times. The Sovereign Spirit clan controlled all the realms back then. They had never interfered with the dragon gods, but the Heaven Devil race was unwilling to be controlled by the Sovereign Spirit clan. After many years of planning, the Heaven Devil race secretly controlled many descendants of the Sovereign Spirit clan. They even used despicable means to sow discord between the Sovereign Spirit clan and the dragon gods, causing the relationship between the two clans to deteriorate. The Heaven Devil race took the opportunity to attack the Sovereign Spirit clan. The descendants of the Sovereign Spirit clan were controlled, and many experts had to bow their heads. But the Heaven Devil race didn't let them go. They ordered a massacre and massacred the Sovereign Spirit clan. Later, the dragon gods learned of the Heaven Devil race's intentions, and the whole clan tried to stop them. Unfortunately, it was too late. The Heaven Devil race and the dragon gods were already on bad terms. The ancient war broke out because of this. I survived because of the dragon gods. At the end of his speech, Shan Tong slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. I'm sorry, Feng Wuchen said after a long time. Bah! How embarrassing. Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, Shan Tong was shocked and hurriedly cursed in a low voice. I didn't expect you to be the young master of the Sovereign Spirit clan. That's not a simple identity. Feng Wuchen grinned. Taking a deep breath, Shan Tong said nonchalantly, that was 100,000 years ago. I'm no longer the young master of the Sovereign Spirit clan. The Sovereign Spirit clan no longer exists. Then do you want to revive the Sovereign Spirit clan? Feng Wuchen asked Shan Tong. Shan Tong's body shook, then he smiled bitterly. Revive the Sovereign Spirit clan? Was that possible? As long as the Heavenly Devil clan existed, the Sovereign Spirit clan would never be revived. In front of the Heavenly Devil clan, Shan Tong was just an ant. Seeing that Shan Tong did not answer, Feng Wuchen continued, people change. They can become kind, evil, or ambitious. It depends on what kind of person you want to become. You've lived for 100,000 years. I don't have the right to lecture you, but I don't think you should be like this. With that, Feng Wuchen walked out of the hall. Looking at Feng Wuchen's back, Shan Tong sighed and said, can the Sovereign Spirit clan be revived? Although the dragon god's ancestors are still alive, in front of the Heavenly Devil clan. Slap, Shan Tong slapped himself and said angrily, what's there to be afraid of? I've already died once. What's the harm in dying again? There's no trash in the Sovereign Spirit clan. Seeing Feng Wuchen come out, Ling Xiaoxiao was the first to ask, Brother Feng, did something happen? Feng Wuchen and Shan Tong returned to the Dragon God Palace and entered the main hall. The others seemed to have noticed something, and no one dared to enter. They all waited outside the hall. After all, the battle had just ended, and they were worried that something big had happened. We talked about something. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Alliance Master, who was that person just now? He seemed very powerful. Tian Kuei, who had just ascended, could not help but ask. An ancient expert, Senior Shan Tong. His strength is extremely terrifying. Long Yin explained. Long Tianchou frowned slightly and asked, Longer, did something happen in this battle? Feng Wuchen nodded and said, yes. Chen Er, are you all right? Xiao Qingqing asked anxiously, but she couldn't see where Feng Wuchen was injured. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, "Mother, I'm fine. Senior Shan Tong doesn't seem to be injured? Didn't you guys come back safely?" Lan Yu asked puzzledly. "Big brother Feng, what's going on?" You and Senior Shan Tong came back with a heavy heart. Lu Qingyang couldn't help but ask. Of the 3 experts from the saint's world, 2 of them had their bodies shattered and their souls damaged. The last one didn't dare to attack, so his single eye was unscathed, Feng Wuchen said indifferently. What? Hearing this, most of the people in the Shenlong temple widened their eyes and were dumbfounded. Feng Wuchen had a lot on his mind because of this. Didn't Shan Tong defeat his opponent? Wasn't this something to be happy about? Shan Tong's strength is indeed terrifying, but have you thought about it? What if someone from the saint's world comes next time? Can Shan Tong defeat them? Ing Hun said solemnly. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the Shenlong temple fell silent. Alright, don't worry too much. Cultivate well. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. At this moment, a person walked out of the teleportation array. Lord Feng, something has happened to the Star Soul Boundary. The person who came was the commander of the Peerless Temple, Yang Qingyu, but he was seriously injured. Star Soul Boundary? Feng Wuchen was slightly surprised. The Saint Soul Temple's claws have extended to the Star Soul Boundary. At this moment, they are forcing the major forces to submit to them. The Temple Master and the elders have been seriously injured. Yang Qingyu said anxiously. What? Duan Muxian and Carefree Aoran's expressions changed drastically at the same time. Saint Soul Temple? Their appetite is really big. They even want to eat the Star Soul Boundary. Feng Wuchen's face suddenly darkened. The Saint Soul Temple wanted to annex the Star Soul Boundary. That would depend on whether Feng Wuchen agreed or not. Feng Wuchen immediately brought Ling Xiaoxiao and Lu Qingyang to the Peerless Temple of the Star Soul Boundary. It was so convenient to have a teleportation array. At the same time, in the Star Soul Boundary, the experts of the major forces of the Star Soul Boundary gathered above the Peerless Temple. They were all seriously injured and surrounded by hundreds of experts. In the palace below, hundreds of people had already died tragically, filling the unparalleled Divine Hall. I'll give you one last chance. Kneel and submit. Otherwise, die. It's your honor to submit to the Saint Soul Temple. No one can stop them from doing whatever they want. A man stood proudly in the void. His body flowed with cold air and terrifying murderous intent. He was like an emperor, looking down at the experts in front of him. Don't even think about it. Ancestor Heaven roared. Pa. As soon as Ancestor Heaven's voice fell, a slap came. The slap was so strong that Ancestor Heaven spat out blood and his face was deformed. Temple Master Xiaoying, Du Guyun, and the others' eyes were red. They were in a state of rage. Kill me if you want. I will never submit. Ancestor Heaven endured the pain and injuries and roared. He would rather die than submit. What bullshit, Saint Soul Temple. You're just a bunch of bullies. An elder cursed. Kill. The leader said coldly. Chi. A sword light flashed and the elder's throat was slit. He died on the spot. Guardian Xiao. Preposterous. You've gone too far. Bastard. We'll fight it out with you. Everyone was furious. They roared madly and resisted with all their might. Seems like you haven't figured it out. Even if you don't submit, I'll kill all of you. The Saint Soul Temple can still control the Star Soul Boundary. The leader sneered disdainfully. However, I'd like to see the fear and despair on your faces. The man continued to sneer. Kill. Kill them until they're afraid. Kill them until they submit. Even if you kill all of them. The leader sneered. He was simply looking down on people's lives. Chi. Another expert was killed mercilessly. Old Li. Everyone was furious. Haha. I'll kill you one by one. I'd like to see how tough you are. The man laughed arrogantly. He looked like a devil. Chi chi chi. Experts were killed one by one. Fear and despair appeared on their faces. However, they still refused to submit. Bastard! Come and kill me! Kill me! Do you hear me? A young junior roared furiously. You'll die a horrible death. I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Ancestor Heaven was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. All right. I'd like to see how you'll kill me after you become a ghost. Kill him. The man said coldly. A godly venerable expert's arm turned into a blade and wanted to kill Ancestor Heaven. Stop. At this moment, an earth-shattering roar sounded. It shook everyone's soul. The leader of the Holy Soul Godly Palace was startled. I'll remember it in 1 second. Wonderful. Read it for free. This voice? The domineering voice stunned the Ancestor Heaven and the others. Then, they trembled and were overjoyed. The man who led the unparalleled temple to dominate the Star Soul sector was here. Leader, it should be someone from the Dragon Temple, an ultimate god said respectfully in the man's ear. The man called the leader said coldly, Do I need you to remind me? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After a while, Feng Wuchen and dozens of figures came out of the teleportation formation. Alliance Master. It's the Alliance Master. That's great. The Alliance Master is here. We're saved. The Alliance Master came in person. The moment they saw Feng Wuchen, the Ancestor Heaven and the other top leaders of the major forces shouted excitedly. At that moment, everyone felt as if they had returned from hell to heaven. They were extremely happy. Alliance Master, they forced us to submit and killed us if we didn't submit. Many people have died. The Ancestor Heaven immediately reported. Looking at the tragic deaths of the cultivators around the unparalleled temple, Ling Xiaoxiao and Lu Qingyang's faces turned completely cold. Feng Wuchen's face was extremely gloomy. They could feel the terrible coldness spreading from Feng Wuchen through the screen. Father, Elder, are you okay? Duan Muxian was very worried, but he was relieved to see that his family was still there. Slaughtering the weak. Despicable. Do you have any shame? Lu Qingyang roared crazily, his eyes bloodshot and murderous. You bastards. I'll never forgive you. Xiaoyao Outyan roared hysterically. Brother Feng, can they be saved? Ling Xiaoxiao asked in a low voice. Their primordial spirits are destroyed. I can't save them. Feng Wuchen shook his head helplessly. The strongest cultivation of the major forces in the Star Soul sector was only at the 2-star Ultimate God realm, and most of them were only at the Emperor God realm. They were powerless against the ultimate gods of the Sacred Soul sector. But what made Feng Wuchen curious was, why would the Sacred Soul Divine Palace take a fancy to the Star Soul realm, not to mention 1-star Soul world? Even if there were 10-star Soul worlds, they wouldn't be able to enter the Saint Soul Temple's eyes. Mu Xianshan wasn't an idiot. The 3 experts from the sacred world had been defeated, yet he still dared to extend his hand into the Star Soul world. Moreover, he even acted against Feng Wuchen's forces. Wasn't he afraid of death? Why was this happening? Isn't this Lord Feng? I am He Qiankuan. Ignoring the anger of Lu Qingyang and the others, the leader coldly stared at Feng Wuchen and sneered. Release him. Feng Wuchen said coldly. His cold voice seemed to have come from the depths of hell, without the slightest trace of emotion. All right. The leader sneered and immediately appeared in front of a God Emperor expert. His palm curled into a claw and grabbed at the air. In front of Feng Wuchen and the others, he broke the God Emperor's neck and shattered his primordial spirit. Here, let him go. As soon as he let go, the corpse fell. The leader sneered, arrogant and domineering. He looked down on others with his chin. Mu Yanjin's arrogance and domineering was like a grandson in front of him. Feng Wuchen and the others' gazes fell on the falling corpse. The coldness and killing intent in their eyes instantly multiplied. There was no trace of emotion at all. The space was dead silent. One could even hear a pin drop. At this moment, the space was completely covered by the biting cold killing intent. There was no air at all. However, this soul-shaking murderous aura came from Feng Wuchen. What a terrifying killing intent. He Qiankuan couldn't help but be shocked by Feng Wuchen's killing intent. Cold sweat broke out on his back. No matter what, He Qiankuan was a 1-star over God expert. Even when facing Mu Xuanshan's killing intent, he had never been so afraid. The experts of the Saint Soul Godly Palace turned pale with fright. Feng Wuchen stood there like a mountain, pressing down on them until they couldn't breathe. This invisible and terrifying aura filled them with fear. Was it an illusion? It must be an illusion. It must be an illusion. They knew Feng Wuchen's cultivation level very well. Qingyang, you haven't killed anyone for a long time, right? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. It's been a long time. Lu Qingyang and the others nodded coldly. Everyone was gnashing their teeth so hard that their gums were bleeding. Leave no one alive. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Do it. Lu Qingyang roared fiercely. Dozens of ultimate gods exerted their full strength and took out all kinds of divine weapons. Monstrous power rolled wildly as waves of terrifying power rushed into the sky. Buzz buzz. At this moment, it was as if the entire star soul plane was trembling. Countless living beings were trembling. Lu Qingyang's roar was like a general's order. Dozens of ultimate gods soared into the sky at the same time. It was a great momentum. Humph. The strongest is only a 4-star ultimate god. The rest are 1-star and 2-star ultimate gods. I thought some powerful experts had come, but they're just a bunch of trash. A 6-star ultimate god sneered disdainfully. You don't say. The people from the Divine Dragon Temple can step into the ultimate god realm in such a short time. Their cultivation speed is incomparable to ordinary geniuses. Another ultimate god sneered. They've eaten too many heaven-defying divine pearls, and with the help of the interspatial ring, it's no wonder their cultivation speed is fast. However, I'm afraid their foundation is not stable enough and they can't even use the power of an ultimate god. Another ultimate god sneered disdainfully. Hundreds of experts had a contemptuous look on their faces. They did not take the people from the Divine Dragon Temple seriously at all. However, the sneers and contempt on their faces turned into horror in the next second. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. TSK TSK TSK. Ah. A bloody scene took place as soon as Lu Qingyang used instant transmission. The limbs of the ultimate gods of the Sacred Soul Shrine were chopped off by Lu Qingyang and the others without them noticing. Their screams resounded throughout the unparalleled Divine Hall. However, they did not kill anyone. In the past, the teleportation was used to kill with one blow. However, Lu Qingyang and the others did not do that today. In less than half a minute, hundreds of ultimate gods fell to the ground with their limbs severed. They either lost their hands or legs. There were also countless wounds on their bodies. None of them were intact. Ah. My hands. My legs. What's going on? It's too scary. Who are they? Bastards. How dare you sever my legs? I won't forgive you. Leader. Avenge us. Kill them. More than 100 ultimate gods roared in pain. In less than half a minute, the extremely powerful ultimate god lineup was completely defeated. The heavenly ancestor and the others were dumbfounded. Their blood boiled and their hatred was vented. What kind of cruel method was that? Even He Qianquan, an overgod, could not help but be stunned. What kind of movement technique was that? Even he did not see it. What is Mu Xianshan trying to do? Speak. Feng Wuchen asked coldly. His tone was domineering and unquestionable. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen appeared in front of He Qianquan. He Qianquan took a few steps back in fear. What kind of speed was that? However, He Qianquan soon came back to his senses. Very well, if you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. I'll show you the difference between you and an overgod. He Qianquan sneered. I'll remember it in 1 second. It's a wonderful, no pop-up window free read. Smack. As soon as He Qianquan finished speaking, a slap landed on his face. You dare hit me? He Qianquan could not believe it as he stared at Feng Wuchen with a ferocious gaze. So what if I hit you? Are you qualified to talk about the gap between experts in front of me? Feng Wuchen said coldly. That terrifying gaze made He Qianquan's heart tremble violently. At that moment, He Qianquan felt like a little rabbit being stared at by a ferocious tiger. What kind of gaze was that? The experts of the Star Soul Society were dumbfounded. Was this their alliance master? Too domineering, they knew very well how terrifying He Qiankuan was. Even the cultivators of the entire Star Soul Society were powerless against him. However, in front of Feng Wuchen, He Qiankuan was completely suppressed. Could it be that Feng Wuchen already had the strength to crush He Qiankuan? Smack! He Qiankuan was stunned for a moment before Feng Wuchen slapped him again. It was a heart-wrenching pain. "You're courting death." He Qiankuan reacted quickly. The terrifying power of a one-star lord completely erupted. His monstrous rage told him that he must tear Feng Wuchen apart. Buzz buzz. A terrifying storm spread. The void shook and collapsed, causing everyone to tremble. "You don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. A mere one-star lord wants to kill me?" Feng Wuchen said coldly. His divine power of time was instantly activated. The simple yet domineering power surged like a dragon emerging from the sea. It was as if the god of war had descended from the ninth heaven. That monstrous might made everyone have a feeling of kneeling down and prostrating themselves in worship. The domineering divine power of time spread out and forcibly suppressed He Qiankuan's terrifying power. He could not move at all. That was right. He could not move. Where He Qiankuan was, time had completely stopped. He Qiankuan was extremely terrified. A mere 8-star ultimate god could trap him, a lord expert, so tightly that he could not use any means. Boom. Pooh. Feng Wuchen unleashed his chaos god force and his strength skyrocketed. His fist landed on He Qiankuan's chest and the time god force dissipated. He Qiankuan spurted out a mouthful of blood and his body shot out like a bolt of black lightning. Boom boom boom. He Qiankuan was beaten into a pig's head in an instant. This time, it wasn't just the heavenly ancestor and the others. Even Ling Xiaoxiao and Lu Qingyang were dumbfounded. An 8-star ultimate god had actually beaten a 1-star lord. What kind of terrifying strength was this? "Don't hit me, don't hit me. Lord Feng, don't hit me." He Qiankuan cowed out and begged for mercy. He was scared. Feng Wuchen was ruthless and merciless. The most terrible thing was that He Qiankuan had no idea where Feng Wuchen's fist came from. Pain, a heart-wrenching pain. His soul was agitated, every minute and every second was like suffering from hell. In a few blinks of an eye, he had become a pig's head. If he did not beg for mercy, he would be beaten to death. The 100 over ultimate gods from the Sacred Soul Shrine were petrified. Their leader was kowtowing and begging for mercy? Wasn't this a slap to the Sacred Soul Shrine's face? Wasn't this a disgrace to the Sacred Soul Shrine? Lord Feng? Now you know how to call me Lord Feng? Didn't you want to kill me just now? Where did your arrogance go? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. Lord Feng, you must be joking. How would I dare? I don't have that ability. He Qiankuan cried but no tears came out. What is Mu Xianshan trying to do? Speak. Or I'll kill you. Feng Wuchen's face was cold as he spoke in a commanding tone. I'll speak. I'll speak. He Qiankuan was terrified. Reporting to Lord Feng, our temple master sensed the divine fire's energy fluctuation in the star spirit boundary. That's why he sent me to take down the star spirit boundary. But I didn't know that the star spirit boundary was under Lord Feng's control. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared. The divine fire's energy fluctuation? Feng Wuchen was slightly surprised. No wonder, it was the divine fire's energy fluctuation. Yes, it's true. I dare not hide it. He Qiankuan nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Isn't Swisher Tian the only one in the Sacred Soul Shrine who has the divine fire? I've already devoured the azure flame water fire. Without the divine fire, it's impossible to sense the divine fire's existence unless it appears. Are you telling me that Mu Xianshan has the divine fire? Feng Wuchen stared coldly at He Qiankuan. Lord Feng is right. The divine fire has appeared. He Qiankuan nodded. Where is it? Feng Wuchen stared coldly at He Qiankuan. I don't know. The temple master only sent us to control the star spirit boundary. He Qiankuan was really afraid of Feng Wuchen. He did not dare to hide anything. He Qiankuan really did not know the location of the divine fire. Lord Feng, can I go now? He Qiankuan looked at Feng Wuchen pleadingly. Yes, you can go on the Yellow Springs Road without worry. Feng Wuchen said coldly. He grabbed at the air and a divine sword appeared. The sword flashed and cut through He Qianquan's throat. He Qianquan was stunned. His eyes were filled with despair and unwillingness, but it was too late. With a thought, Feng Wuchen activated the black flame and closed his eyes to sense. But after searching the entire star spirit boundary, he did not sense the divine fire's energy. He then activated the world-purifying soul flame, but he still could not sense it. The divine fire has not recovered. Can't you sense it? Feng Wuchen frowned slightly, a little disappointed. Thank you, Alliance Master, for saving our lives. The Heaven Ancestor and others came back to their senses and knelt down respectfully. Everyone was excited and moved. Get up. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. This trip was not in vain. After all, there was news of the divine fire. Master, how should we deal with these people? Mo Shantian asked respectfully. Kill. Feng Wuchen said lightly, as if it was a very inconspicuous thing. Lu Qingyang flashed down and asked one of them coldly, did you kill someone just now? Eat. The divine sword slashed down from the head and split it into two. What about you? Did you kill someone? Lu Qingyang flashed to the front of another person and asked. Qi. Just as he finished speaking, Lu Qingyang had already swept out with his sword, and that person's head flew out. What about you? Lu Qingyang glanced at another person coldly. The latter had long been scared out of his wits. Qi. Lu Qingyang's cold voice. Every word that fell into the ears of the sacred soul temple powerhouses was torture and fear from the depths of their souls. Lu Qingyang only asked and killed without waiting for an answer. 1, 2, 3. More than 100 powerhouses were killed one by Lu Qingyang in fear and despair as they begged for mercy. This was the first time the Heaven Ancestor and others had seen such a cold and merciless killing method. They were deeply shocked again. Humph. I thought you were amazing. All of you are trash. Lu Qingyang scolded. Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and the dragon god sword flew out and devoured the blood essence of the sacred soul temple powerhouses who died. It's time to make a trip to the Sunmoon Temple. Feng Wuchen grinned. Mu Honglian trembled slightly, and tears flashed in her beautiful eyes. They had chosen the right person. Feng Wuchen did not forget his promise to Mu Honglian. Mu Honglian had been waiting for this day for a long time, it was finally here. Feng Wuchen did not want to make a move too early, but unfortunately, the people of the Sunmoon Temple had joined forces with Ming Yang to capture Ling Xiaoxiao, Miao Qingqing, and Tian Wan'er. Feng Wuchen must eliminate anyone who threatened Ling Xiaoxiao. As soon as Feng Wuchen said this, Lu Qingyang and the others instantly burst out with murderous intent. This murderous intent came from a pile of corpses. Sister Mu, Brother Feng will not forget what he promised you. Ling Xiaoxiao looked at Mu Honglian and smiled. Mu Honglian wiped her tears and nodded heavily. Little Zhang, Su Feng, now that the two of you have stepped into the realm of hierarch, you have sufficient strength. Stay in the star spirit world for a while to investigate the divine fire. I will ask Qin Yun and the others to come over later. Elder Gao, Elder Zhai Xingzi, the two of you are also alchemists. Although you don't have the divine fire, with the appearance of the divine fire, you should be able to sense it with your soul force. Yes. Teacher. Yes. Alliance leader. Several people answered respectfully. Feng Wuchen then brought Ling Xiaoxiao and the others back to the Dragon Temple. Before he left a large number of heaven-defying divine beads and spatial rings for the sky ancestors to cultivate. After returning to the Dragon Temple, Feng Wuchen sent a message to the Divine Tower and went to the God's Abode. Feng Wuchen planned to go to the God's Abode to find Qin Yun and rush to the Star Spirit World, but Qin Yun had already left. Lord Feng, do you want me to go? Tianqian took the initiative to ask. Aren't you afraid of your grandfather? Feng Wuchen looked at Tianqian in surprise. He was surprised that Tianqian would stand on his side. People live for themselves, not for others. My life is my own choice, not my grandfather's. Tianqian said seriously. Lord Feng, I'll go too. Zhaoqing hurriedly said. Go ahead, but be careful. Feng Wuchen nodded. With a flip of his palm, more than 10 ultimate god runes instantly formed. Xianxia and Zhaoqing were stunned. Those were godly venerable grade runes, and he could condense more than 10 of them in an instant. What realm had Feng Wuchen reached in the field of alchemy? Both of you have yet to step into the hierarch realm. The appearance of the divine fire will definitely attract the attention of many major forces. These runes can ensure your safety, so be careful. Of course, this can also be considered as a form of training for both of you. It will be helpful for your cultivation. Feng Wuchen warned as he handed the runes to Xianxia and Zhaoqing. Yes. Lord Feng. The two of them said respectfully. Do you know where Remnant Cloud went? Feng Wuchen asked casually. Something happened in the Qin family. He went back for a few days, Xianxia said. Feng Wuchen nodded and didn't ask further. Then, he left. Dragon God Temple Square. Feng Wuchen appeared in a flash, and an emperor-like aura immediately spread out. It shook the surroundings, and it was breathtaking. Ling Xiaoxiao looked on excitedly because that was her man. How majestic. Lu Qingyang and the others were extremely excited. Lu Qingyang really wanted to stand beside Feng Wuchen and share his domineering aura. However, Lu Qingyang knew that this could only be Feng Wuchen's own domineering aura because Feng Wuchen was his big brother. Of course. I can't wait for the Sun Moon Temple to kneel and beg for mercy. Lei Tianjue said excitedly, his battle intent soaring. Senior Mu, everything that belongs to the Sun Moon Temple will be taken back today. Feng Wuchen said calmly, as if he had everything under control of a king. Thank you, Alliance Master. Thank you, Alliance Master. Mu Qingyun, Mu Qingshan, and the others were already in tears. This day had finally come. Longer, give the order. I haven't exercised my muscles for a long time. I must go and test the power of the ultimate god realm. Long Tianqiu smiled faintly. Long Tianqiu and the others of the older generation had not fought for a long time. Dragon God Temple, listen to my order. Head to the heavenly god realm immediately. Flatten the Sun Moon Temple. Feng Wuchen shouted. Everyone in the Dragon God Temple was extremely excited. Flatten the Sun Moon Temple. Flatten the Sun Moon Temple. Everyone shouted loudly, and their momentum shook the sky, as if they could shatter mountains and rivers. Buzz. At this moment, the Dragon God Temple trembled violently. 3 violent auras rushed into the sky, and the huge sea of clouds was forcibly dispersed. 4-star ultimate gods. Everyone was shocked as they looked at the source of the terrifying aura. It's the aura of Wild Leopard and the others. Oh my god, their cultivation has surpassed ours. What did Big Brother Feng feed them? Little Monkey's cultivation has surpassed mine. How is this possible? Everyone in the Dragon God Temple was shocked by Wild Leopard and the other 2 ancient fierce beasts. Even the dragon gods did not improve so quickly. Wild Leopard's aura has become even more terrifying. This violent aura is very unusual. Long Nidian frowned slightly as he could feel the terrifying aura. Roar. 3 intimidating roars sounded as the 3 fierce beasts rushed into the sky at the same time. Alliance Master, we must go to this battle too, Wild Leopard said. His indifferent voice was full of bloodthirst. That's right. I haven't killed anyone for a long time. The 3-eyed demon ape shouted with a majestic aura. Let's go. Feng Wuchen shouted. Nearly 1,000 ultimate gods from the Dragon God Temple moved out. At the same time, the Alchemist Divine Tower, Divine Abode, Divine Monkey Clan, and Headquarters experts rushed to the Sun Moon Temple at the same time. The movement of the major forces in the Master God world naturally alarmed countless forces. They were all very curious as to why the experts of these major forces were moving out in full force. However, one thing was certain, there must be a great battle, Saint Soul Temple's main hall. Reporting to Palace Master, Feng Wuchen led the Divine Pagoda, Divine Abode, and Divine Monkey Clan out of the Master God world. An over-god expert appeared and reported respectfully. Obviously, he had been secretly monitoring Feng Wuchen. Do you know what they are going to do? Mu Xianshan frowned and asked. The experts that were sent to the Star Soul Temple were all killed. Mu Xianshan already knew that it was the Dragon God Temple who did it, but he did not take any action. To destroy the Sun Moon Temple. Back then, the people from the Sun Moon Temple joined forces with Ming Yang and the rest to capture Feng Wuchen's fiancée. I'm afraid they are going to take revenge this time, the person said respectfully. Understood, you may leave. Mu Xianxia nodded. Feng Wuchen was really arrogant. Didn't he know that he was in big trouble this time? Shan Tong crippled 2 experts of the sacred world. This was a provocation and insult to the sacred world. Feng Wuchen, do you really think Shan Tong can protect you forever? You don't know that he won't live for long. Mu Xianxia sneered. Wait till the holy world sends more experts to kill Shan Tong. Let's see if you still have any backing. When the time comes, I will definitely tear you into pieces to avenge Jun'er. Mu Xianxian's eyes flashed with coldness as his killing intent surged. Mu Yanjin's revenge must be avenged. Nether Ghost. Mu Xianxian frowned slightly. Suddenly, he thought of the Nether Ghost and transmitted a message to the Emperor of the Underworld before heading to the Dragon God Temple. I remember it in 1 second. Wonderful, no pop-up window free reading, Heavenly God Realm. Dragon God Palace, God Pagoda, God Mansion, and Divine Monkey Clan. Experts from these 5 major forces flew towards Sun Moon Palace. In addition, Mo Qingxian, the sect master of Tai Fantasy Sect, also led a large group of experts to meet up with Feng Wuchen. The momentum of the army shocked all the forces in Heavenly God Realm. Fear. Intense fear welled up in their hearts. Tower Master of God Pagoda. And Elder Miayuan. Oh my God, where are they going? Headquarters President and Chief Baron Cloud are also here. And Lord Feng. Master of God Mansion, clan leader of Divine Monkey Clan, and the experts of the major forces in Heavenly God Realm are here. Something happened. Something must have happened. Wherever the great army passed, the various forces of the Heavenly God world, big and small, were frightened to the point that they were in danger. At the same time, in Sun Moon Palace. Thanks to young Master, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to become a subsidiary force of the God Spirit Clan. With the help of the God Spirit Clan, what is the little Heavenly Soul Emperor? In the main hall, an elder laughed proudly with a condescending attitude. Great Elder is right. With the protection of the God Spirit Clan, we don't have to fear the Heavenly Soul Emperor. From now on, we don't have to look at the Heavenly Soul Emperor's face, and he can't suppress us anymore. Another elder laughed proudly. On the main seat, Mo Yufeng smiled happily and said, Qingshan, you did well this time. Father is very satisfied. Father, I've already said that Sun Moon Palace is nothing. Don't think too highly of yourself. Although you have the support of the God Spirit Clan this time, you can't underestimate the Heavenly Soul Emperor. It's best not to do anything for now, Mo Qingshan said indifferently. Good. I'll listen to my son, haha. Mo Yufeng laughed happily. Gaining the support of the God Spirit Clan would definitely bring Sun Moon Palace to the pinnacle of existence. At this time, someone rushed into the main hall in panic and reported, Palace Master, bad news, something happened. What's the panic? Mo Yufeng frowned and scolded angrily. Feng Wuchen is here. They're here. That person said in panic. Feng Wuchen. Mo Qingshan's eyes narrowed as a vicious glint flashed across his eyes. What? Mo Yufeng and the other elders were shocked. Besides Feng Wuchen, there are powerhouses from Immortal Pagoda, Immortal Mansion, Headquarters, Tai Fantasy Sect, and Immortal Monkey Clan. They're all coming to our Sun Moon Divine Hall. That person panicked. He was indescribably afraid. Fortunately, Qingshan had anticipated this. Feng Wuchen's revenge is indeed fast. Mo Yufeng said coldly. His whole body was emitting a gloomy coldness, making people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Mo Yufeng naturally guessed why Feng Wuchen came here. Did Mo Yufeng regret it? No regrets. Because he now had the support of the Divine Spirit Clan. Father, they don't come with good intentions. Send someone to the Divine Spirit Clan immediately. Mo Qingshan could feel a strong sense of danger, and it was something that the Sun Moon Temple could not bear. They had to ask the God Spirit Clan for help. After all, Feng Wuchen had Shan Tong's support. Shan Tong was now the devil of the entire 7 deity realms. A few minutes later, Mo Yufeng and the other powerhouses of the Sun Moon Temple all felt the monstrous power. They broke out in cold sweat and trembled with fear. Although the Sun Moon Temple was considered a major force in the heavenly god realm, it was nothing in front of Immortal Pagoda and headquarters. The square of the Sun Moon Temple was dead silent. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Tens of thousands of people were extremely nervous and did not dare to breathe loudly. Buzz buzz. Suddenly, waves of extremely terrifying power descended from the sky. The void was also vibrating because of the terrifying power. Soon, thousands of powerhouses appeared in the sky above the Sun Moon Temple. The weakest of them was an ultimate god. The leader was the Alliance Master, Feng Wuchen. Emperor Extermination, Mia Yuan, Manjintian, and other veteran powerhouses who shocked the 7 deity realms were all standing respectfully behind Feng Wuchen at this moment. How terrifying was Feng Wuchen? Gulp. Many people in the Sun Moon Temple swallowed their saliva in horror. This terrifying scene was too terrifying for them. Feng Wuchen stared coldly at the Sun Moon Temple without the slightest emotion. It was as if the people of the Sun Moon Temple were dead in his eyes. Anyone who saw the look in Feng Wuchen's eyes could not help but shudder. Even Mo Yufeng felt cold sweat break out. What kind of terrifying look was that? With just a glance, he felt as if several mountains were pressing down on him, making it difficult to breathe. Lord Feng, if you're here because of what happened last time, I can apologize to you and your fiancé. We had no choice. After all, it was the Nether Clan and the Shadow Sift Temple. Mo Yufeng suppressed the panic in his heart and apologized politely. No choice? Aren't you afraid of me? Feng Wuchen said coldly. Old thing, if apologizing is useful, I'll come over and kill you. I'll apologize again. Lu Qingyang also said coldly. Lord Feng, is there no room for negotiation? Mo Yufeng asked with a frown. His voice was colder. It's not that there isn't. It's up to you. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Mo Yufeng secretly heaved a sigh of relief. But in the next second, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. The first choice is death. The second choice is death. You choose one. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Mo Yufeng was fooled, no matter what he chose, he had to die. Feng Wuchen, you've gone too far. Do you really think the Sun Moon Temple is easy to bully? Mo Yufeng shouted angrily. His cold eyes revealed a vicious killing intent. Sun Moon Temple, to be honest, I don't care about it. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. You. Mo Yufeng was furious. He did not expect Feng Wuchen to be so arrogant. The elders and higher-ups of the Sun Moon Temple were filled with anger. Feng Wuchen, don't think you're so great just because you have Shan Tong's support. You don't know that Shan Tong is in trouble. The Holy World will send stronger experts soon. Shan Tong will die then. The great elder shouted. Is that so? You should worry about your own situation. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Kill without mercy. Leave no one alive. Feng Wuchen ordered coldly. Wait. Mo Qingshan suddenly shouted, Feng Wuchen, fight with me. If you win, you can do whatever you want. If I win, you leave immediately. How about it? Mo Qingshan was actually stalling for time. He wanted to wait for the Divine Spirit Clan to come and help. You don't have the right to negotiate with me. I remember you also had a share in the Beast Spirit Mountain. Feng Wuchen stared at Mo Qingshan coldly. In Feng Wuchen's eyes, Mo Qingshan was already a dead man. What? The mighty Lord Feng of the 7 divine worlds doesn't dare? Mo Qingshan sneered. Such a low-level method is useless against me. But because of what you said, I changed my mind. Since you appeared in the Beast Spirit Mountain, you are also one of the masterminds. I'll give you a chance to die. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Mo Qingshan grinned and his eyes were full of disdain. You think you can defeat me just because you killed Mu Yanjin? Feng Wuchen, you're too naive. These so-called top geniuses are just trash in my eyes. I remember it in 1 second. Wonderful, no pop-up window free reading. When Feng Wuchen accepted Mo Qingshan's challenge, Mo Yufeng and the upper echelons were all laughing happily. That kind of laughter showed their unconditional trust in Mo Qingshan. Indeed. Young masters like Mu Yanjun and Ming Yang were all trash in Mo Qingshan's eyes. That was because Mo Qingshan had already stepped into the realm of peak 9-star ultimate god and was already considered a half-step lord-level expert. Such a powerful cultivation had already far surpassed top geniuses like Mu Yanjun and Ming Yang. With a light tap of his feet, Mo Qingshan slowly floated up into the sky. He's really reckless to accept the young master's challenge. We all know how terrifying the young master is. Feng Wuchen will probably be scared out of his wits. If it weren't for Shan Tong and Xianxia supporting him, Feng Wuchen would be nothing. Everyone in the Sun Moon Temple mocked. That was right. They were only afraid of experts like Shan Tong and Xianxia. They were not afraid of Feng Wuchen at all. Feng Wuchen, if we're talking about geniuses, I'm the #1 genius in the celestial god world. Mo Qingshan said coldly and arrogantly. The aura of a peak 9-star ultimate god spread out and his arrogance was vividly displayed. Not bad. Feng Wuchen nodded. It was undeniable that Mo Qingshan was indeed a very amazing genius. There were countless geniuses in the various heavenly god realm forces, but no one dared to call themselves a genius in front of Mo Qingshan, including the young master of the Divine Spirit clan, Tong Kuei. What did he mean by not bad? Feng Wuchen did not take Mo Qingshan seriously at all. Mo Qingshan was stunned. His eyes were burning with anger as a heavy and cold murderous aura spread out as if it was real. Feng Wuchen, I hope you can still say such arrogant words later. Mo Qingshan said coldly. His voice was bone-chilling. This guy has such a terrifying aura. His murderous aura is very strong and unusual. Lu Qingyang frowned slightly. White Destruction said solemnly, this murderous aura is not inferior to ours. His strength is also absolutely terrifying. This person is a formidable opponent of the Alliance Master. Chen this person isn't simple. He doesn't look much older than you, but he's already at the peak of the 9-star ultimate god realm. He's indeed an amazing genius, Feng Jingxiong praised. Feng Wuchen nodded. Guest Elder, are you confident? Emperor Destruction looked at Feng Wuchen and asked, seemingly worried. Today, I will trample this genius under my feet. Feng Wuchen sneered. He was full of confidence in his own strength. After all, Feng Wuchen had even killed a 1-star lord before. How could it be that he could not deal with Mo Qingshan? Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, Ling Xiaoxiao and the others laughed and looked at Mo Qingshan gloatingly. They had already seen how terrifying Feng Wuchen's strength was in the Star Soul Plane. Feng Wuchen took a step in the void and was dozens of meters away from Mo Qingshan in the next second. His eyes were calm, but an emperor-like aura had already spread out. Mo Qingshan stared at Feng Wuchen. From Feng Wuchen's eyes, he could read an extremely strong confidence. Moreover, that peerless aura that seemed to be able to suppress heaven and earth shocked him. Feng Wuchen raised his hand and taunted Mo Qingshan. He sneered and said, show me your full strength. You only have one chance. Mo Qingshan's face darkened. His dark eyes flashed with a murderous aura. Where did Feng Wuchen get his confidence from? Feng Wuchen's words seemed arrogant, but it gave Mo Qingshan immense pressure as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Arrogant. Mo Qingshan shouted angrily. He instantly took out a top-tier divine artifact armor and his aura skyrocketed. Then, his body shot out like a cannonball and attacked Feng Wuchen with an unstoppable force. He's really strong. Yi Tianqing nodded and praised. At this moment, whether it was the Sun Moon Temple or Feng Wuchen's people, they were all looking at Mo Qingshan with admiration. Feng Wuchen smiled and activated his divine core power. The extremely overbearing power surged out like a dragon emerging from the sea. His aura made people's souls tremble. 8-star ultimate god. Mo Qingshan was stunned. Since when did Feng Wuchen become an 8-star ultimate god? The elders of the Sun Moon Temple and the Dragon Temple were also very shocked at this moment. Long Tianqiu was shocked. 8-star ultimate god. Am I seeing things? Longer is actually an 8-star ultimate god. Lord Feng has already become an 8-star ultimate god? That's too scary. Huang Yan's eyes almost fell out of their sockets. Shocking. Extremely shocking. If Mo Qingshan was a top prodigy, then Feng Wuchen was the top prodigy among the top prodigies. Feng Wuchen instantly activated his chaotic divine power and took out all kinds of divine weapons. In an instant, his combat strength skyrocketed and he stepped into the peak 9-star ultimate god level. At one point, his aura was even stronger than Emo Qingshan's. How is this possible? Emo Qingshan's face changed again as his heart raced. Emo Qingshan could not imagine how fast Feng Wuchen's cultivation was. It was completely beyond his understanding. Feng Wuchen has already grown to this level? His aura and eyes are too scary. Mo Yufeng could not help but tremble. When did he become an 8-star ultimate god? The elders were stunned as cold sweat dripped down their foreheads. Feng Wuchen's lips curled up slightly, and he casually threw a punch. Boom. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, the two fists collided and the void exploded. It was as deafening as thunder, and the void within a radius of tens of thousands of feet shook violently. The clear sky turned dark in the blink of an eye. Heaven and earth changed color. What a domineering power. No, it's mixed with a strong physical strength. Emo Qingshan's heart trembled at the moment of collision. An intense numbness spread from his right arm to his whole body. Was this Feng Wuchen's power? The smug smile of the Sun Moon Palace's people froze on the spot. Feng Wuchen could actually block Emo Qingshan's power. You're the top prodigy in the divine world, but you're only SOSO. Feng Wuchen grinned coldly. His cold gaze made Emo Qingshan's soul tremble. How can you be so powerful in such a short period of time? Does the heaven-defying divine pearl not have any side effects? Emo Qingshan asked gloomily. Who knows? Feng Wuchen sneered. Emo Qingshan, don't think I don't know what you're planning. If you want to stall for time, you can tell me and I'll deal with it. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Emo Qingshan was shocked that Feng Wuchen had guessed it. Feng Wuchen's words also clearly told him that he was not afraid of the people behind the Sun Moon Palace. The battle has just begun. I'm not trash like Ming Yang. Emo Qingshan said coldly and quickly regained his confidence. In my eyes, you and Ming Yang are also trash. Feng Wuchen said disdainfully. The contempt in his eyes was obvious. Insult. It was a blatant insult. Emo Qingshan's face became completely gloomy. He slowly closed his eyes and his aura suddenly changed. He said coldly, Feng Wuchen, you shouldn't have angered me. I'll remember it in 1 second. Wonderful. Free reading without pop-up window. Buzz, buzz. Emo Qingshan's aura instantly soared to the level of a 1-star lord. The terrifying power cleared the air in the darkness. That's right, the power of a 1-star lord. That was Emo Qingshan's most powerful trump card. He was indeed hiding his strength. Otherwise, he really doesn't deserve to be called the #1 genius of the celestial god world. Long Qinghun said in a deep voice. The gap between a peak 9-star ultimate god and a 1-star lord is huge. He's indeed a strong opponent to be able to reach this level. He's much stronger than He Qiankuan. Long Nidian had a very high opinion of Emo Qingshan. Miayuan smiled faintly. The genius who didn't bother to enter the divine abode back then has become so powerful. Indeed. If he's given a few more years, I'm afraid no other genius can compare to him except for Lord Feng. Lei Tianyan nodded. Unfortunately, his opponent is Lord Feng. The mansion master shook his head slightly, not optimistic about Emo Qingshan. Emo Qingshan's reputation as a genius was not undeserved. With his strength in front of them, everyone had to admit Emo Qingshan's terrifying talent. Infuriate you? You're not worthy. Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly. You're not worthy? How arrogant was that? The words "you're not worthy" exploded in Emo Qingshan's mind like a bomb. He was so angry. Emo Qingshan had been the center of attention since he was young. No one had ever dared to say those words to him. Feng Wuchen was the first. Emo Qingshan was furious because of those words. That was the greatest insult to Emo Qingshan. Unfortunately, Feng Wuchen was unmoved in the face of Emo Qingshan's fury. He still had the aura of an emperor. Monstrous anger erupted from his eyes. The terrifying coldness made one's heart tremble. Ignorant waiter, are you blind? Can't you see that the young master already has the power of a 1-star lord? There's a world of difference between a peak 9-star ultimate god and a 1-star lord. How dare you say that the young master is not worthy of infuriating him? You're asking for death. You're hopelessly stupid. I don't understand. How can such a fool be the guest elder? Don't you have any brains? What's the use of talking? Did he really think he was someone important? You won't even know how you're going to die. Everyone in the Sun Moon Temple cursed. You deserve to die. Mo Qingshan stared coldly at Feng Wuchen. His eyes were like a poisonous snake, extremely frightening. Mo Qingshan had already sentenced Feng Wuchen to death. Swish. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Qingshan pointed his finger in the air. A terrifying blue light shot out like a bolt of lightning, bringing with it an ear-piercing sonic boom. Wherever it passed, the void trembled. His attacks were overbearing and ruthless. Should I die? The corners of Feng Wuchen's mouth curled into a mysterious sneer. His expression was indifferent and fearless. Indestructible golden body. Feng Wuchen shouted in a low voice. His whole body emitted a golden light, and his fighting strength skyrocketed, like an invincible god of war. At that moment, Feng Wuchen's aura showed faint signs of becoming a Grade 1 lord. Boom, Feng Wuchen threw a punch, and the blue energy beam collided with it. With a loud boom, the overbearing power shattered Mo Qingshan's energy. Just as Feng Wuchen shattered Mo Qingshan's energy, the latter had already flashed over at an extremely fast speed. Mo Qingshan's eyes were extremely cold and emotionless. Feng Wuchen, in my eyes, you're just a little stronger than those geniuses. Apart from your identity as an alchemist, you're far from being comparable to me. Mo Qingshan said coldly and arrogantly. He threw a punch at Feng Wuchen fiercely. The blue energy was just to attract Feng Wuchen's attention. The main attack was Mo Qingshan himself. Boom. Buzz. When the palm landed, there was an earth-shattering explosion. The area where Feng Wuchen was standing was forcefully destroyed and turned into a vacuum. The punch missed. Feng Wuchen disappeared. Your little tricks are useless in my eyes. Feng Wuchen's cold voice rang in Mo Qingshan's ears. That's not necessarily true. Mo Qingshan's expression did not change at all. He glanced at the source of the voice from the corner of his eyes. Boom, another Mo Qingshan appeared out of nowhere. It was very sudden, and he threw a punch at Feng Wuchen. There was another deafening explosion. It was too fast. It all happened in a flash. Is this a little trick? Mo Qingshan smiled coldly. However, the moment Mo Qingshan finished speaking, his face darkened. Because what he hit just now was Feng Wuchen's afterimage. Isn't it? Feng Wuchen's sarcastic voice rang out. Mo Qingshan's face flushed red. Wasn't this slap to his face too fast? What Mo Qingshan did not expect was that his previous attack had clearly attracted Feng Wuchen's attention. Why was Feng Wuchen still able to detect the existence of his clone? The disciples of Sun Moon Temple were completely speechless. Their faces were extremely gloomy. Turning his head to look at Feng Wuchen, he found that Feng Wuchen was smiling evilly. Mo Qingshan was instantly enraged. Feng Wuchen. Mo Qingshan gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. He roared like a berserk beast and rushed forward crazily. Feng Wuchen did not hesitate and stepped on the void to meet him. Boom. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, a fierce hand-to-hand battle unfolded. Fists and feet were as hard as steel. There were continuous explosions. The terrifying energy ripples shook and rolled continuously. The speed was extremely fast. This was a competition of strength and speed. Bang. 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 In the crazy hand-to-hand battle, Feng Wuchen and Mo Qingshan were not feeling well. Both of them were hit by dozens of punches and kicks. Mo Qingshan is extremely experienced in battle. He seems to have shown a flaw due to extreme anger, but he can instantly cover it up, Long Tianqiu said with a frown. Mo Qingshan is very smart. He purposely showed a flaw. While attracting the guest elder's attack, he also locked onto the guest elder. What an incredible guy, Emperor Extermination praised. This was the truth. He purposely showed a flaw to attract my attack. Sometimes he locked onto me, sometimes he gave up. When I hit him, he could also take the opportunity to counterattack, Feng Wuchen thought to himself. However, he was not worried at all. To put it bluntly, Mo Qingshan just wanted to suppress Feng Wuchen in terms of strength. Unfortunately, Mo Qingshan underestimated the ancient power and also underestimated Feng Wuchen's strength. Not only was Mo Qingshan's fighting style unable to suppress Feng Wuchen, but Feng Wuchen's attacks were even more ferocious. It was as if the previous attack was feeding Feng Wuchen moves. Mo Qingshan had miscalculated. The people of Sun Moon Temple had also miscalculated. The strength of a one-star over god was unable to suppress Feng Wuchen at this moment. What's going on? His strength can't be on par with mine. Impossible. Mo Qingshan started to panic. Not only was his ferocious attacks unable to suppress Feng Wuchen, but it also made him feel that his follow-up was insufficient. In the crazy and fierce hand-to-hand battle, Feng Wuchen's lips curled up slightly. He suddenly used instant transmission and dodged Mo Qingshan's attack. What? Mo Qingshan's face changed drastically. An instant transmission disrupted Mo Qingshan's attack. Boom! Before Mo Qingshan's attack landed, Feng Wuchen had already landed a punch on his back. With a loud boom, the domineering power sent Mo Qingshan flying. Is this the ancient power? What domineering power? It can penetrate my divine armor. Mo Qingshan was shocked. Boom! 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 A black line streaked across the sky and pierced through the mountains. The mountains collapsed, and countless rocks flew everywhere. An intense pain spread from his back to his entire body. Young master! The Sun Moon Temple people's faces changed, and they could not help but shout. Mo Yufeng and the upper echelons were also secretly worried. The power that Feng Wuchen displayed was beyond their imagination. Strong. Very strong. Young master's indestructible golden body is really scary. Long Qinghan was shocked. This is also a kind of strength enhancement. The stronger the physical body, the stronger the combat power. Young master can fight against a one-star lord. Other than the ancient power and bloodline power, the indestructible golden body is very important, Long Nidian said. Lord Feng hasn't even used his sacred weapon, and he can already fight against Mo Qingshan? What kind of terrifying power is that? Huang Yun was shocked. Boom! With a loud bang, a blue mountain peak shot out from the bottom of the mountain range in the distance. Wherever it passed, the towering mountains were destroyed by the terrifying power. It was a majestic sight. Swish! 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 The blue light flashed left and right, and its speed was so fast that it could not be seen. In the next second, Mo Qingshan suddenly appeared above Feng Wuchen. His speed was as fast as teleportation. Divine technique. 9 transformations heaven palm. Mo Qingshan shouted, and a terrifying power gathered in his palm. Dazzling blue light flashed, and he slammed his palm toward Feng Wuchen's head. His attack was extremely vicious. Looking at the terrifying momentum, if this palm hit, Feng Wuchen would definitely be turned into dust. Destructive Dragon God Palm. With a thought, the crow fire was activated. Feng Wuchen formed a seal with both hands, and with a shout, he met the attack with his palm. Boom! Buzz! Buzz! The moment the two palms collided, it was as if there was a huge earthquake. The terrifying force of the collision swept out like a tsunami. It's impossible for an 8-star ultimate god to unleash such terrifying power. I'm a 1-star over god. Mo Qingshan's heart turned cold when he failed to suppress Feng Wuchen in a head-on clash. He could not believe it at all. Divine Flame. Mo Qingshan's expression changed drastically when he saw the black flame spreading on his palm. The moment they clashed, Mo Qingshan felt his power being devoured. Coupled with the strange black flame, he guessed that it was the divine fire. Mo Qingshan decisively retracted his palm print. After a few flashes, he distanced himself from Feng Wuchen. But how could Feng Wuchen give Mo Qingshan a chance? Feng Wuchen shot out like lightning. The moment Mo Qingshan stopped, Feng Wuchen had already appeared. What? Mo Qingshan's expression changed again as a sense of danger surged in his heart. Skyburning Dragon Divine Fist. Feng Wuchen roared. His fist shone with dazzling golden light and was covered with black flames. He threw a punch at Mo Qingshan. His attack was extremely ferocious and had an aura that could destroy the world. It was an attack at 0 distance. Mo Qingshan could not avoid it, but at this moment, Mo Qingshan's lips curled into a sinister smile. Rumble. Buzz buzz. Feng Wuchen's punch landed and the void exploded. Wherever the domineering and terrifying force passed, the space turned into a vacuum zone. Oh no. Feng Wuchen's expression changed. Didn't you say it's just a small trick? Mo Qingshan's extremely cold voice was heard. He clenched his fists and smashed them down on Feng Wuchen's back. Boom. Rumble. The terrifying force blasted Feng Wuchen into the mountains below. The ground shook and exploded, stirring up thousands of feet of dust. What's going on? He hit Mo Qingshan just now. Ling Xiaoxiao frowned and did not understand what was going on. Lord Feng hit Mo Qingshan's avatar, Huang Yin said calmly. Avatar? That's impossible. It's his original body. How did it become an avatar? The Saber Soul was very sure that Feng Wuchen hit Mo Qingshan's original body. It was instantly swapped. Mo Qingshan has reached the peak of his avatar. His avatar is a little special, Huang Yun said. Swapped? Lu Qingyang and the rest were stunned. Boom. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz. After hitting Feng Wuchen, Mo Qingshan immediately launched a ferocious attack. His palms struck continuously and terrifying palm prints fell like raindrops. The explosions were endless. Feng Wuchen, now you know the difference between us, right? With your strength, even if you have the ancient power and divine fire, you are still no match for me. Mo Qingshan shouted as if victory was in his hands. Swish, buzz. Buzz, a domineering golden sword light shot up from the mountain below. It was domineering as if it was going to split the space into two. This was Feng Wuchen's response. His strength has increased. Mo Qingshan frowned slightly. Mo Qingshan grabbed the air and summoned his top-tier divine sword. He held the sword in front of his chest with his right hand and formed a sword finger with his left hand. He slid it across the sword from bottom to top. Weapon disintegration. Mo Qingshan shouted coldly. The divine sword flashed with blue light and a monstrous sword intent shot up to the sky. An extremely terrifying power erupted from the divine sword. Feng Wuchen, I will let you see how weak you are in front of me. Your achievements are not worth mentioning at all in front of me. Mo Qingshan said coldly. The sword fell. Feng Wuchen's sword light was split into two. It was not over yet. Mo Qingshan appeared like lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had already struck out tens of thousands of times. The huge and domineering golden sword light was sliced into countless pieces by Mo Qingshan. That's right. Feng Wuchen's domineering sword light was sliced into pieces by Mo Qingshan in an instant. How is this possible? Am I seeing things? Everyone was shocked and in disbelief. His sword is so fast. Ancient Abyss was shocked. Not only is it fast, but the moment he struck, his strength has increased by 2 times. This is not the sword technique of the Sun Moon Palace, Divine Monkey Clan leader Lei Tianyan said. He was very surprised. Graceful Phantom Sword Technique, Yi Jianying said. What? Graceful Phantom Sword Technique? Isn't that lost? Emperor Extermination and the others looked at Yi Jianying in shock. It is indeed lost, but what Mo Qingshan used just now was the Graceful Phantom Sword Technique, and it was the 8th move. I don't know how it came to be in Mo Qingshan's hands. Yi Jianying shook his head. Master, is this Graceful Phantom Sword Technique very powerful? Yang Meier asked curiously. To be able to shock Emperor Extermination and the other veteran experts of the Seven God Realm, one could see that the Graceful Phantom Sword Technique was very powerful. Yi Jianying shook his head. After a moment of silence, he said, it cannot be described as powerful. The Graceful Phantom Sword Technique should be described as invincible. Emperor Extermination and the others did not refute. Because what Yi Jianying said was the truth. Invincible. Lu Qingyang and the others' eyes almost popped out. They were extremely shocked. Yi Jianying was telling the truth. Graceful Phantom Sword Art was the most powerful sword art in the 7 divine worlds. Only the shadowless Samsara sword could rival it. Miayuan said lightly. Miadi said lightly, unfortunately, I haven't seen it for hundreds of years. Master, can the shadowless Samsara sword really compete with the graceful phantom sword art? Yang Meier asked, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement and admiration. Yi Jianying said, rather than say compete, it's better to say that Master is stronger in the sword domain. In the past, there were 2 sword saints in the 7 divine worlds. One was my master, Don Huang Wuji, and the other was my master's senior brother, my senior uncle, Don Huang Xiao. Master cultivated the shadowless reincarnation sword art, and the graceful phantom sword art was cultivated by my senior uncle. Master and my senior uncle were mortal enemies. Their attainments in the sword Dao were unfathomable, and they had never been defeated in all these years in the 7 divine worlds. Master defeated Zhu Sha with a single sword strike, while my senior uncle suppressed Zhu Sha with a single sword strike. Master also said that the graceful phantom sword art was more powerful than the shadowless samsara sword art. Unfortunately, martial uncle didn't want to teach it to others. Yi Jianying sighed. In the 7 divine worlds, the graceful phantom sword art and the shadowless samsara sword art were known as the most powerful sword arts. Yi Jianying's master practiced the shadowless samsara sword art, and the graceful phantom sword art belonged to Sword Saint Supreme, who was on the same level as Yi Jianying's master. Unfortunately, after Sword Saint Supreme died, the sword art disappeared. Where did Mo Qingshan learn the fleeting phantom sword art? Was it your martial uncle? President Man Jintian asked. I don't know. Master and martial uncle were both injured in the battle. Martial uncle didn't want to heal and didn't leave anything before he died. The sword art couldn't be taught to others. Yi Jianying didn't know the reason. Was Mo Qingshan related to Dong Huang Xiao? Feng Wuchen flew up from the collapsed ground with the dragon god sword in his hand. His whole body emitted a faint golden halo, and he looked surprised. How is it? Are you surprised? Mo Qingshan sneered proudly. Feng Wuchen nodded his head noncommittally, and said, I am indeed very surprised. Your sword art is very unusual, indeed powerful. Among all the opponents I have encountered, you are the one with the strongest sword art I have ever seen. Feng Wuchen, you can't beat me. The sword art I cultivate is invincible in the 7 divine realms. Take your people and scram. Mo Qingshan said proudly, thinking that he had already defeated Feng Wuchen. Did I lose? Feng Wuchen asked with a sneer. Looks like you still don't understand the situation. To tell you the truth, I'm cultivating the fleeting phantom sword art. This sword art is known as the strongest sword art in the 7 god realms. Do you think your sword art can win? Mo Qingshan said coldly as disdain flashed through his eyes. It was indeed the fleeting phantom sword art. Yi Jianying frowned and stared at Mo Qingshan. Yi Jianying really wanted to know where Mo Qingshan got the sword art from. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, whether the sword art is strong or not, it depends on the person. What? Do you think you can surpass me in the field of sword Dao? I think you can't afford to lose, right? I originally thought that you, Feng Wuchen, were worthy of being my opponent. Now it seems that you're not qualified enough. Mo Qingshan became more and more disdainful. He even felt that fighting with Feng Wuchen was a disgrace and was extremely disappointed in Feng Wuchen. Arrogant. Arrogant to the extreme, even Feng Wuchen's face was full of coldness when he heard this. Mo Qingshan. Arrogant my ass. Who do you think you are? Is the number 1 genius of the heavenly god realm very impressive? Not qualified enough? Bah. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Your mouth is so smelly. Did you eat shit? Who gave you the courage to say such shameless words? You son of a bitch with no parents to teach you, you little bastard, to be able to fight with my big brother Feng is already your fortune of 3 lifetimes. That is your honor and the greatest happiness of your life. Do you understand? So much nonsense. I think you don't dare to make a move, right? If you're afraid of losing, just say it. Stand over here, I'll kill you with 1 strike and let you die a quick death. Lu Qingyang was furious when he heard this. He cursed and scolded. Every word was like a knife cutting into Mo Qingshan's heart. The whole place was silent. They all looked at Lu Qingyang in shock. Mo Qingshan was so angry that he was speechless. His face was red as he glared fiercely at Lu Qingyang. Mo Qingshan would remember this grudge. What are you staring at? Do you believe that I'll dig your dog eyes out and feed them to the dogs? You're not convinced? You're not happy? I can't beat you, but I'll scold you to death. How about it? You have a problem? Lu Qingyang scolded angrily, his saliva flying everywhere. Mo Qingshan was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. His whole body trembled. Needless to say, if Lu Qingyang continued scolding, Mo Qingshan might really be scolded to death. Everyone in the Sun Moon Temple was stunned. Where did this kid learn this from? His scolding skills had improved a lot. Feng Wuchen looked at Lu Qingyang in shock. Big brother Feng, beat him to death. No need to give me face. Beat him until his mother can't recognize him. Blind dog, how dare you be arrogant in front of big brother Feng? Shameless. Lu Qingyang scolded angrily. Big brother Lu is so awe-inspiring. So domineering. Scolding feels good. I'm so hot-blooded. Not only is he bragging that he's the best in the world, but he's also so righteous when scolding others. Dong Zhantian looked at Lu Qingyang with admiration. Why did Dong Zhantian's words sound a little wrong? Amazing. Amazing, admirable. Admirable, Crimson Emperor, Chaos God, and the others all clasped their fists. Good. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, which was a response to Lu Qingyang. Looking at Mo Qingshan, Feng Wuchen sneered and said, Mo Qingshan, you just said that I'm not qualified, right? You said that I'm not your opponent, right, otherwise? Mo Qingshan was still cold and arrogant. At this moment, he looked at Feng Wuchen as if he was looking at an ant. Feng Wuchen activated his godly power of time and teleported to Mo Qingshan's side in an instant. Before Mo Qingshan could react, his body was already unable to move. How could this be? Mo Qingshan was shocked, and his soul trembled. I can kill you in an instant. Feng Wuchen said coldly, pointing the dragon god sword between Mo Qingshan's eyebrows. But Feng Wuchen did not make a move. With a wave of his hand, the divine power of time disappeared, and Feng Wuchen also returned to his original position. Mo Qingshan looked at Feng Wuchen in horror. His whole body was stiff, and his heart was palpitating. The feeling just now was too scary, too real. Bang, with a thought, the purifying soul fire was activated. Under Feng Wuchen's control, it turned into tens of thousands of fire dragons and flew out, trapping Mo Qingshan in it. Divine fire. Mo Qingshan's face changed dramatically, and he was scared to death. My divine fire can burn you alive. To put it simply, if I want to kill you, it's no different from killing an ant. I really don't know where you got the courage to be arrogant in front of me. Feng Wuchen said coldly. With a wave of his hand, the divine fire disappeared into thin air. But you are not qualified to make me use these one-hit kill skills. You think your sword skill is the strongest, then I'll compete with you. I'll let you know that there's always someone better than you. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Remember in 1 second. Wonderful, no pop-up window free reading. Feng Wuchen had already decided to teach the arrogant Mo Qingshan a lesson. Too arrogant, if he didn't teach Mo Qingshan a lesson, he would really think that he was invincible. Feng Wuchen's eyes became very cold. At that moment, Mo Qingshan only felt that he was being stared at by a fierce wolf. His back was cold and his scalp was numb. But then Mo Qingshan was furious. He was actually scared by Feng Wuchen's gaze. Was this still the #1 genius of the heavenly god realm? There's always someone better? In front of me, are you worthy of saying this? Yi Jianing is nothing in front of me in the sword Dao domain. Do you really think that you can suppress me just because you have a sacred sword? Simply stupid. Mo Qingshan said gloomily. Veins bulged on his face. He was unable to restrain his anger. Although a sacred sword could restrain a divine sword, in front of a powerful sword Dao domain and sword arts, it had no effect. This was also the reason why Mo Qingshan was so arrogant. Feng Wuchen looked at Mo Qingshan coldly. The corner of his mouth suddenly curled up into a smile. It was not a cold smile, not an evil smile, just a very ordinary smile. But this smile made Mo Qingshan's heart skip a beat. Could it be that Feng Wuchen surpassed him in the sword Dao domain? Impossible, but Feng Wuchen's faint smile brought unprecedented pressure to Emo Qingshan. You talk a lot of nonsense. Pointing his sword at Emo Qingshan, Feng Wuchen said coldly, today I will let you know that your graceful phantom sword art is not the strongest. Shameless boasting. Emo Qingshan was unable to restrain his anger. He immediately shot out with the top-grade divine sword in his hand. Like a bolt of blue lightning, he rushed towards Feng Wuchen with the power to pierce through heaven and earth. Emo Qingshan decided that he would completely crush Feng Wuchen in the Sword Dao domain and destroy Feng Wuchen's reputation. Emo Qingshan arrived in an instant and stabbed out. It looked ordinary, but it was incomparably sharp. Feng Wuchen could see that this sword was very domineering. Exerting all his strength, Feng Wuchen met the attack with his sword. It was clean and neat, without any fancy moves. Ding! Buzz! The tip of the swords collided, and a sharp and crisp sound rang out. The two domineering forces seemed to have encountered an unprecedented resistance, and neither of them was able to advance even an inch. Your strength has reached the level of a one-star lord. It looks like your body is extremely powerful, but that should be the limit, right? Emo Qingshan said coldly. He was not surprised that Feng Wuchen had managed to block his attack. Feng Wuchen didn't say anything, as if he had tacitly agreed. After all, Emo Qingshan had used his full strength in this attack. Feng Wuchen's silence actually made Emo Qingshan feel a little proud in his heart. Without wasting any more time, Emo Qingshan struck out with his sword once more. His speed was so fast that it looked like a single stab, but in reality, it contained the might of over 10,000 swords. It was incomparably vicious. Swish! Swish! Feng Wuchen's figure flickered continuously, and he had already transformed into dense afterimages in the void. They look like illusions, but they are real. One sword is ever-changing. This is the essence of the sword technique, Feng Wuchen thought to himself. He had a very high opinion of the fleeting phantom sword technique. The image of Emo Qingshan shattering his sword light into countless pieces appeared in his mind. The fleeting phantom sword technique was indeed terrifying. If it were someone else, they would probably have been defeated by this attack. Unfortunately, Emo Qingshan was facing Feng Wuchen. Ding! 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 As Feng Wuchen's figure flickered, there was a series of sharp sounds of metal colliding. Lord Dong Huangxiu's sword technique is an existence that dominates the 7 divine realms. How can you resist it? Let's see how long you can last, Emo Qingshan said disdainfully. His attitude was high and mighty, as if Feng Wuchen was an ant before him. However, as soon as Emo Qingshan finished speaking, his face turned to stone. Feng Wuchen had actually blocked all the invisible swords without missing a single one. That was tens of thousands of invisible swords, and Feng Wuchen had blocked all of them in an instant. Who in the same level of cultivation could block it? Even Yi Jianying might not be able to do it. Your sword technique is nothing much. It's flashy but not practical. Too flashy, Feng Wuchen said coldly. At this moment, he was already rushing towards Emo Qingshan with the Dragon God sword in his hand. Humph. This is just the beginning. To be able to break my sword technique, you are qualified to see the true power of the fleeting phantom sword technique. Emo Qingshan said coldly, not to be outdone. Ding! 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 An intense battle unfolded. This time, Emo Qingshan did not hold back at all. He displayed all of his superb sword techniques without restraint. His domineering and ferocious attacks suppressed Feng Wuchen all the way. Every collision of the swords caused the space to tremble. Alliance Master is at a disadvantage. What a powerful sword technique. Yang Meier was stunned. The fleeting phantom sword technique is too domineering. Brother Feng's sword techniques are all suppressed. It's already very difficult for him to block them, Ling Xiaoxiao said anxiously. This was the first time she saw Feng Wuchen being suppressed by his opponent in the Sword Dao. Brother Feng has no chance to use his sword at all. Even if he did, he would be suppressed instantly, Lu Qingyang said with a frown. He also used a sword, so he could see that Feng Wuchen was in a passive position. No one refuted. They could all see it. This is... Miedi and Miayuan looked at each other in shock. Yi Jianying's expression was full of praise. He was completely petrified on the spot. The others did not notice his expression. Their attention was all on Feng Wuchen. In the intense battle, Feng Wuchen was busy blocking Mo Qingshan's domineering and ruthless sword techniques. He could not use his sword at all. Even blocking the strange sword techniques was very difficult. In just a few minutes, there were more than a dozen sword wounds on Feng Wuchen's body. Feng Wuchen, I finally understand. You're just trash in the sword Dao field. There are many disciples in the Sun Moon Temple who are stronger than you. You can't block any of the 36 moves of the fleeting phantom sword technique. You can't even block the most basic sword techniques. How can you block the power of the sword technique? Mo Qingshan suppressed Feng Wuchen all the way and was very excited. At the same time, he looked down on Feng Wuchen more and more. Feng Wuchen did not speak. His expression was solemn, and he took every move of Mo Qingshan very seriously. Feng Wuchen sometimes frowned, sometimes puzzled, and sometimes puzzled. It was as if he was thinking about something, not fighting. After more than 10 minutes, Feng Wuchen's body was full of sword wounds. Blood had already dyed his clothes red. The people of the Dragon Temple were very worried and anxious. The people of the Sun Moon Temple cheered excitedly and shouted to kill Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen, didn't you want to compete with me in the sword? Someone like you? Didn't you say there's always someone better than you? You're so ignorant and stupid. Mo Qingshan said disdainfully, like a teacher criticizing a student. Seeing Mo Qingshan suddenly stop, Feng Wuchen was stunned and asked, "Is it over?" But Feng Wuchen's question stunned Mo Qingshan. What did he mean? What did he mean by it was over? Mo Qingshan's smug face completely darkened. Was Feng Wuchen so hopeless? I'll remember it in 1 second. Wonderful, no pop-up window free reading. Looking at Mo Qingshan's gloomy face, Feng Wuchen couldn't help but want to laugh. With the help of the art of oblivion, Feng Wuchen's superficial sword wounds had already healed. Even though he was suppressed by Mo Qingshan, Feng Wuchen was very calm at this moment. What? You think you can defeat me just because you've recovered? Mo Qingshan said disdainfully. His eyes narrowed slightly as a cold light flashed past. Yes, you're right. Feng Wuchen nodded slightly. Feng Wuchen really dared to answer. The experts of the Dragon Temple and the Divine Pagoda looked at each other in confusion. They didn't understand where Feng Wuchen's confidence came from. If it was any other means, they believed that Feng Wuchen could easily crush Mo Qingshan. Now that the truth was in front of them, could Feng Wuchen take out a sword art stronger than the fleeting phantom sword art? Mo Qingshan was stunned for a moment, then he laughed and said, "Haha. Feng Wuchen, you really disappoint me more and more. I feel that it's a shame to fight with you now. You only blocked 3 of the 36 moves just now. The other 33 moves are all on you. You blocked each of my moves clumsily. You didn't know the profound meaning of each move at all. You have no sword intent. I really don't know what qualifications you have now." The truth was in front of them, but Feng Wuchen refused to admit it. He really dares to say that. Does he have any shame? There are so many people watching. Does he think we're blind? Admit defeat and get out of here. Don't embarrass yourself here. It's already a blessing for you to be able to see the young master's sword art. You can't even block 1 move. How dare you say you can defeat the young master? Aren't you just afraid of losing? Aren't you afraid that we'll ruin your reputation if we tell others? Get out of here. We promise we won't tell anyone. I'll give you some face, Lord Feng. Get out of here. The disciples of the Sun Moon Divine Hall scolded in disdain, as if they could pinch Feng Wuchen to death at any time. Mo Yufeng said disdainfully, "The Lord Feng whose might shook the 7 god realms is nothing special." Idiot. Feng Wuchen glanced at the Sun Moon Temple disciple and couldn't help but curse. Feng Wuchen, why bother? You're just asking to be humiliated. I can understand why you don't want to admit defeat. After all, you're the Lord Feng who's renowned throughout the 7 divine realms, aren't you? Seeing that you are a guest elder of the Divine Pagoda, I will give you a chance, Mo Qingshan said proudly. He had already treated Feng Wuchen as a joke. Everyone in the Sun Moon Temple sighed with emotion. Their young master was indeed magnanimous. Mo Qingshan's words were very jarring to the ears of the people of the Dragon God Temple. Not only did they steal the limelight, but they could also belittle and insult Feng Wuchen. Okay. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, not caring at all about Emo Qingshan's belittling and insulting. Emo Qingshan shook his head and said, Feng Wuchen, I really feel sorry for you. After today, there will be no Lord Feng in the 7 divine realms. A threat. A naked threat. Feng Wuchen's face was cold. Sometimes, when you give too much face, even a dog thinks it's a lion. What did you say? Emo Qingshan was furious. His fierce eyes stared at Feng Wuchen like a fierce tiger. Could Feng Wuchen not see the truth? Even at death's door, he still dared to speak rudely. Emo Qingshan lost. Yi Jianying suddenly said. Lost? Ling Xiaoxiao and the others couldn't help but look at Yi Jianying in shock. They didn't know why Yi Jianying suddenly said that. Feng Wuchen couldn't block Emo Qingshan's 36 moves just now. Emo Qingshan actually didn't see it. Yi Jianying shook his head slightly and didn't say anything else. What did he mean? Since it wasn't that he couldn't block it, why didn't Feng Wuchen block it, in front of so many people? Didn't he feel embarrassed? What's going on? Feng Jingxiong was very confused. Master, disciple doesn't understand what you mean. Yang Meier looked at Yi Jianying in confusion. Yi Jianying said indifferently, you'll know in a while. Everyone's eyes fell on Feng Wuchen again. They all wanted to know how Feng Wuchen would defeat Emo Qingshan. Such a powerful sword technique in your hands is a waste. Feng Wuchen said coldly. You're courting death. Emo Qingshan roared and shot out with the divine sword in his hand. Emo Qingshan wouldn't show mercy anymore. Emo Qingshan shot out his sword. The divine sword left his hand and shot out with the power to pierce through heaven and earth. It was so fast that the divine sword's shadow couldn't be seen. This sword contained the essence of the fleeting phantom sword technique. It was domineering and gave people a feeling of invincibility. In front of this sword, all opponents had to kneel down. Whoosh, Feng Wuchen smiled coldly and also shot out his sword. The dragon god sword left his hand, and the move was exactly the same as Emo Qingshan's. What? Emo Qingshan's face changed, and his eyeballs almost fell out. As expected. Yi Jianying's face was filled with shock and disbelief again. Did I see it wrong? Big Brother Feng's sword move is exactly the same as Emo Qingshan's. Lu Qingyang exclaimed with his eyes wide open. Could it be that long? As if he thought of something terrible, Long Tianqiu was stunned. Too amazing. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. Emperor Destruction smiled bitterly. The Sun Moon Temple was also stunned. That's right, Feng Wuchen's sword was exactly the same as Emo Qingshan's, but it was also different. Feng Wuchen's sword was extremely terrifying. It shocked everyone from their souls. The essence of the sword technique was several times stronger than Emo Qingshan's. Emo Qingshan's sword was domineering and fierce. Feng Wuchen's sword was gentle but swift. Ding! Buzz buzz! In the blink of an eye, the two swords collided. A sharp and ear-piercing sound pierced one's eardrums, and an extremely terrifying sword light swept out in all directions with an imposing aura like a tsunami. Everywhere it passed, towering mountains turned into ashes and dissipated, and the space shook violently. It was not over yet. Pfft! At the moment of collision, Emo Qingshan's expression changed. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and the divine sword was sent flying. The sword move was exactly the same, but the difference in power was like heaven and earth. Emo Qingshan was powerless. Impossible! Emo Qingshan shouted in horror. In his frightened eyes, the dragon god sword enlarged rapidly. When the tip of the dragon god sword was half an inch away from Emo Qingshan's forehead, it suddenly stopped. That was because the dragon god sword was already in Feng Wuchen's hand. Emo Qingshan looked at Feng Wuchen, who was smiling coldly in front of him, dumbfounded. Illusion? It was not an illusion. It was real. The entire space was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone's face was filled with shock and disbelief. You. How do you know the fleeting phantom sword art? Emo Qingshan asked after being stunned for a long time. I just learned it. Feng Wuchen grinned, revealing 2 white teeth. Boom. As soon as Feng Wuchen said that, Emo Qingshan's mind went blank. He could defeat Mo Qingshan with a sword technique he just learned? And it was a serious injury? You don't believe me? Feng Wuchen asked with an evil smile. I'll remember it in 1 second. Wonderful, no pop-up window free reading. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. You can't possibly know the fleeting phantom sword art. Impossible. Mo Qingshan roared like a madman. Mo Qingshan had cultivated the fleeting phantom sword art for more than 10 years to reach his current level. He thought that no one in the 7 god realms could defeat him in the sword principal realm. But now, he couldn't even block Feng Wuchen's attack. What was even sadder was that Feng Wuchen's attack was exactly the same as his. What was even sadder was that Feng Wuchen said that he had just learned it. This was too much of a blow to him. How could Mo Qingshan accept it? The fleeting phantom sword art has been lost. No one in the 7 god realms has it except for me. You can't possibly know it. It must be fake. Mo Qingshan roared. Then watch carefully. Feng Wuchen sneered. His overbearing sword will soar into the sky. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Feng Wuchen returned the 36 forms that Mo Qingshan had used before to Mo Qingshan. Blood kept spurting out. Every attack was perfect. It looked weak, but it was fierce. It looked slow, but it was extremely fast. The 36 forms were exactly the same, but Feng Wuchen's attacks were several times stronger than Mo Qingshan's. It was as if he was the creator of this sword art. Mo Qingshan was completely dumbfounded. Now, even a fool could tell who was stronger in the sword principal realm. Mo Qingshan's achievement in the sword principal realm was indeed high. But Feng Wuchen was even scarier. He could crush Mo Qingshan, who had cultivated for more than 10 years. Thinking back to the insults against Feng Wuchen, Mo Qingshan felt a burning pain. Looking at the stunned Mo Qingshan, Feng Wuchen said coldly, "Didn't you say that fighting with me is a disgrace? Didn't you say that I'm not worthy? Didn't you say that my sword principal realm is trash? Didn't you say that many disciples of the Sun Moon Temple are stronger than me? What about now?" Mo Qingshan was still dumbfounded. "I've already said that the fleeting phantom sword art is simply a waste of God's gift in your hands. You can even cultivate the sword art wrongly. How dare you say that you're number 1 in the field of sword Dao?" Feng Wuchen sneered. "Wrong practice? Impossible. How could I make a mistake?" Mo Qingshan was shocked. If he really made a mistake, wouldn't that be slapping his own face? The fleeting mirage sword art is all about gentleness and speed. From the sword moves you used just now, I can see that you focus on strength and your attacks are fierce and domineering. You think that this will make the sword art stronger, but you are completely wrong. You can't bring out the true power of the sword art. Out of the 36 forms that you displayed just now, I blocked 3 of them. I discovered that other than your ferocious strength, you don't have the demeanor of a sword art at all. The sword enters the form with the soul, and emphasizes that the sword follows the heart, and the man and the sword become one. You, on the other hand, have practiced the sword art wrongly. Do you really think that you are stronger than the ancestor who created the sword art?" Feng Wuchen said disdainfully. Mo Qingshan's face turned green and white. He was speechless. "I don't believe that you just learned the fleeting mirage sword art. No one is stronger than me in the field of sword arts." Mo Qingshan was still unwilling to accept the truth. "I can't help it if you don't believe me. I just learned the 36 forms from you. I learned it after seeing it once. Is a genius like me proud?" Feng Wuchen sneered. Feng Wuchen's words were undoubtedly telling Mo Qingshan that he was the best in the field of sword arts. Qingshan lost. Mo Yufeng was dumbfounded. He also couldn't accept it. The people of the Sun Moon Temple were completely speechless and had lost their confidence. They felt a burning pain in their faces after their unscrupulous ridicule just now. Big Brother Feng has such a remarkable ability? He learned it after seeing it once? That is the strongest sword art in the 7 divine worlds. Lu Qingyang said in shock. Lord Feng's achievement in the field of sword arts is beyond all of our imagination. No one can learn such a powerful sword art after seeing it once, Huang Yin said. He was also extremely shocked. The experts of the Divine Dragon Temple and the Divine Pagoda were all shocked. Mo Qingshan, where did you get the fleeting mirage sword art? Yi Jianying flashed over and asked coldly. Feng Wuchen glanced at Yi Jianying and didn't say anything. What? Do you really want to know? Mo Qingshan sneered. The fleeting mirage sword art belongs to my martial uncle. Don't tell me that he taught it to you. If you don't tell me, I have 100 ways to make you tell me. Don't doubt me. Yi Jianying's face darkened. Martial uncle? Feng Wuchen was stunned. What? You want to cultivate it? Mo Qingshan didn't take Yi Jianying's threat seriously. Tell me. Yi Jianying shouted angrily. His terrifying murderous aura locked onto Mo Qingshan. Mo Qingshan was frightened by his terrifying gaze. Yi Jianying, take him aside and ask him. If he doesn't tell you, break his arms and legs and break his meridians. If he doesn't tell you, destroy his cultivation and let him become a useless person in the divine world. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Yi Jianying carried the seriously injured Mo Qingshan to a distance. Yi Jianying, stop. Mo Yufeng shouted angrily. Kill anyone who disobeys. Feng Wuchen ordered coldly. He didn't even look at Mo Yufeng. Feng Wuchen. Do you really think that the Sun Moon Temple is afraid of you? Yi Jianying, you touched my son. I guarantee that you will die without a burial place. Mo Yufeng shouted angrily. He looked extremely fierce. I changed my mind. Leave no one alive. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Buzz buzz. Dragon God Temple, God Pagoda, God's Abode, and Headquarters, the Divine Monkey Clan Masters erupted with terrifying power almost at the same time. Their power soared into the 9 heavens and shook the firmament. Lord Feng, how arrogant. Above the void, an arrogant sneer suddenly sounded. An extremely terrifying aura descended from the sky. This aura was very terrifying. It could be said that one person's strength suppressed the aura of the experts of the Divine Dragon Temple. 6-star Great Lord. Emperor Mia frowned deeply. Does the Divine Spirit Clan want to interfere? Mia Yuan said coldly. The faces of the people of the Divine Dragon Temple became extremely gloomy, especially Mu Honglian, Mu Qingyun, and the others. They were very clear about the current situation. Once the Holy World sent experts again, Shan Tong might not be able to protect them. Under such circumstances, no one would make an enemy of the Divine Spirit Clan. Above the void, a figure appeared out of thin air. It was the commander of the Divine Spirit Clan, Su Qishan, who was a 6-star Great Lord. Who are you? Feng Wuchen glanced at Su Qishan coldly. Commander of the Divine Spirit Clan, Su Qishan. Su Qishan smiled proudly. Lord Feng, the Sun Moon Temple is a subordinate force of the Divine Spirit Clan. Can you give the Divine Spirit Clan some face and leave? Su Qishan asked with a faint smile. However, Su Qishan's words had no intention of discussion. It was more of a threat. It seemed that if Feng Wuchen and the others did not leave, Su Qishan would make them all stay. If you say another word, do you believe that I will uproot your Divine Spirit Clan? Feng Wuchen glanced at Su Qishan coldly. I'll remember it in 1 second. Wonderful, no pop-up window free reading. If you say another word, do you believe that I'll uproot your Divine Spirit Clan? The arrogant words made Su Qishan's face turn gloomy as anger surged in his heart. The cold words sounded as if he was talking about something insignificant. At the same time, it was full of contempt and disdain for the Divine Spirit Clan. Su Qishan didn't expect Feng Wuchen to not give him any face. Lord Feng, don't you think it's a stupid decision to do this? Grand Elder Zhong Wuyo of the Sun Moon Temple said coldly. His old face was extremely ugly. Lord Feng knows better than us what kind of predicament the Divine Dragon Temple is facing now. Instead of taking revenge on the Sun Moon Temple, it's better to go back and think of a way. Lord Feng, you're still young, so it's inevitable that you'll be impulsive. I won't pursue today's matter. You may leave, Mo Yufeng said in a deep voice. Obviously, he didn't want to completely fall out with the Divine Dragon Temple. After all, Shan Tong and Shui Zhan weren't just decorations. They were both ruthless characters and not to be trifled with. You're not qualified to tell me what to do, Feng Wuchen replied coldly. Also, who told you that I'm only here for revenge today? Open your dog eyes and see who they are. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Mu Qingyun, Mu Honglian, and more than a dozen members of the Sun Moon Temple came to Feng Wuchen's side. Mo Yufeng, how have you been? Mu Qingyun said indifferently, his old face full of coldness. After cultivating in the Divine Dragon Temple for many years, Mu Qingyun's cultivation had now stepped into the ultimate god realm. Mu Qingyun! A man suddenly exclaimed, then quickly reported, Temple Master, they're the remnants of the Sun Moon Temple. We chased them back then, but they escaped. The Sun Moon Temple. An elder's face became gloomier. A cold murderous intent flashed in Mo Yufeng's eyes as he said coldly, I didn't expect you to still be alive. What? You want to borrow Feng Wuchen's hand to destroy the Sun Moon Temple today? Mo Yufeng, you betrayed the Sun Moon Divine Sect back then and usurped the throne. Otherwise, do you think you would be where you are today? The Sun Moon Temple is not yours. Great Elder Mu Xian snorted coldly. This palace master doesn't know what you are talking about. It seems that this palace master is too merciful and didn't kill you all. Mo Yufeng said gloomily, and a biting cold murderous aura spread out. Don't forget, the founder of the Sun Moon Temple is surnamed Mu. His name is Mu Tianyuan. His surname was not Mo. Mu Tianyuan is your ancestor. He is a member of my Mu family. Mu Qingshan furiously shouted. Mu Tianyuan? Mia Di, Mia Yuan, and Lei Tianyan couldn't help but look at Mu Qingyun in surprise. Judging from the surprised expressions of Emperor Extermination and the others, they obviously knew Mu Tianyuan. It was just that they did not expect that Mu Tianyuan's descendant would actually be in the Dragon God Temple. Yes, I also heard that the founder of our Sun Moon Temple is surnamed Mu. Could it be that what they said is true? It's also possible that the founder of the sect gave it to the one surnamed Mo. Why are you thinking so much? So what if her surname is Mu? The current palace master's surname was Mo. The one surnamed Mu is already a thing of the past. Shut up if you don't want to die. The disciples of the Sun Moon Temple whispered one after another. Mo Yufeng's old face became ferocious. Mu Qingshan mentioned the founder of the Sun Moon Temple, which was undoubtedly to say that Mo Yufeng usurped the position of palace master. Since he is a member of your Mu family, why did he pass it to my Mo family? Back then, your founder had bad intentions. After so many years, do you still want to frame this palace master? If not, why didn't the founder pass down the position to your Mu family? Mo Yufeng asked coldly. You said that this palace master usurped the throne. Do you have evidence? There are many people with the surname Mu in the Seven God world. How can you prove that you are a member of Mu Tianyuan's Mu family? Just based on a few words, you say that the Sun Moon Temple is yours? Don't you think it's ridiculous? Mo Yufeng continued to ask. After so many years, where could there be evidence? The people who could prove it were already dead. He didn't expect Mo Yufeng to be so shameless. He didn't admit to usurping the throne at all. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. Even if he could destroy the Sun Moon Temple by force today, he couldn't prove Mu Qingyun and the others. Once he took down the Sun Moon Temple, others would say that Feng Wuchen robbed them openly. This would have a great impact on the reputation of the Dragon Temple. Even if he could prove that Mu Qingyun and the others were the descendants of Mu Tianyuan, he couldn't prove that Mo Yufeng had usurped the throne. Mo Yufeng, old man, I didn't expect you to be so shameless. But how dare you admit the crime of deceiving your master? Mu Qingyun shook his head. But it doesn't matter. Don't you want to prove it? Old man, I will make you convinced today. Mu Qingyun said coldly. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen was relieved. He thought that if there was no other way, he would destroy the Sun Moon Temple in the name of revenge. Mo Yufeng's old face became more and more ferocious. He couldn't wait to kill Mu Qingyun. After all, he was really worried that Mu Qingyun could take out evidence. Could Mu Qingyun really take out evidence? Mu Qingyun flipped his hand and a black token appeared in his palm. The two words Sun and Moon were engraved on the token, representing the Sun Moon Divine Cult. This is the Sun Moon token. It represents every generation's Sun Moon Divine Cult's patriarch. Seeing the token is the same as seeing the patriarch. This is the Sun Moon Divine Cult's ancestral teachings. Only the blood of the Mu family can activate the Sun Moon token. Mu Qingyun shouted. Mu Qingyan bit his finger in front of everyone and dripped a drop of blood on the sunmoon token. The token suddenly flashed with resplendent purple light and a powerful aura swept out. What can this prove? Can it prove that you are a member of the Mu family? Mo Yufeng said disdainfully. Mo Yufeng, old man knows that you haven't given up. Mu Qingyan sneered, none of the Sun Moon Divine Cult's disciples have seen the founder, but you, Mo Yufeng, and the other elders must have seen him. Including the Divine Pagoda, Divine Matter, Headquarters, and the Divine Monkey Clan, they must have seen the founder of the Sun Moon Divine Cult, Mu Tianyuan. Hearing this, Mo Yufeng's old face changed and he started to panic. Mu Qingyan waved his hand and the Sun Moon token flew out. Purple light flashed and an illusory old figure appeared in front of everyone. Mu Tianyuan, this was the energy that Mu Tianyuan sealed in the Sun Moon token before he died. It has been 1,000 years. I didn't expect to see the Sun Moon Divine Cult again. The desolate voice was filled with unwillingness and unquestionable majesty. Mu Tianyuan. Mo Yufeng and the other elders' faces changed. Greetings to the Patriarch. Mu Qingyan and the others knelt down respectfully. Mo Yufeng, you tried to usurp the throne and murder our cult. Do you know your crime? Mu Tianyuan looked at Mo Yufeng and said coldly. Even if it was just a strand of energy, it was still filled with majesty. Mu Tianyuan's words were enough to prove that what Mu Qingyan said was true. Mu Tianyuan, you are just a strand of energy. Do you really think you are still alive? So what if you are still alive? The Sun Moon Divine Cult led by this Hall Master is stronger than your Sun Moon Divine Cult. This Hall Master is qualified. Mo Yufeng shouted angrily. Stronger? You have lost the face of the Sun Moon Divine Cult and you still have the face to say that you are stronger? The Sun Moon Divine Cult was so famous in the past and now you are living under someone else's roof. This is an insult to the Patriarch. Mu Qingyan shouted angrily. I remember it in 1 second. Wonderful, no pop-up window free reading. Living under someone else's roof? It is the Sun Moon Temple's honor to become a subordinate force of the God Spirit race. Su Qishan, who had been silent all this time, said coldly. Have you forgotten what I said? Feng Wuchen coldly swept a glance at Su Qishan as if he was looking at a dead man. Just one glance was enough to make Su Qishan's heart tremble. What kind of terrifying gaze was that? Su Qishan could read the true murderous intent in Feng Wuchen's eyes. At this moment, he absolutely believed that Feng Wuchen wanted him dead. Feng Wuchen. Do you really want to become enemies with the God Spirit race now? Su Qishan suppressed the anger in his heart and said fiercely. Su Qishan wasn't afraid of Feng Wuchen, but he was afraid of Shan Tong and the God of War. Is the God Spirit race strong? Feng Wuchen said disdainfully. He slightly activated the world-purifying soul fire and secretly gave the order to the Nether Ghost. You. Su Qishan's face was ferocious and his lungs were about to explode. Mo Yufeng, Senior Mu Tianyuan's words have explained everything. Everyone of the Sun Moon Temple, listen up. For Senior Mu Tianyuan's sake, I will give you an incense's time to consider. Those who want to be accused of deceiving their master and killing their ancestors will be killed without mercy, Feng Wuchen said coldly. Thank you, Lord Feng. Mu Tianyuan respectfully cupped his fists and bowed. Emperor Extermination Pagoda Master, Patriarch Lei, President Man, thank you for your help. The future of the Sun Moon Temple depends on you. Mu Tianyuan looked at Emperor Extermination and the others with a smile. After bowing deeply, his energy body was exhausted and his illusory figure disappeared. Farewell, Ancestral Master. Mu Qingyan and the others respectfully knelt down. Mo Yufeng gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, Feng Wuchen. The Sun Moon Temple is a subordinate force of the God Spirit race. Even if the Sun Moon Temple is destroyed by you today, once the Holy World sends experts, your Dragon Temple will die. Shan Tong will also die. Don't keep using the Saints' World to pressure me. I hate it when people threaten me. They keep mentioning the experts of the Saints' World. May I ask where they are? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. Mo Yufeng, you don't understand the situation. Do you really think that the Divine Spirit race can protect your Sun Moon Temple? Whether the experts of the Saints' World come or not has nothing to do with you anymore, Because you won't be able to wait until that day. Do you understand? You have the time it takes for an incense stick to burn to consider. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, you will be killed without mercy. Including everyone in the Sun Moon Temple. Feng Wuchen's tone was flat, but it carried an unquestionable domineering aura. The words kill without mercy were even more casual. Mo Yufeng was speechless. His old face turned red, and he wished he could eat Feng Wuchen alive. Good, good, good. Feng Wuchen, you don't put my Divine Spirit clan in your eyes. Today, my Divine Spirit clan will protect the Sun Moon Divine Hall. Su Qishan suddenly shouted in anger. It seemed that he had received the order from the Divine Spirit clan. Su Qishan's words put Mo Yufeng's mind at ease. After all, the Divine Spirit clan, Nether Tribe, and Holy Soul Temple were all on the same side. Feng Wuchen's expression was calm, and he directly ignored Su Qishan. At the same time, several figures appeared above the Dragon God Temple. These people were Mu Xianshan, the Nether Emperor, Lung Moxi, Qiu Dingfeng, and Tong Tian. The Nether Ghost has disappeared for so long, is he really in the Dragon God Temple? Tong Tian frowned. I can't sense the Nether Ghost's aura. The Nether Ghost's shadowless spirit can completely conceal his aura. The Nether Emperor shook his head. Mu Xianshan also shook his head, indicating that he couldn't sense the Nether Ghost's aura. He then said, the Nether Devil Palace disappeared for no reason, and the Nether Ghost is being controlled. This is probably Shan Tong's doing. Other than Shan Tong, there is no one else. Lung Moxi said with certainty. Shan Tong and Shui Zhanshan are not in the Dragon God Temple. There are no fluctuations in their auras. Let's go in and search. Mu Xianshan took the lead, and the others followed behind. But to their disappointment, they couldn't find the Nether Ghost in the entire Dragon God Temple. Could he be hiding somewhere else? But what Mu Xianshan and the others didn't know was that after the Nether Ghost received Feng Wuchen's order, a pair of black hollow eyes were staring at Mu Xianshan and the others in the dark. The Nether Ghost was indeed in the Dragon God Temple, but Mu Xianshan and the others didn't notice it at all. The Dragon God Temple is out in full force. Why don't we take this opportunity to destroy the Dragon God Temple and snatch the pagoda? This is an ancient divine artifact with terrifying power. Didn't Mu Yanjun die because of this pagoda? The Nether Emperor looked at the Chankuan pagoda in the sky above the palace, and his eyes flashed with greed. Humph. Mu Xuanshan's face darkened. He snorted angrily and was about to destroy the Dragon God Temple. Swoosh. Boom. But at this moment, a black shadow suddenly burst out. It was as fast as lightning, and with a loud boom, it sent Mu Xianshan flying. The Nether Ghost. The Nether Emperor and the others were shocked. He is indeed hiding in the Dragon God Temple. Seems like it's true. Lung Moxi said coldly, and a cold light flashed in his old eyes. The Nether Ghost, what do you mean? Mu Xianshan was furious, but before he could see clearly, the Nether Ghost had already flown far away. Feng Wuchen is now dealing with the Sun Moon Temple. It is highly possible that he asked the Nether Ghost to take action. The Sun Moon Temple is a subsidiary force of the Divine Spirit clan. I hope that everyone can help me defeat Feng Wuchen. Tong Tian said quickly. Chase. Mu Xianshan shouted angrily, and the few of them burst out at the same time. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Time's up. Have you all decided? Feng Wuchen said coldly to the Sun Moon Temple. No one from the Sun Moon Temple spoke. Mo Yufeng's eyes were like a poisonous snake staring at Feng Wuchen with a hint of complacency. If that's the case, kill them all. Feng Wuchen said coldly, as if he had already guessed the result. Kill. Lu Qingyang was the first to roar. Kill. The experts of the major forces roared, and their killing intent soared to the sky. Thousands of experts swooped down. Mo Yufeng gritted his teeth and roared, kill. Tens of thousands of people from the Sun Moon Temple roared together. Their momentum shook the sky, and their majestic aura shot to the 9 heavens. Feng Wuchen, with just your people? Not to mention destroying the Sun Moon Temple, you can't even make both sides suffer. Su Qishan said disdainfully. Feng Wuchen looked at Su Qishan coldly and said, beat them up. I don't care if they live or die. I don't care if they live or die. I'd like to see who dares to take action. Su Qishan was so angry that he laughed. A terrifying aura burst out, and he was ready to kill anyone who took action. Swoosh! A black shadow suddenly shot over, bringing along an overwhelming and terrifying aura as it charged towards Su Qishan. This aura is sanctified. Manjuntian was shocked. It's the Nether Ghost. Miayuan was shocked. Lord Nether Ghost? Su Qishan's face suddenly changed. Pa. Pft. The Nether Ghost arrived in a flash, and a slap came out. The terrifying power made Su Qishan spit out a mouthful of blood, and a few of his teeth flew out. His face was deformed. Pa pa pa. The Nether Ghost followed Feng Wuchen's orders, and his big mouth slapped Su Qishan's face crazily. Su Qishan's entire head was deformed, and he had no strength to fight back. Nether Ghost. Stop. Tongtian's furious roar could be heard. Remember in 1 second. Wonderful, no pop-up window free reading. Tongtian and the others were too late. Su Qishan's face was completely deformed. Even his mother couldn't recognize him. Mu Xianshan. They are here. Miejian's face turned gloomy. Miedi glanced at them and said, "Don't worry about them." Miedi wasn't stupid. Feng Wuchen wanted to destroy the Sun Moon Temple with great fanfare. How could he not have a backup plan against Mu Xianshan and the others? They didn't need to worry. Feng Wuchen, are you the one who controlled the Nether Ghost? The Nether Emperor asked coldly. What does it have to do with you? Don't forget that your son kidnapped my people. I didn't settle the score with you, but you came knocking on my door. Feng Wuchen didn't even look at the Nether Emperor. If you don't want to die, don't interfere. Feng Wuchen threatened. Tongtian shouted angrily, Feng Wuchen. Don't be too arrogant. You and Shan Tong don't have many days left to live. When the experts of the holy world arrive, it will be your death. I've heard this sentence many times today, but I'm still alive. Before the experts of the holy world arrive, I can have Shan Tong kill you anytime. Feng Wuchen shrugged and sneered. Nether Ghost, kill him. Feng Wuchen glanced at the Nether Ghost and said coldly. Nether Ghost. How dare you? Tongtian was furious. Unfortunately, the Nether Ghost wasn't threatened at all. He had no consciousness and only listened to Feng Wuchen's orders. No. Don't. Lord Nether Ghost. It's me. Su Qishan. Su Qishan is incomparably terrified. Su Qishan could see that the Nether Ghost really wanted to kill him. Nether Ghost. You're courting death. Tongtian was enraged. He immediately shot out and ordered the experts of the Divine Spirit race to be dispatched. One had to know that Tongtian's strength had risen sharply after Luo Tianran's second upgrade. However, it was already too late. Even if Tongtian's strength far surpassed the Nether Ghost's, the Nether Ghost was still a saint transformation expert. Could it be that Tongtian could block a close-range attack? Boom. Buzz. The Netherworld Ghost did not hesitate at all and obeyed all orders. He ruthlessly and mercilessly struck out with his palm. As Su Qishan begged for mercy in despair, he was instantly reduced to ashes. The terrifying power shook the entire heavenly god world. This palm directly turned Su Qishan into ashes. Bastard! I'm going to kill you. Tongtian was instantly enraged. Tongtian really did not dare to believe that the Nether Ghost really dared to kill Su Qishan. This was a slap to his face. Su Qishan. The upper echelons of the Divine Spirit clan and many other formidable martial artists arrived in a flash. They happened to see Su Qishan being killed by the Nether Ghost with a single palm strike. All of them roared in grief and indignation. Wind. Nothing. Chen. The higher-ups of the Divine Spirit clan were enraged. Waves of terrifying murderous aura locked onto Feng Wuchen. All of them wanted to kill Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen had no fear on his face as if this was just a trivial matter. Feng Wuchen's next words were even more overbearing. Whoever dares to interfere will be killed. No matter who comes today, they won't be able to save the Sun Moon Temple. Don't say that I didn't warn you. The experts of the holy world are not here yet. Feng Wuchen said coldly. He directly sentenced the Sun Moon Temple to death. Swish. Swish, swish. The moment Feng Wuchen's words fell, Shui Zhan led by Tian Tu appeared in a flash. One of them even intercepted Tong Tian. Those who want to kill Master will have to go through me first. Tian Tu stared coldly at the ferocious Tong Tian without any fear. In addition, Mia Hun and Qian Hun also appeared in a flash. Shui Zhan. Mu Xianshan and the others' faces turned gloomy. Mu Xianshan, long time no see. How have you been? Tian Tu smiled as if he was greeting a good friend. Serious contempt. Old man is just here to take a look. Please don't mind him. Mia Hun smiled indifferently. Me too. Qian Hun nodded. Are you sure you're just here to take a look? It was a blatant threat, however, Mu Xianshan and the others were stunned. No one dared to make a move. Tong Tian didn't even dare to give the order. Shenling clan leader, please save the Sun Moon Temple. Mo Yufeng pleaded in panic. Although there were tens of thousands of people in the Sun Moon Temple, they were powerless against the experts of the Dragon God Alliance. Even Mo Yufeng couldn't do anything. Miedi and Mia Yuan had already reached the realm of a 3-star master god. Their strength was far above Mo Yufeng's. Facing Miedi, Mo Yufeng didn't even have a chance to retaliate. It was an intense battle and a complete suppression. It was a one-sided massacre. However, what was even more terrifying was that most of the experts of the Dragon God Temple were using teleportation to massacre. The corpses of the Sun Moon Temple were piled up like a mountain. Blood flowed like a river. The thick smell of blood was nauseating. Tong Tian didn't answer Mo Yufeng's call for help. The pressure from the god of war was terrifying enough. Moreover, Shan Tong didn't even appear. Looking at Feng Wuchen's calm expression, even a fool could guess that Shan Tong was in the dark. As long as they made a move, Shan Tong wouldn't just stand by and watch. Feng Wuchen didn't care whether Mu Xianshan and the others dared to make a move. His goal today was to destroy the Sun Moon Temple. With no one lending a helping hand, Mo Yufeng was in despair. Lord Feng, ask them to stop. Stop. We surrender. Mo Yufeng finally couldn't withstand the pressure and shouted in panic. If the battle continued, Miedi would definitely kill him without mercy. Now you know how to surrender? What were you doing earlier? Feng Wuchen mocked. Lord Feng, we know our mistake. We know our mistake. We beg Lord Feng to give us a way out. The elders and experts of the Sun Moon Temple begged. Now you know your mistake? What did you do wrong? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. You did wrong by deceiving your master. The people of the Sun Moon Temple answered in horror. Deceiving your master is a capital offense. I have already given you a chance. Don't you think it's too late to regret it now? Feng Wuchen said coldly. Lord Feng, as long as you order them to stop, we will do whatever you want. I will immediately hand over the position of Temple Master and let Mu Qingyun become the Temple Master. Mo Yufeng said anxiously. Miedi's attacks became more and more fierce and ruthless. It seemed that he wanted to kill Feng Wuchen before he changed his mind. The Sun Moon Temple is not mine. What's the use of telling me? This has nothing to do with me. Besides, if I kill all of you, Senior Mu can also become the Temple Master. Why should I listen to you? Feng Wuchen spread his hands. He was obviously toying with Mo Yufeng. The moment the Sun Moon Temple made the decision, Feng Wuchen didn't intend to let them go. Deceiving your master and deceiving your ancestors, you all deserve to die. Mu Honglian shouted angrily. Damn it. Everyone roared. You all heard that? Feng Wuchen shrugged. The people of the Sun Moon Temple were in complete despair. They regretted it so much that their intestines turned green. The Mu family's Sun Moon Temple and my Dragon Temple are allies. Whoever dares to attack the Sun Moon Temple is my enemy. I guarantee that he will regret it. Feng Wuchen said coldly, his gaze sweeping over Mu Xianshan and the others. Feng Wuchen's cold gaze pierced into Mu Xianshan and the rest's soul. At that moment, Mu Xianshan and the rest shuddered in fear. That gaze was very, very cold. It even made them feel that the world had changed. Blood flowed like a river, corpses piled up like a sea of bones, as if it was an eternal battlefield. Emir Hierarch Jr. had such a terrifying gaze, Mu Xianxia and the rest were furious as they were frightened by the gaze of a junior. However, no one dared to make a move. They could only watch as the Sun Moon Palace was mercilessly slaughtered. Stop! Stop! Mo Qingshan roared madly, but no one cared about him. Mo Qingshan, if you want to live, then tell me. I might be able to save your life. If you don't tell me, then I will personally kill you. Where did you get the fleeting phantom sword technique? Yi Jianying coldly asked, staring at Mo Qingshan with an ice-cold gaze. Mo Qingshan knew that Yi Jianying was not joking. If he told him, he might be able to save his life. Mo Qingshan was silent for a long time before he said, "Can you really save my life?" "Yes, but if you are talking nonsense, I will kill you myself." Yi Jianying said coldly. "Dong Huangxiu passed it to me." Mo Qingshan said. "Martial uncle?" Yi Jianying was shocked, but he soon became gloomy and said coldly, "My martial uncle died long ago. How could he pass it to you? I think you are tired of living." "I am not lying to you." Mo Qingshan looked at Yi Jianying and flipped his palm. A black jade appeared out of thin air. It was the black jade that Dong Huangxiu had worn all his life. Martial Uncle Zen Jade. Yi Jianying's eyes widened as he recognized the Zen Jade. "I got it from a mysterious cave in the depths of the Beast Spirit Mountain. Dong Huangxiu left a trace of divine sense in the cave and it disappeared after he passed it to me. I have worked hard for more than 10 years to achieve what I have today. Although I am not inferior to you, there is still a huge gap between me and Feng Wuchen." Mo Qingshan said, clenching his fists, his eyes were filled with unwillingness. "The Sun Moon Divine Hall has nothing to do with you anymore. I'm afraid that Feng Wuchen will be dissatisfied with me saving your life. Later, take me to the Beast Spirit Mountain to visit my martial uncle," Yi Jianying said sadly, his eyes filled with sadness. "Martial uncle, have you always looked down on me? He would rather pass it on to an outsider than pass it on to me." Yi Jianying felt extremely disappointed in his heart. He clenched the Zen Jade in his hand tightly. Although Yi Jianying addressed Dong Huangxiu as his martial uncle, Dong Huangxiu was extremely strict when it came to cultivation. It was so strict that Yi Jianying felt that Dong Huangxiu was targeting him. No matter what level Yi Jianying had reached, every time he asked Dong Huangxiu to cultivate the fleeting phantom sword art, Dong Huangxiu would only reply with one word, "Not qualified." Mo Qingshan's scarlet eyes were filled with endless cold-killing intent. He could only watch helplessly as the disciples of the Sun Moon Temple were killed. He could only watch helplessly as his own father was killed. There was nothing he could do but feel endless anger and grief. Mo Qingshan swore to himself that he would make Feng Wuchen pay 100 times the price. At the end of the war, tens of thousands of people from the Sun Moon Temple were killed. Corpses piled up like mountains, and blood flowed like rivers. The Sun Moon Temple was destroyed. "Feng Wuchen, I will protect Mo Qingshan's life. I think." Yi Jianying looked at Feng Wuchen and said. "I believe in you, Yi Jianying." "Mo Qingshan, you can do whatever you want." Before Yi Jianying could finish, Feng Wuchen interrupted him. "Trust. Unconditional trust." Yi Jianying was so touched that his heart was in a mess. He had the urge to cry. "Many thanks." Yi Jianying thanked him and left with Mo Qingshan. Feng Wuchen also guessed that Yi Jianying had asked something, which was why he wanted to protect Mo Qingshan's life. Feng Wuchen did not have any objections to this. Feng Wuchen did not care whether Mo Qingshan was dead or alive. Super big shots like Mu Xianxia did not even dare to let out a fart from the beginning to the end. "Senior Mu, from today onwards, the Sun Moon cult will be under your management. I will set up a teleportation formation later." Feng Wuchen looked at Mu Qingyun and smiled. At the same time, he waved his hand and a wisp of black flame flew out. Everywhere it passed, the corpses of the Sun Moon Temple members turned into ashes. "Many thanks to Alliance Master for your help. The Sun Moon cult will forever remember your kindness today." Mu Qingyun cupped his fists and thanked him emotionally. Tears flowed down his face. He had waited for this day for too long. "Many thanks, Alliance Master." Mu Qingshan and the other older generation bowed and thanked him. Seniors, there is no need to be so courteous. Miss Mu helped me greatly back then. This is what I owe her. This is what we agreed on. Feng Wuchen quickly helped Mu Qingshan and the others up. Although Feng Wuchen was the alliance master, he was still very polite and respectful in front of the older generation. Mu Honglian, who was standing at the side, was already crying. She was extremely touched. Feng Wuchen had already repaid what he owed. On the other hand, they had been cultivating with Feng Wuchen's help. That was why they had today's cultivation. The Sun Moon Temple has been destroyed. Are you still not planning to leave? Feng Wuchen asked with a faint smile as he looked back at Mu Xianshan and the others. Humph. Feng Wuchen. I'll let you be arrogant for a while. When the experts of the holy world come, I'll see how you and Shan Tong die. Mu Xianshan snorted angrily. His old face was extremely gloomy. Don't think that Shan Tong can protect you forever. The Emperor of the Underworld said fiercely. If you don't leave, do you believe that I will make all of you stay here? Feng Wuchen said coldly. His cold eyes made Mu Xianshan and the others tremble. Feng Wuchen. How dare you threaten us? Tong Tian was furious. I did threaten you. So what? I think you have forgotten the pain after your scars have healed. Don't forget that you have attacked the Dragon Temple. If you want to meet the King of Hell now, I don't mind. Feng Wuchen's face turned gloomy. Hearing this, Mu Xianshan and the others were shocked. They quickly left with their tails between their legs. War God Shui glanced at Feng Wuchen respectfully and then disappeared as well. It was as if he had never appeared. Feng Wuchen. Just you wait. Mu Xuanshan's angry roar came from the void. They were still very afraid of Shan Tong. In the 7 god worlds, who could make Mu Xianshan and the others bow their heads? Who could make Mu Xianshan and the others so afraid? Only Feng Wuchen. I have never seen such a cowardly saint transformation expert. Feng Wuchen secretly despised. Little friend Feng. Mia Hun came over with a happy smile on his face. There was a trace of anxiety in his old eyes. Senior Mia Hun, how is it? Have you refined it? Feng Wuchen asked with a faint smile. Feng Wuchen had already guessed the purpose of Mia Hun's appearance. Old man has been holding it in for half a month. My mind is full of doubts. Little friend Feng, please give me some advice. Mia Hun said helplessly with a bitter smile. His heart was burning with anxiety. Feng Wuchen had taught him the method to refine the heaven-defying divine bead. Mia Hun had spent half a month without any results. Every time he tried, it would end in failure. Half a month, advice? Mia Di, Mia Yuan and the alchemists present were all dumbfounded. Mia Hun needed Feng Wuchen's advice? I'll remember it in 1 second. Wonderful, no pop-up window free reading. After the battle, Feng Wuchen brought Ling Xiaoxiao, Mia Hun, and the others to the Celestial Tower. Long Tianqiu and the others stayed in the Sun Moon cult. After today, there would be no more Sun Moon Temple, only the Sun Moon cult. Although the Sun Moon cult had just started, it was only a matter of time before they rose to prominence with the help of the Dragon Temple. Moreover, Mu Qingyun and the others were now in the ultimate god realm. It was not difficult for them to recruit disciples of the Sun Moon cult. This time, Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao arrived at the Celestial Tower. Feng Wuchen personally taught Mia Hun how to refine the heaven-defying divine pearl. Di Mia, Mia Yuan, and the others were also lucky enough to attend the class. After about 4 hours, Mia Hun slowly figured out the essence of the pearl after many failures and finally succeeded in refining the heaven-defying divine pearl. Although the quality was average, at least he succeeded. Mia Hun was overjoyed. Di Mia, Mia Yuan, and the other alchemists were ecstatic at this moment as if they had found a treasure. Although they could not refine the heaven-defying divine pearl themselves, they at least had a good understanding of it and would definitely be able to refine it in the future. It was an honor for them to have Feng Wuchen teach them personally. It's done. It's finally done. Thank you for your guidance, little friend Feng. Mia Hun was so excited that he jumped up and down like a child. Under Feng Wuchen's personal guidance, all of Mia Hun's doubts were resolved. He felt relaxed and carefree. Of course, Feng Wuchen could understand. It was very difficult for Mia Hun to improve his cultivation level. Now that he had successfully refined the heaven-defying divine pearl, it was a breakthrough. How could Mia Hun not be happy? Senior Mia Hun, you don't have to be so polite. It was all thanks to you that you were able to refine it successfully. I didn't help much. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. How could Mia Hun not understand the meaning of Feng Wuchen's words? Feng Wuchen was giving him face. After all, he couldn't possibly let him, the strongest alchemist of the 7 divine realms, lose face in front of a junior, right? Annihilation Soul was very clear that if he did not have Feng Wuchen's guidance, even if he was given 10 years, he would not be able to refine the heaven-defying divine bead. Mia Di Pagoda Master, Grand Elder Mia Yuan, although you have mastered the one thought superpower, you are still far from being able to create the heaven-defying divine pearl. There is no need to rush. Feng Wuchen smiled at Mia Di and the others. Guest Elder is right. We understand. Emperor Extermination and the others nodded respectfully. That was right. He nodded respectfully. Their attainments in the field of alchemists were extremely high. Although they were not as good as Mia Hun, they could see that Mia Hun was only able to refine the heaven-defying divine bead under Feng Wuchen's guidance. If even Mia Hun had to be polite, how could they not be? Nia Huang, make a trip to the Star Soul Plane. The divine fire has recently appeared in the Star Soul Plane, but we don't know the exact location. Little Zhang, Su Feng, and Zhou Tianchen are already there. Feng Wuchen looked at Nia Huang and said. Yes, Master. Nia Huang nodded respectfully and immediately left the hall. Mia Hun said indifferently, Old Man also sensed the aura of the divine fire. The divine fire has appeared? Mia Di frowned slightly and then asked, Guest Elder, do you want the pagoda to send more alchemists over? No need. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, when the divine fire appears, there should be many forces watching in secret. If we make a big fuss, it will attract the attention of the forces. I only sent Nia Huang over so that he can train more. When the divine fire appears, a war is inevitable. Let's wait and see. If Feng Wuchen wanted to snatch the divine fire, he could have asked Shan Tong to suppress it. However, Feng Wuchen did not want to do that. Lord Mia Hun, there is a student outside who calls himself Nailan Kong. He wants to see the guest elder. At this moment, someone entered the hall and reported respectfully. Nailan Kong? Feng Wuchen was slightly surprised. Feng Wuchen remembered Nailan Kong, the #1 genius of the Divine Palace. However, Nailan Kong and Feng Wuchen did not have much interaction. Why was he looking for Feng Wuchen? Let him in. Mia Hun nodded. After a while, Nailan Kong entered the hall. Seeing so many alchemists gathered, Nailan Kong was extremely shocked. Especially when he saw Mia Hun, it was as if he had seen an emperor. It shocked him to the extreme. Junior Nailan Kong greets seniors. Nailan Kong was still considered polite and respectfully saluted. Nailan Kong, what's the matter? Feng Wuchen asked. Head instructor, Ken Yun is in trouble. Nailan Kong said respectfully. What happened? Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. He remembered hearing Zhou Tianchen mention that Ken Yun's family was in trouble. I don't know the details, but the Ken family sent someone to the Divine Palace and said that the head instructor can save Ken Yun, Nailan Kong said respectfully. Brother Feng, Ken Yun is your student. Since the Ken family sent someone, it must be serious. Let's go and take a look, Ling Xiaoxiao said. All right. Feng Wuchen nodded. Guest elder, I will send someone to go with you immediately, Mia Hun said hurriedly. No need. Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly and said, Nailan Kong, bring me to the Ken family. Yes. Head instructor, Nailan Kong said respectfully. After Feng Wuchen left, Mia Hun's old face turned gloomy. Looks like the old man has been in seclusion for hundreds of years, and someone has forgotten the rules. Send someone to investigate immediately. Ken Yun is a student of the Divine Palace. The old man wants to see who has the guts to touch a student of the Divine Palace, Mia Hun said gloomily. Looking at the gloomy Mia Hun and the others knew that their master was angry. I will send someone to investigate immediately, Mia Hun said respectfully. Shadow. Realm, Cloud Battle City. Qian family. Feng Wuchen had already heard about the incident from the Qian family. Bastards! What a beast! Ling Xiaoxiao's anger soared to the heavens. How dare they snatch someone so brazenly? I won't forgive them. Nailan Kong released a terrifying murderous aura. Feng Wuchen's face turned cold. To put it simply, Qian Yun's fiancé was kidnapped by someone. Qian Yun was severely injured in order to save his fiancé and was imprisoned. The four major families of Cloud Battle City worked together, but they couldn't save Qian Yun. Not only could they not save him, but they also suffered heavy casualties. The Qian family had no choice but to send someone to invite Feng Wuchen. Qian Yun didn't tell Feng Wuchen because he didn't want to embarrass Feng Wuchen. Qian Yun didn't know that the Qian family had sent someone to invite Feng Wuchen. Lord Feng, Yuner has repeatedly warned us not to disturb you, but we have no choice now. Yuner is severely injured, and we don't know if he's dead or alive. In 3 days, the young master of the Qiyun sect will force Qing to marry him. This matter has already spread in the Cloud region. So, Lord Feng, please help. The Qian family head pleaded and was about to kneel down. Feng Wuchen saw this and quickly stopped him. He smiled and said, Family head Qian, you don't have to do this. Qian Yun is my student. Since I know about this matter, I won't sit idly by. I want to see if this Qiyun sect has 3 heads and 6 arms. Feng Wuchen's eyes flashed coldly. Feng Wuchen's words completely reassured the Qian and Ning families. They knew what kind of power Feng Wuchen had, even without Qian Yun's words. He was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Even the overlords of the 7 heavenly realms couldn't do anything to Feng Wuchen. Who else would dare to provoke him? They dared to touch Feng Wuchen's student. How bold. Brother Feng, I'm afraid this has something to do with the Shadow Net Temple, Ling Xiaoxiao guessed. Smart. Feng Wuchen smiled. Not to mention Feng Wuchen, how could the Qiyun sect not know that Qian Yun was a student of the Divine Abode? Didn't they know that the Divine Abode was built by Miahun? It was impossible not to know. Since the young master of the Qiyun sect dared to imprison Qian Yun, it meant that there was a powerful force behind the Qiyun sect. At least, they wouldn't be afraid of the Divine Pagoda and the Divine Abode. This was the Shadow Realm. Feng Wuchen's first thought was the Shadow Net Temple. If Ling Xiaoxiao could guess, so could Feng Wuchen. If not for the Shadow Net Temple, the Qiyun sect wouldn't have dared to touch a Divine Abode student. Lung Moxie, what do you want me to say about you? Feng Wuchen sneered in his heart. Qiyun sect's prison. Smack. Smack. Smack, the sound of a whip being lashed came from the prison. It was very clear. Stop it. Stop it. Stop right there. A sorrowful and angry cry was heard. The woman's voice belonged to the Ning family's daughter, Ning Zhuqing. The person being whipped was Qian Yun. Both of them were imprisoned in the prison. Qian Yun's body was covered with bloody whip marks. Dark blood clots covered his body. His injuries were extremely serious, and he was half dead. Smack, but just as she shouted, a slap had already landed on the woman's face. Her pale face instantly became red and swollen. Bitch, shut up. Are you worried about your lover? I'm going to slap him to death in front of you. The man scolded and whipped Qian Yun wildly. The more Ning Zhuqing cared about Qian Yun, the angrier the man became. Chu Yang. How dare you hit Qing? I will never forgive you. Remnant Cloud roared madly. He was like an enraged beast, his killing intent soaring to the sky. Pa pa pa. Chu Yang whipped him crazily, as if he really wanted to beat Qian Yun to death. Is Qing someone you can call? You still won't spare me? Who do you think you are? Is being a student of the Divine Palace really that amazing? Was being an alchemist that great? Do you have the qualifications to speak to me? Your life is in my hands. Killing you is as easy as pinching an ant to death for me. Chu Yang shouted angrily. Stop. Stop. Ning Zhuqing screamed in panic. Qing how is Qian Yun any good? In what way am I inferior to him? My Qiyun sect is a dozen times stronger than the Qin clan. In terms of cultivation, I am stronger than him. I have pursued you bitterly for 3 years, but you didn't even look at me. I, Chu Yang, am stronger than Kenyan in every aspect. Why did you choose him? Why? Chu Yang roared at Ning Zhuqing. His eyes were bloodshot and he had almost lost his mind. Chu Yang was unwilling. In terms of family background and cultivation, Chu Yang was stronger than Kenyan. In terms of appearance, Chu Yang was more handsome than Kenyan. Chu Yang had pursued her bitterly for 3 years. Ning Zhuqing didn't even look at the precious elixirs, heavenly treasures, immortal weapons, immortal arts, and so on. Because I like brother Kenyan. Are you satisfied with this? You are a hypocrite, a shameless villain. I will never like you even if I die. Ning Zhuqing scolded angrily. You. Chu Yang was burning with rage. He was about to explode. Good, good, good. I will beat Kenyan to death right now. Let's see how you can still like him. Chu Yang gritted his teeth and whipped Kenyan. Pa pa pa. The sound of the whipping was particularly frightening. The disciples guarding the prison trembled in fear and didn't dare to let out a fart. Brother Kenyan. Ning Zhuqing panicked. She was really worried that Chu Yang would beat Kenyan to death. Don't shout. Chu Yang shouted angrily. Pa. Chu Yang slapped Kenyan again. Chu Yang. Kenyan roared crazily, desperately trying to break free from the iron chains. Unfortunately, he was seriously injured and couldn't do anything at all. Kenyan's heart was bleeding as he watched his fiancée being bullied and unable to do anything. It was as if a knife was twisting in his heart. Chu Yang. Beat me to death if you have the guts. I would rather die than see brother Kenyan being abused by a shameless villain like you. Ning Zhuqing shouted angrily at Chu Yang. Bitch. Bitch. I will beat you to death. Chu Yang had completely lost his mind and slapped Ning Zhuqing a few times. The powerful force had already knocked Ning Zhuqing out. Qing-er! Qing-er! Kenyan shouted in grief and indignation. At this moment, Kenyan's murderous aura multiplied. He had never had such a strong desire to kill. Chu Yang. You beast. Even if I die, I will turn into a ghost and kill you. I will make your chi insect disappear. Kenyan roared crazily. Is that so? Kenyan, you love Qing-er very much, right? You haven't touched Qing-er yet, right? Do you want to see Qing-er's body? Chu Yang suddenly laughed sinisterly. Kenyan's expression changed greatly. He panicked. Chu Yang. What do you want to do? Don't you dare touch Qing-er. I will tear you into pieces. Kenyan thought of something terrible and roared crazily. Today, I will enjoy Qing-er in front of you. Since you haven't touched her, I will help you. I will also let you see Qing-er's appearance. Haha. The more Chu Yang thought about it, the more excited he became. He couldn't help but laugh wildly. Chu Yang. You beast. Beast. Kenyan scolded crazily. Ignoring Kenyan's roar, Chu Yang had already walked to Ning Zhuqing's side. He gently touched Ning Zhuqing's arm with a face full of excitement and ecstasy. TSK TSK, not bad, not bad. It's too comfortable, haha. Chu Yang laughed wildly. I will kill you. I'll kill you. Remnant Cloud roared hysterically. Haha. Shout all you want. The angrier you are, the more excited I am. You must open your eyes and take a look. Otherwise, you won't be able to see Qing-er's body before you die. Won't you regret it? Chu Yang laughed wildly. As he spoke, he had already forcefully torn Ning Zhuqing's clothes, revealing her fragrant shoulder. Ning Zhuqing was now in a coma, and her injuries were not light. Chu Yang actually wanted to force himself on her at this time. What a beast. No, he was worse than a beast. At this moment, Kenyan exploded instantly. His body felt as if it was being burned by a terrifying flame. He was already extremely angry. Young Master Lung is here. At this moment, a disciple's respectful voice sounded. Young Master Lung? Chu Yang's expression changed. His eyes were full of horror, and he immediately stopped. Take this bitch away to treat her injuries. I will enjoy her later. Chu Yang said coldly. He stepped out of the prison cell without even looking at Kenyon. Young master, how should we deal with Kenyon? Do you want to kill him? That disciple asked respectfully. Killing him now is too easy for him. Let him live first. 3 days later, let him see me and Qing'er get married with his own eyes. Chu Yang sneered. I remember it in 1 second. Wonderful, no pop-up window free reading. With young Master Leng here, Chu Yang did not dare to neglect him. Because young Master Leng was Ling Tianqiu, the young master of the Shadow Net Temple. Not to mention the terrifying strength of the Shadow Net Temple, Ling Tianqiu's cultivation alone was 10 streets ahead of Chu Yang. The Qi insect could not afford to offend Ling Tianqiu. At this moment, the Qi insect master and the elders were respectfully receiving Ling Tianqiu, as if he was a little ancestor, for fear that he would fall. Where is Chu Yang? Is he not here yet? Ling Tianqiu asked impatiently from the main seat of the main hall. He completely regarded the Qi insect master and the elders as scaring people. Young Master Leng, Yang will be here in a moment, the Qi insect master said respectfully, secretly cursing Chu Yang in his heart. He must take this opportunity to build a good relationship with Ling Tianqiu. In the future, the Qi insect would definitely soar. After a while, Chu Yang came to the main hall. Chu Yang greets young Master Leng. Chu Yang respectfully knelt on one knee. The moment he saw Chu Yang, Ling Tianqiu was overjoyed. He quickly jumped up from the main seat, trotted to Chu Yang's side, and hugged Chu Yang's shoulder happily. Brother Chu Yang, you're finally here. Let's go out and have a drink. Ling Tianqiu smiled happily and walked out of the main hall with a confused Chu Yang. This? The Qi insect master and the elders were also confused. Ling Tianqiu was so arrogant just now, but as soon as Chu Yang came, he became so enthusiastic. What was going on? Young Master Leng, is there something you can't say now? Chu Yang felt a sense of crisis and asked cautiously. Don't worry, it's nothing. Let's drink and talk later. Ling Tianqiu smiled happily. Soon, Ling Tianqiu took Chu Yang to a restaurant in a nearby city. He directly booked the restaurant and drove everyone else out. The restaurant's shopkeeper and waiter were all frightened. Ling Tianqiu was a famous young master. How could they not know? Good wine and good food filled the table. Ling Tianqiu happily bumped into Chu Yang several times, like good brothers who had not seen each other for a few years. Young Master Leng, what's so mysterious? Could it be something big? Chu Yang looked around and asked in a low voice. Yes, it is indeed a big matter. It concerns the survival of the Qi insect. Ling Tianqiu nodded seriously. What? The survival of the Qi insect? Chu Yang was startled when he heard this. Cold sweat broke out on his back, and his complexion turned pale. Haha. Young Master Chu, don't worry. I was just joking. Don't mind it, don't mind it. Ling Tianqiu laughed loudly. Hearing this, Chu Yang heaved a sigh of relief, but his heart was also filled with anger, but he didn't dare to flare up. Even an idiot could see that Ling Tiansu was obviously toying with Chu Yang. But so what? The Qi insect was trash in the eyes of the Shadow Sift Shrine. They could make the Qi insect disappear from the shadow spirit world with just a casual word. Chu Yang laughed dryly and shook his head. It's alright, it's alright. Young Master Leng must be joking. As expected of a good-for-nothing. Ling Tianqiu sneered in his heart. Not daring to get angry, not daring to retort, if he wasn't a coward, then what was? Young Master Chu Yang, in 3 days, it will be your big day. Ling Tianqiu raised his cup and showed a meaningful smile. The invitation has been prepared. I will personally send it to the Shadow Sift Shrine tomorrow. At that time, I hope that Lord Shadow Sift and young Master Leng will do me the honor. Chu Yang said respectfully. At the thought of being able to invite the Shadow Sift Shrine Master, the higher-ups, and the young master, Chu Yang felt a burst of excitement and ecstasy in his heart. What kind of glory was that? What kind of prestige was that? At that time, Chu Yang could also take this opportunity to show off to the major forces of the shadow spirit world that the Qi insect was protected by the Shadow Sift Shrine. In this way, which major force of the shadow spirit world would dare not to give face to the Qi insect, the Qi insect would soar into the sky in no time. Since young Master Chu Yang invited me, I will definitely be there. Leng Tianxiu smiled. Young Master Chu Yang's fiancée is the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. Hearing this, Chu Yang's heart suddenly thumped. Chu Yang had already guessed Leng Tianxiu's purpose today. Leng Tianxiu was coveting his fiancée. What kind of person Leng Tianxiu was, Chu Yang knew better than anyone. Although they had not known each other for long, Chu Yang had given many beauties to Leng Tianxiu. And Leng Tianxiu also liked this. But Chu Yang never thought that Leng Tianxiu would covet his fiancée. What should he do? Refuse? Chu Yang did not dare. Once he refused, the Qi insect would not be able to bear Leng Tianxiu's anger at all. At that time, Leng Tianxiu could still get Ning Zhuqing even if he destroyed the Qi insect. This damn bastard. Beast. Chu Yang cursed Leng Tianxiu 10,000 times in his heart. But wasn't Chu Yang a beast as well? Young Master Chu Yang, what's wrong with you? You don't look good. Leng Tianxiu asked with a faint smile, staring at Chu Yang with an irresistible gaze. Chu Yang felt his scalp tingle at this moment, and cold sweat broke out all over his body. Leng Tianxiu's eyes had already explained everything. At the moment of contact, Chu Yang only felt that he had fallen into an ice cellar. It was very, very cold. Chu Yang really regretted at this moment that he did not eat Ning Zhuqing first. If young Master Leng likes her, Chu Yang will not marry Ning Zhuqing. When the time comes, I will personally send her to young Master Leng. I have not touched Ning Zhuqing, Chu Yang said hurriedly. Chu Yang had already made a decision. A woman could not be compared to the survival of the Qi insect. No, no, no. Many people know about the marriage between young Master Chu Yang and Miss Ning. Young Master Chu Yang can continue to marry Miss Ning. After it is over, you can send Miss Ning here. She is still your wife. Leng Tianxiu smiled faintly. Such shameless words could be said so seriously. Leng Tianxiu was planning to play with someone else's wife. He was cuckolding Chu Yang. Chu Yang was furious. This was simply a great humiliation. He had not played with his own wife, but he had to let others play with her first, but he still did not dare to flare up. Leng Tianxiu's status was there. Chu Yang could not resist at all. Resistance would only cause the Qi insect to fall into eternal damnation. Yes, I will listen to young Master Leng. Chu Yang suppressed the anger in his heart and nodded respectfully. Young Master Chu Yang, don't worry. After the matter is done, I will not treat you unfairly. It is just a woman. Young Master Chu Yang can choose whether you want her or not. You can exchange her at any time. Moreover, the Qi insect can surpass the Luan Tian temple at any time. Leng Tianxiu smiled faintly. Hearing this, Chu Yang was overjoyed. He hurriedly thanked, "Thank you, young Master Leng." Chu Yang wanted Ning Zhuqing, nothing more than to play with her. Since Leng Tianxiu wanted her, he would do him a favor. At least it would greatly increase the strength of the Qi insect. The first and second time were no longer important. Well, you are very good. Leng Tianxiu nodded with satisfaction. Humph. Useless trash. But at least you are smart. Leng Tianxiu said disdainfully in his heart. I will wait for your good news. Leng Tianxiu smiled faintly and left directly. Damn Leng Tianxiu. Chu Yang gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. He only hated that he was not strong enough. Otherwise, how could he have suffered such humiliation today? I remember it in 1 second. Wonderful, no pop-up window free reading, Divine Alchemist Tower. Protector Yang returned and appeared in the main hall in a flash. How's the investigation? Asked Mia Hun. Lord Mia Hun, it's clear. Protector Yang reported respectfully, this is the doing of the Qi insect of the Shadow Soul sect. The young master of the Qi insect, Chu Yang, snatched Ken Yan's fiancé and severely injured him, imprisoning him in the Qi insect's prison. The Qi insect has the backing of the Shadow Luo Temple. As expected. Humph. Leng Moxie really doesn't know what's good for him. Mia Hun's old face was extremely cold, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. Lord Mia Hun, Lord Feng plans to strike at Chu Yang's wedding in 3 days, said Protector Yang respectfully. Pass down the order. Cut off all the businesses of the Qi insect. Whoever dares to cooperate with the Qi insect is an enemy of the Divine Tower. Cooperate with little friend Feng in secret. Miahun said coldly. It was the second time they had seen Miahun's anger. The first time was when the alchemists were humiliated. The second time was for Feng Wuchen. It could be seen that Feng Wuchen held a high position in Miahun's heart. Yes, Lord. Protector Yang replied respectfully and immediately disappeared. The next day, in the Qiyun sect. Sect Master, the young master of the Shadow Luo Temple has sent someone. A disciple entered the main hall and reported respectfully. Quickly invite him in. The Qiyun sect master, Chu Tianqing, quickly got up and said without asking what was going on. After a while, an overgod powerhouse entered the main hall. Greetings, Sect Master Chu. The middle-aged man bowed politely. Lord, please don't. I don't deserve this, said Chu Tianqing hurriedly. He was very respectful and flattered. Chu Tianqing was just an 8-star ultimate god, and the Qiyun sect was just a small sect. In front of the Shadow Luo Temple, they were worse than ants. It was because of this that Chu Tianqing was flattered. The Qiyun sect elder and Chu Yang were also quite surprised. The other party was an overgod powerhouse. May I know why have you come? Asked Chu Tianqing respectfully. The person smiled politely. Sect Master Chu, Young Master and Young Master Chu had a good chat yesterday, and the Young Master sent me to bring some gifts. Gift? Chu Tianqing looked at Chu Yang in astonishment. Chu Yang himself was also stunned. Chu Yang himself didn't expect Ling Tianqiu to be so kind. The person took out a storage ring and smiled politely. Sect Master Chu, this storage ring contains some godly venerable grade and god emperor grade medicinal pellets that can increase one's cultivation base. There are also 3 divine artifacts. What? Divine venerable level pills and 3 divine artifacts? Chu Tianqing was dumbfounded. Chu Yang and the 6 elders widened their eyes in disbelief. Was this the foundation of a transcendent power? He casually gave away 3 divine artifacts. A woman in exchange for so many benefits, it was worth it. Chu Yang was very excited in his heart. He secretly rejoiced at his decision. At the same time, he decided to be loyal only to the Shadow Sift Shrine. Young Master said that Young Master Chu's wedding will be held in 2 days. The Shadow Silk Shrine will have another big gift. In addition, the major forces of the Shadow Spirit world will also come to participate in Young Master Chu's wedding, the person said politely. Clearly, it was Ling Tianqiu's idea for the overgod to be so courteous. Thank you, young Lord Ling. Thank you, young Lord Ling. Chu Tianqing was very touched, but he still did not understand why Ling Tianqiu was so good to the Qiyun sect. This was like a pie falling from the sky. Young Master Chu must have a lot of things to do for his wedding. I have other things to do, so I won't disturb you any further. Farewell, Sect Master Chu. The person cupped his fists politely. My lord, I'll see you off. Please. Chu Tianqing respectfully made an inviting gesture and personally saw the overgod off. Qing don't blame me for being heartless. Blame yourself for not knowing how to appreciate favors. Chu Yang thought. Thinking of Ning Zhuqing and Kenyan's intimacy, Chu Yang was even more determined to give Ning Zhuqing to Ling Tianqiu. Once Ling Tianqiu had enough, Ning Zhuqing would still be his. When he got tired of her, he could throw her away at any time. Shadow Silk Shrine. Ling Tianqiu was smiling excitedly. His mind was filled with only Ning Zhuqing's figure and dirty scenes. Su what are you so happy about? Have you broken through in your cultivation? Lung Moxie asked casually when he saw Ling Tianqiu enter the main hall. Not yet. Ling Tianqiu shook his head and asked with a smile, Father, when will the experts from the Holy World come? Did that old bastard Zhu Sha say anything? Lung Moxie looked at Ling Tianqiu strangely. This son of his usually didn't care about these things. His mind was filled with thoughts of no one. Lung Moxie frowned slightly and asked, Why are you asking this? Nothing. I just can't help but want to kill Feng Wuchen and snatch his fiancée and the beauties from the Dragon God Temple. Lung Tianqiu smiled evilly. Kill Feng Wuchen? Humph. Are you his match? Lung Moxie glared at Ling Tianqiu and said, I'm warning you. You better not provoke Feng Wuchen. As long as Shan Tong isn't dead, you better behave. Alright. I got it. Leng Tianqiu waved his hand impatiently. Did you provoke him? Leng Moxie asked coldly. Father, I haven't left the shadow world during this period. How could I provoke him? Leng Tianqiu said innocently. That's good. Leng Moxie heaved a sigh of relief. But Leng Tianqiu's next sentence almost made him go crazy. I just asked Chu Yang to deal with the Qin clan and capture Qin Yun. Qin Yun is Feng Wuchen's student. Leng Tianqiu laughed. What? Leng Moxie's face changed. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Oh no. The three elders' faces changed at the same time. They were so shocked that they broke out in cold sweat. Father, why are you panicking? Qin Yun is in our hands. What can Feng Wuchen do to us? Unless he doesn't care about Qin Yun's life or death. Leng Tianqiu smiled proudly. He didn't take Feng Wuchen seriously at all. Bastard. Do you want to kill the Shadow Sif Temple? I'll kill you, you bastard. Leng Moxie was furious. He flashed down and slapped Leng Tianqiu. Pa. Pooh. The slap landed, and Leng Tianqiu spat out a mouthful of blood. His body crashed into the stone pillar of the main hall. Father, are you crazy? I'm your son. Leng Tianqiu was furious. He couldn't help but roar. You're afraid of Feng Wuchen, but I'm not. Leng Tianqiu roared. What's Feng Wuchen? When the experts of the holy world come, Shan Tong will die for sure. By then, destroying the dragon temple will be a piece of cake. Besides, it's Chu Yang who captured him. What does it have to do with me? You still dare to say? I'll kill you, you useless thing. Leng Moxie shouted angrily. He raised his hand and was about to slap Leng Tianqiu again. Temple Master, don't be angry. The first elder hurriedly moved to stop him. Things have already come to this. Even if you kill young master, it's useless. Let Chu Yang release Qin Yun immediately. This is an order. Leng Moxie shouted angrily. I won't release him. Qin Yun is in our hands. Are you still afraid of Feng Wuchen? Leng Tianqiu said firmly. Ning Zhuqing would be in their hands in 2 days. How could Leng Tianqiu let her go? What the hell do you know? As long as Shan Tong doesn't die, the one dying is us. Do you understand? Leng Moxie shouted angrily. He really wanted to slap the stupid Leng Tianqiu to death. I'll remember it in 1 second. Wonderful, no pop-up window free read. I'll send someone to hide Qin Yun now. What can Feng Wuchen do to me? So what if he's strong? Leng Tianqiu was extremely dissatisfied. He really didn't understand why his father was so afraid of Feng Wuchen. The holy world was about to send stronger experts to the 7 god worlds. Shouldn't Feng Wuchen be afraid now? Shouldn't he be thinking of a way to deal with it? You. Leng Moxie was furious, but he didn't dare to kill Leng Tianqiu. After all, he was his only son. I have already agreed to Chu Yang's wedding on behalf of the Shadow Luo Divine Palace. The major forces of the Shadow Spirit world have also informed them. They will all be there. Leng Tianqiu suppressed the anger in his heart and ran out of the hall. Pass down the order. Leng Tianqiu is not allowed to leave the Shadow Sif Temple. Otherwise, break his legs. Leng Moxie shouted angrily. His angry voice resounded throughout the Shadow Sif Temple. Leng Moxie was really angry. Outside the temple, Leng Tianqiu's face was extremely gloomy. Young master, please return to the temple. A god-venerable expert said respectfully. Get lost. Don't bother me. Leng Tianqiu shouted angrily. His murderous eyes scared the god-venerable expert. He couldn't afford to offend this little ancestor. Why did young master capture Qin Yun? An elder asked puzzledly. What else can he do? This beast is after a woman. Leng Moxie gritted his teeth. He knew better than anyone what kind of character his son was. Leng Tianqiu was after a woman. The Qi insect was just an ant-like existence in their eyes. Leng Tianqiu went through so much trouble for Chu Yang's wedding and even greeted all the major forces. How could Leng Moxie not guess Leng Tianqiu's purpose? However, the more Leng Moxie thought about it, the angrier he became. Why did he have such a useless son? He wanted to make someone else's wedding a cuckold. Pass down the order immediately. All the major forces of the shadow world are not allowed to attend Xu Yang's wedding. Immediately cut off all contact with the Qiyun sect. Don't let Feng Wuchen have the slightest suspicion that it has anything to do with us. Leng Moxie continued to order. Otherwise, Feng Wuchen would be the first to suspect the Shadow Sift Temple. Leng Moxie really didn't dare to provoke Feng Wuchen now. He wanted to wait until the people from the Holy World came and killed Shan Tong. Only then would Leng Moxie dare to make a move. Palace Master, actually, young master's actions may not necessarily harm us, the first elder suddenly said. First elder, are you confused as well? Leng Emoxie glared at the first elder. The first elder smiled indifferently and said, Palace Master, listen to the old man first. It's not that young master doesn't know that he can't provoke Feng Wuchen. Xu Yang's capture has nothing to do with young master. The old man has been sending people to secretly follow young master. Xu Yang captured Qin for Qin's fiancé. Young master just wants to get Qin's fiancé. Young master is now imprisoned by Palace Master and can't get out. Even if Xu Yang betrays young master, we can say that it's slander. Now that the Dragon Temple is facing a huge crisis, Feng Wuchen shouldn't be stupid enough to attack us. After all, he has no evidence. Young master is completely using Xu Yang. Hearing this, Leng Moxie nodded slightly and said, Humph. At least this stinking brat has some brains. He's just perfunctory on the surface. Palace Master, we can send people in disguise to secretly monitor. If there's a chance to kill in one blow, it's not that we can't attack. Even if we can't kill Feng Wuchen, who will know that it's us who sent people? As long as Feng Wuchen dies, Shan Tong won't take the risk to avenge Feng Wuchen. He still has to think about his escape route. The first elder continued. I don't think it's appropriate. It's too risky. It's very disadvantageous for us. It's better to bide our time. Don't forget that Shui Zhanshen and Shan Tong have been secretly protecting Feng Wuchen. Who can guarantee that the people we send won't be tortured? The second elder said solemnly. Bide our time. Leng Moxie said. He was really scared. Leng Tianxiu had already become enemies with Feng Wuchen when he captured the people of the Dragon Temple. If he touched Feng Wuchen at this time, the consequences would be very serious. Previously, they joined hands with Xu Sha to attack the Dragon Temple. They were already very lucky that Feng Wuchen didn't settle the score with them. Seeing that the opportunity to kill Shan Tong was coming, they must not be stupid at this time. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The young master of the Qiyun sect got married. The sect was in a festive mood, celebrating with gongs and drums. A banquet was set up in the square of the Qiyun sect. It was full of guests, all from the major forces of the Cloud State. As for the real major forces of the Shadow World, none of them came. Obviously, they had received orders from the Shadow Luo Temple. No one from the Shadow Luo Temple came. It was time for the wedding ceremony, but no one came. This made Xu Yang very disappointed. No one from the Shadow Luo Temple came? Didn't Sect Master Chu say that there would be experts from the Shadow Luo Temple coming? It's almost time. They shouldn't be coming, right? I think Sect Master Chu is just talking nonsense. The Shadow Luo Temple is the overlord of the Shadow World. How could they come? You think too much. Shu, keep your voices down. Don't make Sect Master Chu and Young Master Chu unhappy. The experts of the various forces of the Cloud State were whispering. Hearing this, Chu Tianqing and Chu Yang felt very uncomfortable. Their faces were extremely ugly. Young Master Chu, I'm already here. No need to wait for them. It's almost time. Hurry up and do the wedding ceremony. I'll show up later and make them shut up. I'll announce that the Qiyun sect is the overlord of the Cloud State. Immediately send someone to hide Qin. At this moment, Leng Tianxiu's voice sounded in Chu Yang's mind. Thank you, young Master Leng. I'll send someone to do it right away. Chu Yang was overjoyed and quickly explained to Chu Tianqing. Learning that Leng Tianxiu had come, Chu Tianqing was overjoyed and immediately arranged the wedding ceremony. After a while, Ning Zhuqing, who was wearing a bride's outfit, was led into the main hall by an old woman. Ning Zhuqing was extremely unwilling. Qing if you don't want Kinyin to die, you'd better be obedient. Don't embarrass the Qian sect. Otherwise, I'll let you watch Kinyin die in my hands. Chu Yang immediately threatened. Ning Zhuqing's body trembled, and she didn't dare to resist. Congratulations, Sect Master Chu. Congratulations to young Master Chu for marrying a beautiful wife. The major forces of the Cloud State congratulated one another. The main hall was filled with people. At the same time, Kinyin was being taken away from the Qian sect by 3 people. Chu Yang. You bastard. Bastard. You'll die a horrible death. Can. Yun scolded crazily. His heart was bleeding, and it felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart. You can't even protect your own woman. I really don't know how that bitch saw you. Young Master is much stronger than you. It's just a small Qin clan. It's nothing in front of the Qian sect. If it were me, I'd just kill myself. If you don't have the ability, don't try to be brave like others. Don't think that you're so great just because you're a Divine Abode student. Kinyin hated himself for not having the ability. He couldn't even protect his fiancée. How helpless, how desperate, and unwilling was that? Yingluo Palace. Palace Master, it's not good. The young master is missing. A disciple rushed into the main hall in a panic to report. What? Lung Xia broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly shouted, Quick! Send him to the Qian sect. I don't care what method you use, kidnap Ling Tianqiu immediately. Do you understand? Yes. Palace Master. The disciple said respectfully. Lung Xia had just received the news that Feng Wuchen was in Yunzhou. Feng Wuchen must have gone to save Kinyin. Once he saw Ling Tianqiu, the consequences would be unimaginable. The more Lung Xia thought about it, the more worried he became. He almost went there himself. At the same time, in the main hall of the Qian sect, the auspicious time for the wedding ceremony had arrived, and everyone congratulated. Chu Yang happily led Ning Zhuqing into the main hall. Even if he could get Ning Zhuqing's first time, he still felt a sense of superiority. However, just as the ceremony was about to begin, Ling Tianqiu appeared. Young Master Chu, on behalf of the Yingluo Palace, I present a big gift to young Master Chu. From today onwards, the Qian sect is the overlord of Yunzhou, Ling Tianqiu announced proudly with an irresistible attitude. This was tyrannical and overbearing. The Qian sect instantly quieted down. No one dared to speak or object. In the face of a colossus like the Yingluo Palace, they didn't even have the heart to resist. For them, the Yingluo Palace was their god. Chu Tianqing and everyone in the Qian sect were shocked. Chu Yang was also shocked and petrified on the spot. He didn't expect Ling Tianqiu to be telling the truth. I think everyone here heard it very clearly, right? I don't need to say it again, right? Ling Tianqiu smiled faintly as he looked at the shocked and frightened forces of Yunzhou. Everyone shook their heads in a daze. No one dared to speak. Then what are you waiting for? Ling Tianqiu asked coldly. His cold eyes scared the big shots of Yunzhou. Yunzhou's Han clan will follow the Qian sect's lead from today onwards. Yunzhou's Qianyuan Palace will follow the Qian sect's lead from today onwards. Yunzhou's Dark Soul Palace will follow the Qian sect's lead from today onwards. The leaders of the major forces in the Cloud State expressed their stance and bowed to Chu Tianqing. Even if they were extremely unwilling in their hearts, they didn't dare to show it in the slightest. Who told the Qian sect to climb up to the Shadow Silk Temple? However, there were many big shots of forces who had decided to befriend the Qian sect. Perhaps they would have the opportunity to climb up the Shadow Silk Temple's social ladder. Young Lord Chu, let's continue with the ceremony. Ling Tianqiu looked at Chu Yang and smiled. Reporting to Sect Master, Battle Cloud City's Qin Clan, Ning Clan, Han Clan, and Lu Clan have arrived. A disciple entered the main hall to report. It turns out that the Qian sect's in-laws have come. I was wondering why I didn't see family head Ning and the others. How could the Ning family not come to the wedding of the Ning family head's daughter? Isn't this just in time? Sect Master Chu, let's go out and welcome them. The leaders of the major forces of the Cloud Prefecture were still very happy, but no one knew what they were referring to. Chu Tianqing's old face instantly darkened, but he didn't panic in the slightest. It was obvious that he was prepared for this. Qing don't forget what I told you, Chu Yang said coldly in a low voice. Chu Yang, if you dare to make things difficult for my father and the others, I will definitely make you regret it. Ning Zhuqing threatened in a low voice. Chu Tianqing and the others walked out of the main hall. The Qin clan and the others had already arrived at the Qian square. Their faces were gloomy and angry. Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao were also among them. Feng Wuchen really came. Leng Tianqiu saw Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao at first glance. When he saw Ling Xiaoxiao, Ling Tianqiu's eyes lit up. He couldn't wait to hug Ling Xiaoxiao in his arms. Chu Tianqing, hand over my son and Qing Family head Qin shouted angrily. A violent aura erupted. Family head Can, if you want to find your son, please go somewhere else. Today is my son's wedding. If you are here to cause trouble, don't blame me for being ruthless. Chu Tianqing said coldly. Family head Ning, please come in. We have been waiting for you. Chu Tianqing looked at family head Ning and smiled. When did my Ning clan agree to marry our daughter to Chu Yang? Did the Ning clan agree? Family head Ning asked gloomily. Chu Tianqing, your Qi insect snatched the Ning clan's daughter. How can you do such a shameless thing? How shameless? Family head Han said coldly. Lu continued with a sneer, it seems that the major forces of the Cloud Prefecture are still in the dark. Our 4 clans have been friends for generations. The Ning clan and the Qin clan had an arranged marriage. Ning Zhuqing is Qin Yan's fiancé. In order to get Ning Zhuqing, Chu Yang led the Qi insects experts to attack Battle Cloud City and snatched her. Don't you know about this? The faces of the major forces of the Cloud Prefecture were very ugly, but no one interrupted. Chu Tianqing's old face sank. His old eyes flashed coldly. Did the 4 clans of Battle Cloud City not want to live anymore? Didn't they know the methods of the Qi sect? Didn't they know that the Qi sect was now on the side of the Shadow Sif Temple? So what if they snatched her? Strength is respect. I did snatch her. What can you do to me? The major forces of the Cloud Prefecture naturally knew about this, but who dared to say it out loud? Brother Feng, how is it? Ling Xiaoxiao asked. Qin Yin isn't in the Qi sect. Feng Wuchen shook his head. He couldn't sense Qin Yan's aura and soul power. Not in the Qi sect? Family head Can's expression changed. He panicked even more. Could it be that Qin Yin was killed? Seeing family head Can's worry, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, don't worry. They aren't stupid enough to kill Qin Yin. He should be somewhere else. Brother Feng, it's Ling Tianqiu. Ling Xiaoxiao saw Ling Tianqiu. She found that Ling Tianqiu was looking at her without restraint. She was disgusted. Feng Wuchen naturally saw Ling Tianqiu. He sneered and said, the Qi insect's young master's wedding isn't qualified to invite the young master of the Shadow Silk Temple. The young master of the Shadow Silk Temple wouldn't lower himself to come personally. It seems that this has something to do with Ling Tianqiu. Feng Wuchen glanced at Ling Tianqiu coldly. Ling Tianqiu was so frightened that his body trembled and his face turned pale. At that moment, Ling Tianqiu felt as if he was being stared at by a ferocious tiger. What kind of terrifying gaze was that? Feng Wuchen. Ling Tianqiu was furious. He couldn't wait to tear Feng Wuchen into pieces and burn his bones to ashes. Father-in-law, you may have misunderstood. My marriage with Qing was approved by Qing. If you don't believe me, you can ask Qing. Chu Yang said politely and calmly. Family head Qin said coldly, what? Are you using Yin to threaten her? Father, you can go back, Ning Zhuqing said. She sounded like she was about to cry. However, the meaning behind his words was clear. Ning Zhuqing was willing to marry him. Kidnapping and forcing her to marry him would collapse on its own. Qing is Chu Yang threatening you? Qing don't be afraid. We have invited Lord Feng. He can save you and Qin Yin today, family head Ning said hurriedly. Lord Feng? Family head Ning, have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? This is the Shadow World, not the Master God World. Ha ha ha, everyone laughed. Without Shan Tong and God of Bloody War, that Lord Feng isn't much either. What bullshit, Lord Feng. He's about to die. It's said that the holy world is about to send stronger experts. Shan Tong will definitely die by then. Patriarch Ning, it seems like you haven't figured out the situation. Feng Wuchen can't even protect himself. How can he have the time to care about your small matter? The big shots of the various forces in Cloud State mocked. Patriarch Can and Patriarch Ning's faces were extremely gloomy. Lord Feng, whose power shook the 7 god worlds, was here, but they didn't recognize him, they were simply courting death. If you marry him because of the threat, Kenyan will also die. If I say that I've already saved Kenyan, will you still say that? Feng Wuchen looked at Ning Zhuqing and asked. Ning Zhuqing's delicate body trembled as tears rolled down her face. She looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. If what Feng Wuchen said was true, Ning Zhuqing would rather die than marry Chu Yang. For some reason, although she didn't know Feng Wuchen, Ning Zhuqing believed that Feng Wuchen could really save Kenyan. As soon as Feng Wuchen spoke, Chu Tianqing and the big shots of the various forces in Cloud State noticed his existence. Apart from Ling Tianqiu, no one knew Feng Wuchen's identity. Brat, who are you? How dare you boast shamelessly in the Qiyun sect? Are you tired of living? Chu Yang asked coldly as a murderous look flashed in his eyes. Feng Wuchen ignored Chu Yang and stared at Ling Tianqiu. He asked coldly, does this have anything to do with you? Feng Wuchen's disregard made Chu Yang furious. The terrifying aura of a 6-star god emperor instantly erupted. He looked as if he was going to teach Feng Wuchen a lesson. I don't know what you're talking about. Who do you think you are? Ling Tianqiu shrugged and sneered. He didn't put Feng Wuchen in his eyes at all. Brat, what's with your attitude? Don't you know young Master Ling's identity? Kneel down and apologize to young Master Ling immediately. A big shot jumped out and shouted angrily. That's right. Kneel down and apologize to young Master Ling immediately. You dare to be disrespectful to young Lord Ling, even 10 lives won't be enough for you to die. Another big shot jumped out and cursed angrily. Brat, I'm afraid you still don't know young Master Ling's identity? Young Master Ling is the young hall master of the Shadow Silk Shrine. Another big shot sneered disdainfully. Lung Tiansu had just announced that the Qiyun sect would become the overlord of the Cloud Prefecture and had the backing of the Shadow Sif Temple. Now was the time for them to curry favor with him, so how could they miss this opportunity? Impudent! Patriarch Can roared furiously, and his murderous gaze swept over. Is the young hall master of the Shadow Silk Shrine very strong? Feng Wuchen asked indifferently, glancing coldly at Ling Tianqiu. Ling Tianqiu really couldn't enter Feng Wuchen's eyes. Don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Chu Tianqing said coldly. How dare you humiliate young Master Ling? Acting recklessly. Today, I'll teach you a good lesson. A big shot said coldly, his murderous aura soaring to the sky. He could no longer bear it. The moment he finished speaking, the big shot attacked like lightning. The terrifying power of a 2-star ultimate god erupted as he fiercely slammed his palm toward Feng Wuchen. How was this a lesson? Such terrifying power, this was a killing blow, but the moment that big shot approached Feng Wuchen, his face suddenly changed drastically. A big hand slammed down with the force of Mount Tai. Boom! Pfft! Feng Wuchen's slap landed with a loud bang. That big shot spat out a mouthful of blood as his body directly lay at Feng Wuchen's feet, motionless. His handsomeness did not last more than 3 seconds. The Qiyun sect was dead silent. Everyone's eyes were wide open, filled with shock. Killing a 2-star ultimate god with one slap, what kind of powerful strength was this? Chu Yang's back was soaked in cold sweat. He wanted to personally take action just now, but the funny thing was that he was only a 6-star god emperor. Even a 2-star ultimate god was killed by Feng Wuchen with one slap, let alone him. Is the young lord of the Shadow Rao Divine Palace very strong? Feng Wuchen said coldly. This time, no one dared to speak. Ling Tianqiu did not dare to speak either. Ling Tianqiu's face became extremely cold. Feng Wuchen obviously wanted to use the big shots of Cloud Prefecture to slap him in the face and even force him to take action. But could Ling Tianqiu defeat Feng Wuchen? He could not. At this moment, the big shots of Cloud Prefecture all felt their hearts skip a beat at the same time. They realized that they had misjudged. The young man in front of them was definitely not simple. Who else in the seven god realms dared to openly challenge Ling Tianxiu, Lord Feng? Boom! The moment this terrifying guess appeared, the leaders of all the forces in Yunzhou felt like they were struck by lightning. They were scared out of their wits. Why aren't you talking? Didn't you say that I was disrespectful to Ling Tianxiu? Didn't you ask me to kneel down and apologize? Feng Wuchen's cold eyes swept across the big shots of Cloud Prefecture. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure appeared in a flash with another person. Master, I've found him, the person reported respectfully. It was Tian too. Yuner. Family head Can and family head Ning were shocked. They were all shocked by Qin Yun's current appearance. Brother Qin Yun. Ning Zhuqing was so scared that she fell to the ground. Feng Wuchen glanced at him. His face was extremely cold, but he was calm. Those who were familiar with Feng Wuchen knew that Feng Wuchen was furious. At this moment, Remnant Cloud's body was covered in bloody whip marks. Blood was still gushing out, and his clothes were covered in dried blood. His aura was very weak. He had been tortured until he no longer looked like a human. At this moment, Remnant Cloud only had half his life left. Chief Teacher. Qin Yin was stunned when he saw Feng Wuchen. He had mixed feelings. You still remember that I'm your teacher. Why did you slow me down for such a big matter? Feng Wuchen said coldly. I. Qin Yin didn't know how to answer. He just didn't want to trouble Feng Wuchen. He was very clear about the situation in Dragon God Temple. I understand. Don't forget that I'm your teacher, Feng Wuchen said. This short sentence immediately moved Remnant Cloud to the extreme, and tears rolled down his cheeks. Who is it? Who is it? Family head Can roared at the top of his lungs. His fierce eyes swept across everyone in Qiyun sect. Bastard! You're worse than a bastard. Lu gritted his teeth and cursed. Lord Feng. Don't let them go. You must avenge brother Qin Yun. Family head Lu roared. He was so angry that his whole body was trembling. Chu Yang. Did you do it? Family head Ning roared. His killing intent soared. Chu Yang composed himself and said coldly, Family head Ning, don't slander me. This has nothing to do with me. With Ling Tianxiu here, Chu Yang wasn't afraid. Does it really have nothing to do with you? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. Ning Zhuqing, who beat Qin Yin up like this? I hope you won't disappoint me. It's Chu Yang. Ning Zhuqing didn't hesitate. You're courting death. Chu Yang was furious. He didn't expect Ning Zhuqing to dare to answer. Young master, the temple master has orders. Return to Shadow Sift Temple immediately. At this moment, a person appeared and said to Ling Tianxiu. He was about to kidnap Ling Tianxiu. Did I say you can leave? Feng Wuchen's cold eyes swept over. Ling Tianxiu was about to leave when the Shadow Silk Temple sent someone over. But because of Feng Wuchen's words, he was instantly enraged. As the young master of the Shadow Silk Temple, his chin was held high wherever he went. When had he ever been looked down upon like this? Young master. This is an order. Go back immediately. The person frowned, obviously worried that Ling Tianxiu and Feng Wuchen would clash. Staring coldly at Ling Tianxiu, Feng Wuchen said coldly, I didn't ask you to leave. No one can take you away, not even your father. Feng Wuchen. I want to leave. You don't have the right to stop me. Who do you think you are? Ling Tianxiu shouted angrily. Feng Wuchen, this has nothing to do with the young master. The Shadow Silk Temple won't interfere. The expert from the Shadow Silk Temple quickly distanced himself and was about to leave with Ling Tianxiu. Feng Wuchen? Because of this name, everyone's expression changed drastically. In the entire 7 deity realms, only the one from the Dragon Temple was called Feng Wuchen. That was Lord Feng who shook the 7 deity realms. The young man in front of them was really Lord Feng. He's really Lord Feng. It's over. It's over. We insulted Lord Feng just now. What should we do? He's just a student. Lord Feng really wants to interfere. He hasn't even solved his own problem. Lord Feng dares to stand up for a student? It's over. Offending Lord Feng, our Dark Soul Temple is finished. The big shots of the major forces in Yunzhou were filled with panic and regret. Chu Tianqing was scared silly. No matter what Feng Wuchen was facing, it was not something they could provoke at this moment. Chu Yang panicked. Now that he had confirmed Feng Wuchen's identity and that the Shadow Silk Temple wanted to take Ling Tianqiu away, Chu Yang knew he was finished. Young Master Leng, you have to save me. Chu Yang looked at Ling Tianqiu in horror. He was really afraid that Ling Tianqiu would leave. I said, it's useless if I didn't ask you to leave, Feng Wuchen said coldly. Feng Wuchen, the young master is just here to attend the Qi Yunsek's wedding, the expert from the Shadow Silk Temple explained. His face became extremely ugly. It's not up to you to decide, Feng Wuchen said coldly. Feng Wuchen, Ling Tianqiu's was about to explode. However, Ling Tianqiu really couldn't do anything to Feng Wuchen. He couldn't win in a fight, and he couldn't get help either. All he could do was talk. Feng Wuchen glanced at Ling Tianqiu in disdain, as if saying, what can you do to me? Chu Yang, right? Qin Yun is a genius of the divine abode. I don't think the Qi Yun sect dares to deal with him. Not only do you dare, but you also dared to beat Qin Yun up like this and steal his fiancée. If it weren't for Ling Tianqiu behind you, even your father wouldn't dare to do this, Feng Wuchen said coldly. Young Master Leng. Chu Yang looked helplessly at Ling Tianqiu. Feng Wuchen was right. If it weren't for Ling Tianqiu behind him, Chu Yang wouldn't have dared to do anything to Ning Zhuqing. If he dared, why didn't he do it a few years ago? Feng Wuchen put his palm on Qin Yun's shoulder and operated the art of oblivion. Qin Yun's seriously injured body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The magical and powerful divine ability greatly shocked the big shots of the major forces in Cloud Prefecture. In less than 10 breaths, Qin Yun had recovered. Except for the blood and clots on his body, all his wounds were healed. Thank you, Chief Instructor. Qin Yun immediately knelt down and cupped his fists. Do what you should do, Feng Wuchen said. Yes. Qin Yun said respectfully and immediately shot out like lightning, intending to save Ning Zhuqing. Young Master Leng, what should I do? You have to save me, Chu Yang asked in a panic. He looked at the remnant cloud shooting towards him in horror. He was already at a loss of what to do. Although Chu Yang wasn't a 6-star god emperor, Qin Yun had Feng Wuchen behind him. He didn't dare to do anything. Young Master, don't interfere, the expert from Shadow Sift Divine Hall reminded in a low voice. How could Ling Tianqiu be willing to let the cooked duck fly away if he didn't interfere? Idiot, Ning Zhuqing can threaten Qin Yun. Ling Tianqiu scolded. Chu Yang was immediately awakened by the scolding and wanted to grab Ning Zhuqing's throat. Whoosh! But at this critical moment, a strong ear-piercing sound rang out. In the blink of an eye, a golden energy beam pierced through Chu Yang's arm and severed it. Ah! Chu Yang screamed as blood gushed out. Who dares to interfere, die? Feng Wuchen said coldly. Every word carried a soul-stirring cold murderous aura. The big shots of the major forces in the Cloud Prefecture retreated in horror. Yang Chu Tianqing turned pale with fright. Young Master Leng, save me, save me. Chu Yang looked at Ling Tianqiu in horror. Damn it. Useless trash. Ling Tianqiu cursed in his heart. His face was ferocious, and he wished he could slap the useless Chu Yang to death. Everything he had planned was ruined. Qing are you all right? It's all my fault. I've wronged you. Qin Yun blamed himself. If it weren't for his lack of strength, Ning Zhuqing wouldn't have suffered such humiliation. I'm fine, I'm fine. Brother Qin Yun, you don't have to blame yourself. Ning Zhuqing shook her head and cried tears of joy. Qing I'll take you away. I won't let anyone bully you in the future. Qin Yun promised. Then, he took Ning Zhuqing's hand and walked down the steps. Just as Qin Yun brought Ning Zhuqing down, Feng Wuchen's figure had quietly appeared in front of the screaming Chu Yang. Boom! Feng Wuchen didn't say anything and kicked out. With a loud bang, Chu Tianqing was sent flying by Feng Wuchen. He crashed into the palace's door and smashed it. This kick was extremely domineering. The elders and disciples of the Qiyun sect were all dumbfounded. Tell me, is Ling Tianxiu behind this? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. He was expressionless and didn't have the slightest emotion. Young Master Leng. Chu Yang looked at Ling Tianxiu in despair. Feng Wuchen, don't go too far. Ling Tianxiu gritted his teeth and roared, holding back his anger. Smack. Feng Wuchen slapped Ling Tianxiu with the back of his hand. With a crisp smack, Ling Tianxiu was stunned. The big shots of the major forces in Yunzhou were shocked. No one expected Feng Wuchen to be so domineering. He didn't give the Shadow Sith Temple any face. Feng Wuchen, I've said that this has nothing to do with our young master, the Shadow Sith Temple expert said coldly. Do you believe that I won't kill you? Feng Wuchen glanced at him coldly and threatened. A threatening look scared the Lord God expert so much that he didn't dare to fart. Tian Tu was still here. Feng Wuchen, how dare you hit me? Ling Tianxiu instantly exploded and roared like a mad dog. Smack. Ling Tianxiu's roar was met with another slap from Feng Wuchen. The force was so great that Ling Tianxiu's head buzzed and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Do I need to give you face when I hit you? If you say one more word, I'll kill you. Feng Wuchen said coldly. His cold eyes instantly extinguished half of Ling Tianxiu's anger. Ling Tianxiu didn't dare to speak. He was really afraid that Feng Wuchen would kill him. Feng Wuchen even dared to kill Mu Yanjun and Bai Ling. Why would he care about killing Ling Tianxiu? Answer me. Is Ling Tianxiu behind this? This is your last chance. Feng Wuchen asked coldly. Feng Wuchen clearly wanted Chu Yang to betray Ling Tianxiu. Chu Yang didn't dare to answer. He looked at Ling Tianxiu with fear and despair. Chu Yang knew that if he didn't answer, he would die a horrible death. In front of Feng Wuchen, would Chu Yang dare to resist? Of course not. Crack. Ah. Feng Wuchen suddenly grabbed Chu Yang's left hand and twisted it forcefully. With a loud crack, Chu Yang's entire arm was torn off. At that moment, a piercing pain spread throughout his body, causing Chu Yang to scream miserably as blood gushed out. Both of Chu Yang's hands were broken. Gulp, his cruel methods made the leaders of all the forces in Yunzhou tremble in fear. Cold sweat poured down their backs and they couldn't help but gulp. Clan Master Can and the others were also shocked. The chief instructor of Can Cloud was really ruthless. Young Master Leng, save me! Save me! Chu Yang screamed in fear and despair. Why didn't Ling Tianxiu do anything? He was obviously ignored and insulted by Feng Wuchen. Why didn't Ling Tianxiu react at all? The big shots of the big shots all looked at Ling Tianxiu. But other than cursing, Ling Tianxiu didn't dare to do anything. The more they looked at him, the more furious Ling Tianxiu became. He was obviously afraid of Feng Wuchen. If you don't speak, it'll be your life next time. Feng Wuchen said coldly. The murderous intent in his eyes was very real. Young Master Leng, save me. Chu Yang was in complete despair. He really believed that Feng Wuchen would kill him. Young Master, you can't. This is the Hall Master's order. The King God expert reminded again. Damn it. The anger in Ling Tianxiu's eyes almost spurted out. He clenched his fists. He had never been so angry before. Moreover, he didn't dare to say anything. To Ling Tianxiu, this feeling was worse than death. Seeing that Ling Tianxiu didn't have any intention of helping him, Chu Tianqin was also in despair. He knew that the Qiyun sect was finished today. You don't cherish your life, but I won't cherish it for you. Feng Wuchen said coldly. A terrifying force condensed in his claw. No. Don't kill me. Lord Feng, I was wrong. I shouldn't have hit crippled Yun and snatched Qing'er away. It's all my fault. I beg Lord Feng to forgive me. I won't dare to do it again. Chu Yang was so scared that he knelt down and begged for mercy. T-T-T-Twos. Chu Yang, you'd better not slander me. It was your idea to deal with Ken Yun and take Ning Zhuqing away. It has nothing to do with me, said Ling Tianxiu coldly. There was a hint of threat in his words. Hearing Ling Tianxiu's words, Chu Yang was stunned. He looked at Ling Tianxiu in disbelief. Chu Yang didn't expect that Ling Tianqiu would push all the blame to him. Ling Tianqiu didn't want to help him. Chu Yang was furious. No matter how stupid he was, he knew that Ling Tianqiu had given up on him. Since Ling Tianqiu was so heartless, why should Chu Yang be merciful? Not only was Chu Yang not merciful, he was even more ruthless than Ling Tianqiu. Since he was going to die anyway, he might as well drag Ling Tianqiu down with him. Sensing the resentment and viciousness in Chu Yang's eyes, Ling Tianqiu felt a chill in his heart. Young Master Leng, how can you say that? It was obviously young Master Leng who instructed me to do so. You even asked me to send Qing to you immediately after the wedding. In order to thank you, you either gave me a divine weapon or made Xianxia the overlord of Cloud Prefecture. All the major forces in Cloud Prefecture heard it clearly. I've always listened to you on this matter. Otherwise, how would I dare to touch a student of the divine abode? How can you say that it has nothing to do with you now? Chu Yang said innocently. One had to admit that Chu Yang's skill in slandering was amazing. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen's face instantly turned gloomy to the extreme. A biting cold murderous aura erupted uncontrollably. What did you say? Ken Yin was furious. The veins on his face bulged, and his murderous aura soared. Ning Zhuqing, who was beside him, also trembled in fear. She didn't dare to imagine such a terrible thing. Ken Yin was furious. He roared at Ling Tianqiu, are you still human? You bastard. I must kill you today. Ken Yin, don't worry. Brother Feng won't let this bastard off. Ling Xiaoxiao hurriedly stopped him and motioned him to take care of Ning Zhuqing. Smack. Chu Yang. Do you know what you're saying? Do you know the consequences of slandering this young master? Ling Tianqiu gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. The flesh on his face twitched violently, and a slap landed on Chu Yang's face. Chu Yang. Are you tired of living? How dare you slander the young master? The Master God Powerhouse shouted angrily. But he knew that at least half of what Chu Yang said was true. Ling Tianqiu's character, everyone in the Shadow Silk Shrine knew. Slander? Everything was agreed upon previously, but in the end, you didn't help me at all. Ling Tianqiu, you're a useless scoundrel. Anyway, I'm not going to survive today. Why would I be afraid of you? Why? Aren't you the young master of the Shadow Silk Shrine? You don't even dare to admit this? You don't deserve to be the young master of the Shadow Silk Shrine at all. You're a good-for-nothing. Trash. Chu Yang shouted angrily, venting all the anger in his heart. You're courting death. Ling Tianqiu was furious. Monstrous murderous aura surged out wildly. He wanted to kill Chu Yang with one palm. Stop. Chu Tianqing shouted in panic. Lord Feng, I'm not slandering you. Everything I said is true. My father and the elders can testify. The divine weapon is still with my father. I definitely didn't lie to you, Chu Yang said with a crying face. This act was perfect. There were no flaws. It was perfect. Slap. The moment Ling Tianqiu attacked, Feng Wuchen slapped him. The force was so great that Ling Tianqiu flew 7 or 8 meters away. A few of his teeth flew out. Feng Wuchen. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Ling Tianqiu was furious. He couldn't bear it anymore. A terrifying force erupted. Ken Yun, kill him, Feng Wuchen said coldly as he pointed at Chu Yang. Yes. Chief teacher. Ken Yun walked towards Chu Yang fiercely. Don't kill me, Lord Feng. I know I was wrong. Ling Tianqiu forced me to do this. Don't kill me. Ken Yun, don't come over, don't come over. Chu Yang begged for mercy in panic. He knocked his head hard on the ground. Lord Feng, I beg you to spare Chu Yang's life. Old man only has one son. As long as Lord Feng spares Chu Yang, Lord Feng can do whatever you want Xianxia to do. Chu Tianqing quickly knelt down and begged for mercy. You connived with Chu Yang's tyrannical behavior. You really deserve to die. Feng Wuchen said coldly as he walked towards Chu Tianqing step by step. Boom. Poof. Feng Wuchen didn't hesitate to hit Chu Tianqing's head with his palm. The terrifying force made Chu Tianqing vomit blood and die on the spot. Father! Chu Yang cried out in grief. Sect Master is dead, it's over. Our Qian sect is finished. Seeing Chu Tianqing killed, the elders and disciples of the Qian sect were in complete despair. They sat on the ground as if they had lost their souls. The leaders of the major forces in Cloud State were scared into vegetative states. They wanted nothing more than to leave immediately. They were terrified to the extreme. Don't be too sad. You'll be able to see your father soon, Kenyan said fiercely. He clenched his hand and condensed a terrifying power. Ning Zhuqing was Kenyan's reverse scale. Kenyan, don't kill me, don't kill me. Chu Yang cowed out and begged for mercy. If I don't kill you, I'll let Qing'er down. You shouldn't have touched Qing'er. Chu Yang, give me your life. Kenyan shouted angrily. His claw mercilessly pierced Chu Yang's heart and destroyed his primordial spirit. Bright red blood flowed out. It was particularly dazzling. Lung Tianqiu, I won't let you go. Even if I become a ghost. Chu Yang was in despair. He glared at Ling Tianqiu before he died. Chu Yang died tragically in a single strike. There was dead silence. One could hear a pin drop. Chu Yang's death was entirely his own fault. He couldn't blame anyone else. An unprecedented fear rose in the hearts of the big shots of the big shots. It was as if they had fallen into the 18 levels of hell. They almost couldn't breathe. Good kill. Good kill. Clan Master Ken was the first to vent his anger. Yuner, good kill. Such a beast can't be left alive to harm others. Clan Master Ning also shouted. The 4 big shots were relieved. Everyone in the Qian sect must die. Kill. Feng Wuchen gave the order coldly. He didn't have the slightest mercy. Yes. Chief Instructor. Kenyan respectfully accepted the order and was the first to attack. Kill. The experts of the 4 big shots attacked. The faces of the elders and disciples of the Qian sect were filled with despair. They didn't have the slightest intention to resist. Even the powerful elders died tragically under the merciless attacks of Clan Master Kan. In less than 10 minutes, none of the disciples of the Qian sect were spared. Blood flowed like a river. The thick smell of blood spread throughout the Qian sect. In the eyes of the great figures of the various powers of Cloud Prefecture, at this moment, Feng Wuchen was like an overlord that looked down upon all living beings and slaughtered the world. He ruled over the world and possessed an imposing aura that swallowed the sky. The entire Qian sect had been massacred. How cruel was this method? Lung Tianqiu, it's your turn. Feng Wuchen glanced at the frightened Lung Tianqiu and walked over step by step. Lung Tianqiu, who was originally furious, was already frightened by Feng Wuchen's merciless slaughter, and his face was somewhat pale. Hearing Feng Wuchen's cold voice, Lung Tianqiu couldn't help but tremble a few times. Feng Wuchen's cold gaze made Lung Tianqiu feel as if he was being stared at by a wolf. Cold sweat broke out on his back as he retreated step by step in fright. Feng Wuchen, Chu Yang is talking nonsense. Do you believe his words? If you kill me, do you know what the consequences will be? Lung Tianqiu asked with a gloomy face. Lung Tianqiu became more and more afraid. He knew that if Feng Wuchen really wanted to kill him, no one could protect him. Moreover, Feng Wuchen really dared to kill him. Consequences? What consequences do you think I'll have? Do you think I don't dare to kill you? I didn't settle the score with you last time, but I'll settle the score with you this time as well, Feng Wuchen said coldly. This was a death sentence for Lung Tianqiu. Feng Wuchen, you should be very clear about the situation of the Dragon Temple. It won't do you any good to start a war with the Shadow Sith Temple now. The Overgod expert appeared in front of Lung Tianqiu and said coldly. Boom. Pfft. Tian Tu, who had not made a move all this while, attacked the moment the Overgod expert moved to block Feng Wuchen. He sent the Overgod expert flying with a palm strike. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the big shots of the various forces in Cloud Prefecture almost popped out. They had no idea that Tian Tu, who had rescued Kenyan, actually had such terrifying strength that he could kill an Overgod expert with a single palm strike. Lung Tianqiu was completely stunned by Tian Tu's attack. He was so frightened that his body trembled, and his face was pale. Young lord of the Shadow Sif Temple, is this all you've got? Tiantu sneered. Leng Tianxu did not dare to fart. Tiantu was truly ruthless. He could crush him to death with a finger. Tiantu, are you bullying the younger generation? A cold and majestic roar suddenly sounded. Bullying the younger generation? Your son is not qualified, let alone worthy to die in my hands. Leng Moxie, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Tiantu sneered. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, several figures flashed over. It was Leng Moxie and the Shadow Sif Temple elder. Waves of earth-shattering and soul-stirring aura enveloped the Qiyun sect. The Shadow Sif Temple Lord is here. There's also a great overgod elder. The big shots of the various forces in Cloud Prefecture exclaimed one after another. Their faces were filled with fear as they collapsed on the ground powerlessly. The pressure was too terrifying. Leng Moxie, Family Head Can and the rest of the 4 families were the same. Father. Leng Tianxu was overjoyed as if he had seen a life-saving straw. The stone in his heart was finally lifted. You seem very happy. Why? Do you think your father can save you? Feng Wuchen stared coldly at Leng Tianxu. Even though Leng Moxie and the rest had arrived, his expression did not change at all. Feng Wuchen, can you let Leng Tianxu go for my sake? Leng Moxie looked at Feng Wuchen and asked. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen had a playful look on his face. He sneered and asked, are you begging me? You. Leng Moxie was furious, but he did not dare to do anything. Even though Leng Moxie was a saint transformation expert, he did not dare to say that he could save Leng Tianxu under Tiantu's nose. When Luo Tianran helped Mu Xianshan and the rest increase their cultivation for the second time, Leng Tianxu was not present. His strength was far inferior to Mu Xianshan and the rest. Feng Wuchen, don't you know what kind of situation you and Shantong are in now? If you make us your enemy now, aren't you afraid that we will destroy your dragon temple in the future? An elder shouted angrily. I've heard too many similar words recently. But you'll never know when the experts of the holy world will come. You don't know that I can still kill you before the experts of the holy world come. Feng Wuchen shook his head. He grabbed Leng Tianxu's shoulder with his left hand and his wrist with his right. Feng Wuchen. What are you doing? Stop. Stop. Leng Tianxu shouted in panic. He tried his best but could not break free. Feng Wuchen. How dare you? Leng Moxie shouted angrily, his killing intent locked onto Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen smiled coldly and immediately twisted, breaking Leng Tianxu's right hand. He was not threatened at all. Ah! My hand! Leng Tianxu screamed as blood gushed out. Father, kill him. Quickly kill him. Leng Tianxu roared crazily. I said, even if your father comes, he can't save you. I didn't settle the score with you last time. Do you really think I don't dare to do anything to you? Feng Wuchen sneered and grabbed Leng Tianxu's left shoulder again. Feng Wuchen, stop. I beg you, spare Suer's life. Leng Moxie hurriedly said. He did not doubt that Feng Wuchen really wanted to kill Leng Tianxu. I don't agree. Feng Wuchen refused directly. Remember in 1 second. Wonderful, no pop-up window free reading. Crack. Ah. Feng Wuchen twisted hard, and Leng Tianxu's other hand was also broken. A heart-wrenching scream resounded through the Qiyun sect. Father, save me, save me. Leng Tianxu was scared. He was really scared. His soul was trembling. Wind. Dust. Dust. Leng Xianxia was completely furious. His killing intent soared to the sky, and a terrifying pressure swept through the world. As the palace master of the Shadow Net Palace, a Saint Realm expert, personally speaking was already giving face, but Feng Wuchen did not agree. He was clearly toying with Leng Xianxia. Feeling sorry? Your son is human, but other people's children are not human? Others don't feel sorry? It's the father's fault for not teaching his son well. If you don't want to teach him, I'll do it for you, Feng Wuchen said coldly. Then, he punched out. Boom. Pooh. The punch hit Ling Tiansu's chest, and with a boom, the domineering power shook Ling Tiansu until he vomited blood. His bones caved in, and Ling Tiansu's whole body flew into the air, and then slammed heavily on the ground. He knelt on both feet, and his chin hit the ground. Because he had no hands, his posture was more novel. Bang! Feng Wuchen followed up with a stomp, and with a muffled bang, Ling Tiansu's head was smashed into the ground, and the ground of the square exploded. Su-er! Leng Xianxia was furious. The veins on his face bulged, and his eyes flashed scarlet. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. Feng Wuchen punched again, and fiercely hit Ling Tiansu's back. The sound of explosions continued, and the ground of the square shook violently, and cracks spread rapidly. Feng Wuchen! Stop! Leng Xianxia roared crazily. Preposterous! How dare you not put the Shadow Net Palace in your eyes? The great elder was extremely angry, and the flesh on his old face twitched violently. Palace Master, do it! The second elder shouted angrily, and his killing intent soared to the sky. Tiantu sneered, your son is hopeless. Boom boom boom. Feng Wuchen's fist smashed down crazily, and every explosion made everyone's heart beat wildly. Is the chief instructor always so overbearing? Watching Feng Wuchen brutally beat up Ling Tianxiu, Remnant Cloud felt his scalp go numb, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Lord Feng's methods are too ruthless. The people of the four great clans were also frightened to the point that their hearts were pounding. Ling Xiaoxiao's face was cold as she said, Ling Tianxiu's death is not to be regretted. Since he angered Brother Feng, he won't have a good ending. Remnant Cloud couldn't help but tremble, and a warm current surged in his heart. He thought to himself, is the chief instructor angry because of me? Ling Tianxiu had already lost his voice. His aura was extremely weak. Clearly, he was already heavily injured. Leng Xianxia was already at the end of his patience, but Tiantu had always made him very wary, and he did not dare to act rashly. The leaders of the major forces in the Cloud State were even more terrified. They could only watch as their sons were beaten up, not daring to do anything. What made them even more afraid was that Feng Wuchen still dared to be so ruthless in front of Leng Xianxia. Shaking off the blood on his fists, Feng Wuchen asked coldly, Leng Xianxia, if your daughter was given away to someone to play with on the day of her wedding, what would you do? Kill. Leng Xianxia suppressed his anger and answered. That's it. The person I'm talking about is your son, Ling Tianxiu. So, I'll kill him. You don't have any objections? Feng Wuchen sneered. You dare. Leng Xianxia's face was ferocious. What do you think? Feng Wuchen sneered. He raised his foot and was about to stomp down ruthlessly. Ling Tianxiu was already at his last breath. If this stomp landed, Ling Tianxiu would definitely die. Feng Wuchen. You're courting death. I'll stop Tian too. You guys killed Feng Wuchen. Leng Xianxia roared furiously and rushed towards Tiantu crazily. The three great elders also took action at the first moment. They must kill Feng Wuchen before Feng Wuchen stomped down. Stinking brat. Prepare to die. Head elder shouted angrily. A terrifying killing intent already locked onto Feng Wuchen. However, Feng Wuchen did not even look at it. Instead, he mocked, Leng Xianxia, if I had such a son, I'd definitely kill him with my own hands and not let him do whatever he wants. This kind of trash will destroy the Shadownet Temple sooner or later. Whoosh! Right at this time, a figure suddenly appeared with a flash, intercepting the three great elders. Quang Tu. The three great elders' faces changed drastically, frightened until they immediately stopped their figures. Quang Tu grinned. Do you three old things still want face? Bullying the few with numbers, relying on the strong to bully the weak? Pass through me first. Quang Tu. Leng Xianxia's heart sank. Make a move then. Why did you all stop? Quang Tu looked at the three great elders mockingly, ignoring Leng Xianxia's existence. How could the three great elders dare to make a move? They were only at the Great Lord realm. Not to mention the three of them, even if there were four of them, they wouldn't be able to defeat Quan Tuesday. Boom, buzz buzz. At the same time, Feng Wuchen stomped down. With a boom, the domineering and terrifying power crushed Lung Tiansu's head, causing blood to spurt out. At that moment, everyone in the square couldn't help but close their eyes, not daring to look at the bloody scene. Su-er! Lung Xianxia roared in grief. Young master! The three great elders' faces changed drastically. Feng Wuchen really killed him, boom, puff, while Lung Xianxia was in grief and indignation, Tian Tu punched over. With a boom, the terrifying power shook Lung Xianxia until he spat out blood. His figure flew out like a cannonball. Seeing this scene, the big shots of the major forces in Cloud State were scared out of their wits. Their bodies felt cold as if they would be the next one. What kind of terrifying strength was this? Who exactly was this Tian Tu? Feng Wuchen said expressionlessly. He was already unconscious when he died, so he didn't feel any pain. You got lucky. Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, Lung Xianxia was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Indeed, this little bastard got lucky. Quan Tu agreed. Ah! Lung Xianxia's angry roar came from afar. The terrifying power of the Saint Transformation Realm and the monstrous killing intent spread out crazily, shaking the entire shadow world. Countless forces and countless cultivators were scared out of their wits. Feng Wuchen. This lord wants your life. Use your blood as a sacrifice to my son's soul in heaven. Lung Xianxia roared crazily and shot over with a destructive aura. If you want to die, you can try. Tian Tu said coldly, ignoring Lung Xianxia's anger. Palace Master, don't. The three great elders quickly blocked the furious Lung Xianxia. Tian Tu and Quan Tu, two Saint Transformation Realm experts, were here. The four of them would only be sending themselves to death. Get lost. Lung Xianxia roared crazily. Palace Master, you are not Tian Tu's opponent. Young Master is already dead. Don't die for nothing. The great elder shouted, desperately trying to stop the furious Lung Xianxia. A useless son, no, it should be called a bastard. I really don't know what you want to do. Quan Tu provoked. If they don't get lost, then just kill them. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Tian Tu sneered, did you all hear that? I will count to 3. If you don't leave, then leave your life behind. Palace Master, leave quickly. The three great elders were scared out of their wits. They forcefully pulled Lung Xianxia and left. The three elders of the Shadow Silk Temple dragged Lung Moxie away. This scene dumbfounded the leaders of the major forces in the Cloud Prefecture. Because of Feng Wuchen's words, the Shadow Silk Shrine's expert was scared away. We were blind and didn't know that Lord Feng was here. We have insulted Lord Feng. Please forgive us, Lord Feng. Please forgive us, Lord Feng. The big shots of the Dark Soul Temple and the other big shots knelt down in horror. They were so regretful that their intestines turned green. The Qi insect was destroyed in an instant. Besides, most of them were weaker than the Qi insect. If they offended Feng Wuchen, they would definitely end up like the Qi insect. However, Feng Wuchen didn't intend to argue with them. Instead of wasting time, it was better to go back and cultivate. But Feng Wuchen didn't mean that others didn't care. From today onwards, all business cooperation with you will be cut off. Any force that cooperates with you will be the enemy of the Chamber of Commerce and the Divine Tower. The Divine Manor has decided to never recruit any talents related to you. A figure appeared in the sky above the Qi insect. It was Huang Yun, the first seed of the Supreme Elders. Huang Yun's words were like a bolt from the blue, exploding in the minds of the big shots in Cloud State. This was undoubtedly cutting off all their paths of retreat. It was impossible for them to grow stronger in the future. They would only slowly decline and eventually disappear from the 7 deity worlds. Despair and regret were written all over their faces. They were lucky to be alive. They didn't dare to say anything. This is Lord Hun Mie's will. Protector Yang appeared in a flash. Feng Wuchen wasn't surprised by their appearance. Guest Elder, after this is over, Lord Hun Mie asks you to return to the Divine Tower. He has something important to discuss with you, Protector Yang said respectfully. Okay. Feng Wuchen nodded. Protector Yang and Huang Yun then left in a flash. Master, Senior Shan Tong asked me to bring you a message, Tian Tu said respectfully. What is it? Feng Wuchen looked at Tian Tuesday. The structure of the 7 deity worlds is about to change. Each world was originally one world. It was just divided, Tian Tu said respectfully. Feng Wuchen nodded slightly and said nothing. Feng Wuchen did not understand the meaning of this sentence, but he could guess that the structure of the 7 god realms was slowly changing. Each realm is one realm? Ling Xiaoxiao frowned slightly, as if she had guessed something. Looking at Ken Yun, Feng Wuchen coldly asked, Ken Yun, you are my student. If the Ken family had not sent people to the god's dwelling, do you know what would have happened today? This student knows his mistake. Remnant Cloud knelt down and lowered his head. Unwillingly, tears welled up in his eyes. I'll give you 1 month. After 1 month, bring Ning Zhuqing back to the god's residence to cultivate. Ning Zhuqing's talent is not bad. Also, if you can't break through to the God Emperor level within half a year, don't say that you're my student in the future. Feng Wuchen didn't blame Remnant Cloud too much. He also understood Remnant Cloud's thoughts. Yes. Chief Instructor. I will definitely not disappoint you, Remnant Cloud replied respectfully. He was extremely grateful. Thank you, Lord Feng. Patriarch Ning bowed and thanked him emotionally. Brother Feng, I'm worried that the Shadow Azura shrine will harm the Ken family after we leave, Ling Xiaoxiao reminded him. I know, I'll make the arrangements. Feng Wuchen nodded. After leaving the cloud region, Feng Wuchen brought Ling Xiaoxiao to the God Pagoda. Feng Wuchen did not know what important matter Mia Hun had, but Feng Wuchen guessed that it must be related to the 7 god realms. Welcome, guest elders. Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao arrived at the God Pagoda. Many alchemists greeted them respectfully. Guest elders, Lord Mia Hun and Lord Mia Di are waiting in the main hall, Guardian Yang said respectfully. Feng Wuchen nodded and brought Ling Xiaoxiao straight to the main hall. In the main hall, Mia Hun, Mia Di, and the other higher-ups had been waiting for a long time. Their faces were very serious. Obviously, something big had happened. Feng Wuchen had just entered the main hall. Before he could speak, Mia Hun said seriously, Little friend Feng, you're finally here. Old man will bring you to a place. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. It was the first time he saw Mia Hun so serious. What made Senior Mia Hun so serious? Ling Xiaoxiao was very puzzled. Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao looked at each other and did not say anything. Mia Hun waved his hand and disappeared with everyone. When Mia Hun and the others appeared again, they had arrived at a barren mountain range. To be precise, it was a ruin left behind by a great battle. What aura is this? Ling Xiaoxiao frowned slightly as she sensed a strange aura. Senior Mia Hun, where are we? Feng Wuchen glanced at the ruins and also sensed something. He looked at Mia Hun and asked in confusion. Mia Hun nodded and said seriously, you've sensed it too. This is the evil aura of the heavenly demon race. The evil aura of the heavenly demon race? Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao were shocked. Yes. This is one of the battlefields where the heavenly demon race dominated the 7 god realms. This terrible evil aura was only discovered today, Mia Hun said seriously. Only discovered today? Feng Wuchen frowned again and could not help but recall Tian Tu's words. Mia Hun said in a low voice, yes, and it's not just here. The evil aura of the heavenly demon race has appeared in all the battlefields. The appearance of this evil aura is not accidental. Is it man-made? Feng Wuchen guessed. Little friend Feng, do you know what the evil aura of the heavenly demon race means? Mia Hun asked seriously. Could the changes in the 7 god realms have something to do with the evil aura? Or could it be related to the heavenly demon race? Feng Wuchen guessed and his expression became more serious. The changes in the 7 god realms? Mia Hun was slightly surprised. This was something he did not expect. Feng Wuchen said seriously, this is what Shan Tong said. Each realm is a realm. I found that this sentence is not as simple as it seems. Big brother Feng, there is also a gloomy resentment in the evil aura of the heavenly demon race. Although it is not obvious, it is indeed resentment, Ling Xiaoxiao said. Xiaoxiao, what do you see? Feng Wuchen asked. When I was in the depths of the Beast Spirit Mountain, I felt this gloomy resentment. This is the resentment of the dead. Moreover, it was left behind by experts who died many years ago and who have a strong resentment, Ling Xiaoxiao said. It is indeed the resentment of the dead. It seems that Miss Xiaoxiao has also guessed something. Miahan nodded. Big Brother Feng, if my guess is right, the evil aura of the heavenly demon race and the resentment of the dead means that the experts of the heavenly demon race who died may be resurrected. Ling Xiaoxiao said seriously. Resurrected? Feng Wuchen was shocked. This terrible evil aura of the heavenly demon race is the aura of the experts who died. It has not appeared for so many years. Now that it has suddenly appeared, it is just as Miss Xiaoxiao guessed, Miayuan said. So many experts of the heavenly demon race have died. Could it be that they will all be resurrected? Feng Wuchen was even more shocked. Very likely. But they will not be resurrected out of thin air. It is man-made. To be able to resurrect all of them, it must be the work of the experts of the holy world, Mia Han said with certainty. Remember in a second. Wonderful. Read for free without pop-up window. Shan Tong must know something. Otherwise, how would he know that the situation in the 7 deity realms is about to change? Shan Tong's words shouldn't be referring to the heavenly demon tribe's evil aura. Feng Wuchen increasingly felt that there was a deeper meaning behind Shan Tong's words that Tian Tu told him to pass to him. Little friend Feng, although Shan Tong repelled the experts of the holy world this time, it won't be so easy next time. Moreover, the experts of the heavenly demon tribe might come back to life. The 7 deity realms will be in chaos then, Mia Han said solemnly. I know. Feng Wuchen nodded and said solemnly, but with the laws of heaven and earth suppressing it, there's no need to worry too much. I'm afraid the war from hundreds of years ago will happen again. Mia Han sighed helplessly. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. The war is inevitable. We can only face it head-on. Guest elder, you're very optimistic. Mia Yuan smiled. What else can we do? Worrying too much won't change the situation. Why think so much? Feng Wuchen shrugged and smiled. Senior Mia Han, don't mind him. That's how Brother Feng is. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled gently. Mia Han stroked his white beard and said with a faint smile, haha, this old man still has to learn from little friend Feng. What he said is not without reason. In an unavoidable war, worrying too much will not help. Senior Mia Han, the evil aura of the heavenly demon tribe has appeared. We still don't know why. We need the 6 of you to come down and observe secretly, Feng Wuchen said. Yes, of course. Mia Han nodded. I'll go back with Xiaoxiao to cultivate. I hope I can break through to the Overgod realm soon, Feng Wuchen said faintly. Then, he held Ling Xiaoxiao's hand and left in a flash. Master, there were more than a dozen battlefields in the war back then. If the experts of the heavenly demon tribe really come back to life, the consequences will be unimaginable, Mia Jian said worriedly. If he really revives, the scene is really unimaginable, Mia Yuan said solemnly. It would be a lie to say that he was not worried. We can't stop the actions of the saints' world. We can only take it one step at a time. Let's go. We'll send more people tomorrow, Soulslayer shook his head helplessly. This had already exceeded the limits of their abilities. When Mia Han and the others left, a figure appeared in a flash. The newcomer was the Master God of the Master God world, Zhang Wuji. What a terrifying murderous aura. Is it really as the great overlord said? Endless War frowned. His eyes were filled with fear. Swish. Swish. A few figures appeared in a flash. One of them said respectfully, Lord God, everything has been prepared according to your instructions. Very good. Everlasting War nodded and left in a flash. After Everlasting War and the others left, Mia Han's figure appeared once again. His old face was extremely solemn. It's just as I guessed, Annihilator said to himself. The Great Main Shrine. Reporting to the Great Sovereign, Feng Wuchen and the others are already aware of the heavenly fiend race's baleful aura, Everlasting War reported respectfully. How's it going? Zhu Sha asked. Everything is going well, Everlasting War replied respectfully. Zhu Sha nodded his head in satisfaction and said, Master, the array has been activated. It won't be long before they descend. Lord, what else do we need to do next? Everlasting War asked. Zhu Sha shook his head slightly. No need. Just watch over the various battlefields. It's only a matter of time. The appearance of the heavenly fiend race's baleful aura is just the beginning. Alright, go back and cultivate. Zhu Sha waved his hand. Lord, there's one more thing. The Shadow Silk Shrine's young master, Lin Tianqiu, has been killed by Feng Wuchen. The Shadow Soul Emperor has just reported this to me, Everlasting War reported. Humph. Ignorant junior. Once Shan Tong dies, I'd like to see how he can still be so arrogant. Zhu Sha said coldly. A vicious killing intent flashed through his eyes. Everlasting War, pass the order to Ling Moxie. Don't move. Just say that the experts of the Saints' world are about to arrive. Once Shan Tong dies, he can take revenge however he wants, Zhu Sha said coldly. Yes. Your subordinate obeys. Everlasting War said respectfully. Shan Tong. As soon as Feng Wuchen returned to the Dragon God Palace, he immediately sent a message to Shan Tong. Brother Feng, what's the matter? Shan Tong suddenly appeared beside Feng Wuchen. The sudden voice gave Feng Wuchen a fright. Can you not be so scary the next time you appear? Feng Wuchen rolled his eyes and said unhappily. Sister-in-law, I didn't scare you, did I? Shan Tong smiled awkwardly. No. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled and shook her head. Why did you ask Tian Tu to send that message to me? Feng Wuchen asked seriously. Shan Tong said seriously, do you still remember what I told you at the beginning? There are only a few sanctification realm experts in the 7 god worlds. However, when the heavenly fiend race's baleful aura appeared today, I discovered that some mysterious ancient seals in the 7 god worlds were disturbed. Ancient seals? Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao looked at each other. Yes, these ancient seals are most likely a force from the primordial era of the 7 god realms, or even older. I don't know much about the 7 god realms, but I can be sure that the fluctuations of these ancient seals are related to the appearance of the evil chi of the heavenly devil tribe, Shan Tong said seriously. Senior Shan Tong, why would the heavenly fiend race's baleful aura appear for no reason? Ling Xiaoxiao asked, puzzled. The heavenly fiend race experts of the holy world used a secret method to revive the dead experts of the heavenly fiend race. However, this was not a true revival. It was because of this secret method that they unintentionally triggered the ancient seals, Shan Tong said. Looking at Shan Tong, Feng Wuchen asked, Shan Tong, the next time the experts of the holy world descend, are you confident? No. Shan Tong shook his head. Shan Tong shook his head and said, although the experts of the holy world that were sent last time were not very strong, I was only slightly stronger than them. However, there is no need to worry. As long as they are not extremely terrifying experts, they will be suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth when they descend upon the 7 god worlds. The strength they can display is only slightly stronger than the sanctification realm experts. Feng Wuchen nodded. Thinking back to the scene of the 2 experts of the holy world being suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth, he felt much more relieved. Senior Shan Tong, what do you mean when you say that each world is originally one world, it's just divided? Ling Xiaoxiao asked. It's very simple. The power that the holy world possesses is also present in the 7 god worlds. It's just that it has been suppressed by the seals. The division of the worlds was done by the top experts of the ancient era. The so-called ascension was just to isolate the powerful experts and prevent them from disrupting the order of the worlds, Shan Tong explained. If the seal is broken, the 7 god worlds can also possess the saint chi of the holy world and an enormous amount of world energy. However, this terrifying seal exists in an uncontrollable state. We can't touch it, Shan Tong continued. The change in the structure of the 7 god worlds refers to the holy world. There are already people in the holy world watching me. I have a feeling that the next time the experts of the holy world descend, they will not hesitate to attack me, Shan Tong said solemnly. Then what should we do? Ling Xiaoxiao asked anxiously. Sister-in-law, don't worry. It's just those trash. If worse comes to worst, I'll just run away, Shan Tong said with a smile. Xiaoxiao, let's go and cultivate. Ignore him. He'll be the first to die anyway. Feng Wuchen said angrily and pulled Ling Xiaoxiao away. Sigh, Brother Feng, aren't you being too heartless? I didn't say anything wrong. Why don't we run if we can't beat them? Shan Tong said with a round face. Xiao, let's go. Can't you see that he's not worried at all? He must be hiding something from us. Feng Wuchen pulled Ling Xiao out of the hall. Does this kid have divine eyes? How can he see through everything? Shan Tong was secretly depressed. Feng Wuchen really went to cultivate. However, before he went into seclusion, Feng Wuchen still had to refine some godly venerable level divine pearls for Lu Qingyang and the rest to cultivate. Feng Wuchen's goal in this seclusion was to break through to the Overgod realm. Other than breaking through to the Overgod realm, Feng Wuchen also wanted to touch the origin power of the dragon gods as soon as possible. The origin power of the ancient dragon gods had already recovered. Once Feng Wuchen obtained the origin power and fused with the power of the bloodline, it would definitely be even more terrifying. If Feng Wuchen broke through to the Overgod realm, he might be able to touch the origin power. Heaven Realm Ancient Ruins. Senior Dragon Ancestor, I'm afraid I won't be able to stop the people from the Holy World this time. What should we do? Shan Tong asked worriedly. As long as they're not Saint Emperors, there's no need to worry. Long Shihun said calmly. If the dead experts from the heavenly devil race are resurrected, there will be too many of them. Brother Feng and the rest might not be able to handle it. I still have experts from the Holy World on my side. I'm worried that I won't be able to take care of Brother Feng. Shan Tong said worriedly. I have my own plans. You don't have to worry. They're courting death if they want to touch the #1 prodigy descendant of the dragon gods in 100,000 years. Long Shihun said coldly. With your words, I'm relieved. Shan Tong smiled. He was just waiting for Long Shihun to say that. Didn't you subdue the space divine world? Long Shihun asked Shan Tong. Shan Tong was stunned for a moment. Then, he smiled awkwardly and said, Hee, Senior Dragon Ancestor, I can't hide anything from you. However, I have already made them submit to Brother Feng. I have also integrated the bloodline of the ancient Phoenix clan with Brother Feng according to Senior Dragon Ancestor's instructions. Long Shuling nodded and said, yes, the stronger the bloodline power, the easier it is for Feng Wuchen to awaken his origin power. Alright, you can go back now. Secretly keep an eye on the people from the Saints' world. Long Shihun waved his hand. 7 days later, a strange phenomenon began to occur in the 7 divine realms. The 7 divine realms and the 7 earths started to tremble violently. This was caused by the appearance of some kind of terrifying power. Over the next few days, the major realms of the 7 god realms trembled once a day. The sky demon vengeful chi spreading from the ancient battlefields of the 7 great domains was becoming more and more frightening. The tremors were spreading out from the ancient battlefield. More and more experts had sensed the existence of the terrifying baleful aura. For a time, all the major forces of the various realms were extremely worried. They all faintly felt that a great disaster was about to happen. Grandpa, why would the sky demon vengeful chi appear out of nowhere? Now, all the major forces are panicking. They are all saying that the end of the 7 god realms has arrived. In the main hall of Tai Fantasy Sect, Mo Shantian asked in confusion. Grandpa doesn't know either. But I'm afraid this has something to do with Zhu Sha. Your master should already know about this. Follow Grandpa to the God's Pagoda immediately. Mo Xianxia said solemnly. At the same time, experts from various realms gathered in the main hall of the God's Pagoda. They were all here for the terrifying sky demon vengeful chi. The baleful aura is getting more and more frightening. I'm afraid it won't take long for the sky demon vengeful chi to revive. Miahun said solemnly. Lord Miahun, is there really nothing we can do to stop it? Mo Xianxian asked solemnly. Miahun smiled bitterly and shook his head. We can't stop the appearance of the sky demon vengeful chi, nor can we destroy it. This is a spell cast by the experts of the Saints' world. The sky demon vengeful chi has revived. The Saints' world is also about to send experts. The 7 god realms are in chaos. Ying Wufeng, the leader of the Saint Cloud sect, looked worried and helpless. Lord Miahun, does Lord Feng have any countermeasures? Yi Zhantian asked. Sigh, little friend Feng only said to face it bravely. What will come, so there's no need to worry too much. There's no other way now. We can only wait and continue to send people to keep an eye on the various ancient battlefields. Mia Hun sighed softly. Qian Hun said solemnly, the sky demon vengeful Qi is about to revive. Prepare for war. This is going to be a fierce battle. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. The violent tremors had increased from once a day to twice a day, and even thrice a day. The terrifying sky demon vengeful Qi had spread wildly in various realms. Countless forces were frightened and trembling. Everyone was in danger. The next few days were even more terrifying. Dark clouds covered the major realms of the seven god realms. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Violent winds blew and the space shook violently. It had already lasted for a few days. What's going on? Is the end of the world coming to the seven god realms? What a terrifying aura. Who could be so terrifying? It's been a few days. What's going on? The terrifying sky demon vengeful Qi covered the entire space. The entire seven god realms seemed to have turned into hell. Countless cultivators were filled with intense fear. This day has finally come. Feng Wuchen, your death is not far away. Mu Xuanshan's face was filled with excitement. Are the experts of the holy world about to descend? But what does this terrifying sky demon vengeful Qi mean? The emperor of the underworld looked at the void solemnly. Feng Wuchen. You killed my son. I hope you don't regret it now. Lung Moxie roared ferociously. His murderous aura filled the sky. When the terrifying scene lasted for 5 days, there were changes in the major realms. An extremely huge array appeared in the pitch-black void. It was like a space tunnel. Lord Annihilating Soul. A huge array appeared in the Heaven God world. It's triggering the sky demon vengeful Qi. Lord Annihilating Soul. 3 huge arrays appeared in the void of the shadow world. A large amount of sky demon vengeful Qi has been devoured. Lord Annihilating Soul. A few huge arrays appeared in the Xian God world. The resentment is extremely strong. The sky demon vengeful Qi has been absorbed into the arrays. One by one, experts appeared in the main hall of the God Pagoda. Their faces were filled with fear and worry. Is it coming? Mia Hun's old face was extremely solemn. His heart was heavy. This day came too quickly. They did not have time to prepare. Patriarch, this array is absorbing this terrifying aura. The Dragon God Guardian said solemnly. Long Tianzhou's old face was solemn. He looked at the huge arrays in the void and felt a strong sense of danger. What kind of array is this? Is it absorbing this aura to strengthen the array? Ling Muyun was very puzzled. Long Midian frowned and said, all the aura has been devoured. Buzz buzz, at this moment, an unprecedentedly terrifying tremor suddenly descended upon the seven god worlds. Countless palaces and mountains collapsed. Countless towering mountains collapsed. The sea of clouds and the earth of the god world were crazily torn apart. The huge arrays in the major realms were emitting extremely terrifying aura at the same time. This aura is the aura of a great lord-level expert. And a saint-level expert. How is this possible? What's going on? Is this a teleportation formation? Why are there so many terrifying experts? Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the formation, everyone in the Dragon God Temple turned pale with fright. Everyone, be careful, Long Tianzhou shouted, worried that they were coming for the Dragon God Temple. At the same time, in the main hall of the God Tower. They're here. Mia Hun's old face changed slightly, and he immediately flashed out. Mia Di, Mia Yuan, and the others also flashed out of the main hall. Are the dead experts of the Heavenly Devil clan coming out of the formation? What formation is this? Can it really awaken experts who have been dead for many years? This formation is too terrifying. There are so many Heavenly Devil clan experts. If all of them come back to life, who can deal with them? Feeling the terrifying aura from the formation, Mia Di and the others were all frightened, their faces pale. Quickly go back and take a look. There should be many experts coming back to life in the formation of the various worlds. Mia Hun hurriedly shouted, his expression extremely solemn. Mo Qingxian, Yi Zhantian, and the others immediately returned to the various worlds. In the huge formation of the various worlds, there were also many terrifying auras emanating from the Lord level, Great Lord level, and Saint level experts. Such a huge and terrifying aura was enough to prove how powerful the Heavenly Devil clan was in the past. My lord, are the Heavenly Devil clan experts coming? In the main hall, Void Mia's face was full of excitement. Zhu Sha's face was full of anticipation, and he smiled happily. Yes, they're coming. Was our Heavenly Devil clan so powerful in the past? There are saint-level experts in the formations of the various worlds. Hui Tian's face was full of shock, and his expression stiffened. Rua Wujian said proudly, the strength of the Heavenly Devil clan is beyond your imagination. Back then, the Heavenly Devil clan suppressed the 7 god realms. How mighty and domineering that was. It's a pity that they fell, and now we're not as strong as before. I'm fortunate to have seen the glory of the Heavenly Devil clan's ancestors. My life has not been in vain. Third Elder laughed happily, his face also full of anticipation and ecstasy. When the baleful aura of the sky demons had been completely absorbed, silhouettes materialized out of thin air one after another within the colossal formation. They were experts formed from the Heavenly Devil Chi, each of the huge formations condensed a dozen figures. The massive formation vanished with their appearance as well. The sky demon elites had been revived. Buzz. Waves after waves of extremely terrifying energy burst out crazily. The entire 7 god realms was in a state of violent tremor. Countless practitioners were scared out of their wits. Dozens of terrifying experts had appeared from all over the world. This made countless people feel as if they had invaded from another world. The lineup was extremely terrifying. The 7 god realms were doomed. The reincarnation of the Sky Devil race's experts? As expected of the Sky Fiend clan. Their strength is truly terrifying. This is the first time in my life that I have seen such a large-scale resurrection. How did the Candle Fiend do it? The faces of Mu Xianshan, the Emperor of the Underworld, and the rest of the experts were filled with astonishment and disbelief. The Sky Fiend clan's experts have indeed come back to life. Annihilation Soul's face was extremely ugly. Qian Hun's face stiffened as he said in disbelief, this can't be real, more than 100 great sovereign experts and more than a dozen divine transformation experts. How terrifying is that? Dimia and the others' eyeballs were about to fall out. In a mysterious place in the 7 god realms, Xianyu slowly opened his eyes and looked at the void. Zhuyin Kuei, you've finally made your move. Xianyu smiled faintly. On the peak of a mountain, Shan Tong looked worried. Isn't it just a large number of people? Is there a need to make such a big fuss? This isn't showing off, this is intimidation. Shan Tong said with a pout. There were indeed a lot of people. There were more than a dozen formations from each world. Altogether, there were more than 200 experts. The terrifying experts from each world were extremely shocked that they could come back to life. I didn't expect to have a chance to return to the world. Are we living dead? A revived divine transformation expert was shocked. Isn't this my original body? Baleful Chi? So that's how it is. Another saint transformation expert was also shocked. I don't know who brought us back to life, but we're currently under the control of the Baleful Devil Order. I wonder how strong the Sky Devil race's descendants are. Forget it. Looks like the Sky Devil race is in big trouble. Otherwise, they wouldn't have resurrected us. After so many years, the 7 god realms have long forgotten how terrifying the Sky Devil race is. It feels good to be able to come back. Is this how it feels to be reborn? The Sky Devil race experts from each world chatted as they stretched their bodies. The feeling of being reborn made them extremely excited. In the sky above the great main shrine, Zhu Sha held the Baleful Devil Order in his hand, his aura surging. Buzz. Buzz, the Sky Devil race's bloodline power was activated and injected into the Baleful Devil Order. An unparalleled destructive power erupted, shaking the 7 god realms. Zhu Sha waved his hand, and the Baleful Devil Order flew into the air, turning into a huge black flag. The Baleful Devil Order. The instant the Baleful Devil Order was activated, the Sky Devil race experts who were resurrected by the Baleful Chi felt the Baleful Devil Order's call. Let's go and see who's ruling the Sky Devil race now, a divine transformation expert said. The Sky Devil race experts from each world rushed to the great main shrine immediately. Seeing these terrifying experts leave, countless cultivators heaved a sigh of relief. Their tense nerves relaxed, and only then did they realize that their backs were already soaked in cold sweat. My lord. They're here. In the plaza of the great main shrine, Void Meow was even more excited and nervous. He could already feel the terrifying auras flying toward the great main shrine. The Sky Devil race ancestors from each world have also come. So many Sky Devil race ancestors have been resurrected. More than a dozen divine transformation experts. This is too terrifying. The upper echelons of the great main shrine and the 7 sovereigns were extremely shocked. Many of their clansmen were trembling. They were trembling with excitement. These were their ancestors who had sacrificed themselves for the Sky Devil race to conquer the world. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. Soon, figures appeared one after another in the sky above the great main shrine. Their terrifying auras overlapped one after another, shocking and intimidating. Greetings, ancestors. The clansmen of the great main shrine knelt respectfully and excitedly. Junior Xianxia greets ancestors. Xianxia also bowed deeply at this moment. This was his respect for the heroes of the Sky Devil race. Divine Transformation Realm. Not bad. You can resurrect us. Not bad indeed. You did not disgrace the Sky Devil race. The leading divine transformation expert nodded and smiled with satisfaction. Ancestors, the one who resurrected you was not me, but my master, Xianxia. He is currently in the sacred world, Xianxia said respectfully. The sacred world? I see. Another divine transformation expert nodded and said, since you have the baleful devil order, we will naturally obey your orders. Xianxia took back the baleful devil order and said respectfully, Junior is not qualified. Seniors, you are all heroes of the Sky Demon clan. You have helped the Sky Demon clan to establish a stable life for the younger generation. I have no right to order you around. I only used the Demon Fiend token to summon you seniors. Xianxia was extremely respectful. He truly respected the seniors of the Sky Demon clan. Xianxia's words and actions made the revived experts of the Sky Demon clan feel gratified and satisfied. It is the Sky Demon clan's fortune to have juniors like you. We can rest assured now. We did not die in vain. A divine transformation expert nodded. Another divine transformation expert smiled satisfactorily. Very good. Seniors, the Sky Demon Palace has already prepared everything for you. Please enter. Xianxia said respectfully. Under Xianxia's lead, the divine transformation experts and the great overgods entered the Sky Demon Palace. The remaining 100 or so overgods remained outside. Xianxia, what kind of danger is the Sky Demon clan facing now? A divine transformation elder asked solemnly in the magnificent hall. To be able to alarm your master, Xianxia, into using a secret technique to revive us, this matter is definitely not simple. Another divine transformation expert said solemnly. Although they were seniors, they did not show any arrogance or disdain. Xianxia's magnanimity and respect naturally made them treat him with respect as well. Seniors, you are right. Because of this matter, our Sky Demon clan is unable to raise our heads. We have lost all face. Xianxia said angrily. He then told them about what had happened in the 7 divine worlds. He also told them about the experts sent by the Saints' world. Xianxia? An ancient expert? A divine transformation expert frowned and asked in confusion. Why have I never heard of such a person in the 7 divine worlds? Old man has never heard of him either. However, this person can defeat experts from the Saints' world. His strength is not below ours. The divine transformation expert frowned. Xianxia said politely, Senior Zhu Kong, Master has revived you in order to completely eliminate all those who pose a threat to the Heaven Demon clan, to establish the might of the Heaven Demon clan, and to make the 7 divine worlds understand the strength of our Heaven Demon clan. And before long, experts from the Saints' world will descend upon the 7 divine worlds to deal with Xianxia. Oh? Have experts from the Holy World descended? Everyone was stunned. Although the strength of the experts from the Holy World is terrifying, they are still suppressed by the laws of the world and the seven god worlds. However, if they descend this time, they will be more than enough to deal with Shan Tong, Xianxia said confidently. Zhu Kong nodded and said, yes, this way, we can be absolutely safe. Not bad. Xianxia, we are only the living dead now. We are already very satisfied that you are so respectful to us. Now, if you need anything, just tell us. We will do our best. One of the divine transformation realm experts said. Zhu Kong added, Zhu Lin is right. Xianxia, just give the order. The dragon gods are our sky demon clan's mortal enemies. No matter how many of them there are, they must all be destroyed. There's no need to rush. We're not the ones who should be worried right now. Seniors, when the experts of the holy world arrive, we'll attack together. Seniors, you can rest in the heavenly devil palace or take a look around the seven god realms. Xianxia smiled happily. Zhu Lin shook his head and sighed, there's no need. There are no longer any of our old friends in the seven divine realms. It's impossible for them to still be alive. Xianxia, didn't you just mention the divine pagoda and the headquarters? I'd like to see what qualifications they have to be enemies with our sky demon clan. Zhu Kong smiled coldly. Seniors, if you want to take a look, there's no harm in stretching your muscles. Xianxia nodded and did not object. Yes, that's not bad. Another divine transformation realm expert smiled in agreement. Now that the Sky Demon clan's experts had been revived, Xianxia was not in a hurry to attack. Moreover, they were no match for Shan Tong. Everything would have to wait for the experts of the holy world to arrive. At that time, they would capture Shan Tong and the others and completely destroy the Dragon God Palace. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure flashed and appeared in the main hall. The person who came was Xianyu. Junior Xianyu greets the ancestors of the Sky Demon clan. Xianyu cupped his fists and greeted politely. A divine transformation realm expert. Your strength is not bad. Zhu Lin nodded. Xianxia, why didn't you inform old man about the revival of the Sky Demon clan's ancestors? Xianyu asked indifferently with a hint of blame. Senior Xianyu is not a member of my Sky Demon clan. After all, the ancestors are members of the Sky Demon clan. Naturally, it would be more appropriate for us to receive them. Xianxia was neither servile nor overbearing. Xianyu and Zhu Yingkue were of the same generation. With their status, Xianxia was still polite. Your revered master and old man are friends. Old man is also considered half a member of the Sky Demon clan. There's nothing inappropriate about it. Xianyu said in a slightly domineering tone. Xianxia sneered in his heart. Now you know how to curry favor? What were you doing earlier? Recalling Xianyu's attitude and threats back then, Xianxia was furious. If I feel that it's inappropriate, then it's inappropriate. Senior Xianyu, I still have to entertain the other seniors. Please leave first. Xianxia said without any trace of politeness. Xianxia, what do you mean by that? If I hadn't intervened back then, you would have been killed by Shan Tong. Xianyu's old face changed slightly. He didn't expect Xianxia to not give him face and directly ask him to leave. Is that so? Senior Xianyu, why didn't you say that you wanted to kill me? I've already been very polite to you on account of my revered master. Xianxia's old face turned cold. When they heard Xianxia's words, the faces of Zhu Lin, Zhu Kong, and the other Sky Demon clan elites turned extremely ugly. Anyone could hear the enmity between Xianxia and Xianyu. Xianxia has already made it very clear. Are you deaf? Why aren't you scramming? Zhu Kong said coldly. An extremely terrifying aura enveloped Xianyu. What? Using the Sky Demon clan elites to pressure old man? Xianyu's old face was extremely dark. Xianyu wasn't afraid in the face of Zhu Kong's aura. Pressure you? Senior Xianyu, let's not talk about the Sky Demon clan elders. I alone am enough to pressure you. Xianxia said coldly. An incomparably terrifying aura emanated from him. His cold, murderous eyes stared at Xianyu. The peak of the sacred transformation realm. How is this possible? Xianyu's heart shook. Xianxia's terrifying aura had already surpassed his. Good. Xianxia, don't regret this. Xianxia was so angry that his face turned green. He had wanted to befriend and rope in the Sky Demon clan elites. He didn't expect to be humiliated by Zhu Sha. I won't see you out, Zhu Sha said coldly. The Sky Demon clan elites had been revived. Even if they hadn't, Zhu Sha didn't need to borrow Xianxu's power. Humph. Xianxia snorted coldly. With a flick of his sleeve, he turned and left the main hall. Zhu Sha, do you want old man to kill him? Zhu Lin looked at Zhu Sha and asked. Killing him will only dirty your hands. If necessary, I will do it myself. However, he still has some value. Zhu Sha smiled respectfully. This person may be strong, but that's all. Let's go and take a look at the Divine Pagoda. Zhu Kong smiled coldly. Alchemist Divine Tower. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. 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 Several figures suddenly appeared, and an unimaginable destructive aura enveloped the Divine Tower. At that moment, everyone felt a strong sense of danger. This was the fear of the strong. Saint-level experts. They're here. Miayuan exclaimed. Are they going to attack so soon? Miedi's face changed, and his heart beat wildly. Let's go out and take a look, Miahun said solemnly. As expected of the strongest alchemist in the 7 god worlds. Even in the face of 4 saint-level experts, he did not panic much. Above the alchemist Divine Tower, the 4 saint-level experts were Zhu Kong and the others. At the same time, saint-level experts appeared in the Chamber of Commerce, the Divine Monkey Clan, and the Dragon Temple. They were all from the Sky Devil Clan. Is the Alchemist Clan the strongest? Back then, there were many great Lord God alchemists in the 7 god worlds. I wonder if the alchemists today are stronger than before, Zhu Kong said lightly. This aura is very powerful. This person's strength is not simple. One of the saint-level experts smiled faintly, and his eyes revealed a trace of anticipation. Is he very strong? He hasn't even reached the peak of the saint level. Zhu Mia, this is not like you. Zhu Kong's eyes flashed with disdain. Obviously, he did not put this powerful aura in his eyes. This old man is not simple. Don't underestimate him. Zhu Mia shook his head slightly. After a while, Mia Hun, Mia Di, and the others walked out of the hall. Zhu Mia and Zhu Kong's eyes fell on Mia Hun. Mia Di and the others were ignored. In their eyes, everyone else was just an ant. Welcome to the Divine Tower. Mia Hun said indifferently, and his old eyes simply sized up Zhu Kong and the others. Even if he knew that they did not come with good intentions, the Divine Tower's hospitality could not be lacking. Saint-level experts from the Dragon Temple, the Chamber of Commerce, and the Divine Monkey Clan have all appeared. Are they trying to show off, or are they really going to attack? Mia Hun thought to himself. He had already sensed the aura of the saint-level experts from the Sky Devil clan. Not only Mia Hun, but Mia Di and the others also sensed it, and their hearts were burning with anxiety. The Sky Devil clan had come too quickly and aggressively. Are you Mia Hun? Zhu Kong asked coldly without any expression on his face. His tone was incomparably tyrannical. Annihilation Soul nodded his head and said coolly, I wonder what the 4 of you came to the Divine Tower for. Your strength is not bad. I heard that you are an enemy of the Heavenly Fiend clan. Zhu Kong asked coldly, his voice filled with killing intent. Mia Hun's expression remained unchanged, but before he could speak, Zhu Kong continued, only death awaits those who oppose the Sky Demons. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhu Kong made a grabbing motion in the air and forcibly pulled Mia Hun over. His terrifying power was irresistible. Master. Di Mia and the other two's expressions changed drastically. In the blink of an eye, Extinguisher's throat was gripped by Zhu Kong. The terrifying power of that instant shocked Extinguisher. This person's strength has already surpassed the peak of the Saint Transformation stage. Annihilation Soul was shocked. Not to be outdone, Annihilate Soul urged his divine essence to the limit, wanting to break free from Zhu Kong's control. Old man, I don't care about this little bit of strength of yours. Zhu Kong said coldly. No matter how hard Mia Hun struggled, he was unable to escape from his grasp. Master. Emperor Extermination and the others were dumbfounded. Even though Mia Hun's strength was so terrifying, he was unable to fight back in front of Zhu Kong. Boom! Zhu Kong's palm landed on Mia Hun's chest. With a loud bang, the terrifying power sent Mia Hun flying. He thought that it would be enough to penetrate the divine pagoda palace. However, when Mia Hun flew out for dozens of meters, he suddenly stopped. Oh? Zhu Kong was slightly surprised. You managed to dissolve my power in such a short time. Old man, you're not simple. Mia Hun's old face was a little pale. Although he was not injured, Zhu Kong's palm had obviously made him feel very uncomfortable. Master, are you all right? Emperor Extermination asked worriedly. I'm fine. Don't come over. Mia Hun shook his head and stared at Zhu Kong solemnly. Old man, let's see how much you can dissolve. Zhu Kong's lips curled into a sinister sneer. His figure suddenly flashed out. Zhu Kong arrived in an instant. Terrifying power gathered in his palm and blasted it toward Mia Hun. There was nothing fancy about it, but it carried a destructive attack that was full of oppression. It looked like a simple palm, but in Mia Hun's eyes, it was terrifying. Mia Hun did not dare to be careless and met the palm with all his might. Boom! Buzz! Pfft! In an instant, the two palms collided with an earth-shattering explosion. The destructive power of the collision swept out wildly. Mia Hun's old face instantly turned red. In the end, he could not take it anymore. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. The purine bloodline of the heavenly fiend tribe. Mia Hun was shocked. Zhu Kong said coldly, that's all you have. Boom boom boom. Mia Hun's figure turned into a black line and instantly pierced through several majestic palaces. That's all you have? To think that I was a little bit serious. Zhu Kong sneered disdainfully. Zhu Kong had not used his full strength in this palm. At most, he used 70% of his power. However, Mia Hun could not take it anymore. It was clear that his strength was extremely terrifying. Master! Mia Hun! Everyone in the alchemist's divine tower cried out in horror. It was just a palm, but Mia Hun was injured. The outcome was clear. He would rather be injured than use his true power? What is he worried about? Zhu Mia frowned. He did not understand why Mia Hun had reserved his true power. Master, are you all right? Mia Yuan came in a flash. His face was full of panic as he immediately helped Mia Hun up. Just some minor injuries. It's nothing. Mia Hun shook his head. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Kong was in front of Mia Hun. He casually waved his hand, and a terrifying power shook Mia Yuan until he spat out blood. His body turned into a black line and was sent flying. Mia Yuan. Mia Di immediately flashed out. Great Elder! Everyone in the divine tower panicked. Bastard! What do you want? Mia Jian could not take it anymore and roared. Zhu Kong frowned and looked at Mia Jian coldly. Do you want to die? Mia Jian, shut up! Mia Hun immediately scolded. Old man, what else do you have? Just use it. Zhu Kong sneered. What do you want? Mia Hun asked with a gloomy face. Nothing. I just want to know where you got the courage to go against the Heavenly Demon Clan. I want to see what you're capable of and let you see my power. Zhu Kong sneered. Forget it, old man. You're too weak. I'm not interested in fighting with you because I can crush you with a finger. Today, I'll give you a warning. Going against the Heavenly Demon Clan is suicide. Think carefully. Zhu Kong said disdainfully and arrogantly. Zhu Mia could not help but shake his head slightly. Obviously, he did not agree with Zhu Kong's arrogance. Mia Hun did not say anything. He knew how powerful Zhu Kong was. Although Mia Di and the others were unwilling, they did not dare to say anything. This is your last chance. Zhu Kong sneered. While Mia Hun was defeated, the Divine Monkey Clan's leader, Gu Tianyang, Tai Fantasy Sect's leader, Mo Qingxian, and the others were all severely injured by the Heavenly Devil Clan. Their strength had not even reached the level of a great lord, and they were no match for the Heavenly Devil Clan's experts. All the major forces related to Feng Wuchen were severely injured by the Heavenly Devil Clan's experts. In less than 10 minutes, all the most powerful forces of the alliance were injured. They could not even withstand a single blow. Mia Hun and the others were too insignificant in the face of such a terrifying Heavenly Devil Clan's expert. If a battle really broke out, they would be wiped out in an instant. Master, what do we do now? Mia Hun asked anxiously. Mia Hun could not think of a way to deal with such a terrifying existence. Mia Hun's old face was very solemn, and he kept silent. Master, you could have avoided injury. Why didn't you do anything? Mia Hun asked in confusion. They all knew that Mia Hun had not used his true strength. Judging from that palm, this person's strength is very terrifying, even more so than Xianxia. The Heavenly Devil Clan has resurrected more than a dozen saint-becoming experts. This person might not be the strongest. Once Mia Hun does something, the consequences will not be as simple as being injured, Qian Hun said solemnly. The Guardian is right. I can see that they are just trying to intimidate us. You can say that they are threatening us. Mia Yuan nodded. I'm afraid something has happened to the headquarters and the Divine Monkey Clan. Mia Hun closed his eyes slowly, his heart heavy. Just as expected. The moment Mia Hun finished speaking, the headquarters, Divine Monkey Clan, Divine Mansion, and Tai Fantasy Sect all sent people to report this matter. The last one to come was Huang Yun, who went to the Dragon God Temple. Yi Jianying was severely injured by a Heavenly Devil Clan expert in one move, and the Heavenly Devil Clan doesn't seem to want to give up. Lord Feng is in seclusion, and Senior Shan Tong has not done anything. I'm worried. Huang Yun said respectfully, his expression full of worry. Go to the Dragon God Temple immediately, Mia Hun said in a low voice. In the square of the Dragon God Temple, Yi Jianying was severely injured and did not even have the strength to get up. Master. Yang Mayer was anxious, tears rolling down her cheeks. You've gone too far. I will fight you to the death. Yi Tianwei could not take it anymore and roared. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with murderous intent. Defying heaven, stop him. Long Tianqiu shouted coldly. Calm down. Don't be rash. Long Nidian frowned as he tried to stop Yi Tianwei. Brother against the sky, they've gone too far. Yi Tianwei was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. If you want to fight, you should at least consider your own abilities. Xiao Xiao is only a 3-star ultimate god, yet you want to fight? A Heavenly Fiend Clan over-god expert said coldly as he stared coldly at Yi Tianwei. There were over a dozen experts from the Heaven Devil race, and Long Tianqiu and the others were all under their control. Even if they couldn't bear it anymore, no one dared to make a move. After all, he was no match for the other party. If he were to infuriate the other party, the heavily injured Yi Jianying could very well be killed. Is there no one in the Dragon God Temple who can fight? You dare to make an enemy out of the Heavenly Fiend Clan with this little bit of strength? Zhu Lin sneered in disdain. His appearance was incomparably arrogant. Of course, the reason why Zhu Lin made a move was to lure Shan Tong out and test his strength. Unfortunately, Zhu Lin was disappointed as he did not see any experts stronger than Yi Jianying. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Stop. A deep and majestic voice sounded as Mia Hun and the others came out of the teleportation formation one after another. Mia Yuan immediately went to the heavily injured Yi Jianying's side and immediately took out an elixir pill and fed it to Yi Jianying. Thank you, Great Elder Mia Yuan. Yi Jianying hurriedly thanked him and felt relieved. It's Lord Mia Hun. And the guardian of the 7 divine realms, Qian Hun. The people from the Dragon God Temple were also relieved. Mia Hun is injured. Long Tianqiu frowned deeply as he had obviously guessed something. Mother Dragon and Long Xingchen were also worried. Old man, you're Mia Hun, right? What? You dare to intervene with your injuries? Zhu Kong didn't kill you, but that doesn't mean I won't. Zhu Lin sneered as he had already sensed Mia Hun's aura. There was only one sage transformation expert in the Alchemist Divine Pagoda, and that was Mia Hun. Old man, if it were you, you wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Mia Hun said in a deep voice. His old face was cold as a trace of domineering aura appeared spontaneously. Old man, what did you say? Zhu Lin's face instantly darkened as his killing intent locked onto Mia Hun. It was as if he really wanted to kill Mia Hun. The Heavenly Devil Race's experts revived to let us know the power of the Heavenly Devil Race. You've already done that, so you can leave. Mia Hun said calmly, not afraid of Zhu Lin's killing intent. Are you so sure that I won't kill anyone? Just the two of you are no match for me. Zhu Lin's voice turned cold. Mia Hun's unyielding attitude had caused him to be enraged. Is that so? You can try. Xian Hun did not back down. Xian Hun's face changed drastically as soon as he finished speaking. How is this possible? Xian Hun was extremely shocked. Zhu Lin had already appeared in front of him, and his speed was so terrifying that Xian Hun could not detect him. At that moment, Xian Hun's back was drenched in cold sweat. How terrifying was Zhu Lin's strength? Xian Hun, be careful. Mia Hun's face changed drastically. By the time Mia Hun reacted, it was already too late. Boom. Pfft. It was a light slap, but there was an earth-shattering explosion. Xian Hun spat out a mouthful of blood as he flew backward and fainted on the spot. Xian Hun. Mia Hun was shocked and wanted to check on Xian Hun's injuries. Mia Hun was an alchemist, and he could clearly feel that Xian Hun's aura was very weak. If he did not treat him in time, Xian Hun would definitely die. Zhu Lin did not show any mercy at all. Obviously, he wanted to kill Xian Hun. Old man, you want to save him? You'll have to get through me first. Zhu Lin did not give Mia Hun a chance and blocked him in a flash. Mia Hun and the others wanted to attack, but they were also stopped by the Heavenly Devil Race experts. Without the Lord's orders, whoever dares to go over will die. A great Lord expert said coldly. Bastard. Mia Hun and the others were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. Buzz, buzz. Rage exploded, and a surging aura swept out wildly. An extremely terrifying power surged out from Mia Hun's body. Ancient power. The people of Dragon God Temple exclaimed. Mia Hun actually had ancient power. At that moment, the entire seven deity world shook violently. The space collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in the blink of an eye, it was pitch black. Mia Hun's eyes flashed with blood-red murderous intent, and a bright blue light shot up into the sky. It was very dazzling in the dark void. Oh? Old man, I didn't expect you to have hidden your strength. Zhu Lin sneered in surprise, and a strong fighting spirit was ignited. You're courting death. Mia Hun roared in rage and shot out wildly. His aura was vast and surging, and it was terrifying. Book maze floor. Wonderful, no pop-up window free reading. Courting death? Old thing, you don't really think you're that strong, do you? Do you really think you can deal with me? Your ancient power is nothing in my eyes. Zhu Lin was not afraid of the furious Annihilation Soul. His face was still full of contempt and disdain. Annihilation Soul did not answer, but his ferocious attacks were aimed at Zhu Lin. The furious Annihilation Soul activated his ancient power, and his cultivation was close to the peak of the sacred transformation realm. Unfortunately, Zhu Lin was at the peak of the sacred transformation realm, or even more terrifying. Boom, buzz. Buzz, Zhu Lin sneered disdainfully. Then, he threw a punch. There was an explosion, and the force of the collision spread wildly, shaking the entire Prime God world. Countless cultivators trembled violently. Too weak. Zhu Lin sneered disdainfully. The ferocious attacks could not shake Zhu Lin at all. Furious, Mia Hun summoned 3 saint artifacts with a thought. His battle prowess skyrocketed, and his might became even more terrifying. Just this little bit? Zhu Lin said disdainfully. One had to admit that Zhu Lin was really arrogant to the point of being incurable. Of course, Zhu Lin had the capital to be arrogant. After all, his strength was there. Even if Annihilation Soul activated 3 sacred artifacts and his fighting strength skyrocketed, this punch still could not shake Zhu Lin at all. Just how powerful was he? So strong. Long Qinghun frowned. I'm afraid Lord Annihilation Soul is not his match. Lord Annihilation Soul used all his strength and was unable to push him back half a step. Huang Yun was shocked. Annihilation Soul frowned and said worriedly, this person's strength is more terrifying than Xianyu. He probably hasn't used his full strength. It was not that Annihilation Soul was weak, but that Zhu Lin was too terrifying. And Zhu Lin really had not used his full strength. Boom. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, Mia Hun immediately launched a ferocious offensive, using both his fists and feet. He casually formed hand seals, and the deafening sounds of battle rang out incessantly, causing the spectators' hearts to palpitate. Too slow. Too slow. In the fierce battle, Zhu Lin blocked Annihilation Soul's ferocious attacks while mocking him. Annihilation Soul's ferocious attacks were too weak in Zhu Lin's eyes. Even if Extinguisher Soul used a powerful Saint Art, Zhu Lin could still suppress it with one hand. No matter how Soul Destroyer attacked, Zhu Lin did not move at all, as if he was invincible. That bastard. The Emperor of Destruction's face was ferocious and furious. He wanted nothing more than to grind Zhu Lin's bones into dust. Damn it. He actually dared to insult Master. Unforgivable. Mia Yuan gritted his teeth and roared. His murderous aura was so strong that it almost materialized. He couldn't take it anymore. Don't be rash, Long Tianqiu said solemnly. The battle between Saint-becoming experts was not something they could interfere in. Old thing, it looks like you've already reached your limit, Zhu Lin said disdainfully as he easily caught Extinguisher's punch. It looked like he had grabbed it easily, but Annihilation Soul was unable to break free. Soul Destroyer's old face was extremely gloomy. He didn't expect Zhu Lin's strength to be so strong. Even after using all his skills, he still couldn't shake Zhu Lin. Zhu Lin was stronger than Zhu Kong. It's my turn now. Zhu Lin sneered. Then, he threw out a simple punch. Boom boom boom. Puff puff. It looked like a simple punch, but Annihilation Soul didn't notice it at all. In an instant, he was hit by dozens of punches. The violent and terrifying power shook Annihilation Soul until he vomited blood. His injuries instantly worsened. Terrifying. Extremely terrifying. Master. The Emperor of Destruction and the rest were panicking. Old thing, you're too weak, right? You can't even withstand such a simple attack? Zhu Lin mocked. Then, he threw out another punch. Boom boom boom. Puff puff. It was a simple punch, but it instantly threw out dozens of punches. Each punch was extremely terrifying. A large fist mark had already appeared on Annihilation Soul's chest. The powerful Annihilation Soul couldn't hold on any longer. His consciousness blurred as his body fell. The difference in strength was too great. Even if he had the ancient power, it was useless. Master. Lord Annihilation Soul. The Emperor of Destruction and the rest shouted in panic. They could feel that Annihilation Soul's aura was extremely weak. He was only left with half a breath. To be able to withstand 2 of my attacks, that's not bad. Zhu Lin sneered arrogantly. Too terrifying. Is the difference in strength really that great? 2 punches can defeat Lord Annihilation Soul. What kind of power is that? Such a terrifying expert, I'm afraid only Senior Shan Tong can deal with him. The experts of the Dragon Temple, the headquarters, and the Divine Monkey Clan were all horrified at this moment. Zhu Lin's strength was too strong. Zhu Lin alone was already so terrifying, not to mention the other 3 sage transformation experts. They had been watching calmly without saying a word, and there was no change in their expressions. Their strength was probably similar to Zhu Lin's, or even stronger. I heard that there was an ancient expert in the 7 god worlds who was extremely powerful. He could even kill an expert from the Holy World. I wonder why he didn't show himself. I'd like to see how strong this ancient expert is, Zhu Lin said arrogantly. Zhu Lin knew that Shan Tong could kill an expert from the Holy World, but he still dared to provoke him. He was simply not taking Shan Tong seriously. Zhu Lin, that's enough. Let's go. One of the sage transformation experts suddenly spoke. Although he was Zhu Sha's senior, they still had to respect Zhu Sha's orders. Zhu Lin nodded slightly, then sneered, with your strength, I really don't know where you get the courage to go against the Heaven Devil clan. Just because of Shan Tong? That's right. It's because of me. Shan Tong's voice suddenly rang out. Shan Tong really dared to answer. Hearing Shan Tong's voice, everyone from the Dragon God Temple heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, they became excited. Shan Tong could even kill an expert from the Holy World. A mere reincarnated expert from the Heaven Devil clan was no match for him. Shan Tong? Zhu Lin frowned slightly and looked at the void. The other 3 sacred transformation experts also looked at the void, causing their expressions to change. Above the Dragon God Temple, Shan Tong's figure appeared out of thin air. Very strong. One of the sage transformation experts said. He hid it very well. I can't see his cultivation level. Another sage transformation expert said solemnly, not daring to underestimate him. Mia Hun, are you alright? Shan Tong glanced at Mia Hun and asked indifferently. I'm fine. Mia Hun replied in shock. Qing Yang, go check on Qian Hun. Shan Tong said. Yes. Lu Qingyang immediately flashed out. No one dared to stop him. He glanced at Zhu Lin, and his eyes became extremely cold. Zhu Lin trembled in fear. That gaze was extremely terrifying. At that moment, Zhu Lin did not know if it was an illusion or not, but he actually saw mountains of corpses and seas of bones. It was a devastating battle. To be precise, it was an endless slaughter that made one's soul tremble. You want to test my strength? Shan Tong asked coldly. The bone-chilling voice instantly made Zhu Lin regret his words. Shan Tong's appearance was without any aura or energy ripples. He was just like an ordinary person. Those who did not know Shan Tong's identity would have thought that he was an ordinary person. However, the people of the 7 divine realms knew exactly what kind of person Shan Tong was. He was definitely everyone's nightmare. Even without any aura, Shan Tong's presence alone gave the Heavenly Devil tribe elites a terrifying pressure they had never felt before. For example, Lord Buddha's 5-finger mountain was even more terrifying. The Heavenly Devil tribe elites were currently looking at Shan Tong with terrified gazes. Even though they had just been resurrected and had not witnessed Shan Tong's strength, the fact that he could kill a sacred world elite meant that his strength far surpassed theirs. Shan Tong glanced at the Heavenly Devil tribe's dozen lords and great lords. They retreated in terror, feeling as if their souls were about to leave their bodies. Shan Tong beckoned a 7-star lord with a finger and said, You, come here. Gulp, the 7-star lord swallowed his saliva in terror. He trembled all over, but he dared not disobey. Shan Tong. Lord. The 7-star lord was both terrified and respectful. Don't you know that this is the Dragon God Temple? Has the Dragon God Temple agreed to this? Shan Tong put his arm around the 7-star lord's shoulder and asked after patting him a few times. His expression was grave as if he had gotten himself into some serious trouble. The 7-star lord shook his head in terror. He dared not speak at all. He was so frightened that he was about to cry. It's very rude to barge in without asking for permission. Do you understand? Shan Tong said seriously. Everyone looked on. They dared not interrupt or speak. I understand. The man nodded in terror. Do you know your mistake? Shan Tong asked. Yes. The man nodded in terror. Very good. You've learned from your mistakes. By the way, are you feeling hot? Shan Tong asked again. The 7-star lord shook his head in terror. He did not know how to answer. Am I feeling hot? I'm freaking breaking out in cold sweat because of you. If you're not feeling hot, why are you drenched? Also, why are you shaking? Shan Tong had a strange look on his face. How was he supposed to answer this? The 7-star Great Lord Powerhouse even felt like dying. Say something. Shan Tong reprimanded the man when he didn't say anything. Lord Shan Tong, I know I was wrong. Please spare me. The 7-star Lord God finally could not hold it in any longer. He begged for mercy with a tearful face and immediately knelt down. Hey, what are you doing? Kneeling down at the drop of a hat, you scared me. Alright, quickly get up, I'll spare you. Shan Tong's face softened, as if she really wanted to spare the man. Thank you, Lord Shan Tong. Thank you, Master Shan Tong. The man was so happy that he kept kowtowing as if he had been granted amnesty. Alright, go back and reunite with your family. Don't make any more mistakes in your next life, Xianxia said calmly and patted the man's shoulder lightly. Before the seven-star lord could understand what Single Eye meant, Single Eye had already vanished into thin air. The space was dead silent. Everyone seemed to have been petrified. The fear in their eyes became more and more intense. This was because they could no longer sense the aura of the seven-star chief god. Xianxia had only patted him lightly, and he was gone just like that. That seven-star chief god did not even know what had happened when he died. The dozen or so Heavenly Fiend clan powerhouses who had trapped the Dragon God Temple were so regretful that their intestines turned green. They could neither leave nor stay. Zhu Lin and the others broke out in cold sweat. Even if they were saint-transforming powerhouses, they could not make someone disappear into thin air like Xianxia had. At this moment, their fear of Xianxia became even more intense. What about you guys? Do you know your mistakes? Xianxia asked the dozen or so Heavenly Fiend clan powerhouses. Lord Xianxia, please spare us. We all know our mistakes. We know our mistakes. The dozen or so Heavenly Fiend clan powerhouses knelt down and cowed out in terror, begging for mercy. What's going on with you guys? You're a bunch of men. If you're not a chief god, then you're a great chief god. Don't kneel down so easily, okay? Xianxia rebuked angrily. Yes, yes, yes. The dozen or so Heavenly Fiend clan powerhouses immediately stood up. Who allowed you to stand up? Xianxia asked again, scaring the dozen or so powerhouses into kneeling down again. Kneel at the entrance of the Dragon God Temple. Xianxia rebuked angrily. How would the dozen or so powerhouses dare to disobey? Unless they did not want to live anymore. They were truly afraid of Xianxia. This scene made everyone in the Dragon God Temple feel extremely relieved. They all had the urge to roar at the sky. You said you wanted to test my strength? Xianxia looked at Zhu Lin and asked expressionlessly. Zhu Lin was so frightened that he could not speak. How would he dare to answer? I asked you a question. Didn't you hear me? Or are you deaf? Xianxia stared at Zhu Lin and asked somewhat angrily. Zhu Lin's face was pale as cold sweat broke out on his back. He had never felt so suffocated before. Xianxia clearly did not have any aura or pressure, but he felt immense pressure. It was too terrifying. The other three saint-transforming powerhouses were the same. They did not dare to speak at all. In the next second, Xianxia suddenly appeared in front of Zhu Lin. There was no warning at all. No one could react in time. His speed was terrifying. Hey! I asked you a question. Say something. Xianxia shouted in Zhu Lin's ear. With Xianxia's shout, Zhu Lin seemed to have come to his senses. He was so frightened that he took a few steps back and swallowed his saliva in horror. Qingyang, was he talking just now? Xianxia looked at Lu Qingyang and asked. Lu Qingyang nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. He did not know what Xianxia wanted to do, nor did he dare to imagine. Although they knew of Xianxia's existence and knew that Xianxia was very respectful to Feng Wuchen, they were still wary of Xianxia. Smack, smack. Xianxia patted Zhu Lin's face twice and said, You're not a mute. Why aren't you talking? I heard what you said just now. Come, come, come. Answer my question. Do you want to test my strength? No. That's not it. Zhu Lin replied in an extremely aggrieved manner. As a heavenly devil tribe ancestor powerhouse, when had Zhu Lin ever been pressured like this? When had he ever been suppressed to the point that he did not lose his temper? However, in front of Xianxia, he had no temper at all. So you're not deaf or mute? Xianxia grinned. Smack. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia slapped him. With a crisp smack, Zhu Lin's face swelled up instantly. Blood even flowed out from the corner of his mouth. One slap could make a sage transformation powerhouse bleed. It was clear how terrifying it was. If you're not deaf, why aren't you answering me? If you're not mute, why aren't you speaking? Answer me. Xianxia said coldly. Then, without waiting for Zhu Lin to speak, he slapped him again. Smack. Pfft. This slap was even stronger. With a crisp smack, Zhu Lin spat out a mouthful of blood. Answer me. Why aren't you talking again? Shan Tong said impatiently and slapped him again. Smack. Zhu Lin spat out blood again. Zhu Lin was going crazy. Pa pa pa. Speak. Answer me. Why didn't you answer me just now? Shan Tong reprimanded angrily and slapped him again. One slap after another, Zhu Lin's face swelled up like a fist. He wanted to cry but had no tears. You didn't even give me a chance to speak, how am I supposed to answer? The three saint-becoming experts of the heavenly devil race did not dare to interfere at all. They could only watch as Zhu Lin was slapped crazily. Everyone from the Dragon God Palace was dumbfounded. Shan Tong shook his arm and scolded, "What kind of face is this? My hand hurts from the slaps." Everyone was speechless. Zhu Lin was so angry that he almost vomited 3 liters of blood. I've already answered. Zhu Lin replied with a swollen face. He had already turned into a pig's head and could not recognize who he was. Did you answer? When? Why didn't I hear it? Shan Tong was stunned. He then looked at the people from the Dragon God Palace and asked, did he answer me just now? Everyone from the Dragon God Palace shook their heads in unison. It was even neater than a military parade. Pfft. Seeing this scene, Zhu Lin spat out a mouthful of blood. You saw it. Everyone from the Dragon God Palace is shaking their heads. It means that you didn't answer me. Shan Tong shrugged and sneered. You were talking to me just now. Why didn't I answer? Zhu Lin's tears were coming out. He was so aggrieved in his heart that he was going crazy. Oh, so it's like that. You answered that you weren't a mute. I asked if you wanted to test my strength. You haven't answered me yet. You have to be clear about your priorities. Shan Tong smiled brightly, revealing 2 white teeth. Pfft. When Zhu Lin heard this, he could not help but spit out another mouthful of blood. He was almost angered to death. Speak, do you want to test my strength? Shan Tong's bright smile instantly became very serious. Test your ass, isn't this courting death? Zhu Lin cursed crazily in his heart, but did not dare to change his expression because his face was already swollen like a pig's head. However, Zhu Lin did not dare to keep quiet anymore. He hurriedly said, no. Are you sure? Shan Tong leaned forward and looked at Zhu Lin in disbelief. I'm sure. Zhu Lin nodded his head heavily. In front of Shan Tong, Zhu Lin could no longer be unyielding. He was like a grandson meeting his grandfather. Didn't he say that he wanted to test my strength? Shan Tong asked the members of the Dragon God Temple. Hearing Shan Tong's question, Zhu Lin trembled in fear. Everyone in the Dragon God Temple nodded in unison. You saw it all? Shan Tong looked at Zhu Lin with a bright smile. Zhu Lin was dumbfounded and his entire body trembled violently. If Zhu Lin's face wasn't swollen like a pig's head, one would definitely see that his face had turned green. Since you want to see my power so much, I will reluctantly agree to your request. Shan Tong coldly laughed. At that moment, Zhu Lin only felt as though an incomparably terrifying wolf was staring at him. His entire body felt incomparably cold. Zhu Lin retreated in horror. He couldn't even withstand Shan Tong's slap, let alone Shan Tong's terrifying power. Shan Tong walked over step by step with a bright smile on her face. You. What are you trying to do? Zhu Lin looked at Shan Tong in extreme fear as a strong sense of unease surged in his heart. I'm trying to show you my power, Shan Tong said seriously as she slowly extended her palm. Don't reach over. Zhu Lin said in shock. However, he realized that he couldn't move his body. The fear in his heart had reached its peak. He couldn't sense any power at all, but Zhu Lin couldn't move at all. It was as though Shan Tong's hand possessed magic. He couldn't even move in front of Shan Tong and had no power to resist. Yet, he wanted to see Shan Tong's power. He was courting death. Don't worry, I'm just trying to show you my power. Shan Tong's bright smile was the devil's smile in Zhu Lin's eyes. Shan Tong reached out and patted Zhu Lin's shoulder lightly. This action scared Zhu Lin out of his wits. That 7-star Great Lord had been reduced to ashes because of Shan Tong's action. Ah! Shan Tong patted him lightly, and Zhu Lin suddenly screamed in horror. Don't panic, don't panic. You're fine. Is there a need to be so scared? Shan Tong smiled coldly. Clearly, she was toying with Zhu Lin on purpose. Zhu Lin instantly sighed in relief when he realized that he was still alive. However, when he realized that Shan Tong was toying with him in public, Zhu Lin was instantly enraged. His old face flushed red, but he didn't dare to do anything. Crack! Ah! However, at this moment, Shan Tong suddenly pinched him lightly. The sound of bones breaking rang out. Zhu Lin's expression changed drastically, and he screamed. With a light pinch, Zhu Lin's shoulder bone broke. Zhu Lin! The three sage transformation experts' expressions changed drastically. The Dragon God Temple members were overjoyed. They knew that Shan Tong wouldn't let Zhu Lin off so easily. How is it? Is my power all right? Shan Tong had a bright smile on her face. Then, she quickly grabbed Zhu Lin's left wrist. Shan Tong! Stop! Zhu Lin screamed in horror. Crack! Ah! Shan Tong twisted and pulled lightly. The sound of bones breaking rang out. Zhu Lin's face twitched, and an extremely intense pain instantly spread throughout his body. Fresh blood spurted out, and Zhu Lin screamed at the top of his lungs. With a light twist and pull, Shan Tong broke Zhu Lin's left hand. Do you have to be so happy after seeing my power? Don't shout so loudly. I'll make you even happier later. Shan Tong sneered mockingly. This was just the beginning. Crack! Crack! Ah! Shan Tong then crushed Zhu Lin's right hand, chest, and legs. The eerie white bones were revealed, causing everyone's heart to palpitate. Zhu Lin's heart-trembling screams made everyone feel despair. Seeing the sage transformation experts unable to resist in front of Shan Tong, and having all their bones crushed, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. How is it? Aren't you happy to see my power? Seeing you shout so loudly, even I feel happy. Shan Tong asked with a smile. Zhu Lin was about to go crazy. Every time he saw Shan Tong's smiling face, he felt as if the black and white impermanence were staring at him. That's right, I haven't fully unleashed my power yet. Wait a little longer. I'll definitely make you very happy and unforgettable. Shan Tong sneered. Then, she threw a palm at Zhu Lin's chest. No. The three sage transformation experts' expressions changed. Unfortunately, they didn't dare to stop her, nor did they have the time to do so. Shan Tong, stop. Stop. Zhu Lin screamed in despair. Unfortunately, Shan Tong didn't give him any chance. Boom. Shan Tong threw out a palm, and Zhu Lin's body turned into dust, leaving behind a light blue illusory figure. Zhu Lin's soul, he was completely destroyed by Shan Tong. The three sage transformation experts and dozens of experts from the Heaven Devil race were scared out of their wits. Such terrifying power couldn't even withstand a single blow from Shan Tong. How is it? I didn't say anything wrong, right? Are you very happy? Shan Tong asked with a smile. Remember in a second. Wonderful. Read for free without pop-up window. My physical body. You destroyed my physical body. Ah. Zhu Lin, who was in his soul form, roared crazily. He was extremely terrified. Didn't you want to see my power? Now that I've shown it to you, how can you blame me? You're in the wrong, Shan Tong said innocently. Don't you think so? Shan Tong looked at the people from the Dragon Temple. Everyone from the Dragon Temple nodded in unison. It's just a physical body. Can't you make a new one yourself? Shan Tong shrugged and sneered. Oh, that's right. You're a living dead. You can come back to life because I've awakened your evil thoughts. Your souls are formed by your evil thoughts while your physical body is formed by the baleful aura of the Sky Devil race. Once your physical body is destroyed, it's gone. Shan Tong sneered. Shan Tong was right. Zhu Lin was a living dead. Their resurrection was not a true resurrection. Instead, they used a powerful ancient secret method to awaken the evil thoughts of the dead and used the evil thoughts of the Sky Devil clan to form a physical body. Once their physical body was destroyed, unless they had the evil thoughts of the Sky Devil clan to form a new physical body, they could only be in their soul form for the rest of their lives. How do you know about the Sky Devil clan's secret method? A saint-becoming powerhouse asked in shock. Zhu Lin was in complete despair. In his soul form, he could not unleash the power of a saint-becoming powerhouse. Moreover, a soul formed by evil thoughts would not last long. After all, it was not a real soul form. Did the three of you get the permission of the Dragon Temple? Shan Tong ignored the despairing Zhu Lin and looked at the three saint-becoming powerhouses. Just a look was enough to make the three of them tremble and retreat in fear. I'm asking you. If you're not deaf or mute, answer me, Shan Tong rebuked angrily, his face turning cold. No. The three saint-becoming powerhouses answered in unison. Since you didn't get the permission of the Dragon Temple, why did you barge in? Shan Tong asked coldly. You can't play like this. Didn't I already ask this question just now? The three saint-becoming powerhouses trembled in fear. Seeing Zhu Lin's fate, they were terrified. This? The three saint-becoming powerhouses did not know how to answer. Do you know what crime it is to barge into the Dragon Temple? Death penalty, Shan Tong said coldly. We know we were wrong. The three saint-becoming experts hurriedly cupped their fists and bowed in apology. Since you're in the wrong, slap yourself. Or you can also test my strength. You can choose for yourselves and answer me after you've thought it through. Shan Tong said coldly with an irresistible might. Pa. How could the three saint-level experts dare to refuse? He immediately slapped himself. The crisp sound of the slap was like the sound of nature to everyone in the Dragon God Temple. But he didn't know how long it would take. Go to the entrance of the Dragon God Palace and slap him. Single-Eyed said coldly. The three saint-becoming rankers immediately followed his orders and did not dare to resist at all. A dignified saint transformation expert of the Heavenly Devil clan had to kneel in front of the entrance of the Dragon God Palace and slap him. How spectacular was that? Brother Feng hasn't come out yet? Shan Tong looked at Feng Jingxiong and the others and asked. Feng Jingxiong shook his head and said, Chen'er has been in seclusion for more than half a month. He hasn't come out yet. Before Brother Feng comes out, none of you are allowed to leave. You can't stop slapping yourselves. Whoever dares to escape or stop, I'll let him test my strength. Shan Tong's cold gaze swept across the Heavenly Devil clan experts. With Shan Tong's words, they wouldn't dare to do anything even if they had 10,000 guts. Unless the experts of the Holy World came. Great Main Divine Palace. Zhu Kong and the others who went to the various major forces had already returned to the Great Main Divine Palace. Only Zhu Lin and the others were missing. Why aren't Zhu Lin and the others back yet? Zhu Kong asked in confusion. Where did Ancestor Zhu Lin and the others go? Zhu Sha asked. Dragon God Palace. Zhu Kong smiled faintly with a disapproving attitude. Dragon God Palace? This is bad. Zhu Sha's old face changed drastically. Sensing Zhu Sha's expression, Zhu Mia frowned and said, looks like something happened. It's very likely that Zhu Lin and the others were too heavy-handed and lured Shan Tong out. If that's the case, the consequences will be unimaginable. Shan Tong? Zhu Kong frowned and asked, is Shan Tong really that strong? Zhu Sha was burning with anxiety and hurriedly ordered, Void Mia, go to the Dragon God Palace immediately. Yes, my lord. Void Mia accepted the order respectfully and immediately disappeared in a flash. When Void Mia arrived at the Dragon God Palace and saw the scene at the entrance, he was completely dumbfounded. Void Mia couldn't believe what he was seeing. This scene was too exciting. It was too eye-piercing. What's going on? Void Mia was dumbfounded. His eyeballs were about to fall out. Void Mia immediately thought of Shan Tong. Only Shan Tong had the strength to force them to appear in such an eye-piercing scene. Void Mia didn't dare to stay and immediately returned to the Great Main Divine Palace. My lord, Ancestor Zhu Lin and the others. Void Mia immediately reported what he saw. After he finished, his back was drenched in cold sweat. On the other hand, Zhu Kong and the others were infuriated. Waves of terrifying killing intent and pressure erupted from their bodies. How dare you humiliate our heavenly devil clan? Zhu Kong's face was twisted. He gritted his teeth and roared like an enraged beast. Shan Tong should be killed. That's right. Shan Tong should be killed. Zhu Sha, immediately give the order to destroy the Dragon God Palace. Cold and terrifying killing intent spread through the hall. It was breathtaking and suffocating. Zhu Sha's face was extremely gloomy. He then said, "Ancestors, please calm down. Shan Tong's strength is not something we can fight against. Even if we mobilize all the experts of the Heavenly Devil clan, we can't do anything to Shan Tong. We must wait for the experts of the Holy World to arrive. Otherwise, we'll just be sending ourselves to death." Zhu Sha was truly afraid of Shan Tong. He definitely wouldn't act rashly if he wasn't completely confident. Zhu Mia said solemnly, "Zhu Lin and the others are definitely not weak." However, they were still forced to kneel in front of the Dragon God Palace. This is enough to prove Shan Tong's strength. Are we just going to watch Zhu Lin and the others be humiliated? Zhu Kong's face darkened. He swore to himself that he would make Shan Tong pay a painful price. I didn't expect Ancestor Zhu Lin and the others to go to the Dragon God Palace. Zhu Sha shook his head helplessly. After all, he had already warned them that Shan Tong's strength was extremely terrifying. Zhu Lin and the others didn't listen. Now that they had offended Shan Tong, they could only blame themselves for being humiliated. Zhu Sha obviously didn't want to see the ancestors of the Heavenly Devil clan being humiliated. However, he had no choice. He couldn't defeat Shan Tong, so he could only endure it. "Zhu Sha, when will the experts of the Holy World arrive?" Zhu Mia asked. "Master has his own arrangements. I don't know when." Zhu Sha shook his head. He really didn't know when the experts of the Holy World would arrive. Then what about Zhu Lin and the others? Zhu Mia asked again. "Go to the Dragon God Palace." Zhu Sha didn't hesitate at all. Zhu Lin and the rest were forced to kneel in front of the Dragon God Palace. Every second longer was an insult to the Heaven Devil race. If this were to spread out, wouldn't they become the laughingstock of countless forces and cultivators in the 7 God worlds? Moreover, Zhu Sha and the rest did not know how long they would have to kneel. Moreover, Zhu Lin and the rest were the ancestors of the Heaven Devil race. If Zhu Sha did not go and ask for the people, how could he face his ancestors? Swish. Swish. Swish, above the Dragon God Palace, the experts of the Heaven Devil race led by Zhu Sha appeared. There were more than 10 divine transformation experts and more than 10 great chief god experts. It was a terrifying lineup. When they saw Zhu Lin and the rest kneeling in front of the Dragon God Palace and slapping their faces turned ferocious. They were furious and filled with killing intent. Damn it! They are looking down on the Heaven Devil race. One of the divine transformation experts was furious. "Shan Tong, you bastard!" Zhu Kong gritted his teeth and roared. His eyes were red and veins were popping out on his face. Seeing Zhu Sha and the rest appear, Zhu Lin and the rest were relieved. They wanted to stop slapping and stand up. However, just as they were about to stand up, a bone-chilling voice sounded. "Did I ask you to stand up? Did I ask you to stop?" Shan Tong's voice scared Zhu Lin and the rest so much that they knelt down again. "Shan Tong, let them go," Zhu Sha said darkly. "Is he Shan Tong?" Zhu Kong stared at Shan Tong with a vicious gaze. "Let them go just because you said so? Won't I lose face?" "They asked for it." Shan Tong appeared in a flash and looked at Zhu Sha expressionlessly. "Then what do you want?" Zhu Sha suppressed his anger and asked. "Nothing. I said that they can get lost when Brother Feng comes out of seclusion." Shan Tong shrugged his shoulders. Zhu Sha wanted to say something, but Shan Tong said, "If any of you dare to say another word, I will kill them." That cold sentence scared Zhu Lin and the rest out of their wits. Zhu Kong wanted to say something but was stopped by Zhu Sha. Zhu Sha knew that Shan Tong was not joking. If others saw this scene, their jaws would drop. "What are you waiting for? Continue slapping." Shan Tong looked at Zhu Lin and the rest coldly, scaring them into continuing to slap their faces. Slap slap slap, Zhu Lin and the other 3 divine transformation stage experts, as well as a dozen other experts, did not dare to disobey. Another round of applause sounded. Shame, grievance, and resentment were written all over his face. The faces of Zhu Sha and the others were extremely gloomy. Originally, Shan Tong was worried about bringing trouble to Feng Wuchen and the Dragon God Temple. She was worried that she wouldn't be able to protect Feng Wuchen and the Dragon God Temple after the experts of the Holy World descended. However, if it was Long Hun, Shan Tong did not have to worry at all. That was why she dared to be so unbridled. Shan Tong, are you really not going to let go? Even if the experts of the Saints' world have yet to descend, will you be able to protect their lives once the battle begins? Zhu Sha said coldly. The threat in his words could not be any more obvious. Zhu Sha's words were not without reason. Once the battle started, no matter how strong Shan Tong was, he would not be able to protect everyone in Dragon Temple. Are you threatening me? Shan Tong coldly glanced at Zhu Sha. A terrifying gaze caused Zhu Sha to feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He felt cold from the soles of his feet to his head. You can understand it that way. Zhu Sha said unyieldingly. No matter what, he would not allow the ancestors of the Heavenly Devil clan to kneel in front of the Dragon God Temple and slap their faces. The moment Zhu Sha finished speaking, Shan Tong had already arrived and grabbed Zhu Sha's throat. His speed was so fast that Zhu Kong and the others did not notice it at all. So fast? Zhu Miao was shocked. I actually did not notice it at all. Zhu Kong's heart thumped wildly. What kind of terrifying speed was this? Zhu Sha only reacted the moment his throat was grabbed. Moreover, he was unable to break free. He was extremely terrified. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Shan Tong said coldly. His cold eyes were devoid of human emotions. Shan Tong, stop. Zhu Mia shouted. You dare to kill Zhu Sha. You will not have a good ending. Zhu Kong also reacted and immediately rebuked. Humph. Puff puff. Shan Tong's fierce gaze swept over and he snorted heavily. An incomparably terrifying aura caused Zhu Mia and Zhu Kong to spit out blood on the spot. Just his aura alone was enough to injure 2 divine transformation experts. This frightened the ancestors of the Heavenly Devil clan. No wonder Zhu Lin and the others did not dare to disobey and did the humiliating act of kneeling down and slapping their faces. Zhu Kong and the others were afraid and did not dare to speak again. They were afraid that Shan Tong would kill them. Zhu Sha's face was red and he had difficulty breathing. He said with difficulty, Shan Tong, I know that I am not your opponent. But don't forget that the experts of the Holy World are about to arrive. Even if the battle is brought forward, I am not afraid at all. As long as I give the order, not only the Heavenly Devil clan, but also the Nether clan and the Divine Spirit clan will attack. How many can you kill? Shan Tong's face was extremely cold. He said coldly, Are you sure I care about their lives? Are you sure I don't dare to kill you? Zhu Sha was taken aback. From Shan Tong's cold eyes, Zhu Sha could feel a terrifying murderous intent. Zhu Sha panicked. If Shan Tong really wanted to kill him, no one in the 7 god worlds could stop him. Dragon God Palace is really lively today. At this moment, Feng Wuchen's indifferent voice suddenly sounded. Feng Wuchen. Su Mia frowned deeply. Feng Wuchen? Zhu Kong and the others looked at the source of the voice. Shan Tong said that once Feng Wuchen came out of seclusion, Zhu Lin and the others could leave. With Feng Wuchen's appearance, they could finally be free. Feng Wuchen slowly descended from the entrance of the Universe Pagoda. He first glanced at Zhu Lin and the others who were kneeling and slapping their faces, then looked at Zhu Sha and the others. There were so many saint transformation experts and their auras were special. Feng Wuchen had already guessed their identities. Brother Feng, you came out of seclusion? Shan Tong looked back in surprise. Yes, I just broke through to the Overgod realm. Feng Wuchen nodded and asked, Shan Tong, what happened? The dead experts of the Heavenly Devil clan came back to life and wanted to cause trouble in the Dragon God Palace. I made them kneel and slap their faces until you came out of seclusion. Zhu Sha wants to come and ask for them. Shan Tong smiled and released the hand that was gripping Zhu Sha's throat. So that's how it is. Feng Wuchen nodded. Feng Wuchen, can you let them go now? Zhu Sha asked with a gloomy face. Of course. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, but they have to pay the price for coming to the Dragon God Palace to cause trouble. Feng Wuchen, I don't mind starting a war now if you think that the Dragon God Palace and the God Pagoda can fight back. Zhu Sha said gloomily. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said coldly, I hate it when people threaten me. I only wanted to say that the price has been paid and you can get lost. But because of what you said, I've changed my mind. You. Zhu Sha's old face changed and he exploded with anger. 18 people. 1 life in exchange for a saint artifact. You can also only exchange for the lives of 4 saint transformation experts. If you want to exchange, give me the saint artifact. If not, kill them all. Feng Wuchen said coldly. I'll remember it in 1 second. Wonderful, no pop-up window free reading. 1 life for 1 sacred artifact? Where can I find so many sacred artifacts for you? When Feng Wuchen said this, Zhu Sha could not help but roar angrily. He really regretted threatening Feng Wuchen. 1 life for 1 sacred artifact, 18 lives for 18 sacred artifacts. This is simply asking for too much. Zhu Kong roared gloomily. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails pierced into his flesh. Feng Wuchen ignored Zhu Kong's words. This is your problem, not mine. You can choose not to give it to me. I'm not forcing you. If you don't want to exchange, then scram. Shan Tong, kill all of them and let everyone in the 7 God worlds know the consequences of trespassing in the Dragon God Temple. Feng Wuchen shrugged. But did Zhu Sha dare not to give it to him? Zhu Sha was so angry that his internal organs were churning, but there was nothing he could do. He really could not leave the 4 saint-level experts of the Heavenly Devil clan behind. Go back and get the sacred artifacts. Zhu Sha resisted the urge to kill Feng Wuchen 500 times and said to Hui Tian. Hui Tian smiled bitterly in his heart. Where did the great main temple get so many sacred artifacts? But Hui Tian still obediently went back to get them. He would bring out as many as he had. Hearing Zhu Sha's words, Feng Wuchen could not help but be overjoyed. Brother Feng, not bad. 1 sacred artifact for 1 life. Not bad. Shan Tong smiled happily. Feng Wuchen spread his hands and said with a smile, I've said it countless times. The experts of the holy world haven't come yet, but they insist on coming to the Dragon God Temple to behave atrociously. They insist on using the experts of the holy world to suppress me. They haven't even come yet, and they're already so stupid that they're incurable. Haha. Shan Tong could not help but laugh. Zhu Sha and the others were so angry that their faces were flushed red. Their faces were ferocious, but they could not refute. Soon, Hui Tian returned. His expression was very unnatural as he said respectfully, Sir, there are only 8. Hearing Hui Tian's words, Zhu Lin and the other saint-level experts heaved a sigh of relief, but the others panicked. There were 18 of them. If they only had 8 saint artifacts, the other 10 would all die. The weapons on your bodies are fine as well. I don't mind them as long as they are sacred artifacts. Before Zhu Sha could say anything, Feng Wuchen spoke up first. When Feng Wuchen said this, Candle Fiend was so angry that he nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. My lord. Hui Tian looked at the enraged Zhu Sha with uncertainty. Give it to him. Zhu Sha growled. He was so angry that he felt his blood flow in reverse, and his veins were bulging. With a wave of his hand, 8 sacred artifacts flew towards Feng Wuchen. Where are the others? Are you not going to change? Feng Wuchen sneered. Zhu Sha wished he could chop Feng Wuchen up and feed him to the dogs. Choose for yourself. You can only choose 8. After you are done, scram. Feng Wuchen grinned. He had just emerged from his cultivation retreat and he had already obtained 8 sacred artifacts. Zhu Sha, just give up on the Master God clansman, Zhu Mia said softly. After all, he really could not take out any more sacred artifacts. Great Master God, don't give up on us. You must save us. An 8-star Master God begged for mercy in terror. My lord, save us. Don't leave us behind. The other Master Gods begged as well. Zhu Sha's expression was dark. He did not speak. In his heart, he decided that he would make Feng Wuchen pay 100-fold. Zhu Kong and the other saint-level experts were enraged as well. However, they could not do anything to Feng Wuchen. They had already witnessed the terror of a single pupil. After selecting the 8 people, Zhu Xia left with the experts of the Sky Fiend clan, leaving behind the 10 despairing over gods. They had never thought that as members of the Sky Fiend clan, they would be mercilessly abandoned after giving their all for the clan. In a world where strength reigned supreme, the weak would always be abandoned. How does it feel to be abandoned? Feng Wuchen asked with a faint smile. Lord Feng, please spare us. We were only following orders. Please, Lord Feng, spare us. The 10 master gods kowed out and begged for mercy. Feng Wuchen smiled casually. You've already been abandoned by the heavenly devil tribe. Offending me won't end well for you. You should know very well that no one will stand up for you now. Brother Feng, what do you want now? Shan Tong raised an eyebrow. He had never seen Feng Wuchen talk so much nonsense when dealing with an enemy. Lord Feng, as long as you spare us, we'll be willing to do anything you want. We've already been abandoned by the heavenly devil tribe. We're unwilling to die just like that, a 7-star master god said through gritted teeth. He had already developed an intense hatred for Zhu Xia and the heavenly devil tribe. We've risked our lives for the heavenly devil tribe, yet we've ended up like this. We're unwilling to accept this. Please, Lord Feng, give us a chance. We're willing to follow you, Lord Feng, another master god said reluctantly. The 7-star master god continued, Lord Feng, Su Yuan is still alive. Su Yuan is still alive? Feng Wuchen asked with a frown. Yes, Zhang Wuji has locked him up, the man nodded. It's not like there's no chance. It'll just depend on whether you know how to grasp it or not. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and patted the 7-star master god's shoulder gently. With that, the 10 overgods immediately became hopeful. It was like they had seen their savior. Understanding what Feng Wuchen meant, the 7-star master god hurriedly said, Lord Feng, we'll definitely do our best to do whatever you want us to do. We won't turn you down at all. If you want to live, go to the Star Soul world as the heavenly devil tribe and secretly monitor the movements of the various large organizations. The divine fire is about to appear, so many large organizations should have noticed it. As a matter of fact, many experts have already gone to the Star Soul world. There are already people from the Dragon God Hall in the Star Soul world. Xianxia is there as well. Protect them secretly, Feng Wuchen said. Yes, sir, the 10 overgods replied politely. You need to understand that I'm being merciful to you by allowing you to live. Don't forget that I'm vicious enough as well. Go, Feng Wuchen said nonchalantly. The 10 overgods shuddered. After receiving their orders politely, they immediately vanished with a flash. Feng Wuchen did not plan to kill them in the first place. However, seeing the hatred in their eyes towards the heavenly devil tribe, he decided to recruit them. Firstly, they could strengthen the Dragon God Hall. Secondly, they could secretly assist Zhang Junlan and the others. Brother Feng, do you trust them that much? Shan Tong asked after the 10 experts left. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, This isn't trust. I keep feeling that this matter isn't so simple, but I can't put my finger on it. Are you referring to the divine fire? Shan Tong frowned slightly. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, The divine fire is about to appear, but why hasn't there been any movement in the past half a month? Little Zhang sent back news that the experts of various large organizations and many independent cultivators have gone to the Star Soul world. I have a bad feeling about this. Brother Feng, don't think too much. Once the experts of the Holy World descend, a war is unavoidable. Let's think about how to deal with the war now, Shan Tong said sternly. How long do you think it will take? Feng Wuchen looked at Shan Tong and asked. The dead experts of the heavenly devil tribe have been revived. The experts of the Holy World should descend within half a month, Shan Tong said solemnly. Let's go to the main God Hall. It's been a long time since I've been there, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. I remember it in 1 second. Wonderful, no pop-up window free reading, in the main hall of the main palace. The main hall was filled with a cold killing intent that was suffocating. Damn Shan Tong, he destroyed my body. If not for the Heaven Devil clan's baleful aura, I would not have been able to recover my body. Zhu Lin said angrily. With his body destroyed, Zhu Lin's aura could not reach the Saint Transformation Realm. You should not have gone to the Dragon God Palace. Zhu Sha has already warned you that Shan Tong's strength is indeed terrifying. His power is not divine essence but ancient power. Zhu Mia shook his head. Humph. Zhu Lin snorted angrily. He had a stomach full of anger that could not be vented. Zhu Sha, with our current strength, together with the Underworld clan and the Divine Spirit clan, it is not a problem to deal with the Dragon God Palace. Shan Tong is just one person. But you would rather hand over the Saint artifact than fight? A Saint Transformation Realm elder asked in confusion. Because I am not confident. Other than Shan Tong, Feng Wuchen also has Shui Zhanshen, 5 powerful Saint Transformation Realm experts, Mia Hun, Qian Hun, and the Nether Ghost controlled by Feng Wuchen. They are not weaker than us. If we really fight, we may not win. Zhu Sha said solemnly. They did not know how terrifying Shan Tong's strength was, but Zhu Sha was very clear. 3 Saint World experts joined hands, and not only were they unable to suppress Shan Tong, but 2 of them had their bodies destroyed by the power of the laws of heaven and earth. The remaining one did not dare to make a move. With such strength, even if Zhu Sha and the other Saint Transformation Realm experts joined hands, they would not be able to defeat Shan Tong. This was also the reason why Zhu Sha did not dare to fight. Lowering our heads now is to wait for the Saint World experts sent by Master to come. At that time, we will completely destroy them. Zhu Sha said viciously. His old eyes narrowed and flashed with cold-killing intent. We were too impulsive. A Saint Transformation Realm expert said awkwardly. They wanted to show the Dragon God Palace their strength, but they did not expect to cause Zhu Sha so much trouble. They even killed 10 of their clansmen. Senior, you don't have to blame yourself. No matter what, I can't just stand by and watch my seniors be humiliated. Zhu Sha said indifferently, without any intention of blaming them. Zhu Sha's words were quite magnanimous, which made Zhu Kong and the others even more satisfied. It had to be said that Candle Fiend did have some tricks up his sleeve. He had the Heavenly Fiend clan's ancestor under his thumb. My lord, Feng Wuchen attaches great importance to the people of Dragon God Temple. We can capture any one of them and threaten Feng Wuchen. This time, because of the appearance of the divine fire, Dragon God Temple has also sent people to Star Soul Boundary. The son of Heavenly Soul Emperor, Sui Tianchen, is also among them. Why don't we let Heavenly Soul Sect take action? Void Mia said respectfully. Su Mia was indeed very unwilling and angry. He couldn't swallow this resentment. With all of you here, even Shan Tong wouldn't dare to act rashly, Su Mia continued. He didn't believe that he couldn't suppress Feng Wuchen. Zhu Sha's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He said coldly, send the order to the Heavenly Soul Emperor. Main Shrine. Congratulations, Lord Overgod, for reaching the level of a 3-star Great Overgod. In the shrine, Yi Tianchong, Dongfang Yunshan, and the other upper echelons congratulated him. It's really not easy to break through to the level of a Great Overgod. The treasure that Lord Overgod gave me is really terrifying. It helped me break through in less than half a month. Zhang Wuji's face was filled with excitement. The feeling of becoming stronger was exhilarating. Yi Tianchong, Dongfang Yunshan, and the others were extremely envious. Is there any news about the divine fire? Zhang Wuji suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and asked calmly. My lord, the various major forces have sent experts to Star Soul Boundary, but there's no news about the divine fire, Yu reported respectfully in the shrine. Zhang Wuji waved his hand and said, there's no need to be too anxious about the divine fire. Lord Overgod only wants to eliminate Feng Wuchen and Shan Tong now. You can continue to monitor them secretly. Yes, my lord. My lord. Yu respectfully left the hall. Yu, who had just left the shrine, raised his head and saw Feng Wuchen and Shan Tong, who had appeared out of nowhere. Yu's body immediately stiffened. It would have been better if he hadn't seen it. The moment he saw it, he was frightened out of his wits and collapsed to the ground. My lord, this is bad. Feng Wuchen and Shan Tong are here. Yu crawled into the shrine in fear and reported. What? Shan Tong? The expressions of Zhang Wuji and the others changed drastically. They almost fell from their seats. They all broke out in cold sweat as if they had seen a ghost. Zhang Wuji, long time no see. How have you been? Feng Wuchen teleported into the shrine and smiled at the terrified Zhang Wuji. Zhang Wuji, are you feeling hot? Your clothes are soaked. Shan Tong's laughter suddenly rang out. Zhang Wuji felt as if he had seen the king of hell. His entire body was paralyzed as he knelt down. Yi Tianchong, Dongfang Yunshan, and the others knelt down in fear as well. Their faces were filled with fear. Zhang Wuji, I heard that Su Yuan is still alive. Feng Wuchen walked to the main seat and sat down. He looked at Zhang Wuji with a smile. Yes, yes, yes. Su Yuan is still alive. Back then, the great master god ordered me to kill him. However, I didn't. In order to not arouse the great master god's suspicion, I only injured him severely. He is now locked up in the main shrine's prison. Zhang Wuji explained in fear. Oh? Is that so? Feng Wuchen was slightly surprised. He clearly didn't believe Zhang Wuji's nonsense. Yes, yes, yes. I wouldn't dare to lie to the Lord Feng. Zhang Wuji broke out in cold sweat. He immediately ordered people to bring Su Yuan out. Su Yuan had risked his life to help Feng Wuchen return to the heaven domain to save people. Feng Wuchen naturally had to repay such kindness. If not for Su Yuan's reminder, Tian Ming would probably have died. Soon, Guyu brought Su Yuan, who was covered in blood, battered, and extremely weak, to the shrine. Su Yuan's injuries were severe. He was currently unconscious. He had no idea that Feng Wuchen had come to save him. The moment he saw Su Yuan, Feng Wuchen couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. At the very least, he was still alive. However, his fury erupted. Su Yuan had been locked up since the last time they met. Feng Wuchen had no idea about this. Looking at Su Yuan's condition, it was clear that he had been subjected to extremely terrifying torture. Who did this to you? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. He had no human emotions at all. It's me. Guyu replied in terror. His soul had already left his body. Boom, pooh, the instant Guyu finished speaking, Feng Wuchen instantly appeared before him. He landed a punch on Guyu's chest. There was a loud explosion. The domineering power forcefully shattered Guyu's sternum. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew out of the shrine like a cannonball. It was unknown whether he was still alive. One-star Lord. Zhang Wuji was greatly shocked. He had not expected Feng Wuchen's rate of growth to be so terrifying. Dongfang Yunshan and the others were dumbfounded. Since when had Feng Wuchen broken through to the Lord Realm? Was this speed not a little too heaven-defying? Who else? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. His icy voice swept toward Zhang Wuji and the others. They were all frightened out of their wits. Feng Wuchen's gaze was too terrifying. Looking at him was like being stared at by a vicious wolf. The hall was dead silent. You could even hear a pin drop. Who dared to answer? Wasn't that a death wish? Everlasting War, he's locked up in your main god palace. Don't tell me you don't know? Feng Wuchen's cold gaze landed on Everlasting War. Everlasting War broke out in cold sweat. He smiled bitterly inside. What the F***ck did this have to do with him? Lord Feng, I don't know either. I don't have time for this. I just told my subordinates to keep an eye on him, Everlasting War replied helplessly. As a lord, he couldn't run to the prison every day, could he? You don't want to say anything? Fine. Don't regret it later, Feng Wuchen said coldly. His lips curled into a vicious smile. The experts of the main god palace all trembled. They were nervous and terrified. Brother Feng, let's heal him first, Shan Tong said indifferently. Feng Wuchen nodded. He immediately fed Su Yuan a healing pill. At the same time, he used the Oblivion mantra to help Su Yuan recover. Su Yuan's injuries were too severe. The pills and Oblivion mantra weren't very effective. After all, Su Yuan was already a lord. However, they could still help him recover. Lord Feng? After recovering to a certain extent, the unconscious Su Yuan gradually woke up. The moment he saw Feng Wuchen, he thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. "I'm sorry I took so long to save you. How do you feel?" Feng Wuchen asked with a faint smile. He was filled with guilt towards Su Yuan. Su Yuan had risked his life to help Feng Wuchen return to the heaven realm. However, after Feng Wuchen returned, he had forgotten about Su Yuan. "I'm fine." Su Yuan shook his head in a daze. He still thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. The moment Su Yuan saw Shan Tong, he was shocked. In his agitation, pain spread through his entire body. His pale face twisted. Only now did Su Yuan know it was all real. "Su Yuan, who beat you up like this? Point them out one by one." "I'll cripple them," Feng Wuchen asked. From Su Yuan's injuries, he could tell that many people had attacked him. As soon as Feng Wuchen said that, the expressions of many of the main shrine's upper echelons changed drastically. Su Yuan looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. He also understood that Feng Wuchen was helping him vent his anger. "Lord Feng, I was wrong. Please spare my life, Lord Feng." A 4-star overgod finally could not help but kneel down. His face was sheet white. "Which hand did it?" Feng Wuchen's cold eyes swept over. This is..." The 4-star Lord-level powerhouse extended his right hand in terror. "Chi." Feng Wuchen waved his hand and took out the Dragon God sword. Sword shadows flashed and the man's entire right arm was cut off. Blood gushed out, but the man did not dare to scream. "Who else? If you admit it now, you can live." Feng Wuchen asked coldly. Every word was filled with killing intent. "Lord Feng, I did it. Please spare my life, Lord Feng. Lord Feng, I did it too. I only punched Su Yuan twice because he betrayed the Lord-level powerhouse. I punched him twice as well." The 5 Lord-level powerhouses knelt down one after another. Their faces were filled with fear and regret. When he saw the 5 of them kneeling, Feng Wuchen's expression turned completely dark. The flames of fury in his eyes were almost spitting out. Boom. 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 Arg. Pft. 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 Feng Wuchen was filled with rage. His extremely domineering chaos god power erupted. He did not hesitate to launch a barrage of attacks on the 5 Lord-level powerhouses. The sounds of explosions rang out incessantly, and there were cries of pain. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Feng Wuchen was using them as punching bags. Before long, the 5 Lord-level powerhouses were bruised and swollen. Their bodies were covered in shocking fist marks. They were severely injured, and they kept rolling about in the hall. "Lord Feng." Su Yuan's eyes widened as he stared at Feng Wuchen. He was extremely touched. Su Yuan could not believe that Feng Wuchen had flown into such a rage because of him. "Phew. This feels great." Feng Wuchen exhaled. He felt extremely refreshed after venting his fury. He looked at the stunned Su Yuan. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, and said, "What do you think? Do you want to give it a try?" "No. Lord Feng, spare my life." The 5 Lord-level powerhouses were scared out of their wits. If Su Yuan had attacked them, they would not have ended up with just heavy injuries and cripples. They might even lose their lives. "Lord Feng, they've already received their punishment. Let's forget about it." Su Yuan shook his head. After all, he was on good terms with them. "All right, let's go." Feng Wuchen did not mind. He took the lead and walked out of the hall. Single pupil followed behind him. "Lord God, thank you for sparing my life." Su Yuan cupped his fists at Everlasting War. Then, he walked out of the hall as well. "Sigh, I was only trying to save my own life." Everlasting War smiled bitterly to himself. However, he was also secretly glad about his decision back then. To put it bluntly, Everlasting War was wary of Single Pupil. If Everlasting War had not been trying to save his own life, and if he had not been wary of Single Pupil, he would have killed Su Yuan. After all, it was Zhu Sha who had given the order. It had to be said that Everlasting War was a sly old fox. If he had killed Su Yuan back then, the main temple would have been reduced to ashes today. My lord, should we report this to the Lord Great Lord? Dongfang Yunshan suppressed his fear and asked. When they returned to the Dragon God Temple, Tian Ming and the others who had ascended to the God world learned that their savior had come to the Dragon God Temple. They all came out to express their gratitude. If Su Yuan had not been injured, Tian Ming and the others would not have let the matter rest. They would have dragged Su Yuan down for a few drinks. Lord Feng, if you're here, I've found 3 10,000-year God spiritual stones. Huang Yan's respectful voice suddenly rang in Feng Wuchen's ears. 3, huh? That should be enough, Feng Wuchen thought to himself. After making a trip to the headquarters, Feng Wuchen brought back 3 10,000-year God spiritual stones, and immediately stored them in his God ring. With a thought, the Qilin armor, the sky-devouring python armor, and the amber-glazed God armor appeared at the same time. Master, are you going to refine the divine armor? The Qilin armor's weapon soul asked. Fuse the 3 God armors together. I'll keep your weapon souls and upgrade them to divine artifacts. Their defensive capabilities will be even stronger. Feng Wuchen nodded. Then, he activated the world-cleansing alien soul flame. With a flick of his finger, the purple flames instantly enveloped the 3 God armors. Feng Wuchen's hands quickly formed a mysterious seal. At the same time, he fully activated his soul power. At the same time, he took out a large amount of top-grade refining materials and fused them with the God fire. The Chaos Blood Devil's blood essence and soul bone should be able to help me refine the divine armor, Feng Wuchen thought to himself. Then, he fused the Chaos Blood Devil's blood essence and soul bone into it. Rumble. Buzz, buzz. After an unknown period of time, the sky above the Dragon God Temple was covered in dark clouds. Lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and a strong wind blew. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. An extremely huge dark cloud vortex gathered above the Dragon God Temple. Lightning flashed, and terrifying energy filled the air. What's going on? This aura is... The people in the Dragon God Temple were very confused. They had never felt such an aura and energy wave before. A divine artifact has appeared. How is this possible? In the alchemist's divine tower, Mia Hun was the first to open his eyes. He was extremely shocked. Dragon God Temple. Is Lord Feng refining a divine artifact? Mia Di, Mia Yuan, and the others were extremely shocked. End of chapter 2273. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.